Chapter 1. The Display System. Flowers bloom anew, yet youth is a fleeting moment. Watching the young girl step through the door, Su felt a wave of nostalgia. In his recollection, she was mature and graceful, possessing an elegant demeanor. In the year 2005, 18-year-old Liu Yifei had a complexion as delicate as a petal, with eyes that sparkled with clarity and vivacity. Her every smile and frown exuded the innocent playfulness of youth, akin to a beautiful flower blooming on a branch. Awakening from a dream, he found himself back at the starting point. "Hello, I am Liu Yifei." Her melodious voice broke the silence, pulling Su from his reverie. He smiled, offering her the script he held. "I am Su, and this is the complete script. The girls we pursued together." Liu Yifei glanced at the title, but did not open the script. "Did you write this?" she asked, her expression revealing a hint of intrigue. "It has already undergone copyright notarization," he replied. The script had emerged a year prior to the original story and was now divorced from its original author. Liu Yifei regarded Su with a curious gaze, a strange sensation washing over her familiar yet foreign. Filled with curiosity toward the striking young man before her. "Is there something wrong?" Su furrowed his brow, wondering if there were any issues. "Nothing at all," she replied with a slight smile, lowering her head to peruse the script. Yet her thoughts were elsewhere. A year prior, an enigmatic system had materialized in her mind. At 40, you will have achieved great success, becoming a titan of the internet technology realm. Yet you suddenly recall the dreams of your youth. Simultaneously, a virtual panel appeared, detailing the so-called host's first half of life. An illusion, surely. It was nothing more than an illusion. She had initially attributed it to the effects of acting and even consulted a physician. At 18, you beheld the ethereal beauty from the legend of the Condor heroes, and the 2-year younger girl captivated you, altering your initial ambition to gain admission to Beijing Film Academy. Through tireless effort, you excelled academically and gained acceptance in a Harem Institute of Technology. Liu Yifei chuckled at the system's portrayal. The young man was so focused on studying that he remained oblivious to the fact that admission to Beijing Film Academy required early participation in art examinations. At 19, you diligently pursued your studies at university, while in your spare time, you followed the ethereal beauty, who remained stunning yet produced 2 disappointing films. When she read this, those 2 films had yet to premiere, and she scoffed at the system's predictions. At 20, you excelled academically, garnering significant attention from your instructors. This year, the character Zhao Linger from Chinese Paladin captured your heart, leading to the establishment of the 6 Fei network using your expertise in support of her. Just as your website began to flourish, news broke that the ethereal beauty had signed with a Japanese music company, prompting you to angrily shut down the 6 Fei network. At 21, your outstanding academic performance led your teacher to grant you an exception to participate in their project. With little time to focus on the entertainment industry, you learned of her 3 consecutive album failures, merely chuckling at the thought of her signing with a Japanese music company, a stain that would forever mar her career. At 23, the filming of Kung Fu Dunk plunged Liu Yifei into endless darkness, leading to the shutdown of all 5 Fei networks. She resolved to withdraw from the industry, leaving the country in disarray, sighing as she pondered whether it was for her idol or her own lost youth. At 29, you departed from academia to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, founding an internet company. At 40, you will have achieved great success, perhaps due to encountering too many stunning individuals in your youth. You remain unmarried. Suddenly, you recall your youthful dreams now. You are affluent and at leisure. The ethereal beauty no longer feels unattainable. Task released. Encounter the ethereal beauty, fulfilling the dreams of your youth. This so-called system's host was Su, inexplicably manifesting in her life. Over the next 20 years, she had revisited it numerous times, intimately familiar with both her own future and Su's life. This man was insufferably at 40. He still harbored designs on her. Initially skeptical of the system, she found herself believing it when the 2 films she acted in last year mirrored its predictions. The viewership of Chinese Paladin earlier this year and audience reactions aligned with the system's descriptions. Yet her own future seemed bleak apart from next year's The Return of the Condor Heroes. There were no critically acclaimed works to anticipate. All her albums flopped, and her films were dismal failures. What infuriated her further was that this insufferable man had never watched any of her films. She had come to believe the system's portrayal of the future, but her aspirations clashed with her mother's wishes, who now urged her to pursue a career in Japan. Knowing that going to Japan was a misguided choice, she refused to follow the same path again. This disagreement had led to a fierce argument between mother and daughter, leaving them in a state of Cold War. Liu Yifei sought out the Six Fei network, reaching out to Su Su, and they began to converse as online acquaintances, eventually revealing her identity and inviting him to meet in the capital. Upon their first meeting, she was taken aback by the tall and handsome youth, whose unique aura and bright, confident gaze instilled a sense of trust. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Task completed. You have met the ethereal beauty who once dazzled your youth, Liu Yifei. She's impressed by your striking looks and harbors a favorable impression of you. Awkward. Liu Yifei was speechless while she acknowledged his handsome appearance. She had never felt any particular affection for this man. Task rewarded. You have gained a healthy physique. In middle age, he often felt overwhelmed and sluggish. A revitalized physique restored him to his prime, alleviating all his physical ailments. Suddenly, warmth enveloped her. As the injury sustained during the filming of The Return of the Condor Heroes healed, her strength significantly increasing, leaving her feeling invigorated. The system had such utility. Liu Yifei was elated, her gaze toward Su Su softening, her clear eyes sparkling with an indescribable joy. Su Su sensed a warm current coursing through him, though he remained puzzled by Liu Yifei's unusual demeanor. He could not recall whether they had become online acquaintances in his previous life when he established the Six Fei network. Having returned to life, he was in need of startup capital, and upon discovering that his online acquaintance was Liu Yifei, he aimed to extract some fun from her by writing a movie script. He'll fund the script, Liu Yifei declared decisively, closing the manuscript. Su Su was taken aback, astonished by her swift willingness to invest. Miss Liu, I believe you meant to say you wish to purchase the script? He corrected her. His intention was merely to sell the script for a sum to kickstart his venture. I want to invest in the script and turn it into a film. Don't you wish to participate, or do you lack confidence in the script? Liu Yifei's tone was resolute, as the system issued another task. Task released. Invest in the production of a film, with you as the male lead and Liu Yifei as the female lead. Recently rewarded with a healthy physique, she was curious about further rewards and could not resist the allure of the unknown. Of course, I have confidence in the script, it's just that I am not well-versed in film investment. Su Su pondered how to phrase his words to persuade her to purchase the script at a high price. Do you think I cannot act well? Liu Yifei's striking eyes widened in disbelief. Of course not. I merely fear I may mishandle such a splendid project. What's the film's budget? I'll fund it entirely. I'll play the female lead, and you can play the male lead, she insisted, determined to secure the system's rewards. Well, all right then, he replied. Wouldn't the male lead require a salary? He temporarily acquiesced, planning to seek out the script payment and subsequently the male lead's remuneration. As for the film's quality, Liu Yifei seemed indifferent. He too was unconcerned, as he had no intention of pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. With preliminary cooperation established, the atmosphere of their conversation improved significantly. You can call me Qian Qian, Liu Yifei said, having observed Su Ce's life countless times, feeling an inexplicable fondness for him. I am not well-versed in filmmaking. I have no idea how to manage budgets, Su Su admitted, lacking familiarity with the industry. Liu Yifei, having participated in the production of 2 films, possessed a general understanding and a rough estimate of the budget. For a youth campus film, which doesn't involve complex shots, an investment of 6 million should suffice. My current salary is 1 million, which can be considered as part of the investment. As a complete newcomer, receiving a salary of 200,000 would be exceedingly generous. For the script, I can offer you a market-surpassing price of 300,000. In total, that amounts to 500,000, which can also be viewed as part of the investment. This way, I would have 5 million in cash, which is sufficient. Is it possible for me to receive cash? Su Su inquired, feeling that the 500,000 would barely cover his startup costs, and he found the box office revenue sharing to be unreliable. No, I need to borrow 5 million. Liu Yifei was currently in a cold war with her mother and did not wish for her to discover that she was collaborating with Su Su on a film. Chapter 2. The film crew begins shooting. To persuade Su Su, Liu Yifei invested $5 million in cash, along with her $1 million salary, securing 80% of the profits, while Su Ce's script and male lead salary accounted for the remaining 20%. Reluctantly, Su Su agreed to form the crew with Liu Yifei. Though he lacked knowledge about film production, he had management experience, and Liu Yifei was well informed about industry matters. The two of them collaborated and, after 2 weeks of exploration, managed to gain some insights. During this process, Su Su gradually took control of the project. Wang Gu, the crew's catering will be under your purview. Do not let it hinder the shooting, he instructed. Rest assured, I understand what kind of money will last, Wang Ling reassured him, patting his chest. Wang Ling, a local figure, had a good reputation in the area. The meal provided by the crew would not be of exceptional quality, but it would certainly meet a minimum standard. Shihong Middle School served as the primary filming location for those years, and Wang Ling arranged for its use during the summer without charge. In 2005, the local environment still harbored some unsavory elements, and Wang Ling was also responsible for ensuring that the crew remained undisturbed during filming. As compensation, the catering was entrusted to Wang Ling. Pleasure working together, Su Su said, shaking hands with Wang Ling after signing the catering contract. Ha, likewise, Wang Ling replied jovially, treating Su Su to a meal featuring heabiest local delicacies. Back in the capital, Su Su quietly transferred $500,000 to his account, labeling it as venue and security fees. Observing his account balance approach $1 million, he mused that filmmaking could be quite profitable. Liu Yifei submitted the script for review, verified the funding, and obtained a shooting permit. I had no idea it would be this complicated to make a film, Liu Yifei remarked, uncharacteristically lounging on the sofa as she dealt with professional matters and struggled to communicate with various departments. Indeed, securing locations is challenging. There are troublemakers everywhere, and security is also a significant issue, Su Su concurred, echoing her complaints about the difficulties in external relations. Is it too difficult? If so, just spend more money. If funds are insufficient, I can invest more, Liu Yifei offered with concern. Su Su felt slightly embarrassed. It's manageable, although it's challenging. There's still many good people around, and both the location and security issues have been resolved. Well, then you should work a bit harder. Liu Yifei nodded, realizing that her financial contributions were yielding greater rewards. Task completed. You have signed a contract with the fairy sister and established a collaboration, activating the intermediate acting instructor in the reward system space. Studying in this system space can enhance your understanding. Accepting guidance from the intermediate acting instructor will improve your learning efficiency. During this period, Liu Yifei busied herself with production matters during the day and delved into the system space to learn acting at night. The system space and the intermediate acting instructor proved to be remarkably effective, helping her make significant progress in acting lessons that had previously eluded her understanding. As for the new task issued earned genuine praise from the fairy sister in person. She stole a glance at Su Su, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. How should we select the director? Both were somewhat troubled by the choice of director. A highly renowned director would likely seize control of the crew, and neither wished to relinquish control, especially Su Su, who recognized that filmmaking was fundamentally about finances, with opportunities abound. What about Teng Huatao? Su Su suddenly thought of a director skilled in romantic dramas. Despite the poor reception of Shanghai Fortress, the romantic elements were still commendable. Who? Liu Yifei had not heard of Teng Huatao, who is not yet famous. He is a senior from a university, the 91st cohort, Su Su replied, glancing sideways at Liu Yifei, and it would be advantageous to utilize some resources from your school. Oh, Liu Yifei marveled at Su Ce's resourcefulness despite his lack of familiarity with the entertainment industry and film production. He managed affairs more adeptly than her. As they arranged to meet Teng Huatao, Su Su greeted him. Hello, Director Teng. Greetings, Senior, Liu Yifei added. Hello to both of you, Teng Huatao responded, visibly excited upon receiving the director's invitation. However, after learning more, he felt somewhat reluctant. The crew was nearly assembled, with only the director position remaining, indicating limited authority for the director. Nevertheless, directing a film starring the popular Liu Yifei was still enticing. It was noteworthy that Ning Hao had spent years securing an investment of $3 million. Director Teng, here's the script. The crew is nearly complete. The male and female leads are confirmed, but the remaining roles still require your attention. Susu had grasped the financial aspects, while the crew remained under his control. Casting was one of the few privileges granted to the director. The script is excellent, I agree to join, Tung Huatao stated, captivated by the script and hesitating little. Although he would have little involvement in other aspects of the crew, he reflected that it would be less burdensome, allowing him to focus solely on directing the film. Under Su's supervision, the crew began to take shape and fell into a rhythm. Liu Yifei was cheerful and even a bit proud. On July 12th, the film commenced shooting. Liu Xiaoli stormed in, her expression frosty. After a month of Cold War with her daughter, she was taken aback to discover that the girl had invested in a film and assembled a crew behind her back. What kind of people are in this crew? Director Tung Huatao is somewhat known, yet he is still an unfamiliar television director. The male lead is infuriating. Not only is he a newcomer, but he is also unprofessional. The supporting roles in the film were also filled with newcomers. The only names she recognized, Zhu Yan and Luo Jin, were simply because they were Liu Yifei's classmates. Mother, Liu Yifei cooed, clinging to her arm. Oomph. Liu Xiaoli shot her a disdainful glance, then turned her gaze to Su. It was this boy who had influenced her daughter, investing in his script and casting him as the male lead. She was eager to see what this fellow was made of. Hello, Auntie, Su greeted Liu Xiaoli, mustering his courage. Initially, he had only hoped to secure some startup funds from Liu Yifei, but this had escalated beyond his expectations. Annie, let me introduce you to Director Tung, a 91st cohort graduate from Beijing. This is Zhu Yan, and this is Luo Jin. I am already acquainted, no need for introductions. Liu Xiaoli replied coldly, acknowledging the others. With the crew assembled and contract signed, there was little she could do. Her main irritation lay with the young man who had bewitched her daughter. Liu Xiaoli's arrival did not impede the film's shooting schedule. She kept a close watch on Liu Yifei, preventing Su from having any private interactions with her. Every time they discussed matters, Liu Xiaoli was there, casting a cold gaze. Standing in front of the camera, Su became the center of attention, as the crew knew he was not only the male lead, but also the scriptwriter. Although he did not officially hold the title of producer, he effectively commanded the entire crew. Through their interactions, it became evident that he was composed and decisive in handling matters. The crew respected his management, though they were uncertain about his acting abilities. Several trained male actors harbored jealousy, viewing this as an opportunity to play Liu Yifei's love interest and engage in romantic scenes. Naturally, they were displeased with this unprofessional newcomer. Liu Xiaoli crossed her arms, observing her daughter and Su perform together. She had developed a newfound appreciation for Su's amateur, possessing remarkable managerial skills, and an alumnus of Harem Institute of Technology, reputedly the provincial top scorer of the year 2003. The uniform could not conceal Liu Yifei's brilliance. With her hair tied back in a ponytail and clutching her textbooks, she appeared behind Su, playfully prodding his back with her pen cap. What are you doing? Su turned, his initial irritation dissipating upon realizing it was Liu Yifei, and he feigned an air of impatience. Thank you for yesterday. This moment followed a scene where Shen Jiai had forgotten her textbook, prompting Ku Jingteng to lend her his, which resulted in a reprimand from the teacher. Liu Yifei's eyes seemed to convey a depth of emotion, capturing Shen Jiai's innocent purity with remarkable precision. Cut. That's a wrap, came Tung Huatao's voice. He gazed in astonishment at Su and Liu Yifei, both of whom had exceeded his expectations. Initially intending to assert his authority as the director, he was taken aback by the duo's impressive performances. Liu Yifei's expressive eyes and gestures, coupled with the subtle shifts in Su's facial expressions, felt strikingly authentic, as if they were genuine high school students. Perhaps this is the essence of genius in excellent script, strong management capabilities, and commendable acting skills. Chapter 3. Your looks are striking. Liu Yifei is currently quite popular, embodying two representative roles, though her acting skills have faced considerable criticism and sparked significant debate. Yifei, your acting has improved tremendously. It's remarkable, Zhu Yan remarked, his thoughts plainly visible on his face. I have always been a proficient actor, Liu Yifei retorted, casting a discontented glance at Su. She had not only received accolades for her robust physical health, but also benefited from a system that aided her learning. Her diligence was evident, whereas Su Su, lacking any foundational experience, performed exceptionally well. Zhu Yan returned to Luo Jin's side, visibly dejected. Isn't it just about being handsome and somewhat talented? Emater, noticing Liu Yifei approaching Sufei. Li Chao couldn't help but scoff. Who among our male classmates would dare claim they aren't smitten by Liu Yifei? Most simply possess self-awareness. Have you truly never studied acting? Liu Yifei inquired, her gaze inquisitively fixed on Su Su. She had witnessed his life journey, from entering university to launching a successful AI company within a decade, having had no prior exposure to the entertainment industry. Liu Yifei believed her understanding of him surpassed even his own, if one considers the entirety of his future. Is it difficult? Sutse kvirit basalt. Acting is merely about interpreting the script and performing, isn't it? Liu Yifei felt a pang of frustration, recalling how she had once sought advice from Su Chong, who had similarly advised her. Damn talent, Liu Yifei thought, feeling disheartened. She had tirelessly dedicated herself to her studies in the system space over the past month, while Su Su seemed to grasp everything with effortless ease. As the filming progressed smoothly, Su Su, while managing the crew, did not restrict director Tung Huadao's authority. The shooting schedule adhered to his directives. Su Su actively participated in the acting, often seen engrossed in a hefty notebook. This foreign, cumbersome gadget, costing several thousand, belonged to Liu Yifei and had been borrowed by Su Su for use in the production. What is this? Liu Yifei asked, standing behind Su Su, bewildered by the strings of letters and symbols on the screen. It's nothing, Su Su replied without looking back, concealing the fact that he was working on a website. The Sixth Fei Network, after all, was his creation, and he intended to develop it further. A sudden realization struck Liu Yifei. She understood that Su Su possessed exceptional computer skills and was likely programming something. Since you're using my notebook, shouldn't I receive a share in your venture? She proposed, bending slightly, a fragrant breeze wafting towards Su Su, envisioning herself as a future billionaire with stakes in a promising company. Su Su turned to her, scrutinizing her face intently. What is it? She asked, curious as to why he remained silent and merely gazed at her. You're simply quite beautiful, he remarked, closing the notebook and returning it to Liu Yifei. Is that so? Liu Yifei felt a surge of happiness at his compliment. He's mocking you. And here you are grinning foolishly, Liu Xiaoli chided, playfully pushing her daughter's forehead. What? I'm going to confront him about it. Realizing her mother's admonition, Liu Yifei became aware that Su Su was teasing her. Mind your image. Don't chase after him recklessly. What is it that you see in him? Liu Xiaoli's expression darkened. During their time at the production, she had observed that her daughter was persistently pursuing Su Su, while he regarded her merely as a friend. He's different, Liu Yifei instinctively replied. His system was intertwined with her own. The system was extraordinary, and to utilize it, she needed to maintain a connection with Su Su. Additionally, she had witnessed his future unfold, from having nothing to becoming the president of a billion-dollar company. Each glimpse of his achievements left her in awe. What is so different about him? Liu Xiaoli asked coldly. Liu Yifei hesitated, sensing her mother's disapproval, and fell silent, her voice barely above a whisper. After much contemplation, she finally said, he is an orphan. And how does being an orphan count as a virtue? Liu Xiaoli scoffed. Having never encountered anyone who considered orphanhood an asset, she gazed at her daughter, whose radiant smile was her greatest pride. Yet, her daughter's heart seemed wholly devoted to Su Su, rendering her words ineffective. Liu Yifei could not articulate her feelings, choosing to disregard her mother's comments as she turned away. You stingy one, I'll lend you my computer, she said as she handed the notebook to Su Su. Thank you. Princess Qianqian possesses a heart of gold, a celestial being gracing our presence, Su Su replied with a smile, showering her with flattering words. As long as you recognize my merits, she said with a hint of pride, unable to suppress a smile as she skipped away, her spirits lifted. Su, you truly are impressive. The young lady's affections are firmly in your grasp, Tung Huatao remarked, admiring Su Su. This charming blossom had captured the hearts of many, yet the concern for her family background deterred most from pursuing her. Director Tung, you're jesting. We are merely friends, Su Su dismissed the compliment. Recognizing that with Liu Xiaoli's fierce protectiveness, Winning her over would be a challenge. Perhaps it was wiser to focus on his entrepreneurial endeavors. Other beauties in the entertainment industry would be far easier to woo. Tung Huatao shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Though he held a certain admiration for Su Su, as a director, he had a deeper understanding of the crew's dynamics. Su Su had secured $6 million in investment using just a script, assembling the crew despite his lack of knowledge. From what he gleaned, it appeared Su Su might have extracted substantial funds from the production. Regardless of how he achieved this, the crew encountered no issues and was running smoothly. That was a skill in itself. Qian, have you missed me? An influx of visitors arrived at the set, and Liu Yifei's good friend made her entrance. Chong, why didn't you notify me in advance? Liu Yifei exclaimed, leaping to embrace her friend. Of course, I wanted to surprise you, though it seems you didn't need one, Su Chong remarked, glancing at Su Su, a striking man who had undoubtedly captivated Qian's heart. This is Su Su, the male lead of the film, and also the founder of the 6 Fei network. Among the 5 Fei networks, the foremost was Yifei Xinju, boasting over 300,000 members, while the others range from several to tens of thousands. The 6 Fei network was initially intended to be membership-based, but Su Su had transformed it into a visitor-friendly platform, gradually increasing its popularity. Hello, I am Su Chong, a close friend of Qian's. She introduced herself, extending her hand. I am familiar with Tian Shan Tong Lao. Su Chang's expression stiffened. I must say, your acting is exceptional. You portray such complex roles with finesse. Others rely solely on their looks and charm, but your talent stands unrivaled. Liu Yifei's countenance hardened, her gaze turning unfriendly as she regarded him. Chapter 4. The Kiss. You all chat, I will find Director Tung. Offended 2 individuals with just 2 sentences. Su Su felt a twinge of embarrassment standing there and hurriedly sought an excuse to slip away. Hello, Auntie. Su Chong spotted Lu Xiaoli and rushed over, wrapping her arm around her. Their relationship was quite intimate. Chong has arrived. Have you been busy lately? Lu Xiaoli inquired about Su Chang's recent circumstances, her heart aching for this girl of the same age as her daughter, whose family situation bore similarities, though Su Chang's was even more unfortunate. I just finished filming The Legend of the Yin and Shang. After a few words of concern, Lu Xiaoli took her leave, allowing the 2 young girls to converse freely. Qian, you have no idea. I almost sustained an injury from filming The Legend of the Yin and Shang. The plot is so ridiculous. Su Chong shared the absurdities of the drama with Liu Yifei. This script is quite remarkable. The story is simply superb. Su Chong glanced at the script for those years, feeling a pang of envy for Liu Yifei, who played the female lead in the film. Impressive, isn't it? I personally selected this script. It was written by Su Su, and I instantly recognized its potential, deciding to invest right away. Liu Yifei proudly boasted to her close friend. Are you impressed by the script or the person? Liu Yifei often mentioned Su Su during their recent conversations, piquing her curiosity about him. I invested because I believed in the script, so don't make wild assumptions. Liu Yifei playfully kinched Su Chang's cheek. I've heard that you asked him to play the male lead, claiming you weren't enchanted. The 2 girls began to tease each other, bursting with youthful energy. Su Su glanced over but paid them no mind, continuing his casual chat with Tung Huatao. The filming is progressing smoothly. Do you have any ideas regarding the soundtrack? Tung Huatao asked Su Su. The script is excellent, and it's a genre he excels in. The film should wrap in about half a month, and he has many thoughts for the post-production that requires Su Su's input. Regarding post-production and the soundtrack, Director Tung, I will think of a way. Post-production is a highly specialized field, and I have no intention of meddling. I just need to manage the finances, Su Su replied. Rest assured, our film's quality is commendable. If we handle post-production well, the box office will not disappoint. Tung Huatao expressed his enthusiasm. Initially, he thought the film would merely earn him a director's fee, but unexpectedly, the actors' performances were quite impressive. Congratulations, Director Tung. This is your directed work. A smile spread across Tung Huatao's face. Despite Su Su controlling the management of the crew, he did not interfere with the filming, allowing everything to unfold according to his plans, making the entire process quite comfortable for him. Liu Yifei pulled Su Chong into a cameo role as a classmate arguing with her. and her natural acting made Liu Yifei feel a twinge of discomfort. She's using a system. She works hard every day to keep up with Su Chong. Su Chong was merely making a temporary cameo, having only received some basic requirements from the director. What's wrong? Reluctant to see her go, Su observed Liu Yifei's demeanor after sending Su Chong off. Sensing her slight melancholy, is my acting talent really that poor? Not at all. Did you not see how amazed your classmates were by your performance? Their acting pales in comparison to yours, Su comforted Liu Yifei. Among the important supporting characters, including Zhu Yan and Luo Jin, their current skills were no match for Liu Yifei's. You've made significant progress. Liu Yifei nodded, a smile returning to her face, her confidence restored. Talent aside, she was now a woman equipped with a system. Annie, Susa noticed Lu Xiaoli approaching and greeted her before departing. Lu Xiaoli nodded at Susa, watching her daughter's radiant smile, sighing inwardly, realizing how deeply she had fallen. Filming continued, and Ku Jingting achieved excellent results, gaining admission to Harbin Institute of Technology, while Shen Jiai, due to an exam error, could only enroll in a third-tier university. The plot gradually reached its final scene. Let's change the script, Susa said sternly, discussing with the director. Not possible. We shall shoot it as is. Liu Yifei was the first to object. This scene depicted the groom being kissed by the bride before Susa kissed her. Don't stir trouble. On your end, kissing him means you'll have to kiss me. Susu had no intention of sacrificing for the sake of art. Moreover, even if he did, kissing a man wouldn't bring him any closer to Liu Yifei. Lu Xiaoli was currently watching them with a piercing gaze. I believe this scene's dramatic conflict is crucial. It represents a youthful memory. Furthermore, since you wrote the script, you should know what makes it good. Teng Huadao insisted the shot was important and could not be altered. As they debated, the supporting actors eagerly chimed in, believing the kiss should indeed occur. Let us take a day off for the scriptwriter to contemplate. Teng Huadao suddenly clapped his hands, declaring a day off. Yay, a holiday. Let us go have some fun. The crew members hurriedly packed up their gear and dispersed. Liu Yifei was also pulled away by Lu Xiaoli, who did not want her daughter to actually kiss Su, having already discussed with Teng Huadao beforehand about shooting from a distance. Teng Huadao expressed his respect for the opinions of the leads. If you persuade Liu Yifei to kiss for real, I will help you film a few more takes. Teng Huadao privately mentioned to Su, I am not a pig herding cabbages. It must be a kiss. Su felt a stir of excitement. But the condition of kissing a man first seemed unnecessary. Adding this scene would enrich the emotions. Teng Huadao was not intentionally putting anyone in a difficult position. The kiss scene with the groom would indeed enhance the emotional tension of the narrative, making the bittersweet youth more compelling. This is your film, the script you wrote, the crew you assembled, and your investment accounting for 20% of the profits, all for the sake of the film's quality. You speak so sweetly, but emotions are not something you can dictate. If you play the groom, I will kiss, Su retorted, feeling irritated by Teng Huadao's words. I'll act it out. I'll do it, Teng Huadao decisively agreed. Su was taken aback, shocked by Teng Huadao's decision, stepping back in disbelief. You don't have any thoughts about me, do you? After a moment, the defiance in Teng Huadao's demeanor faded. He too felt uncomfortable. Let us do it from a distance. The next day, the crew gathered to discuss how to film the final scene. Suddenly, shocking news spread among the crew. The director would play the groom, and the scriptwriter was to kiss the director. It's all happening at once. When the moment arrived, Teng Huadao also felt awkward about the borrowing position. He was a genuine man. Cut. Teng Huadao did not even look at the replay and informed everyone to prepare for the next scene. The crew was disappointed, having expected a real kiss. The team bustled around, carrying lights past Lu Xiaoli, who got momentarily jostled but did not pay it much mind. After all, what was interesting about two men kissing? Under the lens, only the two remained, as Susa slowly approached Liu Yifei, adorned in a wedding gown. She was breathtaking, the pristine white dress accentuating her beauty, delicate as a flower in full bloom. Her skin glowed with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with laughter, a hint of shyness gracing her brows. Lu Xiaoli watched intently from the side. Liu Yifei had no say in the matter. They locked eyes, and Susa's gaze brimmed with affection and regret. Upon meeting Susa's eyes, Liu Yifei instinctively averted her gaze. Cut. The gaze, the gaze. You're a couple who loved and lost. For the unfulfilled regrets of the past, if you do not kiss, at least let the eyes convey it, Tung Huatao shouted, dissatisfied with their performance on camera. Cut. Get closer. You're miles apart. Even borrowing positions cannot hide it. Cut. Come over and see what is this nonsense. Once more, Susu's gaze must be sincere and passionate. Liu Yifei felt a flutter of anxiety, but after several attempts, she was finally able to meet his gaze, looking into the eyes of the man who had captivated her throughout her life. Suddenly, she stepped forward and pressed her lips against Susu's. The gentle sensation, the sweetness of the kiss, and the fragrant breath left Su in a state of astonishment. Chapter 5. The task of earning the praise of the fairy sister clique. Liu Yifei, like a startled fawn, blushed and turned away, her heart racing as she realized she had taken the initiative to kiss Su. Su-tse, what expression do you have, as if bitten by a snake? Tung Huatao glared at the monitor, furious at Su. Qian, what do you look like? Lu Xiaoli was infuriated. How could that wretched girl take the initiative to kiss him? Director, let it be, Lu Xiaoli said with a harsh tone, her gaze towards Su sharp enough to cut. The performance had not gone well. The two had barely acted at all. Let's shoot it again, Tung Huatao insisted. Looking at Liu Yifei. No way. Lu Xiaoli could never agree. Once was already her utmost tolerance. Mom. Liu Yifei discreetly glanced at Su's, her face flushing again when she caught his gaze. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Liu Xiaoli felt a pang in her heart. Let's reshoot. Susu smiled as he approached Liu Yifei. She did not shy away. Their eyes met, reflecting each other's image. Susu leaned in to kiss her, instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist, the air filled with a delicate fragrance. Click. That's a wrap. Liu Yifei playfully punched Su and swiftly ran away. Liu Xiaoli's expression darkened, filled with helplessness. The little girl was truly on the verge of being taken away. As the filming concluded, producer Su arranged accommodations for everyone, gathering at the hotel in 2 hours, with red envelopes for all present. Despite Liu Xiaoli's murderous glare, he had given Su 3 chances. He had done his best. Long live producer Su. Long live the director. The crew cheered. Come with me. Liu Xiaoli pulled Liu Yifei outside, instructing her assistant to pack their things. You wretched girl. You're only 18, not yet graduated from university, Liu Xiaoli scolded, pointing at Liu Yifei's forehead. She had taken every precaution, closely following her daughter on every set, avoiding all private engagements, yet never anticipated her daughter would be stolen away. She had checked Su's background and genuinely did not know how Liu Yifei had come to know him, even if it was an online acquaintance. How long had they known each other? With her head bowed, Liu Yifei recalled her future self in the system, 38 and still unmarried. Suddenly lifting her head, she asked, Mom, when do you wish for me to get married? Liu Xiaoli looked at her serious daughter, uncertain of her meaning. Was it that one should remain unmarried until 38? Of course not, Liu Xiaoli replied, hoping her daughter would not face a life of solitude. What about 28? Or should I just marry someone randomly at any age? I want you to meet someone you truly like, someone suitable who loves you, Liu Xiaoli expressed, reflecting on her own 2 marriages, neither of which could be deemed happy, hoping her daughter would not follow the same path. I have met someone. I am curious about him, and I want to see if he is suitable, Liu Yifei said, looking firmly into her mother's eyes. She was unsure if she had fallen in love with Su. She simply did not dislike him and wished to understand him better. You are only 18, Liu Xiaoli feared for her daughter's heart. I am sorry, Mom. I know you love me, but I will grow up, have my own thoughts, and become an adult. Liu Yifei embraced her mother, understanding the sacrifices her mother had made and how much she loved her. You have already grown up, Liu Xiaoli stroked Liu Yifei's hair. It dawned on her that her daughter had grown to her height, possessing her own thoughts, no longer the little girl who followed her around. The 2 women opened their hearts in the hotel, their visions for the future still diverging. Yet ultimately, it was Liu Yifei's life, and she could not oppose her. Mom, you are still very young and can pursue your own life, Liu Yifei teased. In terms of career planning, Liu Yifei had acquired autonomy. All professional decisions required her approval. Liu Xiaoli did not oppose her daughter's romantic pursuits, but had not entirely given up her concerns. You are still young. You cannot spend the night together or publicly declare your relationship. Mom, I do not know him well enough yet. I do not have to date him, Liu Yifei said shyly, clinging to her mother's arm. At the wrap party, Su felt somewhat outsmarted. He and the director had become the targets of excessive drinking, and in his inebriated state, he had no idea how he returned to his room. He had been careless. Previously, no one dared apply him with drinks. Several boys helped Su back to his room, while Liu Yifei followed behind, giggling with her camera. The next day, most of the crew had departed. Awakening with a headache, Su found Liu Xiaoli delivering a hangover remedy and rice porridge. Thank you, Auntie, he expressed his gratitude. Liu Xiaoli shot him a disdainful glance, leaving Su feeling perplexed. By noon, only 4 people remained in the room. Teng Huatao, Liu Yifei, her mother, and Su. I have already contacted the music for the film. A youth campus movie does not require original scores. Once the editing is complete, we can proceed. Teng Huatao discussed the post-production arrangements. Su rubbed his temples, the effects of his hangover still lingering. You handle the post-production. Just keep the accounts ready for me. In addition, I have written 2 songs. Director Teng, please help find a suitable singer to perform them and see if we can use them. He produced 2 sheets of lyrics. Let me see. Liu Yifei's eyes lit up as she took the sheets. The days on Beijing East Road. In the beginning, we were all children. In the end, we longed to become angels. Liu Yifei began to sing, stumbling through the song. Teng Huatao's eyes brightened. It was a good song, and it would serve well as an interlude during graduation scenes. Liu Yifei pulled out another song. Back to the initial starting point in my memories. Your youthful face, we have finally arrived at this day. Old photos beneath the table mat, countless memories intertwined today. The boy will meet the girl for the last time. This song was even more on point, as if it had been crafted specifically for the film. Liu Xiaoli looked at Su in astonishment. Not only had he written a well-crafted script, but he could also compose songs. Su frowned as he listened to Liu Yifei finish singing, turning to Teng Huatao. Director Teng, please help find a suitable singer. Before Teng Huatao could respond, Liu Yifei had already become dissatisfied, glaring at Su. What do you mean? Am I not worthy to sing? Oh, my head aches. My hangover, I sent gone yet. Director Teng, you handle it. He noticed Liu Yifei was upset and quickly pretended to feel unwell to escape. Don't run away. I want to sing. Liu Yifei shouted at Su's retreating figure. Faced with Liu Yifei's unhappy expression, Teng Huatao chuckled wryly. Yifei, just go ahead and record the song. The film's post-production still has some time. If you want to sing, just sing. There's a profession for sound engineering as well. Liu Yifei was very upset. The system did not even provide her with a vocal coach, which added to her frustration. Suddenly, she remembered there was still a task left uncompleted. Task issued. Earn the genuine praise of the fairy sister in person. Liu Yifei's expression soured, feeling displeased. Seeing Su about to disappear, she chased after him. Su-tse, wait for me. Upon hearing Liu Yifei's call, Su quickened his pace. The two left the room, one in front of the other, leaving Liu Xiaoli and Teng Huatao behind. Su, you're truly amazing. Liu Yifei blocked his path, gritting her teeth. Su a besoin d'expression. The task had not registered, and Liu Yifei, feeling frustrated, took a deep breath and forced a smile. Su, your songs are wonderful. I really like them. I will practice diligently to sing both songs well. Task completed. You have received the genuine praise of the fairy sister in person, rewarded with a clear voice. Activating the role of a beginner vocal coach, Liu Yifei felt a refreshing sensation in her throat. Her face lighting up with surprise and joy as she waved at Su. You can go now, you big fool. Such a lunatic. Su watched Liu Yifei skip away with a buoyant spirit, pondering the peculiarities of her mind. A refreshing sensation coursed through his throat, reminiscent of indulging in a peppermint candy. Lately, his body seemed to exhibit some irregularities. He resolved to take a moment to visit the hospital for a checkup. Chapter 6. The complimented Liu Yifei Teng Huatao departed first, leaving the post-production tasks solely in his hands. Where are you headed? Liu Yifei inquired, observing Su as he packed his modest backpack, devoid of any other belongings. From a system, She learned about Susu's life. He was without a home or wealth, relying on the school for his living expenses. To pursue this film, he had taken a leave of absence, and the school had ceased to support him financially. The thought of Susu, utterly destitute and homeless, stirred a pang of sympathy in Liu Yifei's heart. She contemplated lending him money, but hesitated, fearing it might wound his pride. Find a place to stay for now and await the film's release and its share of the box office. Susu mused with a slight smile, considering the 1 million he had embezzled sufficient for his entrepreneurial endeavors. He planned to find a place to establish his company. Upon hearing his words, Liu Yifei realized that her earlier insistence on converting his script fee and acting salary into an investment had been rather harsh on him. She yearned to assist Susu, but was uncertain where to begin. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes. I have a villa in Hadian that is currently unoccupied. You can stay there for a while. Shall I? Liu Xiaoli frowned. That villa was a secret retreat Liu Yifei had purchased for herself, one she had yet to visit. Liu Yifei playfully stuck out her tongue, glancing at Susu, awaiting his response. No, I have other matters to attend to in the capital. Staying in a villa wouldn't be convenient. Susu was not genuinely lacking funds and did not require her offered accommodation. All right, remember to call me if you encounter any difficulties. We are friends after all, Liu Yifei assured him. Of course, I will reach out if I need help. Susu touched the fist Liu Yifei raised in camaraderie. Goodbye, Andy. He greeted the visibly troubled Liu Xiaoli before shouldering his backpack and exiting the hotel. Mom, he has no home. Liu Yifei expressed her concern. Liu Xiaoli softened momentarily but quickly replied, he is a man. He should be aware of his choices. Let us go. I've arranged for your vocal teacher. Liu Yifei's eyes lit up. She was eager to practice singing and showcase her abilities to Susu after recording. These two songs possess commendable quality, infused with youthful melancholy. Your voice is clear and pure, quite suitable for them. However, your foundational singing skills require improvement. You will need time to fully harness your vocal potential, remarked her vocal instructor, Sun Inghong, astonished by Liu Yifei's voice. What beautifully clear voice. It is perfectly suited for a singing career, she continued, delighting Liu Yifei with praise, making her feel grateful for the system. Shall I? You've heard the teacher's conclusion. Your voice is tailored for singing. Son has global distribution channels for albums and promises to release 3 within 2 years. Liu Xiaoli expressed her desire for Liu Yifei to sign with a Japanese record label. She had always aspired for her daughter to emerge as an international superstar. No, Liu Yifei resolutely declined. She understood the reasons for her previous failures with 3 albums. Even if her original singing skills had flaws, they could be corrected in the studio. As recording an album did not equate to performing live, where failure was not an option. Given her current popularity, any album of average quality would not flop. The sole reason for the failure of those 3 albums was the lack of quality. The songs themselves were subpar. Son exploited her fans for profit. Upon this realization, she found herself harboring greater disdain for Son. Do you know how many people wish to sign with Son? Liu Xiaoli expressed her frustration. Son was a world-class music company, with countless domestic singers vying for a chance to join. I don't know. I just don't wish to go, Liu Yifei answered firmly, rejecting the idea of becoming a singer or signing with a Japanese company. She envisioned a future where her homeland would rise remarkably. She would not elucidate her thoughts to her mother, for the future of her country was so extraordinary that no one would believe it if she spoke of it. Liu Xiaoli's vexation grew. Her once obedient daughter had become rebellious, undoubtedly influenced by Susu. Unfazed by her mother's thoughts, Liu Yifei continued to make progress daily. Among the stars, she was undeniably one of the most industrious artists. By day, she practiced under Sun Inghong's guidance, who imparted singing techniques and analyzed the 2 songs, focusing on how to interpret them effectively. At night, Liu Yifei entered the system space, where an elementary vocal teacher instructed her in fundamental techniques, vocal warm-ups, breath control, and vocal cord protection. You are the most talented child I have ever encountered. Liu Yifei's progress amazed Sun Inghong, who praised her exceptional gift. Even more commendable was Liu Yifei's attitude towards learning. She was humble and proactive. With her clear and pure voice, she diligently honed her skills. visibly improving her singing abilities. Few prominent stars could afford the luxury of dedicating themselves to learning, unlike the current top female stars, who are caught in a competitive whirlwind. It would not be long before this little girl surpassed them all. With talent, resources, and a dedication to self-improvement, Sun Yinghong held high hopes for Liu Yifei. Such praise is unwarranted. It is all due to your excellent teaching, Liu Yifei responded, feeling slightly bashful. Maintain this attitude, and you will become the most celebrated star. Sun Yinghong remarked with a smile. Yes, a friend once told me that true masters forever retain the heart of an apprentice. Liu Yifei recalled Su Su's words from the set. Sun Yinghong's eyes brightened. That is quite philosophical. Your friend must be impressive. Indeed, Liu Yifei nodded, clenching her small fist, determined to surprise him the next time they met. Sun Yinghong observed Liu Yifei's expression with a hint of curiosity, but chose not to pry further, redirecting her focus to guide Liu Yifei's vocal training. Outside the Third Ring Road in the capital, in an old office building, Su rented a room, assembled a computer, and embarked on his entrepreneurial journey. The Sixth Fei network had transitioned from membership model to a visitor-based one, drawing a multitude of Liu Yifei's fans. Currently, there was no formal fan club, and stars generally did not manage their online followers. Su undertook renovations to the Sixth Fei network, designing it with an avant-garde aesthetic and optimizing its features. The site boasted discussion, resource, video, and story sections, along with a gaming section that Su prioritized. In the discussion area, he announced Liu Yifei's film project, sharing several photos and videos from the set. These exclusive insights ignited the interest of her fans, significantly boosting the website's traffic. Chapter 7. The Authority Dog as a Personal Website. The Sixth Fei network suffers from its insularity. All visitors are fans of Liu Yifei. In order to thrive, the site must embrace openness. Entering the website landscape at this juncture may be somewhat late, necessitating innovation and a captivating allure. Liu Yifei's popularity is crucial. Celebrities serve as the most effective conduits for attracting traffic. Qianqian Su made a call to Liu Yifei, his tone exceedingly gentle. What do you wish to accomplish? Liu Yifei, who was practicing her singing, felt a wave of joy upon realizing it was Su's calling, though his demeanor rendered her somewhat uneasy. Do you have time to check out the Sixth Fei network I've worked on? What have you done? Liu Yifei inquired through the phone while she opened her laptop and logged into the Sixth Fei network. The website loaded significantly faster than before. Did you rent a server? Liu Yifei asked, astonished. Such an improvement in response time could only be attributed to an upgraded server. Take a look at the site's content. Su replied without directly answering her question. Upon entering the site, an animation greeted her, a scroll slowly unfurling to reveal an exquisite, intricately painted image of a graceful maiden. Liu Yifei's likeness, elegantly clad in flowing garments. Wow, it's stunning. Liu Yifei was captivated by her own depiction. The animated maiden seemed almost alive, blinking her eyes, raising a plum blossom to adorn her hair, and gracefully stepping out of the scroll to take a seat at a stone table, picking up a book that lay before her. The website also featured 4 major sections. Liu Yifei, overwhelmed with excitement, marveled at the beauty of the animation, questioning whether it truly captured her essence. Has he been working on this cover for me all this time? In her imagination, she pictured Seuss laboring in a dim room, focused on his computer screen, crafting the beautiful maiden's image just for her. Of course, Seuss replied proudly. The tools available now are somewhat inadequate and rather outdated. If only the tools were better, my work could be even more refined and accomplished at a faster pace. Take a look at the 4 major sections. Do you have any suggestions? Are you short on funds? I can transfer some to you. Liu Yifei expressed concern for Seuss's well-being rather than immediately reviewing the content of the sections. No need. I have enough money, Seuss replied nonchalantly, revealing that he still had a considerable sum left from the funds misappropriated from the production team. Liu Yifei nodded, though she suspected he might be financially strained. She thought about ways to assist him without compromising his dignity. Turning her gaze back to the site, she noticed the most popular discussion thread pertained to the website's entrance animation. Your Highness, the site owner is impressive, the animation is extraordinary, and the fairy sister is truly beautiful. Without a doubt, this animation surpasses foreign animated films. Did the site owner create alone? Unlikely. Such technical prowess requires at least a year of work. I almost thought I'd entered the wrong website. This update is phenomenal. Gorgeous visuals and user-friendly navigation. Honestly, site owner, are you sure you aren't the fairy sister in disguise? A thought stirred within Liu Yifei. This was a site made for her. Could she perhaps invest a little money to support Seuss? The site's intuitive interface and aesthetic appeal set it apart from others on the market, and Liu Yifei was thoroughly impressed. Exiting the thread regarding site updates, she noticed the second trending post discussed Liu Yifei's film projects. Although this post generated excitement with speculations about her upcoming film and captivating photos of her in student attire, most fans were skeptical due to her previous two unsuccessful films. Liu Yifei frowned at the comments, feeling indignant. The video section contained numerous clips from her film appearances, shared by enthusiastic fans, along with a few original videos. The most popular clip featured her from the production of those years. That rascal Seuss. How dare he post that video here? Liu Yifei gritted her teeth. In the video, she appeared in a school uniform, books clutched to her chest, a radiant smile lighting up her face as she looked directly at Seuss, who was filming her. Don't smile, your teeth are showing. A beautiful girl should smile without revealing her teeth, he had teased her then. Mind your own business, she had retorted, playfully chasing him, their interaction reminiscent of carefree schoolmates. Ah, my fairy sister, I think I'm falling in love. Last year, I had a classmate just as charming. Her smile was mesmerizing. Many fans were enchanted by Liu Yifei's smile in the video, their hearts fluttering. Who is it? I want to know who filmed this. It must be a man. No, my fairy sister is in love. I can't accept that. As the discussion among fans intensified regarding who had filmed Liu Yifei, her demeanor in the video appeared relaxed and joyful. Watching their conversation unfold, Liu Yifei smiled to herself, then suddenly had an idea. She dashed upstairs and soon returned with a camera. What you sent me, I shall send you in return. Hee hee hee. Liu Yifei uploaded her video to the 6Fei network. Once uploaded, she took a peek. Get out of the way. I can still drink. Waiter, bring me 2 pounds of beef. I aspire to be a big boss. I miss my mom. I long for a home. I want to marry a big star. No, I want to marry several big stars. This character was both hilarious and pitiful. Most infuriatingly, he aspired to wed multiple big stars. She promptly contacted Seuss through the 6Fei network. Seuss, I've posted a surprise for you in the video section. What is it? Seuss opened the video section and instantly spotted Liu Yifei's upload. He swiftly deleted it. If this video circulated, it would undoubtedly become an embarrassing relic of the past. Where did it go? Did you delete it? Upon discovering her video was missing, Liu Yifei immediately suspected Seuss and confronted him. This site prohibits content that does not align with national spiritual civilization. Seuss replied with utmost seriousness. No way. I want to post it. You can't delete it. Liu Yifei protested vehemently. Seuss, choosing not to engage in an argument, promptly revoked her rights to post videos. Authority dog, this is a site I built. Liu Yifei expressed her displeasure. The two engaged in a heated online dispute. After some time, Liu Yifei felt increasingly frustrated as Seuss wielded his authority to silence her, rendering her attempts at communication into a string of asterisks. In exasperation, she picked up her phone and called Seuss, launching into a tirade. Chapter 8. The direction of website development. Would you like to invite some friends to join this website? After the commotion, Su and Liu Yifei turned to serious matters. What do you mean? Liu Yifei inquired. For instance, Su-chan. You could invite her to create an account on our website and bring her fans along. Su contemplated the idea of gradually attracting some celebrities to join. What do you mean? Do you have feelings for Su-chan? Liu Yifei's heart fluttered, as if pricked by a cat's claw. Of course not. I merely wish for her to join our site as your friend, to help boost its popularity and cultivate a larger community, Su replied. Su Chang's current popularity was comparable to Liu Yifei's. Su could not afford to pay celebrities for their participation, but with the inclusion of these two beauties, it would be easier to invite others once the website achieves some success. Are you aiming to develop the site into an open community like Tianyatiaba? Liu Yifei quickly grasped Su's intentions, though a pang of discomfort lingered in her heart. It was meant to be her own website, Yet now she had to share it with others. Indeed, the website must grow and reach a wider audience. Su elaborated on his vision. Listening to Su's aspirations, Liu Yifei longed to express that profitability was unnecessary. She would support him. I'll call Su Chong right away to show her my website. She'll be envious, she said cheerfully, agreeing to Su's request. After ending the call, she sat on her bed, arms wrapped around her knees, gazing at the splendid and novel Sixth Fey network. Will it ever truly belong to me? She murmured, her fingers brushing the screen. The world within the system was now forever closed due to her signing with a Japanese music company. In this lifetime, he had come to her side, yet felt distant. And her Sixth Fey network was to be open to all. I wonder if you're my future. A smile graced her lips as she quickly made peace with the thought. If he belonged to her, she could have as many Sixth Fey networks as she desired. If not, what would it matter if she acquired this site? Feeling lighter, she took out her phone and called her dear friend. Qian, what made you think of calling me? Upon receiving Liu Yifei's call, Su Chong was thrilled. Of course, to share something wonderful with you. Can you access the internet? Liu Yifei replied mysteriously. I can. What is up? Open your computer and log into my Sixth Fey network. Sixth Fey network? Is that the one your male lead created for you? Su Chong recalled the origins of Sixth Fey network, picturing the tall and handsome youth who had captivated her with his maturity beyond his years. How mysterious. I want to see what your male lead has prepared for you. Su Chong said as she logged in. Wow, Qian, is this real? It's stunning. I'm falling for you. Su Chong gasped at the slowly unveiling scroll, depicting an exquisite classical painting of a gentlewoman that radiated Eastern beauty, leaving her spellbound. Hearing her friend's astonishment, Liu Yifei smiled, joy swelling within her. Qian, I envy you so much. Su Chong exclaimed, captivated by the beauty of Liu Yifei depicted in the artwork. She envied Liu Yifei for having such a website. While some fans did create websites for her, none reached this level of artistry. It was breathtaking. Would you like to join? I can ask Su to create one for you too, and our artworks can be displayed together. Liu Yifei seized the opportunity to mention Su's desired outcome. Really? Su Chong was initially thrilled, but then asked, is this your website? Don't worry. Think of it as my home. You're welcome to visit. Great. We should be together online. I'm looking forward to it. Su Chong agreed, finding it too delightful to refuse. The two girls continued chatting about various topics. After ending the call, Liu Yifei informed Su of Su Chang's agreement, mentioning that she would personally verify her account once it was ready. Qian, I'll give you an account to help you get verified. Su provided Liu Yifei with an account number. 000001. Liu Yifei beamed at the serial number. I know. I'll greet the fans on there. After concluding the call with Liu Yifei, Su became busy once more. With the experience of the first launch, he utilized the backend directly, refining the 2D graphics and focusing on perfecting the actions. As the traffic for Sixth Fey network increased, advertisers began reaching out, but Su declined their offers. The profit point isn't here. He opened the back end of the website's mini-games, where a few thousand had been generated as income. In a challenging game, players would restart from the first level upon death, but could purchase resurrection tokens to avoid starting over. Although the earnings were modest, they sufficed for the website's maintenance costs. He began recruiting staff, realizing that maintaining the website could not rely solely on him, as he had numerous tasks to manage. In the following days, Su interviewed candidates for website maintenance, targeting university campuses through online postings. Time flew by, and the newly hired employees quickly familiarized themselves with the website's structure and nature, gaining confidence from the results Su had achieved. At this juncture, Tung Huadao reached out to Su. The post-production of the film is complete. Come take a look. They arranged a meeting place, and he informed Liu Yifei, who also attended with her mother. The film bore some differences from the original, yet retained its core essence. Tung Huadao's directing skills shone, particularly in the realm of romance, which surpassed the original in emotional depth. Is this song sung by Qian? A pure and melodious female voice resonated from the player, captivating and delightful. Of course it is. Liu Yifei proudly lifted her chin, exposing her fair neck, directing her gaze at Su. The song had been recorded some time ago, and she hadn't informed Su, asking Tung Huadao to keep it a secret just for this moment. To witness Su's reaction. Impressive. Su gave a thumbs up, astonished by the clarity and storytelling quality of her voice. This was entirely different from the Liu Yifei he remembered. However, given her rebirth, a slight change in her was only natural, he thought. Of course, I'm a genius. Liu Yifei giggled, her eyes squinting with joy. The film's quality was exceptionally high, and Su felt optimistic about its prospects. I believe it is ready for submission. Tomorrow, we should visit Zhongying to expedite the review process. Teng Huatao concurred, eager to determine the release date. Chapter 9. Film release date. Teng Huatao and Liu Yifei arrived at China Film Group, escorted by an assistant into the screening room. Hello, General Han. Teng Huatao expressed surprise upon seeing Han Samping, as those years was merely a small-budget romantic film. Welcome, Director Teng and Yifei, Han Samping said, shaking hands with Teng Huatao and then turning to Liu Yifei. This is the film's screenwriter, Su, a talented student from Harem Institute of Technology, Teng Huatao introduced. Indeed, those emerging from Harem Institute are quite remarkable, Han Samping smiled. You flatter me, General Han. Shall we begin the screening? Among the trio, only Liu Yifei had a certain level of fame, and Han Samping's enthusiasm was restrained. He had come merely out of curiosity for the work of a novice director. The film, a poignant tale set in a youthful academic backdrop, was well received, and China Film agreed to distribute it. After viewing, Han Samping found it quite commendable, capturing the essence of youthful melancholy. What are your thoughts on the release date? He inquired, looking at Su. Initially, he had presumed the decisions would be led by Teng Huatao or the more prominent investor, Liu Yifei. Unexpectedly, it was the young man he had overlooked who was making the decisions. How about the National Day holiday? Su proposed directly. This film's optimal release period would be during the summer, as students are its primary audience. If we wait until summer, we would have to push it in next year. I do prefer an earlier release. Han Samping regarded him earnestly. There is still a month until National Day, which is feasible. However, on September 23rd, Chenglong's film Myth is set to release, which would conflict with our date. Su pondered for a moment, noting that Myth would be released a week prior to National Day, a timeline that wouldn't necessarily clash as the themes of both films differed significantly. I believe National Day is quite suitable. Since you are insistent, let us go with National Day. Han Samping conceded without much further persuasion. The youthful spirit often harbored lofty ambitions. This film appeared promising. Yet who could predict its market performance? The film was submitted to China Film for review, and the trio was instructed to prepare for promotion. Xiao Su, for the promotional arrangements, call me. Teng Huatao said a few words to Su before taking his leave. In his mind, he believed they should steer clear of Myth. Yet his opinion seemed inconsequential to Su, leaving him somewhat disgruntled. How shall we promote it? Liu Yifei inquired of Su. Given our distribution agreement with China Film for those years, and the fact that they're also investing in Chenglong's film, the promotional resources will likely be allocated to Myth, leaving those years with little. Su was reluctant to sign a promotional contract with China Film. The proposed budgets of 2 to 3 million seemed exaggerated, with actual expenses likely falling short of even 100,000. Moreover, the focus would be on promoting Myth, meaning no matter how much they requested for their promotional plan, the best resources would not be available to them, ultimately leading to unnecessary profit sharing with China Film. Let me consult on this, Su remarked, acknowledging his lack of expertise in this area. A few days later, China Film informed Su that the film had passed the review without any cuts, and the release date was set for October 1st, allowing promotional activities to commence. Su remained silent until September 10th. Everyone, our website will soon be updated. Following this update, you will be responsible for maintaining and optimizing it. I hope you will approach this with diligence, as we are a startup team. Once the website flourishes, you will be the pioneers of our company. Su painted an optimistic vision for the team, encouraging them to work diligently. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we will maintain the website well, Hu Guo replied. Su glanced at the team before clicking to update the website. 10 minutes later, the update concluded, and Su opened the site to verify the changes. The team utilized their employee privileges to inspect every section for bugs. Half an hour later, Su stood up, and Hu Guo and others raised their heads. Mr. Su, everything is in order. Open the network connection, Su instructed. With visitor access granted, users began flooding in, eager to explore the newly updated website. At Liu Yifei's home, Su Chong sat beside her, waiting as her phone rang. It was Su. Got it. We're just opening the website now, Liu Yifei answered, while Su Chong eagerly navigated to the site. Wow. The two girls were thrilled as they watched the website's entrance animation. Liu Yifei transformed into an ethereal figure reminiscent of Dun Wang, akin to an angel descended to earth, while simultaneously, a small white fox emerged from behind the flowers. With lively eyes, the fox beheld Liu Yifei and swiftly transformed into a beautiful girl. Seeing each other, the two enchanting maidens exchanged joyful smiles, grasped each other's hands, frolicked in the garden, and soared into the sky, the scroll of their story unfurling. How beautiful! Su Chong exclaimed, while Liu Yifei gazed intently. Both adorned in exquisite attire, albeit in differing styles, were equally stunning. Su Chong was pleased, chattering animatedly with Liu Yifei about their feelings, and they continued browsing the site for a while. This update brought substantial changes, eliminating the section named after Liu Yifei, replacing it with a more intuitive discussion forum and a showcase for beautiful images. A dazzling starshine section was added. Upon entering, users were greeted by a dimly lit starry sky, where only two faint stars shone. A guiding prompt appeared. The starshine area is open to all. Everyone must register with their real names to become stars in the sky. The brightness of your star is determined by your number of followers. The more followers, the brighter your star. Many quickly grasped the concept and registered accounts to illuminate their stars. They began following each other, urging others to join in, as everyone sought to shine a little brighter. Su Chong and Liu Yifei, intrigued, opened their respective star pages. The pages displayed numerous stills from dramas, and, at that moment, their stars began to glow more brightly. As celebrities, they garnered a significant following. Netizens who saw them would inevitably click to follow. Within the website, Liu Yifei dominated, her followers far exceeding those of Su Chong. Su Chong pouted, silently opening other websites to find her forums and communities. She personally reached out, posting selfies to prove her identity, attracting a surge of fans to register and brighten her star. After enjoying their time on the website, they logged out, yet the site's popularity remained unaffected. Both girls' fans exhibited a competitive spirit. Su Chang's followers illuminated her star, flooding various sections with activity. Liu Yifei's fans sensed an invasion of the site, unwilling to be outdone, and rallied on forums and social media to bring in more followers to enhance their star's brightness. The fervor among their fans quickly attracted attention from other netizens, who joined in the excitement, participating and then reaching out to others. This viral nature of engagement swiftly drew a vast number of users to the site, garnering interest from other platforms. By the time Su realized the situation, Liu Yifei and Su Chang's fans had already become adversaries, with many onlookers eagerly stoking the flames of rivalry. Liu Yifei and Su Chong became a sensation online, creating a stir across the internet. Chapter 10. The film premiere. The film's release ignited a frenzy online, drawing attention to two popular stars and captivating the gossip columns of entertainment tabloids. Their sensational headlines, while lacking an element of shock, nonetheless captured public intrigue. Su Chong invades Fei's network, best friends turned enemies. Such provocative gossip attracted considerable attention, prompting mainstream entertainment media to follow suit, offering detailed analyses of the star-studded dynamics at play. Television networks reached out to Liu Yifei and Su Chong, inviting them to participate in various programs. The chaotic online landscape and reckless reporting had begun to affect the emotional states of both actresses, leading them to seek counsel from Su. You should both participate in interviews to promote your works, he suggested. Liu Yifei had a film set for release, and Su Chang's Bao Yindang was also slated for broadcast, making it an opportune time for publicity. This entire situation had originated from Su's initial strategy, intended solely for online promotion, but unexpectedly escalated into a widespread phenomenon, creating a digital sensation. Seizing the momentum, Su released a promotional video online. The trailer sparked interest among fans, captivating netizens, It was the first time a film had been promoted in such a manner. While some individuals reveled in the chaos of the entertainment world, a significant portion of the audience was genuinely drawn to the film. The song featured in the trailer, Days on Beijing East Road, resonated with students. Wow, is this sung by Liu Yifei? It's so beautiful. She's truly remarkable, beautiful, and with a voice to match. The melody evoked fond memories of graduation, leaving fans pleasantly surprised by their idol's vocal talent. The film's buzz remained unwavering in the online sphere. Subsequently, se sont envolés d'un second promotionnel vidéo. As the familiar tune from those years played, it stirred waves of nostalgia, rekindling memories of unspoken emotions that lingered in the heart. Netizens spontaneously shared the song, igniting a collective reminiscence of youth, an experience relatable to all. On October 1st, the film premiered. Those years was allocated a mere 16% of the screening slots, overshadowed by Chung Long's overwhelming influence, which dominated a substantial portion of the schedule. At the film's premiere, congratulations were in order. Congratulations, senior brother, your film is now released. Ning Hao and Huang Bo arrived together. I heard you finished filming too. Your release can't be far off, Tung Huatao remarked with a smile as he clasped Ning Hao's hand. Though their relationship was not particularly close, attending the premiere was a significant gesture of support. I'm worried about post-production. The budget is too constrained, Ning Hao admitted with a wry smile. Being a newcomer with limited resources, Tung Huatao refrained from responding, as he had no funds to invest in a junior. He then introduced Su Su to the pair. You all know Liu Yifei, and this is the film's screenwriter and male lead, Su Su. Hello. It would be a pleasure to collaborate in the future. Su Su greeted them warmly. You're quite handsome. Only someone like you could have a romantic storyline with Yifei in the film, Huang Bo jested. What can we say? Our acting skills are lacking. We can only rely on our looks, which pales in comparison to talents like yours, Su Su quipped back. You have a way with words, Huang Bo chuckled, not taking offense at Su Su's playful banter. Just then, Su Chang arrived, joining Liu Yifei. Shortly after, Liu Tao appeared, and Liu Yifei introduced Tung Huatao and Su Su to him. Liu Tao greeted them before continuing his conversation with Liu Yifei. The attendees at the premiere comprised mainly friends of Tung Huatao and Liu Yifei, with the remainder being artists from Beijing Film Academy. When Huang Xiaoming arrived, he was the star of the evening. He greeted Liu Yifei, who introduced him to the others, Brother Xiaoming. This is director Tung Huatao from the 1991 class at Beijing Film Academy, and this is Su Su, the screenwriter and male lead of the film. Hello. Huang Xiaoming observed Su Tse attentively. Having collaborated with Liu Yifei on the Return of the Condor Heroes, he had some insight into her character. Noticing Liu Yifei's markedly different demeanor towards Su Su, he felt a twinge of regret for the opportunity he had missed. Thank you for supporting the film, Mr. Huang. Su Su replied with a smile, appreciating Huang Xiaoming's presence. Huang Xiaoming nodded and entered the screening room. As the audience gathered and critics took their seats, Su Su and the others settled in as well. The film commenced with Liu Yifei's enchanting voice, showcasing Su Su as he donned a suit, preparing for the story to unfold amidst memories of school life. The visuals are striking, and the plot is compelling, Ning Hao and Huang Bo whispered in discussion. Su Su appeared quite handsome on screen, and Liu Yifei's beauty radiated with an innocent charm, far surpassing her previous performances in films and dramas. Ning Hao also offered his thoughts on the lead actors. As the film progressed, Liu Yifei's entrance caused a ripple of excitement among the audience, with whispers of "so stunning" filling the air. Dressed in a school uniform, Liu Yifei embodied purity and grace, delivering a performance that felt authentic and unforced. The narrative unfolded slowly, leading to a poignant conclusion where the two lovers did not end up together, leaving a bittersweet sense of longing. A wave of exhilaration swept through the audience as Su Su and Liu Yifei shared a kiss, eliciting gasps from fans. As the credits rolled, applause erupted. The overall narrative was well received, and Ning Hao offered a genuine critique, praising the actors' performances. Congratulations, Yifei, Huang Xiaoming remarked, surprised by the film's quality. He approached Tung Huatao to engage in conversation and exchange contact information. As the premiere concluded, film critics departed with red envelopes, and the creative team felt a surge of excitement. The audience's reaction was promising, indicating the quality of our film is solid. Let's all rest now. We'll share news as soon as we have it. Su addressed the group. Throughout the film's release, he remained attuned to the audience and critics' reactions, noting their engagement and attentiveness, a clear sign that the storyline had captivated their interest. Chapter 11. Box Office Triumph Online. Film critics are publishing their reviews. Today, the much-anticipated movie The Girls We Pursued Together featuring the popular star Liu Yifei premieres. Given her two previous cinematic failures, my expectations were not particularly high. Her comfort zone seemed to reside in television. However, after watching The Girls, my perception of Liu Yifei transformed. Her acting had significantly improved. Her beauty was no longer merely a superficial backdrop, but her natural performance showcased her allure to its fullest extent. This film tells a story that resonates with us all. Everyone has a high school crush, perhaps not as stunning as Liu Yifei herself. Su reviewed several online critiques, finding the feedback quite favorable, which alleviated his concerns as he drifted off to sleep in bed. The next morning, Su was jolted awake by an urgent ringtone. Su, the first day box office numbers are out. 2,690,000. We have succeeded. Tung Huatao's voice resonated through the phone. Su frowned. Was that all? Then, he quickly reminded himself that it was 2005 and no film had yet achieved $1 billion in box office sales this year. No sooner had Tung Huatao hung up than Liu Yifei's call came through. Su, our movie's first day box office is 2,690,000. She exclaimed joyfully. Having endured significant psychological pressure from her prior two failures, this success not only dispelled the shadow of her previous disappointments, but also altered her future. I understand. Tung Dao just informed me, Su replied, dressing and preparing for the day, while Liu Yifei animatedly shared her emotions over the phone. 2,690,000. Han Sanping gazed in astonishment at the premiere figures for The Girls. There was another film by Chung Long in the same release window. As long as we hold steady, the box office should perform well, Han Sanping remarked, smiling. The critics' reviews were quite positive, and the feedback from cinemas indicated a high level of audience engagement. An assistant noted, the attendance for Myth has significantly declined. Myth was a film heavily promoted by China Film, enjoying substantial screening support due to Chung Long's fame, warranting such attention. The main issue with high screening rates is often the attendance figures. Han Sanping tapped his fingers on the table, each tap echoing like a heartbeat in the assistant's chest. The responsibility for The Girls falls on this assistant. Advocating for its benefits aligns with his interests. Let's wait a bit longer. Han Sanping decided against making any immediate changes, recognizing that Myth had substantial investment from China Film, coupled with contractual obligations regarding its screenings. The assistant said nothing further and left the office. Media coverage of The Girls was somewhat positive overall. The following day, box office figures surpassed 3 million with high attendance rates. Farewell, my campus belle. My youth is without regret. Can distance truly not last? Someone posed a question online. You got into Tsinghua. He got into Meida. I got into Digua. We all have bright futures. Students from Xingliu High School, class 3 to 5, were searching for one another online. My ethereal sister is so beautiful. The most stunning campus belle. No arguments accepted, declared one enthusiast. The heavens erred in sending a celestial being to the mortal realm. She does not belong here. Discussions about The Girls and Liu Yifei flourished online, particularly among students, as graduation remained an inescapable topic. The film garnered heightened interest within the student demographic, with many entering theaters on recommendations from classmates. In this era, the primary audience for films consists of affluent urban dwellers with the leisure and funds to enjoy cinema. The potential of the student audience had yet to be fully tapped. In the coming years, as more students flocked to theaters, box office numbers would inevitably soar. The release of The Girls precisely tapped into the student demographic, igniting their viewing and social desires. Faced with this influx of students, cinemas were eager to capitalize on the opportunity, arranging more screenings for The Girls. By the third day, cinemas proactively increased the screenings for The Girls, reallocating slots from other films and reducing intermissions to boost showings, which subsequently affected Myth. It wasn't that Myth lacked merit. It had already been in theaters for 10 days, and its peak viewing period had passed. On the third day, The Girls achieved a box office of 5 million. The emergence of word-of-mouth and trend-following effects flourished online. With the increase in screenings, the girls consistently surpassed daily box office records. Newcomer actors thrived, while established stars faltered, resulting in the girls claiming the second highest daily box office. The media, astutely aware of the shifting currents, quickly seized upon this real-time hotspot, drawing comparisons between both films. The reports juxtaposed the actors' profiles and investment figures, highlighting the small-budget triumph that recouped its costs in just 4 days. This media outlet analyzed the girls, noting its $5 million investment and the potential for $15 million in returns. Within 4 days, it had already turned a profit. It was reported that Liu Yifei had independently financed the film, sharing box office earnings with writer and co-star Su Su. The talented graduate from Harem Institute of Technology had made a foray into the entertainment industry, capturing the first kiss of the celestial sister. The media explored the film from various angles, analyzing and investigating, thereby enhancing its visibility and drawing attention even from those less engaged with digital platforms. Young reporters became increasingly bold, crafting sensational headlines. 18-year-old girl slays Chenglong, they proclaimed. Facing retreating international superstars, Liu Yifei dares to confront the dragon. The lamentations of veteran actors echoed, as myth was pierced through and the international star faltered. The tabloids showcased no fear in elevating Liu Yifei's status, nor in offending Chenglong, as they simply sought readership. Emperor Pictures quickly took note of the box office shifts. A campus romance film, initially overlooked, was now significantly affecting ticket sales. They discovered that many theaters had scheduled myth for early morning or late-night slots, some overtly prioritizing the girls. Emperor Pictures promptly lodged complaints with China Film, publicly denouncing such practices. Although the number of missed screenings did not formally decrease, the overall increase in showings had effectively diminished its share of the schedule. Film is an art of light and shadow, not a child's play, they asserted. A romance between two young lovers triumphed over an international star's romantic tale, a remarkable upheaval indeed. The most irksome aspect for Emperor Pictures was the blatant disregard shown by mainland film media, which shamelessly compared the two films. This was a stark humiliation. Su Su refrained from responding. Their statuses differed, and any statement would be subject to distortion. The viewing fervor surrounding the girls had already surged, expanding from the student demographic to the broader audience base. The Girls was not necessarily a masterpiece. Rather, it was timely, aligning with a shift in the market. Emperor Pictures' accusations in the media proved ineffectual as cinemas continued to favor the girls, while Myth experienced a reduction in screenings. They approached China Film, and Han Sanping, caught in a bind, expressed his own frustration. Myth had also received investment from China Film, and he wished for its box office success. Yet in light of the current situation, The Girls was simply too explosive. And investigations revealed that many viewers of The Girls were entering a cinema for the very first time. In terms of market impact, the contribution of those years far surpasses that of Myth. Chapter 12. Moving into Liu Yifei's grand villa, the box office for those years has reached $60 million, matching the earnings of Myth after 2 weeks of release, with expectations to surpass it tomorrow. The film's box office continues to soar, and Liu Yifei calls Su Su daily to share the joyous news about media reports and online reviews. Su Su, I'm downstairs. Liu Yifei's voice rings with excitement. Su Su pauses, moves to the window, and spots a car parked below. A delicate hand, holding a phone, waves from the car window. Don't open the window. I'm coming down. Su Su responds while saving his work on the computer. He dresses quickly, descends the stairs, glances around, and strides toward Liu Yifei's vehicle, opening the door to sit inside. Let's go, Su Su urges, noticing photographers approaching. With those years gaining immense popularity, Su Su, as the male lead, has also attracted media attention, with numerous requests for interviews, all of which he has declined. Just recently, the number of reporters loitering outside his company's building has diminished slightly. With so many reporters around, what brings you here? Su Su inquires, observing Liu Yifei's flawless face illuminated with excitement. I am Frid. The success of those years has surprised her, not only because of the film's triumph, but also due to her 2 songs gaining popularity, with several record labels eager to sign her. Where are we? The car enters an upscale villa community. This is the villa I mentioned last time. You shouldn't stay at the company anymore. I've lent this place to you, Liu Yifei announces, stepping out of the car and guiding Su into the villa. It is a large, standalone residence with 3 levels, featuring a private yard, set apart from other villas, adorned with landscape gardens that offer seclusion. Liu Yifei gracefully settles onto the sofa, her gaze fixed on Su. What do you think? Quite nice, I assenti it. I chose the decor myself. Su sits across from her. It's lovely, but I don't intend to move in permanently. The film's box office should be winding down soon, and I'll be entitled to a substantial share. If needed, I can purchase my own home. At the company, those reporters crowd around daily, disrupting work and complicating your life. Living here wouldn't interfere with your job, and you could even hire someone to help manage your household. Liu Yifei reasons, scrunching her nose playfully. The house is only temporarily lent to you. She has her own subtle intentions behind arranging Su's stay in the villa. An automatic task on the system has been completed, refreshing with a new task that incites her frustration. Following the completion of the previous task that praised Su, the new task was to ensure the film's successful release. This task had already been automatically fulfilled on the premiere day of those years, rewarding her with insights into physical performance. The system has also undergone an upgrade, and during this period, under the guidance of an acting coach, she has significantly improved her skills. Last night, following the system upgrade, a new task appeared that left her irate. You and the Fairy Sister's work has premiered, fulfilling your youthful dream. You realize that although the Fairy Sister is beautiful, she is about to enter middle age. There is no eternal 18-year-old girl. The task issued is to establish an entertainment company, sign young, beautiful 18-year-olds, and cultivate her own flowers. The system's portrayal of a middle-aged Su, who finds her age undesirable while seeking to sign 18-year-old girls, is quite frustrating. Su observes Liu Yifei, acknowledging her good intentions. Princess Qianqian, you are indeed kind. I appreciate it. He thanks her, understanding that if he has a place to stay, he can invest his funds into the company. Of course, this princess is kind. Liu Yifei replies with a hint of pride. She takes Su on a tour of the villa, showing him each room. This room will be my music room. The 2 next to it will serve as a dance studio and a study. She explains, her face alight with visions of the future. It looks nice, but will you be living here? Su queries, studying her expression. Her demeanor suddenly shifts. Currently, she resides with her mother in a larger house, and unless she marries, moving here is not an option. Liu Yifei quickly regains her composure, pointing to a door adorned with crystal artwork. This room is mine. You are not allowed to enter. Understand? Su glances at the door, curious about what lies within. Where shall we have lunch? His stomach reminds him that more pressing matters await. I'll cook, Liu Yifei exclaims enthusiastically. You can cook? Su questions incredulously. I can make a variety of dishes. Fruit salad, vegetable salad, and toasted bread. She counts on her fingers. Is anyone eating? Su raises his hand. What do you mean by that? Liu Yifei's expression darkens as she glares at Su, seeing his unapologetic demeanor, and steps on his foot in annoyance. Oof. She huffs, crossing her arms and returning to the sofa. Despite his hunger, Su ignores her and heads toward the kitchen. It appears there's nothing here. He emerges from the spotless kitchen, clearly unprepared for any cooking, including salads. I'll have sister and help us order some food. Liu Yifei admits sheepishly, realizing the villa was never occupied, thus lacking provisions. Liu Yifei calls her assistant to arrange for food delivery from a restaurant. While they await their meal, Su's phone rings. He glances at the unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Following the film's success, his phone number has been bombarded with calls, and this new number is not widely known. He answers the call. Hello, is this Su? A woman's voice inquires. How did you get my number? Rather than focusing on her identity, he is more intrigued by how she acquired his contact information. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wang Jinghua from Hawaii. May we meet? Wang Jinghua does not respond to Su's question, but instead invites him to a meeting. If we meet, will you tell me how you obtain my phone number? Su asks. I would like to discuss an artist contract, who I can offer the best terms. Su understands that Wang Jinghua will not disclose the source of her information, revealing it would tarnish her reputation. Sorry, I'm not interested in signing with you. Su replies before hanging up. Within Hawaii, Wang Jinghua stares blankly at her phone. His persistent inquiry into her source of contact number indicates that Su Su will be a challenging individual to deal with. She hadn't expected him to refuse even to consider Huai's conditions. Wang Zhonglei observes Wang Jinghua's distracted demeanor. Did he decline? Following the explosive box office success of those years, many entertainment companies have analyzed the situation, recognizing Su Su as a pure newcomer without any contracts. His personal image is exceptional, and his performance in those years is commendable, having written the script and assembled the crew himself. The director merely served as a tool, and Liu Yifei was simply a financier. The entire film was executed under his direction. Most importantly, his promotional strategies effectively captivated the audience, making him an incredibly rare talent. Young people are always so reckless, Wang Jinghua remarks, casting a glance at Wang Zhonglei without further comment. The other party's website is thriving, having hired employees. Given the reports and his rejections of media interviews, it seems he has no intention of pursuing a career in the industry. Chapter 13. You are in trouble. You have fallen in love, who? Liu Yifei glanced at Su Su's expression, curious about who had called. It was Wang Jinghua from Hawaii. Su Su did not conceal this information. Wang Jinghua is indeed a formidable agent. Signing with her would be a wise choice. Not interested, Su Su shook his head. Signing with an entertainment company imposes too many restrictions on him. Regardless of whether he continues in the entertainment industry, he is resolute in not signing with any agency. What are your plans then? Are you considering starting your own entertainment company? Liu Yifei seized the opportunity to inquire about his thoughts, finding his current mission rather irritating. I have no such intentions. I have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing Su Su's response, Liu Yifei let out a sigh of relief. This rogue has not yet succumbed to the follies of middle age. How will the mission be accomplished then? Liu Yifei found herself in a quandary. With Su Su not planning to open an entertainment company, how would the system's task be fulfilled? As they conversed, the doorbell rang. It was Sister Nin delivering their meal. Let us eat together. Su Su invited Liu Yifei's assistant. No thanks, I already had something while waiting for the food. Sister Nin waved her hand. She was unsure how to explain this to Liu Xiaoli, so she preferred to avoid the situation altogether. When Su Su returned from washing his hands, he found Liu Yifei already seated, waiting for him. Let us eat, Su Su said. Together, Liu Yifei picked up her chopsticks, delicately savoring the vegetables, relishing the delightful sight. Would you like some braised pork? Su Su observed her preference for vegetables, casting several glances at the meat dishes, his eyes shimmering with desire. No. She quickly lowered her head, nearly burying her face in the bowl, her formidable willpower resisting the temptation of meat. Artists must maintain their figures. Even dining requires restraint, which is quite torturous. I'm so full. Liu Yifei patted her belly after finishing her meal. You're just deceiving yourself, Su Su remarked absent-mindedly, while tidying up the meal boxes. Most of the food had found its way into Su Su's stomach. Her small portion likely left her unsatisfied. Only you could. Liu Yifei grabbed a tissue from the table and tossed it at Su Su. Restraining her diet was already a struggle. Even her self-comfort was exposed. After a brief rest, Su Su began organizing his living quarters, making a list of necessities for delivery. Liu Yifei assisted, bustling around until Liu Xiaoli's call came in. Mom, I'm with Su Chong, Liu Yifei lied. Noticing the busy, Su Su glance her way, her face flushing slightly. Su Chong has returned to the capital? Liu Xiaoli questioned. Recalling Su Chong had mentioned returning the following day. She arrived today. She asked me to pick her up, Liu Yifei replied, sticking out her tongue in deceit. Before Liu Xiaoli could probe further, she added, I'll be heading back soon. I want her to rest well today and visit her tomorrow. All right, come back early. Liu Xiaoli did not suspect further. As she hung up, Liu Yifei immediately called Su Chong, urging her to keep it a secret, not to let anything slip. You actually deceived Annie. Oh, I see. You must be with Su Su. Su Chong quickly grasped the situation. It was only if Liu Yifei were with a man that she would need to lie to Liu Xiaoli. You are in trouble. You have fallen in love. Oh no, don't say such things. Remember to keep it a secret. I'm hanging up now. Liu Yifei blushed as she ended the call, rubbing her face as she walked over to Su Su. What is wrong? Su Su inquired, setting down the chair he was holding. I should be going, Liu Yifei stated, gazing at Su Su. Oh, It is indeed time to leave. I'll walk you out, Susu said, glancing at the clock. Realizing it was already 5 in the afternoon, he escorted her to the door, watching her get into the car. Liu Yifei rolled down the car window, and Susu waved his phone, indicating she could call him. Liu Yifei nodded and offered him a gentle smile. Susu stood there, watching the car pull away from the villa, lost in thought for a while. He sensed the change in Liu Yifei's attitude, though his heart felt far from youthful. Ultimately, she was from a different time, and Susu felt somewhat at a loss on how to navigate this. The next day, Liu Yifei met Su Chong at the airport, bringing her back to her residence before taking her out again. Qian, I just returned to the capital today, and Haven T even had time to rest before accompanying you to meet your boyfriend. Su Chong observed the fruits, vegetables, and meat in the car, feeling as though they were preparing for a new life. What boyfriend? Don't say such things. There is no such relationship. Liu Yifei blushed, feeling a peculiar closeness to Su, perhaps even more than with other men, due to the system's influence. But you're saying there is none. You've lent him your villa and helped him buy groceries, preparing for daily life. Su Chong pointed at the items in the car. As they bantered back and forth, the car drove into the villa. Upon hearing the doorbell, Susu saw Liu Yifei's car arrive through the surveillance and stepped out to greet her. Hello, talented one. Congratulations on the box office success. Su Chong greeted Su as she saw him. Thank you. Su accepted the groceries from Liu Yifei and placed them in the kitchen. Wow, this villa is magnificent. Su Chong gazed enviously at the expansive villa. In 2005, the earnings of stars were not exorbitant. Even after earning some money from acting, she could not afford such a grand residence. Let me show you the layout upstairs. Liu Li cheerfully led Su Cheng upstairs. Upstairs and downstairs, Liu Yifei guided Su Chong on a tour. Such a spacious villa. Is it for keeping him? How enviable. You must be keeping me too. Su Chong linked her arm with Liu Yifei's. There is no such thing. I'm merely lending it to him temporarily, Liu Yifei defended. Su Chong smiled, not arguing further, and returned with her to the first floor. Thank you both. I was just thinking of going out to buy some groceries and fruits, Susu said, bringing out a plate of washed fruit and placing on the coffee table. Our Qian specially went to the supermarket to buy these for you. Su Chong playfully pushed Liu Yifei forward. It wasn't tea special. I just thought since there was nothing yesterday, I would pick up a few items on the way. Thank you, Qian. Susu handed a peeled apple to Liu Yifei. Thank you, Liu Yifei smiled sweetly. Su Chong looked at the apple she was eating with the skin on and suddenly felt a bit of sore throat. Our film has been released for 2 weeks and has already grossed over 60 million. Director Teng wants to hold a celebration banquet. Did he mention it to you? Liu Yifei brought up the film. Susu nodded. Teng Huadao had mentioned it, but he had declined. A celebration banquet can wait until after the film has finished its run. Seeing the puzzled expressions on both women, Susu elaborated. As for the promotional aspect of the celebration banquet, it's not particularly necessary. Should anything go awry afterward, they will be subject to ridicule. It's better to wait until the film has concluded. The box office for those years has already surpassed myth, which is quite remarkable and perhaps even undeserved. There is no need to be overly ostentatious. As long as the crew does not cause any disturbances, the box office will surely exceed 100 million. After pondering Su's words, both women found his reasoning sound. Your film is truly impressive. Next time you shoot a movie, remember to give me a role. Su Chong gazed at the two. If it weren't for the fact that her good friend was involved, she would undoubtedly feel envious. Recently, at various events, many artists have been discussing those years. Sure. Liu Yifei nodded in agreement, glancing at Su, eagerly anticipating the prospect of working with him again. Chapter 14. Celebration Banquet. As the third week rolled in, the box office of the film began to decline, ultimately reaching an impressive total of 110 million, making it the first film of the year to surpass the 100 million mark. Grateful for the opportunity, Jian raised her glass in a toast to scriptwriter Su. Following the film's conclusion, the creative team gathered together. The supporting actors wore cheerful expressions, and director Teng Huadao was all smiles. The media fervently reported on the success of those years, bringing the resumes of the creative team back into the spotlight, propelling director Teng Huadao into fame. This director, who had only helmed 2 television dramas, suddenly became a box office sensation. Supporting actors Zhu Yan and Luo Jin also rose to prominence, signing contracts with entertainment companies even before their graduation. The most notable were the leading roles, Liu Yifei, already a celebrated star, whose improved performance diminished controversies surrounding her, solidifying her status in the industry. Meanwhile, Su, a newcomer, found himself thrust into the limelight of the entertainment world due to this film. Media outlets clamored to interview him, television stations sought to feature him, and entertainment companies vied for his signature. Yet Su declined all offers, maintaining a low profile. Scriptwriter Su, when shall we hold our celebration banquet? Tung Huatao eagerly inquired, keen on organizing an event following the film's run. The team deliberated on a suitable date, with Su opting to heed the collective opinion on this seemingly trivial matter. Once news of the banquet was disseminated and invitations dispatched, whispers emerged from those who had not received invites, expressing their desire to attend. On the day of the banquet, attendance surpassed that of the premiere. During the film's initial showing, hardly anyone paid attention to this small-budget production. Yet this unassuming film had unexpectedly soared, grossing over $110 million. With an investment of merely $5 million, the profit was astonishing, leaving Liu Yifei in a lucrative position. The film's structure was straightforward, and the film company conducted thorough analyses, revealing a surge of similar scripts being submitted for approval, leading to several new campus romance films being greenlit. Larger companies analyzed more comprehensively, recognizing that the success of those years stemmed not only from the film's quality, but also from its online promotion, drawing in audiences beyond the typical cinemagoers. The entertainment industry began to acknowledge the importance of the internet. Liu Yifei's association with Su in the 6FA online Starlight event significantly boosted their popularity. Numerous artists registered Starlight accounts privately, witnessing substantial fan growth after official verification. Artist teams could also manage their fan interactions through these accounts, rendering the platform exceedingly beneficial for them. Brother, you are now the fourth director in the Chinese film market to surpass the 100 million milestone. Congratulations. Ning Hao arrived, accompanied by Huang Bo, though he appeared somewhat fatigued. Thank you for your support, junior brother, Tung Huatao replied, beaming with joy at the recognition of being the fourth director to achieve such a feat in the Chinese market, joining the ranks of renowned directors. Congratulations to scriptwriter Su and investor Liu. Huang Bo addressed Su and Liu Yifei, noting that with over $100 million in box office earnings, the revenue share amounted to over $30 million, exclusively divided between the two, inciting envy among their peers. Congratulations to all. I wish Brother Bo's film great success as well. Breaking into the 100 million club, Su offered. Ning Hao, engaged in conversation with Tung Huatao, turned to hear Su's words, eagerly anticipating the fruits of their labor, albeit with a tinge of self-doubt. After a brief exchange at the entrance, more guests arrived, prompting Ning Hao and Huang Bo to make their way inside. Congratulations, Brother Tung. Congratulations, Yifei. Chun Kuan's appearance came as a surprise, as he was not known for his social prowess, his reserved demeanor shaped by a childhood marked by solitude. Liu Yifei had collaborated with him on her first television drama, which had left a less than favorable impression. He exchanged a few words with Tung Huatao and Liu Yifei before nodding to Su and stepping inside. More artists from the Beijing Film Academy, including Zhao Yanzi, who had gained nationwide fame through My Fair Princess, were in attendance, now venturing into the film industry. Welcome, Mr. Wang. Tung Huatao greeted the arrival of Mr. Wang from Hawaii. Director Tung, you're too modest. I'm merely here to share in the joy. Mr. Wang responded politely. Would you be interested in joining Hawaii? We can offer you 2 film investments each year. He proposed directly to Tung Huatao. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Tung Huatao began, but was interrupted. What is happening at the entrance? Old Wang from Guangxi, noticing Mr. Wang chatting with Tung Huatao, hurried over to interject. Welcome, Mr. Wang. Tung Huatao quickly acknowledged Wang Qingtian. Let us have a proper discussion when you have time. Guangxi is very sincere, he asserted, turning to Liu Yifei and Su. Extending his hand, Yifei, it's been a while. This must be scriptwriter Su. Hello, Mr. Wang. Su greeted, shaking Wang Qingtian's hand. I hope we can collaborate in the future. Wang Qingtian refrained from mentioning any signing intentions. As Su Su's stance had been clear to all major companies by now, he had no plans for a contract. For Guangxi, signing artists was inconsequential. Collaboration was what mattered. Wang Qingtian took charge of the gathering as Wang Zhonglei, feeling slightly displeased but lacking the opportunity to express it. Shot a glance at Su Su and Liu Yifei before entering the venue. Wang Jinghua had previously attempted to court Su Su, but the latter had not granted a meeting, and he had hung up without listening to Huai's offer. As for Liu Yifei, her formidable background rendered Huai unable to meet the cost of signing her. Upon entering the venue, Wang Zhonglei was greeted by numerous artists, their faces adorned with deference, which lightened his mood somewhat. Wang Qingtian chuckled at Wang Zhonglei's retreating figure, exchanging pleasantries with the trio before proceeding inside. At the celebration banquet venue, an ice sculpture symbolizing the 110 million box office was unveiled, its shimmering figure eliciting awe from all present. Both the film company and the actors found the cold, reflective number dazzling. This year's first film to breach the 100 million threshold was, astonishingly, a low-budget production. It also marked the fifth film in Chinese cinema to surpass this milestone. Mr. Han, please, Teng Huadao invited Han Samping, the film's distribution head, to the forefront. Han Samping accepted the invitation, standing center stage as he received the ceremonial hammer from an attendant. With the hammer raised, the resounding cracks of ice echoed throughout the venue, followed by a wave of applause for the creative team of those years, their faces glowing with pride. As the shattered ice was cleared away, the celebration officially commenced, allowing guests to mingle freely. Su Su, why are you here alone? Han Samping approached, holding a glass. Mr. Han, Su Su acknowledged, raising his glass in respect. He felt slightly out of place in such an environment, observing as artists toasted directors, and directors reciprocated with toasts to the executives of the film companies. This celebration, intended for those years, felt more akin to a networking event within the entertainment industry. After a few more occasions, you'll get used to it. So, do you have any new plans? Han Samping remarked, watching Teng Huatao, who was surrounded by guests, fully aware that the true driving force behind those years was Su Su. The online promotion was entirely his creation, and the film's success was largely attributable to his efforts. It could be said that even if a competent director had taken the helm, the film would still have achieved success. China Film had director training programs, but it was evident that Su Su held greater potential for development than Teng Huatao in this instance. Chapter 15. The Circle. Su Su shook his head, stating he had no immediate thoughts. The development of the Six-Fei network was thriving, with registered accounts exceeding 10 million and daily active users in the millions. The mini-games were generating substantial profits daily, and for the time being, his focus would be on the website. If any ideas emerged, he would remember to consult Zhongying. Han Samping refrained from persuading him. Many decisions must be made independently, as Zhongying merely selects suitable candidates to offer support. Su Su, this is General Kai Yinan from Tangren. Liu Yifei introduced, leading a woman toward them, her eyes filled with resignation. The collaboration on Sword of the Immortal was crucial for Liu Yifei's reputation. Yet Kai Yinan's unorthodox maneuvers during filming nearly led her to abandon the project. Liu Yifei's relationship with Kai Yinan was extremely poor, and now she was forced to present Su Su with a smile, a testament to her thick skin. Hello, General Kai. Su Su, having noticed the helplessness in Liu Yifei's gaze, greeted Kai Yinan with a faint smile. Kai Yinan's eyes sparkled as she assessed Su Su, noting his handsome appearance, tall stature, and a maturity that surpassed his on-screen persona. You must be aware of Tangren Company. Sword of the Immortal has been exceptionally popular this year, and Yifei has gained significant recognition through this drama. Kai Yinan's words elicited an eye roll from Liu Yifei, while Su Su chuckled at her flattering remarks. Tangren has a script that is quite promising, certainly capable of replicating the success of Sword of the Immortal. The male lead was originally slated for Hu Ge. Would Su, the screenwriter, be interested? Kai Yinan presented what she considered her most enticing resource. Apologies, General Kai, but I have no interest in television drama. Sutse declined outright. Kai Yinan's confident smile faltered. Liu Yifei beamed with delight, Her brows arched in amusement as she observed Kai Inan's discomfiture. Only those who had interacted with her knew that this woman was somewhat eccentric. Is screenwriter Sue interested in television dramas? We have scripts that Light also invests in. Would you care to take a look? Wang Chengtian approached, raising his glass to the group. No, thank you. Su clinked glasses with him. After Wang Chengtian's arrival, the conversation shifted to films. With Tangren lacking resources in the film industry, Kai Inan's invitation fell flat, and she departed with a grim expression. Thank you for the timely intervention, Mr. Wang. Su expressed his gratitude. Screenwriter Su is too polite. Light is genuinely eager to collaborate with everyone. Wang Chengtian chuckled, well aware of Kai Inan's antics. His presence had evidently cheered Su. Once Wang Chengtian left, Su and Liu Yifei settled in a corner for a casual chat, and soon after, Su Chang joined them. Congratulations, Chang. Your fame has skyrocketed, Liu Yifei exclaimed, pulling Su Chang into their circle. The broadcast of Lotus Lantern had been a significant success, and Su Chang's portrayal of the charming little fox had captivated audiences, making her the standout of the series. Since arriving at the event, Su Chang had been surrounded by fellow artists offering their congratulations, as well as entertainment companies eager to recruit her. Currently, she was unrepresented and operated independently, making her a highly coveted asset for agencies eager to sign her. Yet you possess a more illustrious title, the leading lady of a billion-yuan blockbuster, Su Chang remarked, her popularity slightly overshadowing Liu Yifei's achievements in the film industry. Have you considered signing with any companies? Liu Yifei inquired. Not really. That General Kai is quite insufferable, Su Chang replied, shaking her head as she recalled her experiences with various entertainment executives. Among them, Kai Nan, a fellow woman, had irked her the most. Su and Liu Yifei exchanged glances. Kai Nan's reputation in the industry was well known. Tangren's management style, euphemistically referred to as familial management, imposed a parental-like pressure on artists, even those merely seeking to sign contracts. I'm quite content at the moment, accepting roles on my own terms without having to share profits with a company. Su Chang expressed her satisfaction with her current situation. If your only aim is to earn quick money in the entertainment industry, remaining uncontracted is a viable option, Su suggested. Why do you say that? Su Chang asked, intrigued. With the recent lifting of restrictions on television production, the industry is still in its infancy. As long as you continue to secure roles, you'll find it increasingly difficult to do so once production companies stabilize and a culture emerges, unless you invest yourself. Su explained, observing their puzzled expressions. Just look at the current film industry, he continued, gesturing toward the attendees. Artists formed circles around directors and entertainment executives, creating an intricate web where outsiders found it challenging to secure significant roles. Those individuals, Su pointed out, emphasizing how the industry revolved around established directors and investors, who consistently selected actors from within their circles. In the future, the film industry will resemble this, with large and small circles. Entertainment companies form one circle, while academic circles form another, with directors occupying smaller circles within these two. Each layer surrounds industry professionals, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to penetrate. Su Chang and Liu Yifei pondered his words. Su Chang operated independently, while Liu Yifei's backing entertainment company was not much different from a personal studio, offering little more than financial support. Liu Yifei felt this more acutely, since last year, Liu Xiaoli had arranged for her to partake in films. Yet she had failed to secure roles in any productions, whether small-budget ones across the strait or in the mainland in Hong Kong. What then? Liu Yifei queried. Su shrugged, indicating a lack of solutions. Every industry evolves this way. As time passes, a culture of exclusivity emerges, naturally repelling those unwilling to conform. At the celebration, Su remained distant from the entertainment industry, having interacted with only a select few, and he departed early. The following day, Su received a call from his teacher. You rascal, did you drop out just to act in movies? No, teacher, I merely wish to earn some startup capital. My website is already operational. Su explained his intentions to his mentor, Ji Xianqian. Is that website truly your entrepreneurial endeavor? It's vastly different from what you described at school. Ji Xianqian. opposing Su Su's wish to drop out, had high hopes for his academic performance. Su Su articulated his aspirations to develop a virtual engine and intelligent AI. After reviewing Su Su's project proposal, Ji Xiangqian acknowledged the relevance of his research direction, deeming it unsuitable for the confines of academia, and thus permitted his departure. Teacher, I lack funds. I need to earn money first to invest in my project, Su Su stated, doodling circles on the coffee table. After conversing for some time, Su Su suddenly asked, are there any seniors from school looking for employment? Do you really think you can poach from our school with that little website of yours? Yixianqian retorted. The box office earnings are about to come in. I anticipate receiving around 7 million. I plan to establish a game development department, Su Su revealed. 7 million. Ji Xiangqian was taken aback by Su Su's film earnings, recalling that the annual budget for the computer science department was far less. The amount reaching his hands might not even match Su Su's. Goodness, is filmmaking truly this lucrative? Yixianqian exclaimed. Could it be that my filmmaking is the reason for such profit? Su Su replied with a hint of pride. Only you could. Ji Xiangqian detected the smugness in Su Su's tone. Keep that raised tail hidden. If there are graduates, I'll help you make introductions. Whether you can entice them depends on your capabilities. If students had money to invest, Ji Xiangqian was willing to introduce some promising candidates seeking employment. Thank you, teacher. Su Su expressed his gratitude. Chapter 16. The arrival of the senior brother after the film had concluded its run. Su Su refrained from signing with an entertainment company or continuing his operations, resulting in a gradual decline in his popularity. Liu Yifei, as the female lead, enjoyed considerable fame, bolstered by 2 hit songs. However, it infuriated her that she still had to pay Su Su a copyright fee for her commercial performances. Cici, how about we sign with a domestic music company and release an album? Liu Xiaoli contemplated, hoping her daughter could develop in film, television, and music. She was reluctant to sign with an overseas music company and preferred to engage with a domestic one instead. Mother, I believe my current fame is sufficient, but my acting skills and vocal abilities do not match my popularity. In contrast to her past, when she relied on the system, she now placed significant emphasis on honing her professional skills. Her performance in those years had shown remarkable improvement. Her portrayal was natural, aligning well with her current age and persona. In truth, her acting still required enhancement, and she found it challenging to grasp roles that deviated from her established character. She wished to take some time to reflect, focusing diligently on her studies in her final semester, seeking guidance from her teachers regarding the challenges she faced in acting. Observing her daughter's resolute gaze, Liu Xiaoli felt defeated. She could not fathom what enchantment Su had cast upon her. Ever since her encounter with him, her daughter had become increasingly rebellious. The thought of Su brought to mind the film her daughter had secretly invested in, causing a smirk to creep upon her lips. Within Su's internet company, everyone was present. The Six-Fei network was set to launch a new minigame. The onlookers regarded Su with an indescribable admiration, for not only was he a superstar, but he also possessed exceptional technical prowess, having developed an innovative game independently. Let us begin, Su commanded, casting a glance at the team. At 8 o'clock in the morning, users of the Six-Fei network received notifications. Upon refreshing the site, they discovered the game connection. In the gaming section, a stress relief minigame titled Angry Birds was introduced, inviting players to partake. The name hardly evoked a sense of relaxation. Upon seeing the title, a user immediately expressed their disdain. The level-clearing minigames on the Six-Fei network were quite enjoyable, though now ubiquitous across the internet. The horizontal scrolling gameplay was not overly complex, yet numerous websites had plagiarized it, resulting in a sharp decline in revenue. Is this update limited to just one game? How disappointing. Haven't you read the update log? There are minor features, though opportunities for their use are scarce. Su remained attentive to the game's back-end data, noting that many stars had registered for Starlight accounts, significantly increasing the user base. With daily active users surpassing 1 million. A multitude of individuals attempted to engage with the game, and the retention data appeared promising thus far. The gameplay is rather intriguing. I'll keep an eye on it. Were levels 1 to 12 designed by carbon-based life forms? The Piggy Fortress has been stuck for ages. Programmers, come take your punishment. Anonymous user. As the pink bird shattered the glass, a sudden understanding dawned regarding her ex-boyfriend's remark about their structural instability. The Bird Protection Association, Chun, condemned the use of birds as weapons. Can we license that expression of the red bird for our promotion? This parabolic algorithm is remarkable, utilizing quadratic functions to calculate the weak points of the green pig's load-bearing beams, achieving a hit rate of 90%. It's superior to our civil engineering teaching software. As the day progressed, the comments section of the game became inundated with feedback, with many users expressing their enjoyment. My friend ranks first, and I'm 5th overall. I'm not pleased. Tonight, I'll battle for the top spot. Angry Birds is quite entertaining, but after level 3 to 0, there are ads. To avoid ads, I do have to spend 6 yuan to buy out. Recharging my phone is a hassle. The retention rate was commendably high, with over 30,000 buyouts on the first day alone. The total revenue from these buyouts reached 18 million, yielding over 14 million after deducting the service fees. And this was merely on the first day of the game's launch. The advertisement revenue, yet to be calculated, will be derived from viewing data, marking this as the first attempt. Susa noted that many users were complaining about payment difficulties, a sentiment he shared, as he was also dissatisfied with the current payment system. The payment process was cumbersome, compounded by a 20% service fee. High fees were coupled with the wait for monthly settlements from the operators. In the following days, the game's data exhibited rapid growth, with revenue increasing daily. Senior Chung Hao. Su welcomed the senior introduced by his teacher in the company. It was said that this senior had initially intended to join the Goose Factory. Junior, your game is exceptionally creative, with innovative gameplay and a distinct profit model. Chung Hao, straightforward by nature, did not engage in idle chatter, but rather opened a computer to discuss Angry Birds. Chung Hao had planned to join the Goose Factory, which was venturing into the gaming market and recruiting talent. He had acquaintances there who had reached out to him, and the allure of a major internet company was considerable for a fresh graduate. Upon learning of his departure from school, Teacher G recommended Su and his 6Fei network to him. Initially indifferent, Chung Hao was intrigued when he coincidentally played Angry Birds and found the creativity remarkable, prompting him to visit the company. The two engaged in a discussion about the game's design philosophy. Huniorsu, are you inviting me to develop the subsequent levels of this game? Chung Hao inquired directly. I have a new game concept that requires a leader. What sort of game? Chung Hao's curiosity piqued immediately. Su shook his head, choosing silence. Once a game concept is revealed, it loses half its value. He was not inclined to divulge it easily. Seeing Su's reticence, Chung Hao began to understand his intentions. Is it similar to existing games on the market? The innovative game would boast more complex gameplay than Angry Birds, offering heightened playability. Chung Hao's expression grew serious. He was not foolish and recognized that without signing a contract, Su would not reveal the plan. Before him lay two choices: join the Goose Factory or remain with his junior. Staying with his junior offered the advantage of leading the production team. He gazed at the game on the computer screen, the small red bird. I'll sell myself to you for this £100+. Bring on the contract, Chung Hao resolved, ready to take a gamble. While the Goose Factory had its merits, the projects they had lined up, Q3 Kingdoms, Q Sonic, Q Fantasy, Q Racing, Q Hall, were all mere copies and imitations, lacking any innovative spirit. Welcome, Senior, to Dream Space. Su extended his hand to Chung Hao. Dream Space? Chung Hao looked at Su in confusion. The gaming department would undoubtedly become independent from the 6Fei network in the future. Dream Space is a splendid name, Chung Hao remarked, smiling. The prospect of an independently developing gaming department instilled him with greater confidence. Chung Hao signed the employment contract and confidentiality agreement. Where's the game plan? Let's have a look. Chung Hao urged. There's no rush. Today is your first day. Let us get acquainted with the staff and hold a welcome party. Su insisted, not waiting for his refusal as he opened the office door. Today's gathering means we'll finish work 2 hours early. Those on duty should bring their notebooks, he instructed. Long live CEO Su. The office erupted in cheers and applause. Xiao Zhao, please book a mid-range self-service restaurant. Su directed his assistant to arrange the meal. Dining is not my priority. I want to see the game plan, Chung Hao lamented. Chapter 17. Call me President Su. Plants vs. Zombies at the welcome buffet. Chung Hao was distracted, but upon returning to the company, he requested Su to present the planning document. Once he finished reading it in one breath, a sense of relief washed over him. Junior brother, this concept is splendid, uniquely designed and intriguing, Chung Hao exclaimed, sharing his thoughts with Su. Senior brother, having reviewed the plan, let me escort you back to the hotel to rest, Su interjected, cutting through Chung Hao's excitement as he hailed a cab to take him to the reserved hotel. Su then returned to his villa, contemplating the need to purchase a car, as relying on taxis was quite bothersome. Unfortunately, the revenue share from the box office would take some time to materialize. After washing up, he lay on his bed when suddenly his phone rang. A smile brightened Su's face as he quickly answered. Junior brother, how should we balance the damage of the pea shooter with the defense of the zombies? The joy on Su's face froze as he glanced at the caller ID, feeling speechless. Senior brother, this is something you ought to consider. Once you assemble the production team, you can discuss it among yourselves, Su patiently replied. It was impossible for him to remember all the specific numerical values. That was the responsibility of the production team, to calculate and test. After hanging up, he picked up the book beside him and read for a while before his phone rang again. Junior brother, why do we use Western zombies? Eastern zombies have clear distinctions. White zombies, black zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, and even ironclad generals among others. Zombies offer a more modern sense of relatability. But do they really eat brains? Su retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice. According to the current cinematic narratives, neither zombies nor ghouls consume human brains, he stated firmly. Ending the call. Ringing again. Junior brother, I can't sleep. Who are you calling your junior brother? From now on, address me as President Su. Do not call your boss at night. Su replied through the phone. All right, President Su. Could you arrange for someone to bring me a computer? I need to start planning, Chung Hao responded. Su felt a wave of exasperation. He regretted showing him the planning document today. What else do you need? If you can't sleep, I still want to, Su said, staring despondently at the ceiling of his bedroom. If you want to sleep, then I'll hang up, came a melodious and slightly aggrieved voice from the other end. Wait, I was talking about you, Su reacted, sitting up abruptly. Then who were you referring to? An older brother. Su recounted the events of Chung Hao's incessant calls to Liu Yifei. Serves him right. Haha, Liu Yifei laughed, finding Su's older brother amusing. My teacher praised me again today, saying I have a talent for acting. Liu Yifei had recently attended a few auditions, spending most of her time in classes at Beijing Film Academy, where her teacher expressed satisfaction with her progress. In her previous 3 years at university, she rarely attended classes, always busy on set. You are naturally beautiful and work so hard. How can others compete? Su remarked. The current Liu Yifei was a far cry from his memories. In a past life, she had been constantly on set, with little improvement in her acting despite numerous projects. After gaining fame from several television dramas, she had been absent for over a decade, returning as the ethereal beauty she had always been. Aside from a bit of maturity, her acting had not progressed or regressed. What natural beauty. I look quite ordinary. Liu Yifei giggled. Listening to her cheerful chatter, Su felt his spirits lift. He was unaware of when he fell asleep. But upon awakening the next day, he felt invigorated. Upon arriving at the company, he spotted Chung Hao, who bore the marks of 2 dark circles under his eyes. Senior brother, your self-discipline is lacking. You can't even manage your own mindset. How can I trust you with the production team? Su opened the office door and invited Chung Hao inside. Chung Hao, momentarily dazed, recalled the previous night, having stayed awake all night. Yet the planning was so brilliant that he had been restless, jotting down numerous insights. Once I thoroughly understand the plan, this won't happen again, he assured, moving to retrieve the Plants vs. Zombies planning document for further study. Senior brother, today you must first address the accommodation issue, as well as the office area and recruitment of the production team members, Su reminded him, observing Chung Hao as he became engrossed in his research. Anywhere is fine as long as there is a place to sleep. If not, I'll just sleep on the floor, Chung Hao replied nonchalantly. Great. A tech enthusiast, there are many errands to run, Su thought, leaving Chung Hao to his devices. He instructed assistant Zhao Ting to help rent a place for accommodation while simultaneously recruiting game developers. During this period, Su Su met with candidates daily, organizing website tasks, leading to a fulfilling and busy life. The production team for Plants vs. Zombies began to take shape, with Chung Hao, a complete tech enthusiast, already starting to break down the planning document into actionable items. Once the team was established, they could familiarize themselves with the organized materials and swiftly enter a productive work phase. Susa finally found some respite. There's a film by a renowned director premiering tomorrow. Would you like to go see it? Liu Yifei inquired, her tone tinged with uncertainty. She regularly called Su Su, aware of his busy and exhausting schedule, often falling asleep mid-conversation. A film by a renowned director? Su Su pondered the present date, December 2005, and blurted, "Is it Director Chen's dumpling?" "What dumpling?" Liu Yifei asked, perplexed. "You mean Chun Kaiga's The Promise." Su Su realized Liu Yifei wanted to invite him to the movie. He was indeed keen to watch the film with Liu Yifei, as it would provide a delightful break after a period of busyness. However, the thought of watching The Promise. Indeed, it's by director Chun, featuring numerous stars from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Japan, with an investment of $340 million. Liu Yifei expressed a hint of envy over the film's budget. Su Su detected her anticipation for the movie and thought, "I was just thinking of going to the cinema. I didn't know who to ask to accompany me." "Who do you wish to ask?" Liu Yifei's tension was palpable upon hearing his words. "I wonder if Princess Qianqian is available." "This princess will reluctantly agree," Liu Yifei replied, a smile breaking across her face. "I'll pick you up tomorrow evening." "No need. If my mother sees you, she might not be pleased." "I'll come find you." Liu Yifei declined Su's offer to pick her up. They continued their conversation for a while before setting a time to meet and hanging up. Liu Yifei lay in bed, a smile gracing her face, longing to see him again after such a long time. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she dialed Su Chang's number. "Qianqian, why are you calling me so late?" "I was about to sleep." Su Chang's groggy voice came through the phone. "Chong Chong, if Mom calls you tomorrow, just say you want to go see a movie with me." "What? A movie?" Su Chong perked up, though a frown crossed her face at the notion of being invited. "You want me to help you deceive Mom? But I'm a good kid. I never lie. Please. Chong Chong, help me out," Liu Yifei pleaded. "I'll help you, but you must share your good fortune with me first, invite me to the fun stuff, and share any delicious finds." Su Chong laid out a series of demands, pressing Liu Yifei to comply. Chapter 18. Bring earplugs to the movies, Chi Chi. "Where are you off to?" As dusk settled, Lu Xiaoli observed her daughter, adorned in vibrant attire, preparing to leave, and could not help but inquire. "Chong Chong invited me to watch a movie, Director Chen's The Promise." Liu Yifei lowered her gaze, contemplating which pair of shoes would be most suitable from the array of 7 or 8 pairs scattered on the floor. Dressed in a white down jacket paired with a delicate white knit sweater, she had evidently put thought into her ensemble, a stark contrast to her usual habit of throwing on any coat before heading out. This did not appear to be a casual outing with Su Chong. "Going to the cinema? It's too dangerous. What if someone recognizes you? You wouldn't be able to escape." "Don't worry, Mom. We're going with an assistant." Liu Yifei cooed, wrapping her arms around her mother's. Seeing her daughter's elation, Liu Xiaoli ultimately refrained from voicing her disapproval. Yet, a twinge of discomfort lingered in her heart. "When you meet Su Chong, call me." Liu Yifei's expression fell, oblivious to the emotions betraying her face. "What's wrong?" Liu Xiaoli scrutinized her. "How troublesome," Liu Yifei muttered under her breath. Yet upon witnessing her mother's serious demeanor, she complied. "All right, when I see her, I'll have Chong Chong call you." "Not Chong Chong. You must call me yourself after you meet her. I'll be waiting for you both when you return from the movie," Liu Xiaoli corrected. "Oh, understood," Liu Yifei replied, somewhat disheartened. As Liu Xiaoli watched her daughter board the car, she clenched her teeth in frustration. This little rascal. Too timid to approach the door, with Su Chong around, they wouldn't dare to do anything untoward. Inside the car, Liu Yifei called Su Chong. "You invited me to watch a movie?" Su Chong sounded puzzled. "Weren't you supposed to be with that handsome guy?" "Mom wants us to call her together and return home together later," Liu Yifei clarified. "Oh, I see. Andy figured out you were going on a date with Su and asked me to be the third wheel." Su Chong quickly grasped the situation. "Chi-Chi, I'm just fulfilling my duty as a light bulb, so don't blame me. Just pretend I'm not here and come pick me up. I can hardly wait, ha ha ha." Upon arriving at Su Su's villa, Su Chong stepped out of the vehicle. Su Su, the talented prodigy, we meet again. Su Su glanced at Liu Yifei, seemingly inquiring why Su Chong was accompanying them. Liu Yifei returned a helpless look. Due to their unique circumstances, they could not stroll about freely, and thus, the trio headed directly to the cinema. I'm looking forward to this film as well. I had intended to wait until it was no longer showing to watch it. Su Chong expressed, both she and Liu Yifei, being part of the industry, had already heard much about the film, its grand scenes and substantial investment. An extravagant premiere had been held, attended by stars and directors from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the mainland, yet neither of them had received an invitation. Yes, I'm quite eager too. The two girls engaged in conversation about the promise, speculating and imagining its plot. Su Su remained silent. Were it not for Liu Yifei, he would not have wanted to watch the film, fearing emotional distress. Noticing Su Su's expression, Su Chong felt a twinge of displeasure, assuming he resented her presence, hindering his date with Liu Yifei. Su Su, what S with that expression? Do you find me a nuisance? When we buy tickets, just get mine far away from yours if that's the case. Not all, Su Su explained. Have you considered that the film might be poorly made? Impossible. Liu Yifei and Su Chong chorused. With substantial investment, a renowned director, and star-studded cast, how could it possibly result in a lackluster film? Even if there were some shortcomings, it couldn't be that dreadful, as in Zhang Yimou's Curse of the Golden Flower, which, despite the criticism, was still watchable. Su Su found himself at a loss for words, merely stating that the current film market was quite forgiving regarding content. Upon arriving at the cinema, the group donned masks and caps, while Su Su went to purchase tickets. He initially intended to buy Su Chang's ticket far from theirs, but upon her earlier remark, he felt reluctant to be so overt. Returning with 2 large buckets of popcorn, he awaited their entry. The film had received excellent promotion, with producers and director Chen expressing utmost confidence, claiming it would surpass Zhang Yimou's Hero, aiming for international acclaim. After over a month of media bombardment, the film was well known, with a large audience present. Su Su silently mourned for them, hoping they wouldn't suffer a cerebral hemorrhage and could sleep well that night. Initially, Su Chong and Liu Yifei were excited, yet as the film progressed, their expressions gradually turned bewildered, leading to silence. Su Su, is there something wrong with my brain? I can't comprehend it, Liu Yifei whispered, leaning towards Su Su. Noticing his lack of response, she discovered he had fallen asleep. The loud sound had lulled him into slumber, prompting her to question her own existence. Upon closer inspection, she realized he had earplugs in. With delicate fingers, she plucked the earplugs from Su Su's ears. He awoke, awkwardly meeting Liu Yifei's gaze. Originally prepared to endure the film, he had opted for sleep instead. As Liu Yifei had been chattering with Su Chong throughout. You actually brought those to the movies? Liu Yifei asked incredulously. Oh well, I forgot I had them in my pocket from work. I couldn't bear to watch, so I just dozed off, Su Su explained. Liu Yifei turned back to the screen, bewildered. After speaking with Su Su, she had lost all grasp on the film's plot. Giving up, she noticed Su Chong frowning, still earnestly pondering the storyline. Liu Yifei, do you have any more? Su Su retrieved another pair of earplugs from his belongings and handed them to Liu Yifei. She took them and extended her hand towards Su Chong. Su Chong gazed at the earplugs in Liu Yifei's palm, her mind a swirl of questions. Glancing up at Liu Yifei, I don't understand, Liu Yifei confessed. Upon hearing this, Su Chong looked back at the screen, where the visuals had shifted to something entirely disconnected from the previous scenes. Having begun to piece together some of the plot, she too lost her thread of understanding. Did you comprehend it? Murmurs of discontent began to circulate in the theater, as groups of viewers discussed amongst themselves, the volume escalating. Some who had been engrossed in the film were also affected. Damn, what is this? The plot is absurd, one viewer exclaimed, standing up and departing in frustration. With an incomprehensible storyline, ludicrous dialogue, chaotic visuals, and characters that seemed deranged, thinking too hard felt like a headache. As the first person exited, more followed suit. Unable to make sense of it, compounded by the cacophony of voices causing further irritation. Shall we leave too? Sutsei propost. All right. The two exchanged glances, agreeing to Su's suggestion. What was the plot? What were their relationships? I can't fathom it. They continued to discuss as they exited the auditorium, still perplexed by how such a substantial investment, prominent director, and numerous stars could culminate in such a result. I couldn't understand it. I thought there was something wrong with my brain. Liu Yifei shook her head, initially having had faith in the Cannes-winning director, now questioning her own intellect. Perhaps it's a bloodbath triggered by a bun, Susu remarked. Ah bun? Both Su Chong and Liu Yifei turned to him, contemplating the plot, feeling even more bewildered. Did you just come out of the promise? What is your opinion on the film? A journalist was stationed outside the cinema, ready to capture the first audience's reactions to the current hot topic. With a wave of viewers exiting early, he sensed a potential scoop brewing. After interviewing several film enthusiasts, the cacophony of their criticisms nearly brought a smile to his face. With just a bit more material, he would be poised to pen an insightful report. Su and his companions lowered their heads and made their way outside. Their identities precluded them from being interviewed. Should their true selves be revealed, it could incite widespread public discourse and potentially invoke the ire of the esteemed director Chun. The reporter, relentless in his pursuit, inquired if the filmgoers had any suggestions to offer. Bring a pair of earplugs, was the succinct response. Chapter 19. Artist contract, you are quite mischievous, giggling. Liu Yifei playfully remarked, tapping Susu's arm as they settled into the car. I'm merely considering the fans' well-being. Watching this film without protection could lead to internal injuries. Sutsei replied innocently. The group shared a light-hearted laugh for a moment. Has the film failed? Even now, as industry insiders, Liu Yifei and Su Chong found it hard to believe that such a heavily invested film could possibly flop. The following day, mainstream media reported the good news about Wuji, revealing that it had garnered over 20 million on its opening day, shattering the record for domestic films. Stars within the entertainment circle extended their congratulations, while the creative team participated in a jubilant roadshow. The director, brimming with pride, chose to overlook the significant criticisms directed at the film. Conversely, some tabloids and online commentary exhibited a stark dichotomy in their evaluations of the film, juxtaposed against the mainstream media's reports. Shocking. The editor advises everyone to wear this item when watching Wuji or face the consequences. Last night, the editor attended the cinema, interviewing the first wave of viewers, with many leaving the screening early. They kindly greeted the director and the creative team's family members, reminding those about to watch to ensure they wore sunglasses and earplugs before entering. Accompanied by furious photographs and Wuji posters, this tabloid sold quite well. The intense publicity generated widespread attention among fans and viewers across the nation, fostering a strong anticipation for the rise of Chinese cinema. However, the tabloid's reporting was met with widespread disapproval and scorn. Unfazed, the tabloid reporter continued writing with an air of detached amusement. Media reporters managed to interview director Chen Dakai, who remarked, some individuals, unable to recognize quality work, often make outrageous statements. The market will inevitably deliver a harsh blow to them. Days after the film's release, it consistently broke domestic box office records. Director Chun, filled with a sense of accomplishment, felt as though he had returned to the moment he received the Kin Trophy. Glancing at the news surrounding Wuji, Su paid little heed, returning to his company to engage in the production of Plants vs. Zombies. Boss, your skills are truly remarkable. The production team for Plants vs. Zombies initially felt a bit apprehensive about Su's involvement, fearing he would disrupt their workflow. They were unprepared for the fact that Su's technical prowess allowed him to accomplish in half a day what they would typically require 2 or 3 days to finish, all while ensuring smooth operations without any lag. Junior brother, no wonder you dropped out. Teacher G wouldn't let you go. I am in awe, Chung Hao expressed, admiring Su Tse's skills. The code he had written was both concise and effective. I just possess a bit of experience. Once you complete this game, you too will reach this level of technical proficiency, Su stated proudly, encouraging his colleagues. Can you teach me your techniques, junior brother? Chung Hao suddenly inquired, feeling that Su's programming approach was evidently superior to their current methods. Of course, Su replied without hesitation. Techniques are merely tools. If you learn them, it will benefit the current game development. As Su contributed to the game production, He willingly shared his knowledge when asked, significantly accelerating the pace of development. 1 week after Wuji premiered, the criticism intensified. Despite the film continuing to break records, its momentum had undeniably faltered. Then, an incident involving a bun ignited a scandal online, sparking a media frenzy. In a fit of rage from the mounting criticism, director Chen Dukai finally found an outlet for his frustration and decided to sue Hugo. "Suso, was that video you posted online?" Liu Yifei anxiously inquired over the phone. She recalled Suso mentioning that the film was a bun-induced incident. Upon receiving Liu Yifei's call, Suso felt somewhat dazed, having been preoccupied with the production team and only occasionally speaking with her, leaving him unaware of the online happenings. "Yes, it's the one on the First Fei website, the bun incident," Liu Yifei reminded him. After locating the video and watching it, Suso found himself a loss for words. He hadn't anticipated being implicated in this situation. At that moment, the online video platforms were not particularly advanced, nor did they grant users the freedom to upload videos. To his surprise, Hugo had chosen to post the video in the video section of the Six Fei website instead of his personal site. The video, while generating traffic for the website, inadvertently ruffled Chen Dakai's feathers. Suso shrugged it off, telling Liu Yifei, "I didn't post it, so there's no need to worry." Relieved, Liu Yifei exhaled, grateful that Suso and Chen Dakai were not embroiled in a legal battle. "I have good news for you. The revenue share from those years will be arriving shortly." Her voice brimmed with joy, her eyes narrowing into crescents as she spoke. Upon hearing the figures, her heart raced with excitement. This was her own investment yielding returns. The film's total box office revenue reached 110 million, and after deducting cinema, distribution, and various taxes, the production team would receive over 39 million. Suso's share amounted to 20%, yielding him 8 million, while the remaining 3 million would go to Liu Yifei. "This is indeed great news. I could use some funds," Suso remarked, equally delighted. "Are you in need of money? Would you like me to invest a bit?" Liu Yifei inquired. "That's not necessary. I simply have money on hand and am eager to spend it," he replied. The website was currently in its developmental phase, with an increasing number of stars and registered users joining. Additionally, the site had its unique advantages, such as a creative story section and a video section for unrestricted uploads. The discussion forums were bustling with activity, and even the information section was being filled with various details by bored users. For Suso, there were countless avenues for expenditure. The website server was continuously expanding, and he contemplated purchasing his own servers. He had long desired to digitize books and populate the information section, establishing a virtual library. However, he had yet to devise a method for verifying the authenticity and professionalism of the materials uploaded by users, as he wished to avoid a situation akin to Baidu, where truth and falsehood were indistinguishable, and anyone could modify information. Each of these issues necessitated funding for resolution. In the entrepreneurial stage, he had refrained from accepting advertisements to preserve the user experience and currently relied solely on revenue from games, with Angry Birds being the sole support. "Where will your revenue share be deposited?" Liu Yifei reminded Suso. "If it goes to a personal account, the taxes will be exorbitant. Individual income tax combined with other levies could take at least 45%, potentially rising to 70 or 80%. With 8 million, you might only see 240,000. Suso was left speechless. "Would you like to register a company? It would allow for more reasonable taxation," Liu Yifei suggested, eager to fulfill her mission. "Yes," Suso nodded. Registering a company to manage specialized funds was common in their circle, and he had no intention of receiving funds in his personal account. "I'll help you register. My assistant is familiar with the process," Liu Yifei assured him. "That shouldn't be necessary, right? Registering a small company shouldn't be overly complicated," Suso remarked, believing that some regions even offered tax exemptions. "All right," Suso readily agreed, not because he sought to evade taxes, but due to the financial constraints of his startup phase. As long as it was not illegal, he had no objections to reasonable tax avoidance. At most, he would contribute more to charitable causes once the company flourished. On the other end of the line, Liu Yifei clenched her fists, thrilled at the prospect of Suso registering an entertainment company, signing with an ugly duckling, and delivering a delightful surprise. Unable to contain her joy, she broke into a wide smile, revealing her pearly whites. With Liu Yifei taking care of the registration process, Susu did not pay much attention. A couple of days later, she arrived with the necessary documents. As Susu perused the files, noting the standard registration procedures, he signed his name. However, he paused at the last document, an artist contract, casting a puzzled glance at Liu Yifei. I find her to be quite adorable, and she displays remarkable diligence and talent. Since you have established an entertainment company, it would be beneficial to sign her. At the very least, having her as a prominent figure in your organization would be advantageous. Chapter 20. The beautiful 18-year-old girl, Susu, gazed upon the name inscribed on the artist contract. Liu Yifei, accompanied by her photograph. Liu Yifei blushed, lifting her chin and exposing her fair neck as she assertively declared, "It's merely a record deal. My mother insists I sign it, but I have no desire to do so." Initially, she contemplated submitting the artist contract with her registration materials, hoping Susu would overlook it and simply sign. To her dismay, Susu scrutinized even the contract she had provided, revealing a stark absence of trust. How ruthless. System task: establish an entertainment company. Sign young and beautiful 18-year-old girls and cultivate your own stars. A record deal is indeed an artist contract, aligning with the system's requirements, and she perfectly embodies the youthful beauty of 18. Signing her is feasible, yet I have no intention of releasing songs for you, Susu remarked, inscribing his name upon the contract. I'll handle the formalities. It will be ready the day after tomorrow. Liu Yifei, clutching the signed documents, hurried off. She was punctual. 2 days later, she returned with the paperwork. Tajda, the business license for Dreamy Voyage Entertainment Media. Doesn't the name sound delightful? Dreamy Voyage was unavailable, so I added Fairy Fate. Liu Yifei proudly displayed the license to Susu, her spirits soaring as she completed the company registration and artist contract, fulfilling her task. Task completed. Reward: never gain weight. Your digestive capacity is enhanced, and under normal circumstances, your figure shall remain unchanged. This reward is truly invincible. Liu Yifei adored it. Cici will forever be 18, never becoming Fat Fei. Today, I shall treat you to a feast. Liu Yifei was eager to indulge. Shouldn't I be the one treating you? Susu's expression was filled with confusion. Liu Yifei assisted him in registering the company and secured the singer's record deal under his shell company. It felt as though he had unwittingly benefited. While he wished to revel in the signing of Liu Yifei, her demeanor left him questioning his perception of reality. He attempted to recall the contract she had delivered, hoping there were no hidden traps. Could it be that she was truly captivated by my charm? Regardless, let us feast. Let us go. Liu Yifei, fixated on the prospect of delightful food, dismissed thoughts of dieting or nutritional balance, bidding farewell to salads as she eagerly pulled Susu's arm towards the exit. Wait while I shut down my computer. Susu powered off his device, allowing himself to be whisked away from the office and out of the company. Do you think our boss is dating Liu Yifei? Many employees observed Liu Yifei pulling Susu along, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. It seems likely. I heard our boss and Liu Yifei are in a virtual relationship. Upon their first meeting, he presented $5 million to invest in his script for a film. Employees whispered excitedly among themselves. Our boss is youthful, handsome, and talented. I wish to try my luck, but my rival is a celestial being. Forget it. A female employee sighed in resignation. You've all seen the film our boss produced, right? They make such a lovely pair. I'm just waiting to witness their wedding so I can savor the wedding candy, and perhaps even see their child in the office someday. Another mused. Your thoughts are rather far-reaching. In the restaurant, observing Liu Yifei's fervent ordering, Susu was taken aback. Are you not concerned about managing your figure? I intend to make up for all that I've missed, she proclaimed, relishing the gift of never gain weight, finally liberated to indulge. If you encounter any difficulties, do let me know, and I shall offer my counsel. Watching Liu Yifei devour her meal with abandon, he felt a pang of concern that perhaps something had profoundly altered her disposition. Really? Liu Yifei, feeling slightly overstuffed, realized that even with her unique ability, she could still feel full and could not continue consuming endlessly. Glancing at the plethora of dishes remaining, she felt a twinge of regret. Share your thoughts. I will surely assist you. Susu's gaze was earnest, filled with concern. Feeling the warmth of Susu's caring eyes, Liu Yifei's heart fluttered. Lowering her head, she dabbed her lips with a napkin, her eyes gleaming with excitement. There's a major director preparing to shoot a film across the way, featuring explicit scenes. I don't want to accept the role, but my mother insists I cannot remain idle. Activating her acting skills, she displayed a visage of reluctance and disdain. Across the way, explicit scenes? Susu's mind immediately linked to a film currently in pre-production. Lust caution. No way. His reaction was intensely fervent. What is lust caution? Liu Yifei wondered, perplexed, as she had merely mentioned it casually. Did a significant director genuinely have a project in the works? Observing Suzu's reaction, she sensed the film was likely controversial, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she nodded, vaguely stating, I think so. I'm not sure of the exact title, but it's a film by a major director. Speak with your mother. You cannot accept this role, Susu implored earnestly, locking his gaze onto Liu Yifei. Seeing the intensity in Susu's eyes made Liu Yifei's heart race. She nearly acquiesced. My mother wants me to work, and it's a rare opportunity with a major director. I will discuss it with her. Although historically, Liu Yifei declined that film, this time is different. We must not leave anything to chance. Why not draft a script? I can present it to my mother as a ruse, she suggested, her eyes clear and innocent as she showcased her acting prowess. Indeed, Susu agreed, recognizing it as a viable strategy. I'll find time to write one. I'll treat you to chicken legs. Upon hearing Susu's intention to write a script, Liu Yifei beamed, transferring a chicken leg from her bowl to Susu's. I must thank you, he remarked, watching her take a bite of the chicken leg. Let me taste it. I'll accompany you home. After their meal, Susu planned to visit Liu Yifei's mother, Liu Xiaoli, to discuss matters concerning the film. Please don't. My mother will surely be upset if she sees you. Liu Yifei swiftly blocked Susu, realizing that a meeting with her mother would expose everything. Very well, you must have a serious talk with your mother about that film. It could ruin your life, Susu warned gravely. Understood. Liu Yifei nodded. Though still uncertain of the film's identity, she committed it to memory. As she drove away, Susu returned to his villa, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, a sensation that had surfaced multiple times throughout the day. Upon arriving home, Liu Yifei found her mother watching The Butterfly Lovers. Mother, did you know there's a prominent director across the way preparing to shoot a film? Someone has contacted you. Who? Liu Xiaoli frowned, a hint of anger in her voice. Is it truly happening? Liu Yifei exclaimed, surprised by the reality of her offhand comment. I declined the script by director Lian on your behalf. Do not engage with them. Liu Xiaoli firmly instructed Liu Yifei. Oh, Liu Yifei nodded, curiosity tinged with apprehension about what sort of script would provoke such a fierce reaction from both her mother and Susu. Chapter 21. You lecherous fool. Mother. Dear mother. Liu Yifei learned about Li An's scripted news at school, feeling a deep emotional wound, but thankfully, her mother helped her to refuse. She clung to her mother's arm, acting coy. Don't shake it. Do you think you're tadpole? What nonsense are you talking about? Liu Xiaoli withdrew her arm. I'm happier than a tadpole finding its mother. Liu Yifei laughed, bouncing back to her room. Liu Xiaoli gazed at her daughter's retreating figure, pondering what could have happened to make her so joyful. Could it be related to Susu? She was aware that Liu Yifei had been assisting Susu with his company recently. Had they secretly established a romantic relationship behind her back? No. If that were the case, wouldn't the girl be avoiding her? Liu Xiaoli found herself perplexed. Before long, Liu Yifei dashed out again, heading straight for the kitchen. She rummaged for something delicious and stuffed it into her mouth. It's wonderful to eat without gaining weight, so delightful. Qian, you haven't been stimulated by anything, have you? Liu Xiaoli became worried, fearing that a rejection might have dampened her daughter's spirits. Mom, I'm fine. It's just so delicious. From now on, I won't have to watch my diet. I can eat whatever I want. Liu Yifei exclaimed joyfully. Qian, if there's anything you wish to share with me, don't keep it bottled up. I promise I won't be angry, Liu Xiaoli said, sitting beside her daughter and wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Really? Liu Yifei tilted her head, recalling Susu's demeanor that day, her eyes narrowing with a smile. Indeed, as long as you are happy, your mother cares for nothing else. Liu Xiaoli assured her. I lent all my money to Su and transfer my management contract to his company, Liu Yifei said. What? Liu Xiaoli gasped in shock, her tone sharp as she questioned, have you lost your mind? Lending him money is one thing, but signing a management contract? What can he offer you? You just said you would support me as long as I was happy, Liu Yifei retorted, feeling displeased. You foolish girl. Are you in love or selling yourself? I've never seen anything like this. Liu Xiaoli's anger flared as she pondered what kind of enchantment Su had cast on her daughter. I didn't lend him money or transfer the contract. I merely signed the singer's contract with his company. Liu Yifei pouted, visibly upset. Well, that's a relief. Liu Xiaoli thought, feeling somewhat eased. What relief? You signed the singer's contract with his company, which has nothing to offer. He doesn't even have a recording studio. Oh, come on, don't delay me from eating. Liu Yifei pushed her mother out of the kitchen. Liu Xiaoli was furious. While it was slightly better than lending all her money to Su or transferring the management contract, it still irked her. Su's company was a mere shadow compared to renowned global music firms. The film's revenue had arrived, over $8 million deposited into Su's company, which quickly vanished without a trace. He felt as if the company was consuming money like a hungry beast. He was contemplating accepting investments from a wealthy lady. To grow the company and navigate through its developmental stage, there was still a considerable financial gap, prompting him to consider seeking funding. With some leisure time, Su recalled the task of writing a script for Liu Yifei and pondered what kind of story to craft. Am I being set up by her? He suddenly realized. Given Liu Xiaoli's protective nature, she would never allow her daughter to partake in a film like that. Once he understood this, he picked up the phone and called Liu Yifei. Are you deceiving me? He asked, his tone laden with sorrow. He wouldn't have fallen for such a trick had he not cared. Not all, Liu Yifei replied, her voice wavering. Let me tell you, this film I invested in made over $25 million in profit. Mom praised me, saying I have great insight, and many envy me for knowing you. Liu Yifei showered him with flattery, denying him the chance to question her further. Don't think you can fool me. I won't buy into your act. Su replied, unable to suppress a smile at her words. You write a script, and I'll invest. How about a 70-30 split? Why only 70? 70 is mine. You get 30. The two exchanged playful banter over the phone before hanging up. With the prospect of six-fold returns, investing in films seemed plausible. His company needed funds. And if he didn't wish to seek external financing, the film's profits would perfectly supplement the company's needs. The development of Dioxify Network was thriving, with registered users increasing daily. The revenue from Angry Birds managed to cover the operational costs of the website. However, Su's ambitions extended far beyond this site, necessitating substantial funding. If he sought investment, given his current fame and Dioxify Network, he feared he wouldn't secure favorable terms and might face interference with his developmental plans. What kind of script should he write? Su contemplated successful films, intending to leverage Liu Yifei's popularity. He envisioned a beautiful story, one with pure emotions, requiring only some localized adaptations. Your name. Su typed this title on his computer. He outlined the story from his memories, filling in the plot based on domestic circumstances and the original narrative. The film's concept was refreshingly novel, but the meteorite scenes would require special effects, significantly increasing the investment. After several days, he completed the script and arranged to meet Liu Yifei. Your name. In the villa, Liu Yifei gazed at the freshly printed script. She glanced at Su, opened the script, and gradually became captivated by the story. What's the budget? I'll invest. Liu Yifei's eyes sparkled with excitement. The narrative was compelling, the premise innovative, and the emotion sincere. She was deeply moved. Transforming into a man, she mused about the script's premise, her mind involuntarily drifting to the thought of what it would be like if she were to traverse in a Su's body. Her face flushed slightly, and she imagined Su in her body, hands wandering. Ugh, you lecher. Blushing, she spat in exasperation, knowing that this lecher must have fantasized in such a manner to write such a script. Crazy. Can't you speak properly? Su observed his teacup, heading to the kitchen to dispose of it. This script contained special effects and involved more scenes than those he had worked on in the past, inevitably raising production costs. For the actual filming, If both of them waived their salaries and avoided casting big-name stars for supporting roles, the estimated budget would be around $8 million, with separate costs for hiring stars and a need to assess special effects for budgeting. With prior experience managing a film crew, Susu quickly estimated the investment amount. The live-action portion could likely be completed for $6 million, but he never hesitated to ask for what was due when the time came. The investor's money is fair game. Beautiful appearances won't earn you leniency, even if you're a celestial fairy. Liu Yifei nodded, finding Susu's proposed budget reasonable. Her own estimates aligned closely with his. Just like last time, I'll take the script for review, and you assemble the crew and secure the filming locations. Okay, Chapter 22. Madness is Not Madness. The romantic film Your Name unfolds an enchanting narrative with a refreshing premise. Han Samping sipped his tea, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. Liu Yifei had submitted the screenplay for review, penned by the screenwriter Susu, with an initial investment budget of $30 million. The script and financial audit had both received approval. Thanks to his connections in the review department, he received this information. Having previously delivered a successful film, the screenwriter Susu, actress Liu Yifei, and director Tung Huatao were all subjects of keen interest from entertainment companies. It was likely that all major entertainment firms were already aware of Liu Yifei's screenplay submission. These two youngsters are indeed restless, Han Samping remarked with a smile. It's the same for anyone. After the last film's investment yielded six-fold returns, who could resist? It would be ideal to see the script. Han Samping had only received hints about the script's content through his contacts in the review department and had not seen the actual document. Susu gathered the crew, notifying the original team that those who had the time and willingness to continue collaborating were welcome to join. Director Tung, Mr. Wong, my apologies for being late. Susu said upon meeting them. Please, have a seat. Let's discuss over a meal. Wang Zhonglei greeted with a smile, while Tung Huatao stood beside him. Mr. Wong, you and Director Tung are well aware of my intentions. Let us talk business first, Susu replied as he took a seat. Wang Zhonglei nodded, a smile lingering on his face, showing no opposition to Susu's words. Director Tung, we had a pleasant collaboration before. This time, Yifei has invested in a new script and wishes to invite you to direct the film again. Susu got straight to the point. Mr. Su, I am currently under contract with Huai and am unable to move freely. Tung Huatao replied with a brief smile, glancing at Wang Zhonglei. How about this, Mr. Su? Huai will invest $20 million for a 70% share of the profits and production rights. With Director Tung receiving a 5% share of the profits as a renowned director, Wang Zhonglei laid out Huai's demands. Susu was speechless, aware that Huai would demand exorbitant terms, but the extent was unexpected, 75% of the profits and the production rights. Liu Yifei had invested $1 million, only to receive 25% of the box office. Moreover, with Huai holding the production rights, Susu would lose his voice in the film's casting and production decisions, likely emerging with only a screenwriter's fee, severing his ties to the project. He glanced at Tung Huatao, recalling how humble he had been when the previous film had just wrapped. I have sensed Huai's sincerity. I will discuss this with Yifei. I'm sure she will be thrilled to collaborate with such a prestigious company. Mr. Wong, Director Tung, I shall take my leave now and share this good news with Yifei. Susu beamed, seemingly pleased with their terms, though to Wang Zhonglei and Tung Huatao, it sounded jarring. Watching Susu leave the hotel suite, Wang Zhonglei's expression darkened. The conditions he proposed were excessive, yet merely a tactic to pressure Susu. If Susu were to sign with Huai, the investment and production rights could be negotiated. To his surprise, Susu showed no inclination to negotiate, clearly unwilling to collaborate with Huai. Such individuality. It's a pity that one cannot survive in the entertainment industry with such a trait, Wang Zhonglei thought, regaining his composure as he picked up his chopsticks, signaling Tung Huatao. Mr. Su will not have the pleasure of this feast. We must not waste food. Mr. Wang, it's on you. Tung Huatao raised his glass to Wang Zhonglei, though his expression was equally grim. This time, Susu had not even presented the script. Regardless of his substantial status as a director, the hierarchy in the industry often placed directors above actors and screenwriters. The last time Susu had taken charge of the crew was out of necessity. This time, it should be Tung Huatao at the helm. Do not worry. Hawaii is not in short supply of scripts or investments, he mused. He thinks that by following Liu Yifei and leveraging her family background and wealth, he can navigate the entertainment industry with ease. He will soon learn that money cannot buy one's way through the industry. Did director Ting not agree? Liu Yifei noticed Susu's troubled expression and inquired about the situation. Susu shook his head. Tung Huadao has signed with Hawaii, and their investment terms are quite stringent. He refrained from detailing the matter to Liu Yifei to avoid causing her unnecessary worry. If Tung Huadao is unavailable, we can simply find another director. The entertainment industry is teeming with talent waiting for their chance, he thought. The following day, news circulated within the industry that Susu's invitation for collaboration with Hawaii had been declined, without any given reason. Those outside the industry were perplexed, perceiving it merely as an unfulfilled collaboration. However, insiders understood that the failure to negotiate had led Hawaii to leverage their influence to blacklist Susu and his crew. Liu Xiaoli examined the screenplay for Your Name, and despite her limited ability to discern quality scripts, she recognized the excellence of the story. That young man indeed possesses some talent. Reflecting on Hawaii's blockade, she made several phone calls, but the news was disheartening. The door swung open, and her daughter bounced in, evidently in high spirits. Are you not aware of the news Hawaii released in the entertainment circle? Liu Xiaoli asked her. I'm aware. Some crew members have left. Even the lighting technician Zhao Han has been poached. Liu Yifei relayed the updates from the crew. Are you not worried? Liu Xiaoli could not help but question her daughter, observing her carefree demeanor. With Susu around, what is there to worry about? Liu Yifei replied as she peeled an orange, tasting a segment that was quite sour. She discreetly placed it before her mother. Liu Xiaoli took the orange slice, grimacing at its sharpness. Such arrogance. Susu, an outsider with only one film to his name, is so audacious as to disregard Hawaii, she remarked. Having accompanied her daughter in the entertainment industry over the years, she had experienced her share of setbacks, even with connections. Chapter 23. The Heist. Is anyone still leaving? Susu inquired, surveying the members of the crew. Zhao Han, the lighting technician, along with a few production assistants, had been poached, yet he felt no anger. They had all signed contracts with the production team, and leaving would incur a penalty. The crew had yet to commence filming. Already earning over 100,000, a promising start. Everyone, I have an announcement. Due to reasons you are all aware of, the production has received an income of 130,000. I plan to treat everyone to a feast. Those who can cook barbecue, please raise your hands. We will form a barbecue team. During filming, we can grill some skewers during our breaks to treat everyone. Long live screenwriter Sue. The crew applauded, intrigued by the idea of a barbecue team. Through this small initiative, Susu successfully invigorated the crew's spirits. This is our new lighting technician, Li Bingxiang. I hope everyone can cooperate and complete the filming of the movie. Susu introduced the newly recruited staff. Beijing Film Academy is a treasure trove of talent, and this future luminary in lighting was elated by Susu's expectations. The production assistants who had left were promptly replaced, ensuring that the preparations for the crew were not hindered. Thus, in Susu's perspective, the ban imposed by Hawaii was hardly a significant blow to him. He had also selected the director and arranged a meeting with Liu Yifei. As the door to the private room opened, a woman in her 30s entered, exuding an aura of intelligence and beauty. Hello, Teacher Shui. Liu Yifei and Susu greeted her while rising. Hello, please take a seat, Shui Xiaolu said, assessing the two. As a teacher at Beijing Film Academy, she was somewhat familiar with Liu Yifei, but knew little about Susu. All she knew was that he was the screenwriter for those years, which she regarded as a mediocre script. Teacher, here's our script. Please help us refine it. Susu pushed the script toward her. Refine? Shui Xiaolu looked at Susu with a hint of amusement. I've heard you're quite domineering on set, disallowing directors from having their own opinions. It was unclear whether it was intentional, but during a media interview, Tung Huadao inadvertently mentioned that Susu had interfered with the director's filming in those years. The film industry is plagued by such malpractices. This external guidance by incompetent screenwriters is precisely what is causing the decline in film quality. As directors, we must resist such detrimental influences, Feng Kuzi stated during a media interview. The interviews of 2 billion yuan directors stirred considerable public discourse within the entertainment circle. Those are mere rumors. Susu shook his head. While he was strict in managing the crew, he did not restrict the director's filming. Xue Xiaolu chuckled lightly and opened the script. As an academic, she was somewhat part of the entertainment industry and was aware of Huai's subtle manipulations, thus disregarding the sensational reports. In her view, the quality of those years was, under Susu's stringent oversight, a testament to his correctness. The success of the box office was not merely attributable to film quality. The analysis within the industry indicated that the film's ability to surpass $1 billion at the box office was significantly due to the online promotion that attracted new audiences to theaters. As a professor in the literature department of Beijing Film Academy, she possessed a keen sensitivity to language, and the story's premise immediately captivated her. This script can be written this way? She mused after reading through it. Your name lies within my grasp, yet I remain oblivious to your identity. Time and space intertwine. Souls exchange, a salvation that transcends time and space. You wish for me to direct this film, but I am not as easygoing as Teng Huatao. Xue Xiaolu grasped the script tightly. She was enamored with it. If possible, this film would serve as her perfect directorial debut. However, it was essential to clarify certain matters beforehand. As long as the essence of the characters and the story structure remains unchanged, how the film is directed is entirely up to you, Susu assured her. Let the professionals handle professional matters. I merely need to ensure the core of the story remains intact. The visual presentation is the director's prerogative. All right, I agree, Xue Xiaolu nodded, acknowledging the script's excellence. Susu produced the contract and handed it to her. After a brief review, she signed her name. Welcome, Director Xue, to the crew. Susu began to brief her on the current situation of the production. The location, costumes, and equipment have all been coordinated. We are merely awaiting the director's arrival. The male and female leads are you two, correct? Xue Xiaolu inquired. Liu Yifei and Susu exchanged glances and nodded. No wonder Teng Huatao called you domineering. In terms of crew management, Susu was quite stringent, leaving Xue Xiaolu responsible solely for the professional content of directing. For a newcomer like her, it was rather reassuring. The casting news for your name caught the industry by surprise. Despite facing soft bans, poaching, and media scrutiny, the crew's work remained unaffected. Director Xue Xiaolu's credentials came to light. A professor in the literature department at Beijing Film Academy, her representative works included Don't Talk to Strangers. Many were taken aback. Teng Huatao had at least 2 television dramas to his name, while Susu had directly appointed a novice female screenwriter as director. The industry and media were closely observing Huai's reaction. While Susu was making bold moves, the opposing side remained entirely unresponsive. This young man possessed some acumen. He had anticipated Susu and Liu Yifei would falter, but it seemed the film was not yet set to commence shooting. If he did not act soon, he would miss out entirely. Growing impatient, Han Samping picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Mr. Han. Susu's greeting resonated from the receiver. Do you have time to meet and discuss? Mr. Han, please set a time. However, we're about to start filming. Could you perhaps come in a few days? Upon receiving Han Samping's call, Susu suspected it pertained to the production and wished to stall. Don't try to play tricks on me. We need to discuss the investment in the production, Han Samping bluntly addressed. For investment matters, you should speak with Yifei. She is the investor, while I am merely a runner. Susu instinctively deflected responsibility. Are you sure you want me to discuss this with her? Han Samping inquired. Not one to be easily misled. Susu fell silent. He had encountered someone shameless. The production budget was 30 million, and Yifei had already invested, leaving no room for additional shares. I've heard you've encountered some troubles. Zhongying still holds some clout in the entertainment industry. Had you known about the troubles earlier? Why didn't you help? Susu silently scoffed. What you possess is not prestige, but a stainless steel FAAD. I'll talk to Yifei and see if she can free up some investment for you. Han Samping's involvement would be beneficial for the production. At the very least, it would prevent roadblocks during the film's release. Zhongying wants 30, Han Samping stated. Why don't you go and take it? Sutse retorted. We are Zhongying, Han Samping replied. 1%, Sutse countered. Women can be quite possessive. I have to placate her just to get this out. We are Zhongying. 1.5%, Susu stated. Just 1.5. Take it or leave it. 2%, and that is settled. Bring the contract in the script. I still don't know what story you plan to shoot, Han Samping concluded. After the call ended, Su Su wore a gloomy expression. What is the matter? Liu Yifei had noticed Su Su on the phone and approached him, concerned by his demeanor. I've been robbed by a mountain bandit. Su Su felt disgruntled yet powerless. Not just him, but Hawaii, Emperor, and even the 6 major film companies in North America had to bow to Zhongying in this arena. Zhongying intends to reduce its investment by 20%. Please adjust the subsequent funding. I will offer you a generous remuneration, as this loss cannot be borne in vain. Sutse remarked to Liu Yifei. Oh, understood, Liu Yifei nodded, recalling that Su Su had previously warned her about the possibility of Zhongying investing. Chapter 24. An insulting encounter. Su Su received yet another call from Wang Chengtian of Guangxian. The company, which has long operated within the television industry, recently decided to venture into filmmaking, but has yet to finalize its investment in a specific project. Su Su declined Guangxian's investment interest, which did not seem to bother them. Their focus remained on projects in the Hong Kong film industry. News of China Film's investment in Su Su spread throughout the entertainment circle, causing Hawaii's under-the-table maneuvers to come to a halt. Feng Kuzi also refrained from making bold statements before the media. Hawaii announced an investment of $30 million, with director Tung Huatao at the helm and leading roles played by Li Ming and Liu Voying in a romantic film titled The Guilty Heart. Director Ten. Is this your response to Su Su's collaboration with Liu Yifei? Are you attempting to prove yourself as a competent director commanding a billion-yuan budget? A reporter directly probed Tung Huatao at the press conference. Rumors had circulated in the industry that Su Su was controlling the production team, rendering Tung Huatao merely a tool. Anyone else in his position could achieve success. Even a trained dog could direct a billion-yuan film. Such rumors have always been outrageous. Initially, Tung Huatao dismissed them, although the production was indeed under Su Su's influence, as he was showered with flattery. He began to find Su Su's name irksome and preferred not to mention the affairs of the crew. I do not need to prove anything to anyone. I am a professionally trained director, endowed with the requisite professional integrity. Tung Huatao firmly refuted the journalist. Mr. Wang, is your crew competing directly with Su Su's team? Is there a possibility of suppressing your peers? A reporter seized the opportunity to inquire. There is no suppression of peers. We are simply proceeding with a standard film project. Wang Zhonglei replied, his expression darkening as he scrutinized the logo on the journalist's microphone, attempting to discern which media outlet was being so disrespectful. Director Tung, may I ask which ghost is central to your plot in A Guilty Heart? Another reporter questioned. What ghost indeed? Tung Huatao thought to himself, fuming at the absurdity of the inquiry. Regardless of how Hawaii explained their stance, the media, ever eager for sensationalism, juxtaposed Su Su's name with Hawaii's A Guilty Heart in their reports, framing it as a competitive rivalry. Qian, thank you. In the production team, Su Chong expressed his gratitude to Liu Yifei, who had been cast in the role of CF Fong, originally named Aozumi Miki in the script. It was the director's choice. I had no influence over it. I'm simply delighted to collaborate with Su Chong, she replied. Su Chong wrapped his arm around Liu Yifei's shoulder, leaning into her. Liu Yifei had previewed the script and had ample time to prepare before excelling in her audition. In the film, her character is slightly older, and any challenges in acting would pose no difficulty for her. At the opening press conference, Han Samping made a personal appearance, and many media reporters attended. Upon seeing the serious-faced seat mountain, the journalist became considerably more restrained. Finally, some effect, Su Su remarked wryly. Su, could you share what the script is about? A journalist asked in a conventional manner. It is a tale of seeking love and saving love, Su Su replied vaguely. Yifei, once again portraying the female lead opposite Su Su, do you harbor any feelings for him? Is there anything you wish to convey? A gossip magazine prompted Liu Yifei. What should I say? Liu Yifei looked towards Su Su. He raised an eyebrow, revealing an expression of anticipation. Mr. Su, do not forget the contract, Liu Yifei said, then broke into a smile. The onlookers were puzzled, unaware of what contract she referred to. Su Su's entertainment company had not been made public, and Liu Yifei's record contract with Su Su's company remained a secret. Su Su furrowed his brow, recalling that the contract seemed to include a requirement for an album. At the time, He had not paid it much mind and had also told Liu Yifei he would not prepare an album for her. Back then, Liu Yifei had mentioned it was merely to placate her mother, and he could not fathom why it was being brought up now. Liu Yifei had not thought much of it at the signing, but upon completion of the contract, the system's tasks were refreshed, and she had no choice but to mention the contract. Task announcement: you have signed a young female singer, Liu Yifei, who is quite fond of her youthful beauty. You have decided to cultivate her into a new generation female singer and produce an album for her. Task rewards will be based on actual sales volume from the album's release over 3 months. Liu Yifei gazed at the system's description, feeling an urge to twist Su's head off. Su, what does Yifei mean by that? A reporter immediately pressed Su. Su shrugged, indicating his ignorance, and deflected the question. No matter how the reporters pressed, he maintained his stance of not knowing, while Liu Yifei smiled silently, leaving everyone to speculate. A junior reporter's eyes sparkled. Not explaining is good. Not explaining is great. We can help you clarify. What kind of contract is it? Is Liu Yifei supporting Su, or are they contractually married? Director Shui, there are rumors that Su is quite domineering within the crew. How do you perceive that? A media representative inquired of Shui Xiaolu. Rather than labeling Su as tyrannical, it would be more accurate to say that his management and coordination skills are formidable. Many aspects of the production require his mediation, while he does not interfere in the director's professional domain. Shui Xiaolu shared her experience in the crew, noting that aside from focusing on the script, she did not have to concern herself with the crew's trivial matters, which made the experience quite pleasant. After the press conference concluded and filming commenced, Liu Yifei began the first scene. She lay in bed, dressed in loose sleepwear, her sleepy eyes fluttering open. Sensing something amiss with her body, her expression shifted dramatically. She pressed her hand against her chest, letting out a shriek, covering her mouth in disbelief. Cut. Perfect take. Qian, your performance was exceptional. Shui Xiaolu beamed, giving Liu Yifei a thumbs up. Despite the industry consensus that Liu Yifei's acting was lacking, Shui Xiaolu found her portrayal and expressions commendable. Thank you, Director, Liu Yifei replied with a sweet smile, striding confidently towards Su and exchanging a knowing glance. The director is pulling your leg. That scene needs to be res hot, Su remarked. Although not a professional director, he had grown to appreciate the nuances of the visuals. Liu Yifei's reaction in that take fell short. However, as it was the first shot of the shoot, it would pass for good luck, and Shui Xiaolu, as a newcomer director, was more concerned with that. How could that be? Liu Yifei felt she had performed admirably. She had rehearsed that scene numerous times in her private moments. In her dreams, Su had possessed her body, exploring her form. She turned to Su Chong, seeking her good friend's opinion. Ahem, let's gather for a meal. Hurry, find a good spot. Su Chong, initially drawn to the commotion, quickly redirected the topic upon meeting Liu Yifei's gaze and hurried away. Liu Yifei pouted. The outcome was all too clear. It's all your fault, you lecher. She kicked Su's calf in frustration and stormed off. How bot Blakesing, Su memes, with Han Samping present. They filmed a single scene before the crew headed out for a celebratory meal. You, who invested not a penny, dare to claim 30% of the profits. Only that little girl would be naive enough to give you such a deal, Han Samping scowled, having learned the details of the film's investment and profit sharing, nearly slamming the contract into Su's face. Liu Yifei contributed 30 million, yet received only 70% of the profits, meaning Su's compensation, alongside his screenwriting and producing fees, amounted to 30% of the film's earnings, equating to approximately 13 million in investment capital. With Su's share included, the film's total investment reached over 43 million. China Film secured a 20% stake, necessitating an investment of 8,570,000. Liu Yifei, cast as the female lead, was offered a generous 5 million fee, which factored in her investment, leaving her required contribution at just over 16 million. Thus, for a film with a total investment of 43 million, the actual funds received fell below 25 million. Besides China Film's tangible 20% investment, the contributions of the two other parties were entirely illusory. The intricacies within the production team are well understood by Han Samping. The venue, costumes, and various external collaborations are all under Su Su's control, leaving one to wonder how much he has pocketed from this arrangement. In this small domain, China Film has never encountered such a loss. It is profoundly insulting. Chapter 25. Reporting and account suspension. The investment and revenue sharing of this film left Han Samping feeling quite uneasy. Were it not for the exceptional quality of the script, he would have outright declined the project. His purpose for joining the crew was to observe the creative team and conduct a further assessment of the film. Under Su Su's adept management, the crew operated like a well-oiled machine, with each department functioning in an orderly fashion. The preparatory work was thorough, and the staff exhibited a commendable work ethic. Xue Xiaolu, an inexperienced director, surprisingly demonstrated a commendable level of technical proficiency. She had long harbored aspirations of filmmaking and had participated in various crews through her connections at Beijing Film Academy. As a female director, her nuanced portrayal of the narrative added a distinct brilliance to the script. The performances of the leading actors, Su Su and Liu Yifei, exceeded his expectations. They had significantly improved since their earlier days and had become distinguished talents among their peers. Satisfied with both the crew and the script, Han Samping departed. As filming commenced, the plot's premise, with a male and female protagonist swap souls, resulted in a delightfully humorous shooting experience. Su Su's portrayal of his character's bewilderment upon experiencing Liu Yifei's soul was met with laughter from the crew, particularly when his shocked screams echoed through the set. The director, however, was not entirely pleased with Su Su's performance, urging for a more emotive expression to convey shock, fear, and shyness. Amidst the laughter, Liu Yifei teased Su Su, prompting him to retort, "What are you laughing at? I was merely imitating you." Surrounded by so many people while enacting such a storyline made him feel a tad self-conscious. The narrative depicted the male lead in the city and the female lead in a rural village. During the adaptation, Su Su relocated the male character to the capital while placing the female character in a culturally vibrant village in Henan province. Currently, they were filming Su Su's scenes in the city. "I'm not like that," Liu Yifei exclaimed, blushing at the memory of Su Su's earlier antics. She quickly shook her head, insisting she would never engage in such behavior. The two exchanged glances, each striving to embody their own characters while simultaneously stepping into the shoes of the other, creating a bewildering sense of disarray. Liu Yifei contemplated her performance, often squeezing her chest upon rising from bed, attempting to channel Su Su's psyche. Each endeavor evoked a sense of shyness, as if she were being touched by Su Su. Moreover, endowed with Su Su's experiences, she sensed a peculiar resemblance between her real-life encounters and those depicted in the film, a temporal entanglement that felt almost fated. "Stop staring at each other with those electric eyes. Annie has come to call you for dinner," Su Chong interjected, amused by their childlike rivalry. Liu Xiaoli had long given up on her daughter, now finding Su Su rather agreeable, talented, and resourceful, adept at navigating situations. "Thank you, Annie," Su Su acknowledged Liu Xiaoli as she departed with a lunchbox. The scene set in the capital largely revolved around Su Su, whose impressive acting skills expedited the filming process. "What is your secret? How did your acting improve so swiftly?" Liu Yifei questioned, glipping Suce's scalp. She felt that his skills had advanced remarkably since their earlier filming, rivaling her own progress, which struck her as profoundly unfair. Since their last project, Liu Yifei had relentlessly pursued her craft, consulting acting instructors during the day and immersing herself in the system at night, honing her singing, acting, and dance skills through sheer dedication and effort. While Su Su busied himself at a tech company, his acting prowess had evidently flourished without the same level of commitment. "Perhaps it is pure talent," he shrugged, acknowledging his improvement, albeit without formal training. "I must report this to the heavens. You should face account suspension for such audacity," Liu Yifei exclaimed in frustration, irked by the disparity in their progress. Their playful bickering amidst the crew went largely unnoticed by onlookers, some female crew members chuckling at the sight of their antics. The male lead's performance was commendable, and Su Chong's portrayal as a significant supporting character in the urban storyline was equally impressive. The filming progressed smoothly, swiftly concluding the capital scenes before relocating to Hunan. Su had prearranged communications with local authorities, and the village had been prepared for the crew's arrival. Upon their arrival, after a day of rest, filming could commence. "Wow, this place is stunning," Liu Yifei exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight as she strolled along the picturesque paths. "This has been renovated. Farming will never yield such beauty." Su mused, reflecting on the village's transformation since his first visit. Yet, he pondered how long such beauty could endure. Perhaps the film's release would present opportunities for this locale, but he knew that while some possessed foresight, many were driven solely by immediate gain. "Look, a superstar!" shouted a child, pointing at Liu Yifei, who was likened to a beautiful fairy. The children, unfamiliar with Su's celebrity status, only recognized Liu Yifei, a known figure from television. After a few days with the crew, during which various matters were organized, Su departed to liaise with the special effects team. The narrative contained pivotal scenes featuring comets and fragments crashing to Earth. "How much will it cost for these few shots? $1 million?" he inquired through an intermediary, only to be met with an outrageous quote that incited his ire. As someone well-versed in technology, he was acutely aware of the true costs involved. Even for top-tier Hollywood effects, the expense should never exceed $500,000 for such straightforward shots. The striking scenes of comets traversing the sky were uncomplicated. Say for a few seconds of impact footage, $1 million would already seem excessive, let alone the quoted $10 million, which he deemed an attempt to swindle him. "Let us try this again. Provide a more reasonable quote," Su urged, his tone subdued. The intermediary returned with a revised offer of $8 million, citing the company's esteemed history with projects like Titanic and The Lord of the Rings. Su hung up the phone in disbelief, feeling as though he were being treated as a fool. Chapter 26. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Indeed, there exists a fool who, in pursuit of foreign special effects, finds himself ensnared. Upon further inquiry, it becomes apparent that domestic blockbusters predominantly rely on overseas special effects companies, and the quotation provided to Su was quite in line with market rates. Several films in the country have engaged in such outsourcing. Foreign special effects companies are notoriously exploitative, yet he has taken the initiative to investigate the current state of domestic special effects production. Presently, there lacks a professional team for special effects in the country. The work is largely conducted by game companies on a part-time basis. His expectations for special effects were modest, around $2 to $3 million, while the remaining fund from the crew's budget were to be his. Now, someone sought to extract money from his pocket. Su had meticulously calculated the budget for your name, estimating that $8 million would suffice for the filming phase, with a predetermined budget of $10 million. He had inflated the number of special effects shots in his report, quoting a budget of $10 million, while only he and the director were privy to the actual duration of those effects, including post-production, promotional costs, and various miscellaneous expenses. The total investment was projected at $30 million. After deducting Su's 30% share and the $2 million remuneration originally allocated to Liu Yifei, the amount Liu Yifei would ultimately need to contribute would only be around $20 million. Su estimated that approximately $5 million could find its way into his own pocket. Liu Yifei had never sought a second opinion on Su's budget, simply dispersing the funds. Later, when China Film entered the scene, Su recalibrated the financial calculations, raising the total budget to over $40 million. China Film had someone audit the figures, as the unpredictability of special effects shot duration complicated the budget significantly. The costs associated with transforming a village in Hunan were particularly intricate, rendering the budget difficult to ascertain. Han Sanping sensed discrepancies in the budget, yet, given his eagerness to invest, he chose to overlook them. Renowned directors seldom require a share of box office profits, as large investment crews are their primary source of income. Take Mantu as an example. With an investment of $340 million, box office returns only amounted to $170 million, leading to bankruptcy for the investors while the director became exceedingly wealthy, trading a villa for a manor. Initially, the crew's funds totaled $27.5 million, which brought Su joy, especially upon discovering that there were individuals even more unscrupulous than himself, as some shots demanded a staggering $10 million. He promptly returned to the company. Zhao Ting, please assist me in procuring this equipment. Su Su instructed, presenting a list of required apparatus. He personally contacted his mentor to enlist the help of several senior students. Gentlemen, to spare us unnecessary words, here are 5 shots. And you have 5 months to complete them. Su Su displayed the original artwork he had commissioned from the art department, accompanied by textual descriptions of the special effects required. As the seniors examined the special effects demands, they found that aside from the final shot of the comet fragment striking the ground, the other requests were not overly complex. Additionally, there was a bonus of 1 million to be divided among 4 individuals for completing all effects within a month, equating to 250,000 each. Upon hearing this, the seniors' eyes sparkled with excitement. A monthly compensation of 250,000 was unimaginable, though they sensed it might not be straightforward. Sutse continued. If you complete it in 2 months, the 4 of you will share 800,000. For each additional month, the bonus will decrease by 200,000. Should it take 5 months or longer, my mentor will personally come to take you back. Su Su flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. The seniors felt a chill at the thought of being personally escorted back by their mentor, fearing they might be suspended in front of the teaching building. Having organized the special effects tasks, Su Su also took the opportunity to assess the company's status. The registered users of the 6 Fei network had reached 30 million, with approximately 5 million active daily users, establishing a preliminary foundation of popularity akin to that of major websites. Angry Birds maintained a commendable daily activity, with profits sufficient to sustain the operations of the 6 Fei network. Senior Chung Hao's Plants vs. Zombies was still in production, as the calculations and testing of the digital elements were the most complex and prone to bugs. Su Su returned to the filming crew, discovering that no significant issues had arisen. Xue Xiaolu cast a glance at Su Su, aware that the special effects budget had been disbursed, 15 million. According to her understanding, the market rate would suffice at 10 million, yet she refrained from questioning the expenditure as long as it did not hinder the film's production. "Hello, you are so beautiful," a little girl exclaimed, touching Liu Yifei's face as she played with a group of village children. During her time in the village, she had grown quite familiar with the locals. "When you grow up, you will be as pretty as your sister," the girl added innocently. "Is that big brother your boyfriend?" Pointing into the distance, Liu Yifei looked up to see Su Su approaching, her eyes lighting up with joy. "What do you think?" She countered the little girl. "If you like Big Brother, then you should act as if you like him," the girl replied. Liu Yifei was momentarily taken aback by the child's observation. Could it be that her feelings were so evident? The village scenes unfolded seamlessly with Liu Yifei embodying her character. She portrayed Yi, who suddenly awakens from a dream, her face awash with disappointment as she stands before a mirror, tears brimming in her eyes. It seemed as though she had returned from a long journey, only to find herself without a hair tie. She severed her long hair, allowing the strands to scatter in the wind. In the script, she used her savings to visit the capital, a place both familiar and foreign, as she boarded the subway, often taken by the male lead. In the subway, she encountered the male lead, who, alas, did not recognize her. Yi realized that the distance between them transcended mere geography. It spanned time itself. "Cut." Qian performed beautifully. "We've got that take," Liu Yifei said as she approached. "The short hair looks great on you. Very chic," Su Su remarked, admiring her new look, which presented a completely different beauty compared to her long hair. "Really?" Liu Yifei touched her short hair, a smile spreading across her face, though she found the change quite unfamiliar. The 2 characters were meant to exist in separate narratives, yet their final scene would mark their true first encounter. "Ah, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Su Su's cliché line escaped his lips. Liu Yifei's character, Yi, slowly turned her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Before her stood someone both familiar and strange, the one she had longed for through countless nights, yet she did not know who he was. Their tears fell in unison, akin to the longing that surged within their hearts, spilling forth. "Your name?" they both asked simultaneously. "Cut." Xue Xiaolu watched the flawless performance through the monitor, satisfaction radiating from her. She looked up to find everyone gazing at her. "That essay rap," I declare the film officially completed, Shui Xiaolu announced. Yay! The crew erupted in cheers. Liu Yifei leapt into Su Su's arms, catching him off guard as he embraced her tightly. Applause erupted from the crowd, acknowledging the long-awaited embrace between the male and female leads, who had remained estranged despite the intertwining of time and space. Liu Yifei's tears fell upon Su's shoulder, shed for her character, Yi. The film's emotional depth was profound. Although she had not shared scenes with Su, his presence lingered in every performance. For the essence of the script intertwined their souls. She embodied Yi while simultaneously portraying Long, transcending any emotional resonance found in previous films. All right, everyone is watching. Go remove your makeup, take a break, and bid farewell to your friends. We'll head back to Beijing for the wrap party, Su encouraged, patting her back. MHM, Liu Yifei responded, her voice muffled as she stepped out of his embrace and walked toward her mother. Mom, she called out, let's take a moment to rest. In contrast to the climactic conclusion of the previous film, she appears much more composed this time. Chapter 27. The kiss of the celestial sister cannot offset the debt having been intoxicated at the last wrap party. Su had learned his lesson and feigned drunkenness to slip away early this time. Liu Yifei, armed with a camera, pursued Su into his room. Hey, speak up. Why are you as unresponsive as a dead pig? She prodded Su, who lay on the bed. What did you say? Su opened his eyes and looked at Liu Yifei. Oh, you're pretending to be drunk, she exclaimed, stepping back only to be pulled back by Su. No. Please, ugh. The smell of alcohol. I'm going to get you. Liu Yifei grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Princess, spare me. Su pleaded as he ducked from Liu Yifei's assault until she eventually tackled him. Stop. The alcohol smell. Liu Yifei's cheeks flushed as she turned away. Can we at least hug? On the grand bed, two souls embraced in a serene silence. I have to go. My mother is waiting for me. Liu Yifei suddenly spoke. Su released her, straightened her clothes, and walked her to the door. Just as Liu Yifei turned back, she pecked Su gently on the cheek. Su touched his cheek, wearing a silly grin. What a fool. Liu Yifei chuckled at his expression, then skipped out of the room. Liu Xiaoli watched her daughter exit, her heart lightened by the sight of her daughter's joy and the absence of any apparent trouble. Thank goodness. Those two little rascals know how to restrain themselves. Mom. Liu Yifei hopped into the car, only then realizing her mother had been waiting for her, feeling a tad embarrassed. Liu Xiaoli shot her a glance before instructing the driver to proceed. With the film shoot concluded, it transitioned into post-production, overseen by Shui Xiaolu, who was responsible for the overall editing and scoring. Su returned to the company and first checked on the special effect production. Boss, we have completed 2 shots. Ready for your approval, the special effects team informed him, ushering him to the computer. The 2 shots, lasting about 10 seconds each, depicted a comet streaking across the night sky, its radiant brilliance illuminating the darkness, followed by the comet shattering into a dazzling meteor shower. Su nodded in satisfaction after reviewing the shots. Very well. The remaining shots must also meet this standard and be completed promptly. Your bonus is down to 800,000 now, he reminded them. The team cast glum looks at Su, while the other shots were manageable. The final shot, the comet fragments colliding with Earth, was no trivial task to accomplish in a short time frame. It wasn't merely a matter of skill or manpower. They needed time on the equipment unless they utilized top-tier technology to expedite the process. Su immersed himself in the special effect production, contributing some technical ideas, and everyone collaborated to advance their work. The company had been under Su's distant control, and upon his return, he quickly reviewed the departments, finding no issues. Boss. Liu Yifei knocked on Su's office door, her arrival unnoticed by the assistant. Qian, what brings you here? Su smiled upon seeing Liu Yifei and stepped out from behind his desk. With the film wrapped, their relationship had deepened, now merely awaiting a clear definition. Su fetched water for Liu Yifei as she settled into his recently vacated chair. Requesting work from the boss, don't forget I am an artist in your company. She pointed at the name of the Yumeng Xianyuan Entertainment Company hanging on the wall. The only artist under this company was none other than singer Liu Yifei. We agreed not to release an album for you. Su returned with the water, placing it in front of her. Did we? I don't recall. All I remember is that the record contract promised an album. Liu Yifei rummaged through the documents on the desk, feigning forgetfulness. Susu was left speechless. Even celestial beings could be unreasonable. No album, but I have written a theme song for the movie. Where is it? Excitement lit up Liu Yifei's face as she inquired, tilting her exquisite features towards him. In the drawer. Before Susu could finish, Liu Yifei had already opened the drawer, discovering several sheets of paper within. Misplaced time and space, 2 versions of lyrics, and a Japanese song Lemon, which was also a tune in English. Liu Yifei rummaged through the drawer, checking for more hidden treasures. What is this? No lyrics? Did you not finish writing? She found a few sheets of scores without lyrics. Night Fireflies in You, Illusion Day, Valley of the Wind. Oh, these are the film score, all mine. Liu Yifei stood up, holding the lyrics and music in her hands. You're just gonna leave like this? Susa looked at her. Huh? Liu Yifei tilted her head, a look of confusion gracing her delicate features. ISNT it for me. Oh. She rushed over, grasped Susu's collar, stood on her toes, and pecked him on the lips. This is your reward. She beamed as she dashed out. I didn't mean this. Watching Liu Yifei's retreating figure, he pondered discussing copyright matters, but thought better of it. Summoning her back for that conversation would likely earn him a disapproving glance. Where's that scent? Suddenly, he chuckled, her fragrance still lingering on his lips. Spring has arrived. Flowers are blooming. After relishing the moment, he pulled out the cruise accounts to begin settling the expenses. A kiss from the celestial sister could not offset the copyright fee, which would be charged to the film crew. It seemed the promotional budget had vanished. Should he seek additional investment from China Film? After 4 months, the special effects shots were finally completed, and the special effects team received $400,000. They did not disband, but rather established the Yumeng Guangying Special Effects Studio, receiving their first commercial project to assist with the optimization and rendering of Plants vs. Zombies. Susu presented the special effects shots to Xue Xiaolu, who was thoroughly pleased and integrated them into the final edit, completing the film's last steps. This movie is simply perfect. She gazed at the finely edited work, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The story, the actors' performances, the film score, and the special effects. She believed they had achieved perfection. I fear I may never create something this remarkable again. Everything about the film coalesced due to Susu's talent, and she, as the director, merely showcased his brilliance to the world. It would likely be challenging to encounter such an exceptional creator again, unless she collaborated with Su once more. Chapter 28. The charming foreigner Zhongying's Su and Liu Yifei arrived together to meet Han Samping, bringing along a copy of their film. Director Xue Xiaolu chose not to attend, believing that her role in the creation was complete. She considered the commercial aspects to be outside her purview, only needing to cooperate with promotional efforts when the film was released. Has the film been brought? Han Samping's demeanor was not particularly warm upon seeing the two, primarily due to his dissatisfaction over the investment losses he had incurred. Mr. Han, the post-production of the film is complete. We would like to invite you to guide us. Susa said. Han Samping glanced at Su, noting his youth and somewhat mercenary attitude. Let us proceed to the screening room, he replied, calling 2 staff members to join them in reviewing the film. The film commenced with Liu Yifei waking from a dream, and Han Samping, having read the script, was aware of the story's nature. Although a love story no longer captivated someone of his age, as a filmmaker, he could still assess a film's quality through its visuals, music, and emotional resonance. The 2 staff members invited to review the film were utterly engrossed, their expressions shifting in response to the narrative's progression. As the male and female leads reunited amidst a crowd, tearfully calling each other's names, the theme song resonated with a sense of dislocated time and space. The staff members bore joyful smiles, oblivious to the tears streaming down their faces. Cough, perhaps you should step out and freshen up, Han Samping suggested, observing their state. Only then did they realize, hastily excusing themselves from the screening room. Susu, the film is quite well made. When do you plan to release it? Han Samping inquired with a smile, both his own judgment and the staff's reactions indicating the film's merit. As soon as possible. How about June 1st? Susu proposed. June 1st is too rushed. The promotional period is insufficient. How about August 1st? Han something ponderiert. June tends to be a quieter month for viewership. And with two major Hollywood films slated for July, August would present a more favorable competitive landscape, capturing the tail end of the summer box office. That works. Sousa nodded, acknowledging Han Somping's reasoning, recognizing that there was no need for haste regarding the release. Leave the film here. I will personally deliver it for review in a few days. I have perused the plot and do not foresee any issues with it, Han Somping concluded. After finalizing the release date, Su Su and Liu Yifei declined Han Somping's invitation to dine, departing from Zhongying. His mood shifts so quickly. Liu Yifei remarked quietly once they were in the car. That only reflects the high quality of our film. Su Su responded with a grin. A good work can alter a person's perspective. A compelling story, coupled with a group of exceptional creators, results in a highly polished piece, with cinematography, score, and special effects all being exemplary. Where shall we go for leisure? Su Su inquired, relishing the rare opportunity to enjoy a light-hearted atmosphere with her. Let's go to my home, she suggested. The identity of a star restricted her from frequenting crowded places, especially in public with Su Su. Should I purchase some fruits? Su Su felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, apprehensive about encountering Liu Xiaoli, despite having seen her daily during the filming and sharing meals prepared by Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei chuckled at Su Su's expression. Mother is not home. She has gone to my grandmother's. Oh, Su Su's demeanor brightened with anticipation. Let us return home. He instructed the driver towards Liu Yifei's residence. It is my home, not ours. Liu Yifei playfully punched Su Su's shoulder. Eventually, it will be my home, he murmured, a remark that Liu Yifei heard, prompting another playful jab. Hello, Annie, Su Su greeted as they entered, spotting Liu Xiaoli seated in the living room, engrossed in television. He felt slightly awkward for arriving empty-handed. He cast a questioning glance at Liu Yifei, puzzled by her mother's unexpected return. Mother, why are you back? Liu Yifei instinctively asked. Shouldn't I be back? Liu Xiaoli shot her daughter a sideways glance, finding Su Su's bashfulness amusing. He had been quite commanding on set, managing the crew with great efficiency. Mother, realizing her words could be misinterpreted, Liu Yifei rushed to embrace Liu Xiaoli's arm in a display of affection. Please sit. Liu Xiaoli ignored her daughter's antics and turned her attention to Su Su. Did you both go to Zhongying to watch the film? Yes, I went with Qianqian today, mister. Han was very pleased with the film. Su Su quickly regained his composure, engaging Liu Xiaoli in conversation about the film. Liu Xiaoli noticed her daughter leaning against her shoulder, frequently casting glances at Su Su. You two go have fun. I will watch some television. The screen displayed White Snake, featuring Lu Tao. We are heading upstairs, Liu Yifei exclaimed, pulling Su Su along with her. Liu Xiaoli rolled her eyes at her daughter, paying them no mind as she focused on her show. Thump, thump, thump. This is my piano room, Liu Yifei announced as she led Su Su to her practice space. You can play the piano? Su Tse ifked, astonished. Having never heard of this talent before, isn't it akin to playing with cotton? Liu Yifei took her seat at the piano, her fingers dancing across the keys. A lively rendition of Night Fireflies emerged, imbued with a sense of joy and childlike wonder, her face radiating delight. As Su Su listened to Liu Yifei's performance, he found himself entranced, transported back to his childhood, where fireflies glimmered against the backdrop of summer cicadas, evoking warmth and safety. In that moment, they were akin to fireflies, shining brightly yet destined to fade away. What is wrong? Liu Yifei noticed tears streaming down Su Su's face and paused her playing, concern etched on her features. I am fine, he replied, wiping his tears. Your performance moved me deeply. Really? Isn't it a cheerful piece? She mused, her youth and life experiences shielding her from the song's underlying melancholy. Su Su gazed at her, somewhat entranced. Indeed, it is a joyful melody. Happiness is the most precious thing. Are you truly all right? She continued to inquire, her concern evident. It was the first time she had seen him cry. I assure you, it is simply that your playing is magnificent, Su Su replied earnestly. Liu Yifei's piano skills were indeed impressive, melodious, and uplifting. Though she sensed there was a deeper reason behind his tears, she could not fathom it. Stop pondering. Show me your room, Su urged, moving closer to her. No way. I shall not show you. Liu Yifei shot him a glare before turning to share the news of a recent achievement. Look, I have been invited to be the ambassador for the Smile 2008 campaign. Isn't that impressive? She beamed with pride, even though it was not yet confirmed. Simply being selected was already remarkable. Of course, you deserve it, Su affirmed. How can you be so sure? Liu Yifei tilted her head, intrigued. As the selection committee was still in the preliminary stages. Observe their criteria, one from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, one from the mainland, and one overseas. No overseas Chinese artist can compare to your beauty. You face no competition from this charming foreigner, Su teased. Liu Yifei paused, then realized, you are the real charming foreigner. I shall compete with you. Chapter 29. The unexpected outburst of public opinion. Su's film Your Name is slated for release on August 1st. Wang Zhonglei sits in a chair before Teng Huatao. What does Mr. Wang mean? Teng Huatao inquires. When will the post-production of Heart with a Ghost conclude? Initially, Huai had subtly sidelined Su and poached members from his crew. Yet, Su refrained from retaliation, calmly proceeding with the commencement of Your Name. This tranquil demeanor left Huai with considerable embarrassment in the industry. The post-production will be completed in a month. Teng Huatao comprehended Wang Zhonglei's intent, which was to have Heart with a Ghost and Su's film clash in their release dates. Teng Huatao was reluctant to pursue this course of action. He was not a young director prone to impulsiveness. He had confidence in his own work, but did not underestimate Su's film. The simultaneous release of two films of the same genre would likely result in mutual destruction. Clearly, he lacked the authority over this project, even less than during the filming years when Su had granted him more autonomy. The film is set for July 27th, and we will expedite post-production. I will arrange for the company to allocate some promotional resources, Wang Zhonglei asserted, not allowing Teng Huatao the opportunity to refute. The male lead of Heart with a Ghost is the renowned Lian Lai, with the female lead being the pop diva Lu Ruoying, alongside the talented Fan Bingbing from the Four Dan actresses. Director Teng Huatao, a billion-yuan filmmaker, though somewhat inflated in reputation, possesses genuine talent and is no mere puppet of Su's crew. The shooting team consists of top-tier talent from both sides of the Taiwan Strait. In contrast, Su's Your Name features Liu Yifei as the female lead, with supporting actor Su Chong possessing only a modicum of popularity, while the other roles are filled by lesser-known actors, and the director is a complete newcomer with no prior works. The filming team is comprised largely of new talents from Beijing Film Academy, lacking the resources to compete with Huai. In terms of promotion, Huai's advantages far surpass those of Su. With both films set to release concurrently, the victor will claim all. Teng Huatao nodded, refraining from contesting Wang Zhonglei's decision. Huai's plan to release Heart with a Ghost alongside Su's Your Name is already underway, with 2 months remaining until the premiere. Shock! A domestic film abandons its Hollywood team and produces its own special effects, Southern News. The editor reveals that the screenwriter of a billion-yuan film, after failing to secure a collaboration with a Hollywood effects company, resorted to using their own internet firm for special effects. The editor comments that special effects are a highly technical field, and the gap between domestic capabilities and those of Hollywood is vast. Without the requisite technology and talent, the result is inevitably subpar. The editor urges the screenwriter to refrain from skimping on special effects, acknowledging our technological lag. Despite initial excitement for this film, it now seems unlikely that they will venture into the cinema to support it. Although the article refrains from naming names, everyone knows to whom it refers. The issues regarding special effects in Su's Your Name quickly spread through media and online platforms, triggering a wave of criticism. The domestic 5-cent special effects are laughable. Is the female lead played by the fairy sister? It's over. This time she has been terribly misled. Didn't they say the investment was over 40 million? Where has the money gone? A thorough investigation is recommended. In a variety show, AI Dajin holds a folding fan, speaking confidently to the camera. Some people fail to accurately recognize the gap between us and advanced countries, blindly laboring away, and when confronted with real technical issues, they remain self-assured, ignorant of the consensus in the film industry that we cannot surpass Hollywood in creating valuable special effects. The film has gone viral even before its promotion has commenced. Susu did not anticipate that your name would break into the public consciousness in such a manner. The self-produced special effects of your name stirred a hornet's nest, inciting a backlash from a group not typically involved in the entertainment industry, yet possessing a significant voice in the media. They are collectively referred to as public intellectuals or gongji in colloquial terms. In today's era, these public figures are celebrated, with AI Dajin and Ma Imo both being current media darlings. Wang Zhonglei gazes at the newspaper, his brow furrowed. His minor maneuver to leak Huai's unexpected news has caused a considerable uproar. If only he could suppress Susu's film, but he is uncertain how Susu will respond. Susu's phone has been ringing incessantly over the past few days. Susu, I'll contact the television stations, director Shui Xiaolu notes, aware of the public opinion stirred by the film. Beijing Film Academy maintains relationships with several television stations and could facilitate a clarification. There's no rush. I think this is quite favorable, Susu reassures Shui Xiaolu. Just as he hangs up, a call from Han Samping comes in. I'll reach out to a few newspapers. You should accept an interview, Han Samping states, expressing high hopes for the film and asserting that no issues should arise. He has seen the completed film, noting that the special effects are commendable. Had this information not surfaced, he would not have realized that these were domestically produced special effects shots. There's no need to rush. I believe the timing isn't right yet. Susu shares his thoughts. Han Samping ponders for a moment. They aren't fools. The upper echelons within the system are aware, but many of them are professors and scholars from universities, making it difficult to address. Whether they are foolish or not is irrelevant. What matters is that someone must act foolishly on their behalf. Han Samping remained silent for a moment, grasping Susu's implication but uncertain, saying, I'll communicate further. All right. Susu contemplates more drastic measures, while Han Samping has numerous considerations to weigh. Have you thought about the film's overseas distribution? Sutze inquires, sensing that the film's release may not be smooth sailing, and this incident seems to be merely an appetizer before the main course of challenges. Overseas? Han Samping hesitates. As typical films are promoted internationally only after achieving strong box office success. China Film Group has the responsibility of importing films while also tasked with promoting domestic films abroad. I believe our film possesses considerable appeal in Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia. While I cannot guarantee much else, your name will undoubtedly attract significant interest in Japan and Korea. I will consider it. Han Samping responds noncommittally. Susu remains unconcerned, understanding that decisions cannot be hastily made from such a position. Is everything truly all right? After Susu hangs up, Liu Yifei looks at him with concern. Since the uproar regarding the special effects of your name erupted, Liu Yifei has been anxious and could no longer contain herself. Visiting Susu's office today, there's no need for worry. Come see how our company's newly developed game is progressing. Chapter 30. Counterattack. Liu Yifei gazed at Susu's face, noticing a distinct absence of urgency. She had overheard his conversation with Shui Xiaolu and Han Samping, understanding that Susu harbored his own considerations, which alleviated her worries. What sort of game is this? A zombie game, perhaps? Liu Yifei looked at the game in her face Susu had opened, resembling a single-player game. Surely it isn't akin to Resident Evil? I would love to create a AAA game, but my abilities fall short. Sutze shrugged, acknowledging the current state of his company. Merely a handful of employees and relying on rented game engines, rendering the creation of even a rudimentary AAA game an impossibility. Liu Yifei, feeling slightly offended by his words, shot him a disgruntled glare, her unfamiliarity with the gaming industry evident. The login screen displayed in Chinese prompted Liu Yifei to enter the first level, where she followed the game's guidance to plant sunflowers. Collecting sunlight, she proceeded to cultivate pea shooters. This is how you play? How intriguing. Oh no, zombies are appearing. Quickly, attack them. Let the peas shoot faster. Liu Yifei soon became engrossed in the gameplay, exclaiming in delight as she played. Susu, testing the game's playability and fluidity, noted that the design of the zombies differed from his memories, incorporating many characteristics of Eastern zombies. The game also featured numerous elements rooted in Eastern culture, enhancing the cultural representation while maintaining the core gameplay unchanged. Susu welcomed this transformation, believing that as long as the fundamental mechanics remained intact, other aspects were secondary. My brain. Susu, the zombies have devoured my brain. Liu Yifei screamed, her enthusiasm evident as she shook his arm. Ow, let me go. Susu wriggled free from her grasp, glancing at the marks on his arm, bemused by her exuberance. This game is quite entertaining, Liu Yifei acknowledged, realizing her reaction had been overly dramatic. With an awkward smile, she resumed her game, stealing glances at Susu. After a short while, she caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance as she moved closer to him, observing his game testing. Here, place the cherries here, she began directing him, leaning into his side, her delightful aroma diverting his attention from the screen. Potatoes, potatoes, quickly place the potatoes. What are you looking at? The zombies have eaten your brain. Liu Yifei playfully knocked Suzu's arm. Noticing the direction of his gaze, she looked down, realizing how fair her skin was. You pervert, I'm ignoring you. She covered her chest, leaping up, her cheeks aflame as she playfully punched Susu. He caught her soft fists, pulling her into his embrace. No touching, Liu Yifei protested, struggling briefly before yielding, finding comfort in his hold. The office was quiet, and their closeness felt sweet. Those years, there are 2 songs. Your name has 3 songs, along with 3 accompanying scores from the film. What do you think about creating a movie soundtrack album? Liu Yifei suddenly inquired, remembering the task assigned by the system to produce an album. With 5 songs already completed, adding 3 more could easily lead to a legitimate album. With Liu Yifei nestled in his embrace, Susu felt an overwhelming sense of possession. Given her desire to sing, producing an album for her seemed reasonable, especially since her record contract was with his entertainment company. Will you help me write songs? Liu Yifei asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That's wonderful. She cheered, looking into Susu's eyes, summoning her courage to plant a soft kiss on him. Susu seized the moment, kissing her back passionately, their breaths mingling, tongues entwined. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, gasping for air. Noticing Suzu's lingering gaze, Liu Yifei sparkled. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she buried her face in his embrace. In the media, on television, and across the internet, public intellectuals unleashed their scathing critiques of your name, becoming increasingly audacious in their remarks. Observing that your name remained unresponsive, they claimed that the production quality was as poor as they had asserted. Their status afforded them a layer of protection. They positioned themselves as intellectuals, representatives of progress, champions of free speech. The insinuation that individuals of Asian descent possessed inferior genes, lacking the creativity of their Caucasian counterparts, stung Susu deeply as such reports permeated the media landscape. He recognized an opportunity at hand. Disseminate these videos across the digital realm, ensuring they reach every student community online. Susu instructed the organized online army through voice commands. On platforms like Tinya, Tieba, and various campus networks, students, the most impassioned and rebellious demographic, would find these videos distressing. The emergence of dissenting sentiments ignited fervent discussions online, accompanied by vehement denunciations. We study for the great renaissance of our people, a banner unfurled in the discussion section of the 6FA network, rallying substantial attention. Beneath this comment, a flurry of responses amassed, with many netizens voicing their perspectives, the seeds of rebellion taking root. China is not lacking in technology or talent. Our special effects are not inferior to others. Susu released a video showcasing the special effects rendering process of the film on the 6FA network, simultaneously unveiling the patent for their particle effects technology. Our particle effects technology ranks among the world's finest, rivaling Hollywood's special effects teams. The emergence of this video served as a sharp blade to those rebelling against the public intellectuals, countering their claims of technological inferiority. The youth online began to rise in defiance, launching a widespread offensive against media outlets and the personal websites of public intellectuals. As a burgeoning channel, the power of traditional media and television paled in comparison to that of the younger generation. Numerous personal websites crashed and media sites closed down. Previously, traditional media held sway, silencing the voices of the youth. This time, the digital realm amplified the voices of a new generation. Those who had proclaimed the post-80s generation as a lost cohort witnessed the resilience of university students. Bloodlines matter only for cats and dogs. The people of China believe in merit, not lineage. Unfazed by authority and unafraid of sacrifice, the youth of China remained fervent. And recent online events had rekindled the cries of the young, still striving for the people as cause. The media reported positively on the collective outburst of university students. Chapter 31. The cherry red lips during the production of our film. The number of special effects shots was minimal, yet Hollywood demanded an exorbitant price of $10 million. While our actual expenses barely reached $100,000, a tenfold profit that was utterly outrageous. In the office of China Film, Han Sanping watched as Su Su was interviewed on television. As Su Su spoke about the unfairness of the situation, tears welled up in his eyes. Han Sanping couldn't help but smirk. Had he not known Su Su's true nature, he might have been convinced. He had facilitated Su Su's opportunity to be interviewed by CCTV's Sixth Princess, allowing him to explain the special effects issue. Yet that little rascal ended up performing on the film channel. Without breakthroughs in special effects technology, our film would remain perpetually subservient to external forces. After discussions with several investors, General Manager Han of China Film expressed strong support, declaring, "If foreigners can achieve it, so can we." I refuse to believe that there are no talented individuals in Huaxia. Han Sanping's face twitched. That little brat had pilfered funds from the crew to produce special effects without so much as informing him. Despite his irritation, he felt an undeniable joy, his cheeks nearly bursting with mirth. "Mr. Su, how did you manage to overcome the challenges in special effects technology?" inquired the curious host of the Sixth Princess. Upon deciding to create our own special effects, we needed to purchase equipment and set up servers. Lacking talent, we sought the assistance of Professor Ji Xiangxian from the Computer Science Department at Harbin Institute of Technology. Without hesitation, the school dispatched the finest students to Beijing. The students worked tirelessly, often sacrificing sleep. With insufficient equipment, they operated in shifts, with machines running continuously while they rested, overcoming challenges and diligently researching until they finally achieved a breakthrough in particle effects technology, reaching a level of global advancement. "Your spirit is truly commendable," the host remarked with genuine admiration. Tension hung in the air as everyone held their breath. Su Su summarized the situation. In the office, the special effects team exchanged glances after watching the interview. Did we really endure so much hardship? Despite the late nights, Su Su had ensured their lives were comfortable, even hiring 2 maids to assist with cooking and laundry. That must be the case, right? You are all remarkable. Professor Ji Xiangxian's call to the special effects team commended the students. His smile was uncontainable. He had just received calls from the president and the dean, not only praising their efforts, but also promising an increase in research funding for the following year and potential promotions for professors. We cannot disappoint our teachers and junior colleagues who have given us this opportunity. As state media praise the advancements in domestic special effects technology. Acknowledging the efforts of your name crew, the higher-ups seized the moment to support new voices, backing the voices of university students. A wave of public opinion swept away many public intellectuals, leaving some too afraid to speak openly about the matter. During a variety show interview, the short and stout figure made snide remarks. "I absolutely adore the country of White Elephant. Its citizens are peaceful, the cities are clean and beautiful, and even the slums are devoid of police." He continued, "I am learning this kind of peaceful lifestyle. To hell with your peace, you traitorous scoundrel," shouted a young man, who then hurled a dark object at him. The object struck him squarely on the head, splattering him with foul-smelling ink. The noxious substance coated his face, emanating a stench that was utterly repulsive. "Who did that? Capture him. I will sue." The stout man raged, his image utterly sullied. "You traitor. Go ahead and sue me in America. I'll be waiting for you," the young man retorted defiantly. Nearby spectators pulled him away, urging him to leave. "Don't shout. Just go." They shoved him into the crowd, and by the time security arrived, it was impossible to discern who was who. Mr. AI, you should wash up first, the host suggested, recoiling from the nauseating odor that surpassed even that of stinky feet. AI Dajin suddenly remembered and rushed backstage to clean off the ink. Upon emerging from the restroom, now dressed in fresh clothing, he still felt tainted by the lingering stench. Where is he? Did you not catch him? Give me the recorded video. I want to file a police report and have him arrested, AI Dajin instructed the television station staff. Apologies, Mr. AI. It was too chaotic earlier, and the crew members rushed to catch the assailant. The footage has been deleted by someone. The producer bowed his head in apology. Mr. AI, we are sincerely sorry for this incident. However, since the content was not recorded, we can schedule another time to re-record. The director stood firm, unafraid of AI Dajin's threats. Humph, I won't record anymore. AI Dajin stormed out of the television station, knowing he would incur a penalty for not recording. On Saturday, the program aired as scheduled, featuring footage of AI Dajin being splattered with ink and his furious reaction, much to the delight of viewers. Many applauded, feeling a sense of relief at seeing him disgraced, as he had continually belittled his fellow countrymen on the show. Enraged, AI Dajin called the television station to demand, "Didn't you say the recorded content was deleted? We retrieved it using technology. Our nation's storage capabilities are quite advanced." Mr. AI, the station replied nonchalantly, sensing the shift in public sentiment and deciding not to cater to AI Dajin's demands. "Find that ink thrower. I will sue him." "Apologies, but we have already reported this matter to the police, and they are investigating. During the recording, the camera was focused on you, and we did not capture the assailant," the station staff explained. "I will sue you all," AI Dajin bellowed, finally realizing that the television station was clearly protecting the perpetrator. "You're always welcome, Mr. AI, but we suggest you approach this matter with a sense of calm. The special effects incident of your name, fueled by attacks from public intellectuals, garnered significant attention, leading to widespread support for university students' voices and prompting state media to rally behind them. This ignited national interest, causing the film Your Name to soar in popularity and anticipation among youth audiences. In the office of Hawaii, smoke hung thick in the air as the developments unfolded in unexpected ways. Wang Zhonglei frowned. His plans had gone awry, and he had not anticipated that public intellectuals would enter the fray. While he had initially welcomed the attacks on Your Name, he now found that rather than damaging the film, they had inadvertently enhanced its reputation, generating widespread anticipation. Not only did the public express support, but even state media lauded the film. Before its release, Hawaii could no longer entertain any negative thoughts regarding Your Name, leaving them feeling dejected. They could only hope that the film was of poor quality. The higher it was raised, the harder it would fall. "Su, you are truly remarkable." The public discourse had swung decisively in their favor, and the special effects company received accolades from technology media, bestowing upon Your Name an aura of progress. Reports on particle effects technology appeared in Zhongqing Daily, Film Journal, Film Channel, and Zhongke Daily. Even before its premiere, the film had garnered a prestigious honor, the Huagua Film Technology Advancement Award, which was granted without the need for a formal acceptance speech. Liu Yifei gazed at Su with admiration. "I have something even more impressive," Su responded, captivated by her joyful demeanor. "What is it? Tell me quickly," Liu Yifei exclaimed, eagerly approaching him and looking up with anticipation. Faced with those pure, sparkling eyes, he found it difficult to voice his more impure thoughts. "I've written a song for you. You mentioned wanting to release an album, didn't you?" He deftly shifted the topic. "Really? Where is it? Is it in the drawer?" Liu Yifei released his arm, turned around, and settled onto his lap, opening the desk drawer. Inside, she found several documents, including the overseas distribution contract for Angry Birds in English. After a cursory glance, she paid them no mind and soon discovered 2 sheets of sheet music, My Sky, in both Chinese and English versions. For her, Love Story resonates as profoundly as her native tongue. These 2 songs are exquisite, particularly Love Story, with its melodious tune and the tale woven within the lyrics that sends her heart aflutter. Is not the essence of Romeo and Juliet a reflection of her own connection with Su? She lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with tender affection. "What is it?" "Sudze inkward, observing her dimin." Liu Yifei remained silent, extending her delicate fingers to lightly touch her crimson lips. The melody entwines with emotions, while the words cradle her tender heart. With a bashful glance upward, her cherry-red cheeks glowed, fearing that no one would perceive her unvoiced yearning. Chapter 32. The Wind and Music. You are remarkable. Liu Yifei's lips shimmered with a rosy hue as she breathed deeply. What is a kiss compared to that? Susu licked his lips, savoring the sweetness that lingered. Liu Yifei followed his gaze downward. As if she had touched upon something, she quickly averted her eyes. Her cheeks flushed, focusing instead on the lyrics in her hand. Qian, it is you who is too beautiful, she thought. No, I shouldn't even think about it. Liu Yifei exclaimed, her face heating up, feeling that their relationship was progressing too rapidly. Ah, you don't want to be my girlfriend? Then I won't say anything more. Sutsaeft. I do want to. Liu Yifei realized she had misinterpreted him, interrupting his confession. She abruptly stood up, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at him. Say it again. Say what? Sutse replied, Basalt. What you were about to say, she urged eagerly. Oh, you're so beautiful. I want to sleep. Ouch, don't bite me. Just say it. She threatened, her gaze intense. What should I say? Sutsaeft, feigning innocence. Say you like me. I like you, is that enough? Susu replied, his tone pitiful. Ah, I'm going to fight you. Liu Yifei bounced onto Sutse, grabbing his neck and shaking him playfully, biting his ear. She was in a frenzy, clearly not the one making threats. After a while of playful tussling, Liu Yifei grew tired and collapsed on Susu, her expression one of grievance, clearly unhappy. Qian, I really like you, be my girlfriend. Liu Yifei suddenly lifted her head, propping herself on Susu's chest, gazing intently at him, her eyes filled with surprise. She struggled to voice her response, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lowering her head, she pressed her lips against his. You naughty boy. You need to practice your singing diligently, aiming to release your album by July. If the songs become popular, they will serve as excellent promotion for the film. I understand. Liu Yifei nestoldinsu imbrace. Her eyes fixed on the lyrics in her hands, oblivious to the hand resting on her thigh. Love story. This song is so beautiful, I adore it. I must practice diligently to do it justice. She hummed the melody, the graceful tune resonating. Suddenly, as if scalded, she sprang up from Susu's lap, her face flushed. I'm leaving to practice. She pretended to be calm, shaking the lyrics in her hand. After a few steps, she returned, leaned down, kissed Susu's forehead, and whispered in his ear, I want to know just how amazing you are. Then she dashed out of the office, touching her heated face, astonished by her own boldness. Susu watched her retreating figure, his fingers brushing over the tender sensation, reluctant to let go. Was I just teased? A smile danced on his lips as he regained his senses, noticing the English distribution contract in the drawer. After the launch of the Angry Birds on domestic platforms, he arranged for negotiations with overseas distribution channels. The contract's revenue share did not meet Susu's expectations, leading him to contemplate postponing the overseas release of Plants vs. Zombies. He originally intended for both domestic and international launches, but foreign entities often harbored biases against Chinese companies. Without strong performance, negotiating favorable terms proved challenging. The official website for Dreamspace was completed, and he planned to utilize it for the release of Plants vs. Zombies. Online promotion was crucial. His own 6FA network could maximize promotional resources, while other platforms would require substantial financial investment. Lacking funds, Susu had been in desperate need of money. Recently, some investment firms had reached out to him, but he had yet to make a decisive move regarding financing. With the imminent launch of Plants vs. Zombies, he held high hopes for the game. The controversy surrounding the special effects had gradually subsided, and Hawaii had not targeted him during this period. Liu Yifei practiced her songs in the piano room at home, her face radiating happiness, as if the music provided her with the strength to overcome anything. Lu Xiaoli rolled her eyes and exited the room. There was a villain in the lyrics obstructing her love for Romeo, and she couldn't shake the feeling that it was crafted just for her. Those two little rascals, dating and yet cursing. Qian, you sing so beautifully. Suchane Plodith. The lyrics were well written, and Liu Yifei's performance was outstanding. Her vocal skills had reached a professional level. However, she still felt there were areas for improvement, and needed more practice. She held herself to high standards. Such a wonderful piece deserved a flawless rendition. I envy you so much. How did you find him among the crowd? Su Chong mused, thinking of the song's creator, Su So. Writing scripts, composing music, acting in films. What a talented individual. Perhaps it was a fated connection. Whenever Liu Yifei thought of Su Su, she recalled the miraculous system that had brought them together. Without its appearance, they might never have crossed paths, or perhaps only meet when she turned 38. Envy stirred within her, wondering what kind of man fate would assign her. Su Chong felt a twinge of anticipation. You'll probably get a handsome guy, Liu Yifei laughed. And you say that about me? You don't even know who it is. Sitting there laughing and touching your chest, imagining Su Chong traversing through time to be with you? Not at all. Liu Yifei's face reddened immediately as she playfully tussled with Su Chong. After a while, they lay on the yoga mat, staring at the ceiling. By the way, let me play a piece for you, okay? Liu Yifei rose from the floor and approached the piano. What piece? Did Su Su compose it as well? Su Chong propped herself up, adjusting her clothes that Liu Yifei had disheveled. Yes, it's the score he wrote for the film. I find it quite lovely. You should sit here. Liu Yifei placed her fingers on the piano keys and glanced back at Su Chong. How formal. Su Chong complied, sitting in front of her, curious and eager to hear the music. I'm about to begin. With Su Chong positioned in her line of sight, Liu Yifei commenced playing. A cheerful melody emanating from her fingertips. Su Chong raised an eyebrow. The lively tune evoked a sense of joy, reminiscent of childhood. She recalled carefree days, despite life's hardships, spent with her mother. Sitting in the courtyard, she would do her homework, waiting for her mother to return home. One summer evening, her mother brought home a firefly that flickered under the dim light, illuminating her mother's face. The music abruptly stopped, and Liu Yifei's fingers stilled. Why are you crying? Liu Yifei asked, observing Su Chang's face, which bore a smile, yet was streaked with tears. Am I? Su Chong quickly wiped her face, realizing her cheeks were wet. It's so beautiful, so moving. Su Chong didn't want to share her memories with Liu Yifei, her gaze evasively shifting away. Chong, can you tell me why this is so important to me? Liu Yifei pondered why such a joyful piece of music could evoke tears. Throughout her performance, she had kept an eye on Su Chong, who had been smiling, yet tears had unexpectedly flowed. There's no reason. Perhaps there's a breeze within the music. Chapter 33. Deception. Greetings, Mr. Su. I am Zhang Dalong from Shuangqiu. Su Su was taken aback to see an unexpected guest at the company. As someone who has been reborn and is now engaged in internet entrepreneurship, he cannot help but pay attention to the development of Shuangqiu. Currently, Shuangqiu's strategy focuses on online gaming, showing little regard for portal websites, as the existing ones in the market are all his defeated rivals, all on a downward trajectory. Su Su's online platform is not part of Shuangqiu's strategic development, and the only game they have released is Angry Birds, which is unlikely to catch Shuangqiu's interest. Competing with the 6FA network are similar portal websites like Tianya, Suhu, and Tiaba. If it were Baidu or Wangyi, he would not be surprised. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Welcome to the 6FA network, Su Su greeted with a smile, inviting Zhang Dalong into his office. The assistant brought in tea and then exited the room. Mr. Su, you are a young hero, achieving breakthroughs in technology that rank among the world's best, Zhang Dalong complimented. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. It is all due to the support of our mentors and the diligent research of my peers, Su Su replied modestly. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Dalong revealed his purpose for the visit. Shuangqiu is interested in investing in your company, Yuming Guangying, to support the development of special effects in Huaxia. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang, and I appreciate Shuangqiu, a responsible enterprise, for its attention to small businesses like ours, Su Su thought to himself. It made sense that they had come for the special effects company. With its technological breakthroughs and national media acclaim, it is indeed a company with great potential. Shuangqiu must have recognized the prospects of special effects and aimed to reap the rewards. Yuming Guangying is indeed eager for development. Our technology, if I may say so, possesses a world-leading level in special effects. Personally, I hope that we can secure development funding. However, all decisions regarding the company's development must be reported to the higher-ups. Su Su said, his expression bittersweet, as he was essentially using the upper management as an excuse to decline Xuanqiu's investment. Although Su Su was in dire need of funds, the current team at Yumeng Guangying was not lacking in financial resources. Since the announcement of their particle effects technology, many domestic film and television companies had approached them for collaboration, and they had successfully secured several partnerships, resulting in an expansion of their workforce. "I see," Zhang Dalong said, his gaze towards Su Su filled with amusement. "We can communicate with the higher-ups. Xuanqiu is also a national enterprise with a vast application market that would provide more opportunities for domestic technology." He continued, hoping to leverage Xuanqiu's market presence in exchange for investment opportunities. Xuanqiu's interest in Yumeng Guangying was not merely about making a profit. They recognized the application of special effects technology in the gaming sector. However, Xuanqiu had too few talents accumulated in the gaming field, and the games they produced were not outstanding, often criticized by players as inferior imitation works. Yumeng Guangying indeed needs market feedback. "I will expedite communication with the relevant departments and arrange a meeting." Su Su nodded, seemingly agreeing with Zhang Dalong, once again shifting the responsibility to the officials. With technology, current collaborative projects, and official attention, Yumeng Guangying had no fear of pressure from large companies. The future prospects were the best that Su Su currently held, and he could not accept the investment. "Does the Sixth Fei Network, under your leadership, have any plans for financing?" Zhang Dalong felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that investment in special effects was temporarily out of reach. He shifted the conversation to inquire about other companies under Su Su's name. "The Sixth Fei Network is a website I built for Yifei. It is her personal site and has no plans for financing," Su Su replied directly, refusing this time without hesitation. "Mr. Su is indeed a clever individual," Zhang Dalong chuckled, as Xuanqiu did not hold a favorable view of the development of portal websites. In Xuanqiu's eyes, the active users of the Sixth Fei Network were merely considered decent. The two then shifted their conversation to current internet technologies and the prospects of online development. "I have great faith in the growth of online shopping. The national grid and universal internet infrastructure will connect cities and rural areas. The transaction data from Taobao over the past 2 years has shown exponential growth. And as more young people come online, shopping will become the norm. People will increasingly enjoy the convenience of purchasing goods from all corners of the world without stepping outside their homes." Zhang Dalong nodded frequently as he listened to Su Su's analysis. Xuanqiu had also noticed the development of shopping websites and had investments in that area. The newly established PaiPai network had been competing with Taobao, but due to their focus on online gaming, they had reduced their investment in online shopping this year, only concentrating on Xuanqiu membership purchases. "I am planning to establish a shopping website and have been seeking investment. I wonder if Xuanqiu has any plans in this regard." Su Su's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Xuanqiu is interested in any insightful internet entrepreneurial ventures. If you can present a business plan, we would be willing to consider investment." Zhang Dalong casually mentioned some formalities. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Zhang." Su Su rose and opened the safe behind his desk, retrieving a proposal. "Here, please take a look at this development plan for a shopping website." Zhang Dalong was taken aback. He thought Su Su was merely speaking casually, only to discover that he indeed had a proposal for a shopping website's development. He glanced through it, gradually becoming captivated by its content, which included fostering and promoting online stores, connecting websites with suppliers, constructing delivery networks, and maintaining the site, especially in terms of acquiring online stores. Directly engaging with Taobao sellers to allow them to open shops on the entrepreneurial platform was akin to leveraging Alibaba's achievements over the years with minimal investment costs. The current PaiPai network under Xuanqiu could directly apply this plan. "Mr. Su, may I take this plan back to discuss it with my company?" Zhang Dalong asked seriously. "Of course. I trust Xuanqiu's credibility." Su Su nodded, showing no sign of reluctance. "Sutse tweeted Zhang Dalong to Emil," during which Zhang inquired extensively about the development of shopping websites. Su Su answered with ease. Zhang Dalong concluded that Su Su had genuinely invested considerable thought into this, and the plan was exceptionally well crafted. The following day, Su Su personally escorted Zhang Dalong to the airport, where they shook hands. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Su. Please do inform me when you next visit Shenzhen." "Certainly," I will be in touch. Both wore smiles, bidding farewell with a sense of mutual respect. As Zhang Dalong entered the airport, he turned back and waved to Su before stepping into the waiting hall. Youth is indeed a remarkable trait. Such a comprehensive plan was presented so readily. Zhang Dalong reflected on the entrepreneurial proposal he had reviewed late into the night. The current state of online shopping, market growth potential, and national internet development policies were all thoroughly investigated, making it immediately applicable with a promising outlook, particularly in terms of operating shopping websites. It bore similarities to Taobao, yet differed in valuable ways. He contacted Xiao Ma late that night, transmitting the proposal for review as Shuangqiu held an all-night meeting. Although Shuangqiu already had pipeline network, it had been suppressed by Taobao, and this plan could seamlessly integrate into Shuangqiu's existing platform. However, such an entrepreneurial endeavor would not allow for outsiders to be involved. He sighed, feeling a mix of guilt and regret for not being able to collaborate with Su. A truly forward-thinking young man. Zhang Dalong leaned back in his chair, feigning sleep, but he felt no real regret. That young man held tightly to the special effects company and would surely find his place in the tech industry in the future. Su watched as Zhang Dalong entered the terminal, his hands clasped in prayer. Heavenly deities, may Shuangqiu secure this proposal, and please do not let them involve me. He muttered fervently, praying for divine intervention. Boss, if you do not wish to collaborate with them, why did you give them the proposal? Zhao Ting, who was part-time driving, inquired with a puzzled expression. You fail to comprehend that online shopping has become a vast quagmire. Anyone who ventures into it may find themselves ensnared for no less than 3 years before they can extricate themselves. The data provided is indeed authentic, and the future prospects of a shopping market are remarkably expansive, with the potential to accommodate several trillion-dollar companies. However, we are presently in a developmental phase of e-commerce, necessitating substantial investments in infrastructure and resources. This year, Dogdong is poised to enter the arena, and should both double Q amplify their investments. Alongside established e-commerce giants such as Ichi, the formidable Amazon from overseas, and the emerging contender Suning, the competition is likely to become exceedingly fierce. Su genuinely anticipates the investment by double Q in the shopping platform. If they become deeply entrenched, their capacity to exert influence in other areas may be delayed by 2 years, a span ample enough for Su to establish a stronger foothold. Chapter 34. You bully me. Su was eagerly anticipating news from the dual Q, though it was unrealistic to expect a decision in such a short span. Even with Su's comprehensive data and execution plans, they would meticulously verify this information and reassess the market. It was unlikely that Su could present a proposal and have them immediately invest heavily in online shopping. On June 1st, Su stood in the office, while the members of the Dream Space Plants vs. Zombies game team anxiously watched him. The game was officially launched, and the 6FA network was open for connections. Su announced that the game had already been promoted for some time on the 6FA network, and he had also invested in promotions on other gaming forums. The funding, of course, came from the small fortune of the wealthy lady. Upon hearing that Su was struggling to secure promotional fund for the game, the wealthy lady generously offered him a loan. She had received $30 million from her last film and invested over $10 million in your name, with the remainder lent to Su. The company informed Liu Xiaoli that Liu Yifei had transferred over $10 million as a loan to Su's dream space, which infuriated her to the point where she nearly stormed into Su's company with a weapon. He's already deceived us. Now he wants our money too. How can he be so shameless? Liu Xiaoli exclaimed. Mom, it's just a loan to help him earn money. Liu Yifei pouted, wrapping her arms around Liu Xiaoli's. One must let go of the child to catch the wolf. His special effects company is now valued at over $100 million, and several of his other companies are worth tens of millions. Once we have him, everything will belong to our family. I suspect you're reluctant to let go of your daughter, fearing she might fall for a rogue. I truly do not understand what is appealing about that little rascal. Liu Xiaoli retorted, feeling conflicted. She had come to recognize Su as a commendable choice, yet her daughter's unwavering affection for him troubled her. She feared that such deep feelings could lead to heartache, as they were both still so young. Master Su, the game has begun downloading. Sheng Hao shouted. Su was speechless at this dense-minded individual. After being scolded for calling him Master Su, he continued to do so. Everyone is aware of the game's quality. Let two individuals monitor the data while the rest take a break, Su said, confident in the game's excellence. The core gameplay remained unchanged, simply enhanced with Eastern elements to cater to the overseas market, making it accessible to those unfamiliar with these elements. The visual effects team had improved the graphics significantly compared to the original version. The production team was glued to their computers, observing the download data without a single person moving. Senior brother arranged for some to take turns resting. If everyone is energetic now, they will be exhausted by the afternoon. Chung Hao suggested, calling out two names to let them leave. After watching the download data for a while, Susa noted that most traffic was coming from the 6FA network, with a substantial number also arriving from gaming forums. The largest source of traffic was the dual queue. Feeling a sense of guilt for having taken Su's shopping site plan, Zhang Dalong facilitated this advertising collaboration. The dual queue provided a 3-day window for advertising pop-ups. Leaving the production team, Susa returned to his office, where he found a striking figure seated behind his desk. Liu Yifei was intently focused on the computer screen, unaware of Su's entrance. Su approached quietly. The screen displayed Plants vs. Zombies, and she was diligently planting her defenses against the zombies. As Susa leaned closer, Liu Yifei sensed someone nearby and spun around, her hand raised, nearly striking Su in the face. "Oh, it's you. I almost hit you," she exclaimed, her hand instinctively brushing Su's cheek. Su grasped her hand and kissed it gently. "Let go of me. You'll get us killed," she protested, recalling that the game was still running. And she quickly withdrew her hand to resume control of the computer. Having lost precious time, she could not recover her position, and with a scream in the game, the zombie devoured her brain. "It's all your fault. I was on the leaderboard, and now I'll drop." She fumed, playfully hitting Su. Su had integrated an online feature within the game to deter piracy, which also included a leaderboard for high scores. Liu Yifei, having played before the game launched, was quite familiar with it and had amassed a high score, placing in the top 10 overall. "Your score 1T hold for even a day. Why fret over it?" Su teased, lifting her from her chair. Liu Yifei quickly wrapped her arms around his neck as he sat down, placing her on his lap. "My fans are all playing. I need to create a fan leaderboard," Liu Yifei declared, leaning against Su as she shared her thoughts. With her rising popularity, she could indeed attract more players to the game. "Don't do that, and refrain from promoting it." Su immediately countered her enthusiasm. Liu Yifei looked up at him, puzzled. "Parents despise online games. You must avoid association to protect your reputation. Didn't you see how I separated the game from the 6FA network?" "Oh," Liu Yifei nodded, though not entirely understanding. She trusted Su's judgment. "My mom was ready to take a knife to you, but I stopped her," Liu Yifei laughed, recalling her mother's anger. "Is your mother that violent? Should I wear a helmet when I visit your home?" Su gucked. "Now you know to be cautious. If you dare bully me, I'll summon someone to teach you a lesson," she warned playfully. "And what constitutes bullying? Is this considered bullying? Take your hand away. You can't touch me. I'll bite you." Liu Yifei blushed, playfully hitting Su's chest. She tilted her head, pretending to bite him. "How delightful," Su murmured, leaning down to kiss her softly. Knock, knock, knock. The office doors sounded, and they immediately separated. Liu Yifei stood up from Su's lap, adjusted her attire, and moved to the side to pick up a newspaper. "Come Su called. "Mr. Su, please take a look at this newspaper." Zhao Ting presented a newspaper. "Huaxia Game Sweep Overseas. What company is so audacious as to use such a title? Aren't they afraid of backlash?" Su remarked instinctively. "Angry Birds," Su exclaimed, surprised as he gazed at the content. "Did the company purchase a press release?" "No." Foul team replied. "Mr. Su, the game has also garnered attention online, with overseas gaming media discussing it." Su immediately opened his computer, and Liu Yifei curiously approached, picking up the newspaper from the desk. "Angry Birds." Her eyes sparkled as she leaned against Su, examining the information on the computer. Since its release, Angry Bird sales had continued to soar, achieving monthly sales of 30 million units at a very accessible price of $1.5. Reportedly a game from Huaxia. Sur ce projet domestique gaming forum. where users had already shared overseas reports and calculated the earnings from Angry Birds. The platform took a 30% cut, agents took 50%, and Su would receive 20% of the profits. For 1 month, the sales profits totaled $9 million. Chapter 35. Let go, it's over $9 million. Liu Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. For this sum far exceeded the earnings from filmmaking. However, the reality was that such a figure was not entirely attainable. Su felt discontented with the profit distribution. The commission taken by the distribution agent was excessively high. His game lacked renown, being an original piece from Huaxia, and the agent exerted considerable pressure. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he swiftly sent an anonymous message on a forum. The new game from the Angry Birds production team is now available domestically. Almost immediately, someone replied, confirming the transition of Angry Birds from the 6FA network to Dreaming Time, which was concurrently releasing a game called Plants vs. Zombies. The game offered a free trial for the initial 10 levels, but subsequent levels were priced at 35 yuan, deemed rather steep by some. Others lamented the game's paywall, although a free version was available, albeit inundated with advertisements at every level, which many found distasteful. Su's anonymous advertisement quickly gained traction, sparking discussions about Plant vs. Zombies in the forum. Overall, numerous players expressed their dissatisfaction with the purchase model, as domestic gamers exhibited a preference for free games. With increasing media coverage of Angry Birds mentioning Plants vs. Zombies, the download rate skyrocketed, and many opted for the buyout. An entertainment reporter uncovered the connections behind the game and reported on the matter. It was revealed that Angry Birds generated nearly $50 million in its first month overseas, with Huaxia's earnings approximating $9 million. The investigation further disclosed that the game initially launched on the 6FA network, named after Liu Yifei. Thus, the game was intricately linked to her. Having been online for about 6 months, the game's revenue was projected to exceed 10 million. Speculations arose that Liu Yifei's earnings from this game could reach around 100 million. How come I was unaware of this? Liu Yifei pondered, seeking out Su. Many friends had called to congratulate her, including Su Chong, who inquired about the truth of the matter. Liu Xiaoli also sought details. 100 million yuan in 6 months was quite astonishing. During their first meeting, Su had merely been a college dropout, deceiving his daughter for film funding. Rumors circulated in the industry that Liu Yifei had struck it rich, prompting others to seek her investment or to propose investments themselves. There can't possibly be that much. Su rolled his eyes. For the website to thrive, investment was necessary for establishing a stable server infrastructure and to maintain user engagement. No advertisements have been placed thus far. To incentivize user-generated content, funding had been allocated for both the story and video sections, with many development plans yet to be realized. The overseas revenue share would take some time to materialize, and he lamented, that money hasn't arrived yet, and I'm already calculating how to stretch it thin. I'm so broke. He laid out the expenditures and anticipated income to Liu Yifei, but soon she felt overwhelmed, realizing one crucial fact. The money was insufficient. If this continues, when will it ever end? She was perplexed by the notion of investing in an online company, feeling as if she was continuously pouring in funds. It would take about 2 years for the website to firmly establish itself. Su remarked with a smile, by then, you shall be Mrs. Su. Who wants to be Mrs. Su? Liu Yifei scrunched her nose, displaying a hint of pride. If you don't want to, I must consider finding a beautiful face to represent us. Su pretended to ponder seriously. Yaya would be a good choice. Sure could also work. I wonder if Chong would be willing? I'll bite you. Liu Yifei's frustration grew, her fists clenched, and her eyes blazed as she charged at him. Oh no! Don't bite, don't pinch, don't scratch, don't grab. Su pleaded for mercy. Their playful scuffle concluded with Liu Yifei pinned beneath Su. She struggled to thwart his hands. You're too heavy, she complained, pushing him away and escaping. Now you find me heavy? You'll have your share of it later. He teased. Liu Yifei, recalling his implication about their future, felt her cheeks flush crimson. You rascal. I almost forgot the main matter. This is my recorded song. She produced a USB drive containing 3 songs she had recorded and plugged it into the computer for playback. Goodbye, my love. I want to say goodbye, my past. I want new life. The first song was My Sky. And Su glanced at Liu Yifei. What do you think? She inquired with anticipation. Very good, he replied with a smile. Yet Liu Yifei's clear and pure voice seemed somewhat ill-suited for the song, rendering its essence somewhat thin. The English lyrics borrowed from the Irish band Hall of Fame, while both versions sampled from a German rap song, creating a striking resemblance. Liu Yifei excelled in technique, though her passionate delivery fell short, imparting a confessional quality to the overall piece. When Love Story played, Su Su was taken aback, instinctively turning to Liu Yifei. Her clean, resounding voice made the song incredibly catchy, and her steady breath lent it a narrative flow. You sang splendidly. Su Su praised her performance. Did I? Just a tad, Liu Yifei humbly replied, yet her smile betrayed her delight. During this period, she had devoted all her energy to this song, striving for a flawless rendition. Indeed, my Cece possesses the prowess of a world-class singer. Su Su marveled at Liu Yifei. Memories of her lacking such talent resurfaced, leading him to wonder if it was due to the absence of good songs for her to sing. Now you see my abilities, don't you? Liu Yifei tilted her head, exposing her fair neck, a touch of pride evident in her demeanor. Do you have anything planned for tomorrow? She suddenly asked Su Su. Not yet, do you? Let us go record the MV, Liu Yifei suggested. The other songs were used directly as movie soundtracks, but these three required fresh music videos. I have to monitor network data at the company tomorrow, he replied. I see, Liu Yifei sighed. My mother contacted a handsome guy from Europe and America to shoot the MV. I want to do it with you. Since you're unavailable, I'll have to heed my mother's advice. She lowered her head, her tone revealing a hint of excitement. No way. Sutse swiftly declined. What do you mean? No, you're not going, so why can't I shoot with him? She countered, shaking her head defiantly. I said no, and that is final. Su Su pulled her close and playfully slapped her behind. Pouting, she covered her rear, glaring at him with a defiant expression. Chapter 36. No need to bring it the following day. Su Su appeared on the campus of Beijing Film Academy. Su Su was a senior in the directing department, introduced to them by Liu Yifei as the director of the music video. Although the renowned director showed little interest in the music video project, it was a rare opportunity for the students of the directing department to participate in the filming of Liu Yifei's music video. Being credited in the work of a popular star was an invaluable addition to their resumes. Hello, senior brother, Su Su extended his hand. You two are indeed a perfect match, Hao Yi replied, shaking Su Su's hand, feeling a tinge of envy. Liu Yifei had already discussed the music video with him, and he had heard the song, which was a narrative-rich English piece. The song was written by Su Su, and Liu Yifei insisted on having him play the male lead in the music video, as the emotions between them had transcended the lyrics and melody. Senior brother, are all the preparations for the shoot ready? Liu Yifei shifted the topic, seemingly ignoring Hao Yi's words. The team and equipment are all set. We just need to finalize the script. Hao Yi glanced at the two. Liu Yifei directed her gaze towards Su Su. I have some preliminary ideas. I would appreciate your guidance on the specific details, senior brother. Su Su briefly outlined the original concept of the music video, providing a framework while allowing ample creative freedom for the director to adjust the content. Understood, Hao Yi nodded, looking at Su Su with gratitude. Su Su's outline offered direction without stifling creativity, leaving significant room for artistic expression. Beijing Film Academy was no stranger to celebrity appearances, but the sight of Liu Yifei alongside Su Su, accompanied by equipment and students from the directing and cinematography departments, drew attention. Many students gravitated towards them, keen to see what Liu Yifei was filming on campus. After pondering the shooting scenes, Hao Yi began to organize the arrangements in consultation with Su Su. Liu Yifei is shooting a music video. Those interested in participating can come sign up, he announced, causing a lively stir as numerous students gathered around him. Acting students were enlisted as extras. Observing the participating students, Su Su requested Liu Yifei's phone to contact her assistant, instructing her to order some milk tea to be delivered. The shoot progressed smoothly. The expectations for the music video were not particularly high. Both Su Su and Liu Yifei displayed commendable acting skills, and with the extras comprising students from the acting department, they completed all the shots within half a day. Thank you, senior sister. Liu Yifei, you're not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. The assistant arrived with the milk tea, and the extras expressed their gratitude, believing it was provided by Liu Yifei. Keep it up. Liu Yifei, her cheeks flushed, cheered on her juniors. Behind the scenes, Su presented red envelopes and milk tea to the director and cinematographer. Senior brother, how's professionalism rivals that of a seasoned director. I look forward to future collaborations. As Su handed over the red envelope, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Hao Yi's eyes. To have the opportunity to shoot a music video for Liu Yifei was already a rarity, and the unexpected display of Su's adeptness in handling matters was a pleasant surprise. No need for my red envelope. I fought for this opportunity to shoot the music video to foster a good relationship with Liu Yifei, he replied. It's just a token. Everyone should have one. Thank you. Hao Yi accepted the envelope without further pretense. As the production of the album approached its final stages, Liu Yifei inquired about the release timeline as they exited the campus and entered the car. Will the album be scheduled for release? Once the record pressing is complete, we will synchronize its launch with the film's promotional period, Su replied, his hand resting on Liu Yifei's shoulder. Given the current slump in the music market, with minimal profit margins, we need not concern ourselves with record sales. Understood, Liu Yifei nodded, loosening her fist and wrapping her arm around Su's. Despite her anticipation for the album sales, she recalled that in 2006, she had failed 3 times with her albums. And though she was unaware of the songs in those albums, she was confident they could not surpass this one. Future singers will not rely on album sales for sustenance. There's no need to fixate on how many records can be sold. Su assumed Liu Yifei's mood was dampened due to the album's release arrangements and sought to comfort her. It's all right. If we can't make money, you can support me. She playfully nudged him with her forehead. It seems I must work harder to earn enough to support a fairy, as the expenses are not trivial. With insufficient assets, someone might whisk you away. Su chuckled, wrapping his arm around her, only to be abruptly pushed away. You're the one who might get whisked away, you scoundrel. Liu Yifei exclaimed, playfully threatening to bump her forehead against him. My dear princess, you are the best, destined to love only me for eternity, right? He teased. With those sunglasses on, you love no one, Liu Yifei retorted, employing a popular internet phrase. With my hands in my pockets, I have no rivals, Su quipped back. Keep your hands to your own pockets. Don't touch mine. Liu Yifei shot back, finding herself unexpectedly flustered. Yours and mine are one and the same. Su embraced Liu Yifei, who struggled momentarily before succumbing, leaning against him, her fingers playfully toying with the hem of his shirt. After recording the song, the album entered post-production. Liu Yifei visited Su almost daily, while Liu Xiaoli had given up managing her daughter, who was often out early and returning late. Upon seeing a small umbrella in her bag, Liu Yifei felt exasperated and blushed, quickly hiding it away to avoid Su's gaze. That evening, she returned home to complain to her mother, Mom, how could you do this to me? I'm doing this for your own good. You're a girl? Liu Xiaoli replied with a hint of exasperation. Oh, we have nothing at all. Liu Yifei huffed. She was quite restrained, and Su was sympathetic, not pushing her too hard. Liu Xiaoli scrutinized Liu Yifei, her eyes filled with disapproval. Can you cover your neck while saying that? Liu Yifei froze, rushing to the mirror, only to discover a vivid red mark on her fair neck. Ah, everyone is bullying me. I won't go see him tomorrow, she shrieked. Her face flushed as she dashed back to her room, diving on her bed and pulling the blanket over her head. By noon the following day, she descended the stairs clad in a white dress. Liu Xiaoli, who was feeding the cat, noticed her daughter descending, her neck adorned with a scarf. Mom, she awkwardly called out, initially reluctant to go, but Su had called, expressing that he missed her. One day, and you can't help yourself. This daughter is hopeless. Liu Xiaoli rolled her eyes, continuing to feed the cat. Noticing her mother-esque silence, Liu Yifei stuck her tongue out and headed outside. Don't forget to bring it. Her mother's voice called from behind, causing Liu Yifei's face to flush instantly. She stomped her foot and shouted, I will, and I won't let you have any little grandchildren. Liu Xiaoli paused, glancing at the cat and then at the cat food in her hand, her eyes brightening a bit. No need to bring it. Liu Yifei almost stumbled as she stepped out the door. Chapter 37. Album release in the villa where Su resides. Liu Yifei lay on the sofa, her chin resting in her hands, her large eyes fixed on Su Su, while her delicate feet swayed playfully. Su Su was engrossed in an interview on the television. The renowned director and the screenwriter from Hong Kong were collaborating to launch a chilling love story. With the film Heart in the Shadows set to premiere nationwide on July 27th, Tung Hua Dao, in his interview, elaborated on the fusion of horror elements with romance in Hong Kong-style cinema. Li Ming shared his thoughts, stating that filming in the mainland is a splendid experience. Huai has a formidable presence in traditional promotional channels, and the star power of Hong Kong celebrities in the mainland is considerable. Present-day audiences indeed hold a strong appreciation for stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan, resulting in their elevated status in the mainland. He pressed the remote, switching through channels, but found nothing captivating. "What are you watching?" Sutse noticed Liu Yifei's gaze. "You," she replied with a smile, feeling she could never gaze enough at him. "Come closer so you can see better." Susu reclined back on the sofa. "If you get too close, I won't be able to see clearly." She looked at Su Su, who lay before her, and planted a kiss on his forehead. "Still not close enough." "Oh, you naughty one," she said, noticing his mischievous intentions as he nestled closer like a caterpillar. Liu Yifei cupped his face, preventing his antics. Their faces were mere inches apart, and as they gazed at each other's lips, Susa leaned in for a kiss, to which Liu Yifei naturally responded. In the throes of passionate love, they yearned to explore one another while also restraining their impulses, not wanting to frighten the other. The album is currently being pressed, with an initial batch of 300,000 copies. In a few days, when it is released, you'll be quite busy, Susu remarked about his recent work. Liu Yifei's face was close to Susu's cheek, absorbing his warmth. "Busy is good. It indicates that I have popularity and fans who appreciate me." She had always taken her career as an artist seriously. "So many fans are eagerly anticipating the teaser for my album. Since she began singing theme songs years ago, fans have been clamoring for her to release an album. You will have to run promotional events after the album is released, and it will be exhausting. I might not see you for a long time," Susu said, stroking her silky hair. The more time they spent together, the more reluctant he felt to let her go. "Why don't you accompany me to the events?" Liu Yifei suggested. She didn't tee one apart from Susu either. "Let us not go there." Susu immediately shook his head. "What do you mean?" This insipid heartache drove Liu Yifei to frustration. "I'll bite you," she said, playfully nipping at Susu's lips. The following day, Liu Yifei departed on a flight, with her album release imminent. Liu Xiaoli had arranged several variety show appearances for her. "Hello, everyone. I bring you misaligned time and space," she announced as she performed on the show, her enchanting voice filling the air with beautiful melodies. "That was splendid, Yifei. Is there a story behind this song?" He Jiong asked, holding his cue card. "This is a song composed by Su Su for the Film Your Name," she replied. The screenwriter Su Su is incredibly talented. He wrote 2 theme songs for his previous film as well. Despite the scripted nature of the show, He Jiong was still astonished. Such creative artists are indeed rare in the industry. "Yes, all the songs on my album were written by him," Liu Yifei said proudly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He Jiong's eyes widened in realization. As the variety show aired, it generated considerable anticipation among viewers for the album. Simultaneously, Susu released a promotional video for the film. The buzz surrounding Your Name had been consistently high online, and once the promotional video was released, it quickly spread across the internet. Liu Yifei is so beautiful, her acting is superb, and her singing is delightful. Questions arose about the relationship between the 2 featured individuals in the film promotion, particularly why Liu Yifei's character, Yi, appeared filled with love while the male lead, Long, seemed oblivious to her. Misaligned time and space, the song had already hinted at, suggesting that you should recognize Long from a different timeline. Liu Yifei's red ribbon seemed like the fabled red thread of fate, leading to the question, why isn't at me? Many viewers speculated about the story behind the promotional video, eagerly anticipating Liu Yifei's album, which she mentioned would include 3 songs from the film. The 2 songs from those years would likely be included, along with 3 new tracks, leaving fans curious about their quality. Did you notice that Liu Yifei said the entire album was penned by Su Su, the screenwriter and male lead of both films? Every time Su Su was mentioned, Liu Yifei beamed with joy, her eyes radiating light. I feel like I'm discovering something I have never possessed, but am about to lose. That fellow is indeed handsome. But I oppose this union. Liu Yifei's album pre-release was met with positive feedback. Fans responded enthusiastically, and those who enjoyed music were eagerly awaiting the album, with the 3 songs revealed thus far receiving acclaim. At the Elephant Record store, the owner arrived early to open the shop and found a throng of people gathered outside. "Boss, have you stocked Liu Yifei's album?" Someone eagerly inquired. Wang Data paused for a moment, but quickly smiled. "It's already in stock. Everyone, please line up. I'll open the door shortly." Despite the sluggish state of the record industry, the business at the store had been thriving over the past 2 years. As long as one sells pirated copies, there's profit to be made. Wang Datu, recognizing Liu Yifei's popularity, ordered 1,000 copies of the album, drawing laughter from many peers who mocked him. In this day and age, even the 4 heavenly kings don't order that many legitimate albums. As the roller shutter opened and Wang Datu stepped inside, the people in line immediately called out, "Boss, I'll take 2 copies of Liu Yifei's album." "All right, please don't rush," he replied, quickly gathering the albums. It took nearly an hour to serve this group. "Not bad, not bad. I've sold 300 copies in just this time. If I sell 1,000, it should last 5 or 6 days. By then, the pirated copies should be distributed, which will align perfectly." He whistled, confident in his judgment. As he spoke, he retrieved an album to listen to its quality. Priced at 68 yuan. He hesitated to tear open the packaging and instead opened his computer to search online. Indeed, he found pirated versions already circulating. Last night, those with connections must have acquired the album for duplication. He opened the album track list. 1. The Girl We Pursued Together 2. Date on Beijing East Road 3. Misaligned Time and Space 4. Lemon 5. Take My Hand 6. My Sky 7. Hall of Fame 8. Love Story a total of 8 songs, 4 in Chinese, 1 in Japanese, and 3 in English. Wang Datu was somewhat astonished. Skipping the 3 songs already released, he immediately clicked on the foreign language tracks, aware that foreign songs do not always fare well in the Chinese market. After listening to Lemon, he found himself momentarily lost, although he didn't understand Japanese. The melody and lyrics were captivating. With his years of experience selling albums, he believed this song could also achieve success domestically. Listening to the 3 English songs, he discerned their melodies while glancing at the translated lyrics. The quality was exceptional. Each song possessed the potential to be a lead single. Just the 3 English songs could achieve remarkable results in overseas markets. "Boss, give me a copy of Liu Yifei's album." A man entered, grumbling. That other record store only stocked 100 copies, causing me to waste my time in line. "Boss, 1 copy of Liu Yifei's album for me." Such requests echoed continuously in Wang Datu's store. Within the morning, he had sold over 500 copies of the 1,000 albums. "It seems insufficient. I should place another order." Wang Datu picked up the phone and dialed the distributor. Liu Yifei leaned weakly against Su, her anger palpable yet futile. Despite her diligent efforts in recording promotional teasers, piracy had rendered them ineffective overnight. In delightful news, Chi-Chi announced that 300,000 copies had already been sold out, and the factory was in a rush to press more. Chapter 38. Inquiry of the Sword. This is an album that possesses the potential to attain divine recognition. Music critics have commented on Liu Yifei's recently released album. Liu Yifei's voice is crystalline and pure, her vocal skills extraordinarily solid, surpassing many contemporary artists in professionalism. As an actress by profession, her enchanting appearance, coupled with her diligent and industrious nature, truly justifies her title as a celestial fairy. What astonishes me even more is the songwriter Su, a dropout from Harem Institute of Technology who writes scripts, acts, and films, and has even founded his own internet company. His company is responsible for the immensely popular game Plants vs. Zombies. One cannot help but marvel at the creator's ingenuity to have produced such a remarkable duo who not only know each other, but also collaborate together. When talent meets hard work, Su composes songs in 3 languages, and Liu Yifei interprets them flawlessly. My dear, Yifei speaks 5 languages. Yet Su's talent still seems insufficient in comparison. Liu Yifei's album achieved phenomenal success, with 300,000 copies selling out within a mere day, prompting an urgent reprint amidst a race against piracy. The digital album, concurrently released on overseas platforms, has also performed admirably, with several English songs receiving excellent reviews abroad. Liu Yifei's popularity skyrocketed, selling over 600,000 albums in just 5 days. Although the emergence of pirated copies has decreased the sales of authentic albums, it is anticipated that the total will reach 1 million. Her calendar is inundated with offers, and after discussions, Liu Xiaoli and Su Su decided to accept some engagements for Liu Yifei, generating income while promoting her upcoming film. Her exceptional success has further heightened interest in her name. Originally, the film was already highly anticipated, but Liu Yifei's meteoric rise has attracted new attention to it. Seizing the moment, Su Su released 2 new promotional videos for the film, generating considerable fan engagement. The first video sparked speculation that the film revolves around a tale of time travel romance, leading many to conjecture the storyline. Entertainment media consistently mention Liu Yifei while expressing anticipation for her performance in the forthcoming film Your Name. Ironically, the heavily promoted Heart in the Dark has been relegated to the sidelines, overshadowed by the news of Liu Yifei's album. Crash! The ashtray fell to the ground, startling everyone in the conference room. No need to panic. Let us discuss our response, Wang Zhonglei reassured, though his demeanor betrayed his unease. The chilling silence only heightened the tension. The publicity team lowered their heads, fixated on the notebooks before them. Their usual promotional strategies involved purchasing newspaper ads, billboards, bus stops, mall displays, and television interviews with the film's creators. Who could have anticipated that a rival would release an album of such high quality at this juncture? Inciting such a frenzy? Given the album's quality, it is likely to sustain its popularity for 1 to 2 months, especially with the inclusion of songs from the film. During this period, any artist would struggle to compete with Liu Yifei. From now until its release, Your Name will not require any further promotion, as its popularity is assured. Should we consider moving the release date or changing the schedule? Someone suggested. Your Name, following the special effects incident, has maintained considerable attention. Now, with Liu Yifei's album launch, the film's promotion has reached its zenith. There is no need to engage in a direct confrontation. The person beside him immediately nudged him, urging him to remain silent. Wang Zhonglei's expression turned grave. Hua Yi cannot afford to lose face by changing the release date. Hua Yi had previously suppressed Your Name, only to be countered silently by Su Su, and has already endured a loss. Heart in the Dark, filmed concurrently, was deliberately scheduled for the same period. And industry insiders have recognized Hua Yi's animosity toward Your Name and Su Su. Allowing Hua Yi to back down would signal to the industry that a leading domestic entertainment company cannot even contain a newcomer, jeopardizing Hua Yi's standing in the circle. The sound of footsteps approached as Wang Zhongjuan entered the conference room. Mr. Wang, everyone stood to greet him. With a smile, Wang Zhongjuan gestured for silence, and everyone took their seats. He patted his brother's shoulder and addressed the group. Feng Xiaojing's film, The Banquet, has been moved up. It will now premiere on August 7th. The publicity team should prepare accordingly, as Director Feng and Mr. Gu will cooperate with your promotions. Isn't this an inefficient use of resources? After the room emptied, Wang Zhonglei stood. The Banquet is a major production funded by Hua, with an investment of 130 million yuan. Originally slated for August 30th, the entire month was reserved for the banquet. When hunting a lion, one must use full strength. Your Name currently garners too much attention for Hua Yi to falter at this moment, Wang Zhongjuan stated. Hua Yi has developed swiftly over the past 2 years, and with a significant Sino-American co-production plan for next year, they need to instill confidence in their partners. Initially indifferent to Su Su, the evident disparity in attention between Heart in the Dark and Your Name compelled Hua Yi to engage in this battle. Deploying the banquet is the utmost respect towards Su Su. The announcement of the banquet moving its release date to August 7th sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry, reigniting discussions about the conflict between Hua Yi and Su Su. Why has the 130 million yuan investment in the banquet been suddenly advanced? The two films now flank Your Name, creating a dual assault. Capital seizes the market, while independent filmmakers face adversity. Articles from various media outlets emerged, shifting the focus from the anticipation of your name to the banquet, backed by renowned director Feng Xiaojing, esteemed actor Gu Yu, and the inclusion of international stars. With such substantial investment and grand scale, Susu's film seems to lack any competitive edge. Susu realized that Hua Yi was determined to reclaim its pride. Should the film's release date be altered? Han Sanping inquired about Susu's thoughts over the phone. No need. We will inevitably cross paths in the future. We cannot allow ourselves to retreat every time we encounter a challenge. Susu replied nonchalantly. The banquet is not an exceptional work. It pales in comparison to Chindakai's Mantu. The Wang brothers are not magnanimous. They intend to contest pride. Initially, they aimed to release on the same day, but I declined, prompting them to postpone by 7 days. Be prepared, Susu. You understand, Didak Dolfan. Whether it's a horse or a donkey. We'll take it for a spin. Perhaps it will turn out to be another The Promise, Susu jested. Let us hope not. The banquet is also distributed by China Film, which still aims to profit from distribution fees. After discussing the film matters for a while, Han Sanping expressed a sense of pessimism, believing that your name could only expect 7 days of box office revenue, as the banquet would likely overshadow it upon release. On July 27th, Heart in the Dark premiered, garnering attention due to the conflict between Hua Yi and Susu. The film achieved a box office of $3 million on its opening day, exceeding Hua Yi's expectations, with director Tung Huadao noting that it performed better than the opening of You Are the One. Media outlets interviewed the creative team, and many film critics offered praise for the movie. Feng Xiaojing remarked, "The film showcases innovation. Profound love inevitably leads to pain." Vision Report stated, Hua Yi has taken a bold stance. Heart in the Dark has reaped benefits on its opening day, and we eagerly await your name's performance. Chapter 39, The Sword Yet to be Drawn. The enemy already fallen, Susu. Did you see the premiere of Heart in the Dark grossed $3 million? Liu Yifei learned about the film's premiere from the media. The box office performance was commendable, and the prevailing sentiment in the press was largely favorable. However, the reviews on the first day held little weight. Susu pulled her into his embrace and continued scrolling online. Critic Hu Song remarked, "The romance lacks authenticity. The suspense fails to thrill. It is merely an absurd farce." Some reviews criticized the film with lengthy critiques. Was it truly that dreadful? Should we sneak a peek? After reading Hu Song's review, Liu Yifei pondered whether the film was as terrible as suggested. "Let us skip it. I'm afraid of ghosts," she casually remarked, resuming her search. Soon, she stumbled upon audience complaints post-viewing. There's no real horror, just jump scares. You can predict the ending within 10 minutes. It's utterly cliché. As for romance, director, this is not love, just 3 utter fools. The majority of viewers lambasted the chaotic plot, and even the fans of the 3 stars refrained from defending them. Susu felt a sense of reassurance. The following day, the film's box office saw a significant drop, earning only over $200,000. Online complaints multiplied. Some media outlets began to proclaim doom. The story is lacking, and stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan cannot sustain box office success. They advised director Tung that the essence of cinema lies in storytelling, not in star power. The narrative was described as long and tedious. A newspaper sent reporters to cinemas to interview viewers, and the most common responses were boring, cliché, and a terrible film. On social media, comments were even more blunt. In this era, no one managed such critiques, and fans refrained from controlling the narrative. Those who came for Li Ming were disappointed. After all, he was one of the 4 heavenly kings, yet he accepted any mediocre script. I'm a fan of Liu Ruoying. She performed splendidly in No Thieves in the World, yet I never expected her to star in such a dreadful film. I'm a fan of Fan Bingbing's beauty. How could she choose this film and end up looking like that? I'm going mad. The billion-dollar director, once associated with Susu, was now laid bare. Samak Tung Huatao. The flood of negative reviews reflected in the box office, which plummeted on the 3rd day, garnering a mere 80,000. The financial failure incited a media backlash. The heights of praise from earlier days were met with an equally harsh fall. Tung Huatao's film demonstrated just how inflated the reputation of a billion-dollar director could be. In those years, he was merely a pawn for Susu. The influence of stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan was waning, and good cinema returned to its essence. Compelling narratives were the true guarantee of box office success. Anticipation grew for the release of Your Name. Fan Bingbing's lackluster performance failed to earn her a favorable reputation. By the fourth day, Heart in the Dark had earned only 30,000, with the media's commentary solely comprised of scorn, alongside eager anticipation for the next day's premiere of Your Name. On August 1st, the premiere of Your Name commenced. The star-studded event seemed somewhat dimmed. The soft embargo from Hawaii had taken effect, and attendance did not match that of the previous premiere for those years. Now you understand the stakes, Han Samping remarked, seated beside Su Su, tilting his head to gauge his expression. Noting Su Su's nonchalance, he found it difficult to decipher his thoughts. The entertainment industry adheres to its own set of rules, and such reckless methods would lead to a challenging path, Han Samping cautioned. If I were a mountain, all rivers and seas would need to flow around me. Su Su replied casually, entirely unconcerned about Hawaii. That is quite an arrogant declaration. Han Samping observed the unruffled Su Su, recognizing he was not jesting. I wouldn't dare to claim myself a mountain in the entertainment industry. He sighed. Perhaps this was the audacity of youth, unrefined by setbacks. As the film began, Han Samping's gaze shifted to the screen. Su Su felt a hand clasping his and turned to see Liu Yifei's sparkling eyes. I am a tree standing atop the mountain, welcoming the winds and snow with you. Su Su smiled at her, tightening his grip around her hand. The film opened with Liu Yifei as Yi, awakening from a dream and exhibiting a series of bizarre actions. Oh, a fortunate audience member in the back gasped. On screen, Liu Yifei removed her clothing, revealing only her slender legs. As the second act transitioned, the reactions of those around indicated that Yi had been quite abnormal the previous day. She couldn't recall her name and behaved erratically. The plot gradually unfolded, revealing that the characters played by Liu Yifei and Su Su could traverse each other's souls. They agreed to live as one another, simultaneously jotting down notes to remind the other of their tasks. Until the night of the comet's arrival, the screen erupted with vibrant colors, marking the conclusion of their soul exchange, sealing all love and longing in that one evening. Dragon, enchantingly drawn to a place from his memories, discovered that both he and Yi were separated not only by space but also by time. Though they stood in the same position, they were blind to each other, arms outstretched yet unable to embrace. When the comet returned, neither knew the other's name, only a shared affection that tugged at their hearts, as if something had been lost among the crowd. That phrase sounds familiar. Dragon's voice broke the tension. A trite pickup line that nonetheless brought tears to Ye's eyes. Your name. As the credits rolled, the audience remained seated in silence. When the screen finally darkened and the lights illuminated the theater, Su Su and Liu Yifei, along with the film's creative team, stepped forward. Thunderous applause erupted, resonating for an extended duration. Thank you all for your support of the film, Su Su expressed into the microphone, offering words of gratitude. Did Dragon end up with Yi? A reporter stood to inquire, eager about the couple's fate. Even as they reconciled, dissatisfaction lingered. What do you think? Su Tse retorted. I believe they should be together. They faced such hardships to meet. They should not be separated again. The reporter responded, firm in his conviction. Hold fast to your beliefs. Su Su nodded in acknowledgement. The reporter, bewildered, returned to his seat, reflecting on Su Su's ambiguous reply, realizing it conveyed little. A neighboring journalist shot him a look, muttering rookie. Liu Yifei, did you enjoy Dragon inhabiting your body? The microphone was passed to a female reporter who posed a rather bold question. The film is merely an artistic interpretation. In reality, soul exchanges do not occur. Liu Yifei glanced at Su Su before replying. Liu Yifei, are you and Su Su in a romantic relationship? Another reporter probed. We are very close friends and have collaborated wonderfully. Liu Yifei maintained the artist code, her response vague yet polite. Su Su frowned. How could these journalists, who were there for monetary gain, be so oblivious to decorum? He felt a strong urge to exclaim for them to be removed. Chapter 40. Box office premiere. The media coverage initially emerged with the headline, "Is the lack of artist blessings at the premiere of Your Name indicative of its poor quality?" leading everyone to shy away. The film, I Love You, Yet Cannot Call Out Your Name, narrates a poignant story. The film's screening rate reached an impressive 43%. Originally, Your Name would not have garnered such a high number of screenings, but due to the disastrous reception of Haunting in My Heart, the screenings that should have belonged to it naturally shifted to the more popular Your Name. The ringing of a phone broke the silence. In a hotel room, Susu fumbled to unlock his phone. Susu, the film's box office on its opening day is 5,810,000. Came a voice of Han Sanping. Oh, Sutse Niplite. What? Are you dissatisfied with this box office? I'm quite exhausted, currently in Shanghai, and I don't even know where I'm flying to tonight. Susu opened his eyes. A good box office performance warrants a bit of fatigue. Han Sanping was aware that Susu was on a promotional tour. With such excellent box office results, he must be overjoyed. Not long after the call ended, the door swung open, and Liu Yifei burst in. Susu, our film's opening day box office is 5,810,000. Her hair was loose, her face devoid of makeup, yet her expression radiated excitement. Having just woken from sleep, she rushed to share the box office news with Susu. Come here and tell me all the details, Susu said, looking at Liu Yifei, who was clad in pajamas. I must inform you that the online reviews for our film are exceedingly positive. Many are discussing the plot. And the media reports that Your Name has an opening day attendance rate of 61%. Liu Yifei approached the bedside, sharing the insights she had gathered. Suddenly, Susu reached out, grasped Liu Yifei's wrist, and pulled her onto the bed. He lifted the covers, enveloping her within. Hey, what are you doing? Liu Yifei exclaimed, startled to find herself embraced tightly by Susu. Stay still. Let me hold you for a while. The promotional tour is exhausting, and we deserve a little sweetness. Liu Yifei's heart raced as she felt the warmth of Susu's embrace. But soon, a thought struck her. No, my mother will come looking for me. Cici, you are mine. Not even Jesus can save you. Susu tightened his grip, drawing Liu Yifei closer and placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Feeling the weight of Susu's leg resting upon her, Liu Yifei experienced a mix of pressure and an indescribable sense of security. She found herself speechless, her hand slipping under Susu's arm, resting on his back. Leaning against him felt delightful, and as she blinked and inhaled his pleasant scent, she gradually fell asleep. A series of knocks on the door jolted them awake. Their eyes met, and Susu looked bewildered. What are you doing here? He instinctively asked. What do you mean? Liu Yifei, still slightly dazed, felt a flush of embarrassment at his question. It was as if she had barged in uninvited. She sat up, threw off the covers, and with her delicate feet, playfully kicked Susu twice, standing in a huff beside the bed, glaring at him while adjusting her rumpled pajamas. Ah, my mistake. I must have dozed off. Susu recalled pulling her onto the bed. The frequent transitions of the promotional tour had left him unsettled, feeling more fatigued than the seasoned stars like Liu Yifei. Aren't you going to see who it is? Liu Yifei crossed her arms, fuming. The knocking persisted, and if it were someone from the crew, that would be acceptable. However, if it were an outsider, the sight of Liu Yifei in Susu's room could lead to unnecessary complications. All right, Susu replied, rising to dress and moving toward the door. Peering through the peephole, he recognized Liu Xiaoli and Xu Chong, the former's face etched with concern. Auntie, Xu Chong. Susu opened the door. Is Cici with you? Liu Xiaoli inquired eagerly. Yes, she's here, Susu replied awkwardly. That's a relief. It's better than any accidents occurring. Call her out. Mom. Liu Yifei called out, hearing her mother's voice, and she approached. I knew you'd run off. Come back with me, Liu Xiaoli admonished, leading Liu Yifei away while still scolding her. Xu Chong, observing from behind, scrutinized Susu, making him feel somewhat self-conscious. You dare sneak into his room? What if the hotel staff or other guests catch you? Liu Xiaoli pointedly addressed Liu Yifei. So what if they do? Liu Yifei mumbled, unbothered about her relationship with Susu becoming public. We still have the promotional tour this afternoon. Are you in such a hurry? Aren't you worried about work? Mom, we were just talking, Liu Yifei defended herself. Talking on the bed, I see. Liu Xiaoli was at a loss for words, having initially wanted to overlook their antics, but now felt compelled to intervene. And you, why didn't you follow her? I told you to keep an eye on her. She goes to find Susu, and you just let her? Liu Xiaoli turned her ire on Xu Chong, who had been merely a spectator, lowering her head in embarrassment. Cece is off to see her lover. What am I supposed to do? Play the maid? She thought to herself. Behave yourselves, Liu Xiaoli concluded. The crew of your name was indeed unique. Liu Yifei was an investor, while Su Sum managed the production, both being the leading stars. With the weight of the promotional tour resting heavily on Liu Xiaoli's shoulders, the two young rascals continued to keep her on edge, profiting while she worked tirelessly for them. Upon returning to their room, Liu Yifei and Xu Chang exchanged whispers. Did you sleep at all? Xu Chang inquired softly. Sleep? What are you talking about? Liu Yifei's cheeks flushed as she recalled Su's embrace. Nothing happened during that time, right? Is he incapable? Chang, what nonsense are you spouting? Liu Yifei retorted, playfully tussling with Xu Chang. When held by Su, she had sensed a change in him, and, at that moment, she felt too anxious to move. Let's rest for a bit. We still have the promotional tour this afternoon, they quipped, eventually lying down to relax. Liu Yifei and Xu Chang, both renowned stars, were immensely popular. Su, a brilliant talent, had also garnered a following with 2 films and his original songs. As they waved to the audience and entered the cinema, Xu Chang remarked, Our film is incredibly well received. I saw many viewers leaving in tears. She played the second female lead, enjoying significant popularity herself. Amidst the promotional tour, good news about the box office continued to pour in, with the second day's earnings reaching 6,300,000. The box office figures for the third day remained above 6 million. The film Your Name achieved remarkable success, showcasing a talented screenwriter with an innovative story and genuine emotions, making it a commendable piece of work. Liu Yifei, having shown significant improvement in her acting skills since those years, adeptly portrayed 2 distinct personalities, flawlessly balancing the male and female roles. The anticipation for her future endeavors is palpable. It has been proven that even without Teng Huatao, Su can still produce exceptional works. Conversely, Teng Huatao's offerings without Su have left audiences in stitches. After watching the film, I too felt a sense of a forgotten emotion resurfacing. Chapter 41. Fragrance Beyond the Walls. The film Your Name garnered nearly 30 million in box office revenue over 5 days. In contrast to its innovative narrative, the controversial special effects seemed of little consequence. It is a romantic and fantastical love story, one in which we are willing to believe in the exquisite beauty of love. Both media critiques and online reviews painted an optimistic picture, maintaining a box office figure around 6 million. The film's quality received audience acclaim, and media outlets followed suit with predominantly favorable reviews. The film attracted a considerable audience, and many awaited the initial feedback from viewers. The wave of positive reviews had only just begun to surge. After 5 consecutive days of roadshows, Su felt utterly exhausted, leaning against the sofa, reluctant to move. In contrast, Liu Yifei and Xu Chang, though fatigued, remained animated in conversation. With a box office of 30 million, daily earnings not only held steady but actually increased. Hua Yi is truly detestable, Xu Chang and Liu Yifei murmured. The promotional investment for the banquet was substantial, dominating traditional media coverage. I never exploit the trust of the people, Feng Xiaojiang stated publicly in the Southern Metropolis Daily. We don't even know what the film is like, Liu Yifei mused, recalling Su's indifference towards the banquet, secretly hoping for a miracle. On August 6th, the banquet held an advanced screening and grand premiere, attended by a multitude of stars. For Huaxia to enter the era of blockbuster films, we must move beyond small-scale productions. We need a professional team to create professional works, Wang Zhonglei proclaimed at the premiere. Mr. Wang, what do you have to say about Hua Yi's suppression of Your Name and the earlier failure of The Heart Has Ghosts? A reporter inquired. Hua Yi has never suppressed its peers. Competition among films is inevitable. We uphold an open and cooperative mindset, and we extended invitations to Su, the screenwriter, and the creative team of Your Name for the premiere. Wang Zhonglei responded during an interview, discussing collaboration and expressing hope that Su and his team would attend to celebrate the glorious era of Huaxia blockbusters. Media reports juxtaposed the premieres of Your Name and the banquet, highlighting the latter's star-studded event, where many artists expressed their astonishment, asserting that this was the essence of a Huaxia blockbuster. Huayi's willingness to engage in equal dialogue with all competitors and extend invitations to rivals sadly did not elicit the expected responses. Susu glanced at the gilded invitation on the table, chuckled, and tossed it into the trash. A preview is splendid. It can lead to an earlier demise. Had Susu been in the capital, he would have genuinely wished to attend the premiere of the banquet. On its opening day, the banquet achieved a box office of 13 million, shattering Feng's personal record for the highest opening day revenue, and doubling that of your name. Anticipation for Feng's directorial prowess was palpable, with many cinemas dedicating their entire schedules to the banquet, resulting in long queues. Conversely, Your Name saw its box office halve to just over 2 million, barely a fraction of the banquet, illustrating that in the face of truly exceptional works, any artifice of inferior creations is destined to flounder. The Southern Metropolis Daily remarked thus: "The high revenue of the banquet sparked a flurry of media accolades. Reminiscent of the earlier hype surrounding Your Name and the disparagement of the heart has ghosts, a classic case of elevating some while diminishing others." Sutze, however, paid little heed to media coverage. The decline in Your Name's box office was primarily due to its limited screenings. The banquet secured an impressive 53% of screenings, while Your Name garnered less than 17. When considering occupancy rates, Your Name did not fare poorly. Beneath the media's adulation lay numerous overlooked critiques. The voices of ordinary viewers ultimately dictate a film's fate. Online comments regarding the banquet began to surface gradually. What kind of film is this? Would they equip it? Likening it to a cold joke. It's merely a striptease on the big screen, revealing nothing of significance. A muddled affair that hovers between Eastern and Western styles, featuring an illicit romance. The great director's cinematic prowess forcibly captivates your gaze. But fret not, there is more to come in December. This commentary bore a rather pessimistic tone, even dragging Zhang Yimou's unreleased Curse of the Golden Flower into its critique. The following day, the banquet's box office plummeted to 10 million, with a weekend total of 23 million. Though the figures were substantial, they fell short of Hua Yi's expectations. In just 2 days, it barely matched the opening day revenue of The Promise, leaving Feng Xiaojing quite dissatisfied. Many hold misconceptions about films. I intend to rectify these biases with the banquet, Feng insisted. Yet his forceful assertions failed to salvage ticket sales. On the third day, box office figures further dwindled, yielding only 7 million on a Monday. In contrast, Your Name experienced a resurgence, earning 350,000. At this juncture, a seismic announcement rocked the entertainment industry. Liu Yifei's rendition of Lemon captivated Japan, where Your Name sparked a nationwide viewing frenzy after just 3 days of release, prompting urgent requests for additional film copies. Liu Yifei's album had previously reached Japan, with both Japanese and Mandarin songs enjoying immense popularity, soaring up the music charts. Media reported on the scenes in Japanese cinemas, where couples donned red ribbons, eagerly queuing for tickets to Your Name. Countless film enthusiasts voiced their admiration for the film. Last night, it premiered in Seoul, South Korea, with the creative team of Your Name promoting the film. Liu Yifei performed the film's theme song in both Chinese and English, inciting cheers from fans. Susu had previously discussed overseas distribution with Han Samping, who had explored the markets in Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia. Only Japan and South Korea expressed significant interest, with Japan showing the most sincerity, bolstered by Liu Yifei's Japanese song. The phenomenal success of Your Name in Japan and South Korea subsequently influenced the domestic market. With the banquet's reputation already in shambles and occupancy rates faltering, numerous screenings were reallocated to Your Name, which consistently maintained favorable audience turnout. With higher screening rates, the box office for Your Name surged again, reaching 7 million in a single day, surpassing the banquet. The outstanding reputation ensured the film's continued success, with media coverage highlighting Your Name's achievements while pursuing updates on the Japanese and South Korean markets. Positive news emerged from overseas, as various Southeast Asian nations prepared to release Your Name, and the European and American film markets expressed interest in its introduction, as reported by the Film Journal. Your Name made waves abroad, clinching the title of the top film in Japan and South Korea, while targeting the Southeast Asian market. The explosive overseas performance incited curiosity among domestic audiences about the nature of the film that could captivate Japan and South Korea. Over the weekend, Your Name achieved its first-day box office exceeding 10 million. Rather than declining, Your Name's earnings experienced a significant upswing, signaling an unstoppable rise. The demise of Huaxiao blockbusters was evident. The banquet had dissipated, leaving behind a carcass that even crows would shun. Frequent plot holes rendered the entire film unconvincing, with the palace coup appearing as child's play, as noted by Xinhua News. The film returned to its narrative essence, necessitating the director, as the storyteller, to present a cohesive tale, according to the Southern Metropolis Daily. The media's rapid shift in tone was astonishing. Just days prior, they heralded the banquet as the dawn of Huaxiao blockbusters, now deeming it a rotting corpse that no one wished to patronize. In the Hua E-Company conference room, the publicity team appeared despondent, while Feng Xiaojiang's expression darkened. The disappointment of the film's failure was palpable, yet the success of his rivals proved even more intolerable. The night banquet has been in theaters for 2 weeks, yet its box office earnings have barely reached 60 million, with just 2 weeks remaining until its removal from screens. It seems unlikely to surpass 80 million in total revenue. The film's production budget was a staggering 130 million, leaving investors on the brink of substantial losses. In stark contrast, Your Name has been screening for 3 weeks and has already grossed over 130 million domestically, despite claiming a production budget of 40 million, which in reality was only a little over 20 million. What factors contribute to its success? In terms of investment, direction, and star power, how does it compare to the night banquet? What accounts for its remarkable performance? Chapter 42, Am I Beautiful? Su Su, do you think this outfit looks good on me? Liu Yifei twirled in front of Su Su, donning a light blue lawn dress. The film had performed splendidly, lifting her spirits as she sought Su Su's opinion on the attire she had purchased abroad. Did that stylist help you choose it? We should replace him. Su Su remarked with a glance. What are you talking about? I chose it myself. It's lovely. Even Chong Chong said it looked good when I bought it. Liu Yifei retorted, slightly displeased. It is indeed quite lovely, Su Su affirmed with a serious nod, acknowledging her taste. How dismissive. Liu Yifei pouted and stormed back to her room in a huff. As Your Name premiered across Southeast Asia, the creative team engaged in promotional activities in several key countries. Returning home after nearly half a month, Su Su felt the exhaustion of celebrity life, the unpredictable sleep schedule, the disorientation upon waking, and the relentless barrage of questions from journalists proved to be quite taxing for someone with a strong desire for control. Regardless of the location, Su Su instinctively sought to know his surroundings, security arrangements, itinerary, provisions, funding sources, and expenditure details. In contrast, Liu Yifei and her fellow artists had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle, able to sleep soundly on planes and in hotels with their needs catered to by assistants, free from psychological burdens, allowing them a much more relaxed existence. Does this look good? Liu Yifei reappeared, now clad in a navy blue denim dress and a white shirt. Her fair skin radiant, complemented by long, slender legs adorned with beige flip-flops, presenting a delightful sight. Absolutely stunning. Your taste is exquisite, youthful, vibrant, and elegantly beautiful. I adore it, Su Su exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Really, do you think it looks that good? Liu Yifei stepped closer, spinning for his approval. Indeed, it truly is lovely. I like it very much. Su Su extended his hand. Smack! Liu Yifei swatted Su Su's hand away, pouting in dissatisfaction. This is an outfit that Chong Chong bought for me. Regardless of the attire, you always look splendid in it. Su Su persisted, reaching out again. Oomph. Liu Yifei was not pleased. She saw his hand moving toward her thigh and kicked out, turning to dash back to her room. Moments later, she returned, adorned in a silk slip dress. Why have you changed into sleepwear? That previous outfit was truly beautiful, Su Su inquired before Liu Yifei could respond. Liu Yifei's smile faltered as she glanced down at her dress, realizing its beauty. Go to hell, she exclaimed, grabbing a pillow and unleashing her frustration upon Su Su. I was mistaken. You are indeed very beautiful. Su Su raised his arms in surrender. Liu Yifei, still furious, climbed onto Su and continued her playful assault with the pillow. Qian, what are you doing? Let Su rest a bit. Lu Xiaoli entered just in time to witness their playful scuffle, her expression darkening as she intervened. Throughout the promotional roadshow and overseas activities, Lu Xiaoli had been attentive to Su's well-being, acutely aware of his fatigue, especially after their travels abroad, where Su had invested significantly in security and food safety, meticulously managing every detail of their itinerary. Perhaps it was the result of growing up as an orphan that made him so attentive. Lu Xiaoli felt a surge of maternal affection for the solitary youth. What do you mean I'm causing trouble? He asked the one bullying me. Liu Yifei shot a discontented glance at her mother. During the day, you're in sleepwear in the living room. Did Su drag you out of your bedroom? Lu Xiaoli's piercing gaze quickly discerned the situation, realizing her daughter was the one attempting to entice Su. What sleepwear? You're picking on me too. I'm ignoring both of you. Liu Yifei fumed, hurling the pillow at Su before storming back to her room. Has Annie returned? Su stood up from a sofa, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon returning home, Su was expected to return the villa Liu Yifei had lent him, but Lu Xiaoli had invited him into their home. Please, have a seat. Are there any further arrangements for the film's promotion? Lu Xiaoli inquired. Mr. Han informed me that the film has received an extended release key and should conclude around September 15th. The domestic market has been adequately promoted, and we can proceed with the release soon. If any suitable offers arise, I can assist Qian in securing them. The film had been released domestically for a month, nearing 200 million in box office receipts, with excellent figures from East Asia and Southeast Asia. Han Samping had reached out to Su to discuss the extension, aiming for a boost in domestic ticket sales. Lu Xiaoli nodded, acknowledging Su's capabilities and expressing no reservations regarding his plans. Qian is likely sulking in her room. You should go console her. Oh, I will do just that. Su initially appeared surprised, then elated as he stood up. This was an endorsement from his future mother-in-law, not an intrusion he had initiated. That wretched Su, always bullying others. Liu Yifei pounded her plush bear in frustration. Knock. Knock. I won't eat. Let your precious son-in-law have my food. Liu Yifei, thinking it was her mother calling her, retorted defiantly. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. I already said. As she flung open the door, discovering it was Su, she immediately glared at him with her hands on her hips. Wah? Before Liu Yifei could finish her protest, Su embraced her, silencing her with a kiss. She pounded his back in protest, but after a few moments, the fierceness in her eyes softened, and she clung to him tightly. Huff! Liu Yifei lay on her bed, breathing heavily, casting an annoyed glance at Su. She noticed Su surveying her room with curious eyes, making her feel exposed. Instinctively, she cupped his face, preventing him from gazing around. Don't look. Who allowed you into my room? Auntie sent me in, Su replied, their eyes locking as he smiled. That's impossible. Mom would never allow you into my room. Liu Yifei doubted, knowing her mother was fiercely protective. Perhaps she considers me quite exceptional and wishes to entrust you to me. Su answered with mock seriousness. What makes you exceptional? You're nothing but a troublemaker. Liu Yifei blushed with indignation, covering Su's face with her hands and pushing him away as she sat up. Liu Yifei's bedroom was spacious, lined with a row of wardrobes containing her favorite clothes. She also had a dedicated dressing room brimming with garments. This dress is beautiful. Why, Haven Tea, I've seen you wear before. Su picked up a pink dress from the bed, admiring it. Liu Yifei had just changed to show Su her outfits, leaving the wardrobe open and the bed cluttered with clothes. In her flustered state, she hadn't tidied up. Mind your own business. Liu Yifei snatched the dress from Su's hands. Will it really look good? She examined the dress, tilting her head to gaze at Su. Trust my judgment. I'll try it on. Don't come over. Chapter 43. The Princesses might congratulations on the box office success of your name, surpassing 200 million. With only 10 days left until it exits theaters, the media covers the film daily, and aside from the occasional post-mortem of the banquet, it has drawn little attention. Regardless of the hefty investments and renowned directors, if the story fails to captivate, ticket sales will inevitably suffer. Such is the harsh reality of the market. Your name has become the inescapable topic within the entertainment industry during this period. Su's name is frequently mentioned, with entertainment companies eager to invest in his scripts, actors vying for roles in his projects, and directors wishing to serve as his facilitators. Xue Xiaolu, a professor from Beijing Film Academy with no prior directing credits, has skyrocketed to become a director with a box office achievement of 200 million, securing the second highest rank among domestic filmmakers. Liu Yifei has also become the envy of many female stars, having starred in 2 films that grossed over $1 billion, eclipsing even the 4 Dan actresses. In terms of national recognition, Liu Yifei boasts works such as The Demigods and Semi-Devils, Chinese Paladin, and The Return of the Condor Heroes. In terms of accolades, she has 2 blockbuster films under her belt, with a staggering 300 million in box office revenue as a leading lady. Notably, Your Name has performed admirably in both East Asia and Southeast Asia, significantly enhancing Liu Yifei's prominence within the entire East Asian cultural sphere. The film will premiere in Europe and America on September 30th, and promotional activities have already commenced. Even before the film's release, Liu Yifei's melodious voice has already reached Western audiences. Love Story has captured the hearts of the youth, prompting many to seek information about Liu Yifei online. The song's promotion has garnered considerable attention for the film in the Western market. Not only has she acted and gained fame, but she has also invested in the film, reaping substantial financial rewards. Isn't that infuriating? Su returned to the company to hear reports from various departments. The 6FANet's time travel section has achieved over 100,000 posts, with participation from over 10 million users and a total of 80 million registered users. The website's daily active users have reached 10 million, Huguo reported excitedly, noting that the data indicated they were entering the realm of major websites. Ensure the purity of the site, increase the number of operational supervisors in the Starlight section, and verify the identities of celebrity registrations. Su reviewed the overall development of the 6FANet, noting that without advertisements, it remained a money-losing venture. Shouldn't we consider increasing some advertising revenue? Huguo hesitated to suggest. The site had maintained a user-friendly, ad-free environment, yet continued expenditures reliant solely on gaming companies was unsustainable. Develop as required, Su replied. Su, open the door. A voice called from outside. Both Su and Huguo stood up. Su, you carry on. I'll get back to work, Huguo said, aware that only Liu Yifei would dare to call out to Su in such a manner. Su opened the door to find Liu Yifei dragging a flatbed cart, on which sat a large cabinet. What is this? He asked, rushing to assist. A refrigerator. You mentioned your office needed one, Liu Yifei said, straightening up and wiping the sweat from her brow, smiling brightly. Which appliance store did you buy this from? I should call and scold them for not delivering it to the door, she added. They delivered it to the ground floor. I didn't have them bring it up, Liu Yifei replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You silly, with such a large item. Didn't you think to ask for help? All right. I completely forgot to call you down, Liu Yifei nodded, a bit sheepish. The two of them maneuvered the refrigerator into the office and exchanged glances. Wait here. I'll find a few people to help carry it down, she said. Stop using the air conditioning. You just broke a sweat. Go take a shower and change your clothes. Once the refrigerator was settled and the staff had left, Su suggested that Liu Yifei freshen up in the office restroom. The sound of running water echoed as Su gazed towards the restroom, regretting that he could see nothing. He reviewed the game revenue report sent by Chung Hao, noting that Plants vs. Zombies had grossed 30 million in domestic sales, all of which would be reinvested into post-game maintenance and forming a new game development team. I have no clothes to wear. Liu Yifei's voice called from the restroom. Her garments were soaked with sweat, and she did not wish to face Su in them. You can wear mine, Su replied, offering her several clean shirts. Before long, the restroom door swung open, and Liu Yifei emerged clad in tailored black trousers and a crisp white shirt tucked in her waist, looking quite dapper. Su is easily up. You look rather sharp, he exclaimed. Liu Yifei, who was nearly as tall as Su, appeared both competent and stylish with her short hair, a remnant of her role in Your Name. Am I not the most dashing princess? Liu Yifei beamed at Su's compliment, feeling a surge of pride. She approached his desk, playfully lifting his chin with a finger. Little girl, may I steal a kiss from you? Ah, Before Liu Yifei could finish her sentence, Susu enveloped her in his arms, covering her mouth with his. Unyielding, she retaliated by nibbling at his lips. Breathless, they gazed at one another before bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Do you dare tease me again? Sutze playfully fleeked Harthorit. Who is afraid of whom? Liu Yifei retorted, straddling Susu's lap and wrapping her arms around his neck. Spare me. I yield. I yield. Please have mercy, princess. Susu cried, feeling the pressure of her hands on his waist. Humph. Do you dare challenge this princess? Liu Yifei replied, proudly lifting her chin and playfully tapping his forehead. The princess is mighty and majestic. Thank you for the refrigerator, your highness, Susu complimented, wrapping his arms around her waist. By the way, I also bought some drinks downstairs. Liu Yifei suddenly remembered, hopping off Susu's lap to fetch them. Don't go. You just change clothes. If you go out again, you'll sweat and be left in your birthday suit. Susu pulled her back. You're the one in your birthday suit. Liu Yifei shot back, her face flushing with embarrassment upon realizing he knew she wasn't wearing a bra, kicking him with feigned annoyance. Hee, you stay here. I'll find someone to bring them up, Susu chuckled, pushing her down onto the office chair as he went out to fetch help with the drinks. The boss lady has dispatched drinks. Grab what you want. When the drinks arrived in ample supply, Susu distributed them throughout the company before bringing the remainder into the office. In the room, Liu Yifei, hearing Susu's cheerful voice, wore a shy yet delighted expression, her gaze lingering on his departing silhouette. Chapter 44. The special effects company Susu was diligently managing documents while Liu Yifei sat on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Mom said to invite you over for dinner tonight, Liu Yifei suddenly remarked. All right, once you finish these documents, we can head back together, Susu replied, glancing at Liu Yifei, who sat quietly, a smile perpetually gracing her lips as she occasionally looked up at him. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the office door. Hearing the sound, Liu Yifei rose from the sofa. I'll go rest in the lounge. It's likely that those coming to see your employees reporting on work, and my presence might be a hindrance, she said, opting to step aside. Susu smiled and nodded, appreciating the understanding nature of the girl, a truly endearing presence. Come in, he called, lifting his gaze towards the door. Mr. Su, Hunter, the Vice President of North American Industrial Magic Light, has arrived. How would you like to proceed? Zhao Ting entered the office. Industrial Magic Light, a special effects company from North America. Susu quickly grasped the purpose of the visitor's arrival. Please take him to the reception room. Understood, Mr. Su, Zhao Ting replied, exiting the office. Susu sat there, contemplating matters concerning the special effects company. The special effects company was profitable and capable of independent growth. The only dilemma was the inability to secure top-tier special effect projects. Yuming Guangying had gained recognition for domestic special effects through your name, but it had only achieved a modest reputation domestically. There was little awareness abroad, and the domestic market lacked sufficient demand for high-end special effects. Industrial Magic Light likely sought particle effect technology, or perhaps even to acquire his company outright. With the visitor already present, he needed to meet with him. However, the special effect technology was certainly not up for negotiation. What is the matter? Noticing the silence outside, Liu Yifei opened the lounge door and approached Susu, who was frowning. Just a minor issue, he replied, managing a smile upon seeing her. Please wait here for a moment. I need to meet someone. I'll be back soon, and then we could go home together. All right. Liu Yifei obediently agreed, watching Susu exit the office before taking his recently vacated seat. She straightened her face, mimicking Susu, and picked up the documents on the table, attempting to assist him. There's so much to handle. However, within a short while, she found herself overwhelmed. Susu currently oversaw 4 companies. Apart from the entertainment company's record business, which Liu Yifei managed herself, the other 3 required his oversight. Many matters did not necessitate Susu's direct involvement. Reports would later be compiled and sent to him. Each of the 3 companies operated under distinct regulations, with various data, financial transactions, and personnel arrangements that Susu needed to keep track of. Just sifting through the documents from one company, filled with diverse data and terminologies, left Liu Yifei utterly bewildered. She flipped through and discovered the accounts for the film crew Susu managed. After the profit sharing of those years, Su had compiled a comprehensive summary report for the entire project. To her relief, she could finally comprehend the entertainment-related aspects. Wait a minute. These accounts don't seem right. How did the venue fee transfer end up in 6FA Network? She suspected she had misread and double-checked, only to find several transactions directed to 6FA Network. Could this be embezzlement from the crew? My money, my money. That scoundrel is even stealing my funds. I invested $5 million, and he actually embezzled over several $100,000. Liu Yifei gritted her teeth, regretting ever thinking Su was working hard that time. Now, she wished to confront him in anger. Mr. Hunter, good day. Su entered the reception room, wearing a professional smile as he greeted the middle-aged Caucasian man. Hello, Mr. Su. You truly look quite youthful, Hunter remarked, taken aback by Su's age upon meeting him in person. Mr. Hunter, please have some tea. Zhao Ting served tea and settled a short distance from Su. I have a great fondness for the tea culture of Huaxia, Mr. Su, Hunter said, lifting a cup and savoring a sip. Every corner of the world has its tea-drinking customs, yet the most authentic is undoubtedly in Huaxia. The history of tea culture in Huaxia is profound. Hunter was in no hurry to discuss business, and neither was Su, who comfortably engaged him in conversation about the history of Huaxia's tea. Hunter listened intently as Su elaborated on the characteristics of various teas from different regions of Huaxia, yet became confounded when Su recounted the status of tea in Huaxia from 100, 300, 500, 1,000, and even 2,000 years ago. Noticing Hunter's bewilderment, Su inquired, "What type of tea business is Mr. Hunter interested in? I can provide introductions." "Oh my, I'm not in the tea business. I learned about your company and the unintentional creation of a special effects technology. I wish to discuss collaboration," Hunter replied, masking his intentions well. Though his subconscious bias against Huaxia's perceived backwardness slipped through, assuming Su's particle effect technology was merely stumbled upon rather than developed independently. "What form of collaboration does Mr. Hunter envision?" Su inquired, maintaining his composure. Industrial Magic Light can offer $5 million for the patent rights to the particle effect technology. In U.S. dollars? Sutse question. No, of course it would be in Huaxia's currency. Hunter shook his head, deeming Huaxia's technology too insignificant to warrant such a price in their eyes. Su chuckled lightly, countering, "Does your company sell special effects technology? I can offer $5 million in U.S. dollars. Mr. Su, your offer is an insult to Industrial Magic Light," Hunter retorted angrily, but soon realized Su's intent. After calming himself, he continued, "Mr. Su, you should understand that technology must be applicable in production. Huaxia lacks a market for such technological applications. Your film and gaming industries will not utilize such advanced special effects. Trust me, your company will not secure orders outside of Huaxia. A technology without application holds no value for you. Mr. Hunter may not be aware, but I possess both an entertainment company and a gaming company." After discussing for a while, Hunter recognized that Su had no intention of selling his technology and decided to take his leave. "Mr. Su, I must remind you that technology has a time limit. What is advanced technology now may not be so in the future. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Hunter. I have faith that Huaxia will keep pace with technological advancements." Hunter chuckled softly, as if hearing the world's greatest joke, before concluding, "I will await the emergence of Huaxia's works in Hollywood. You will witness it," Su replied, watching Hunter depart. He lingered at the doorway for a moment. "Mr. Su," Zhao Ting prompted Sutse. "Assistant Zhao, please ask Liu Yifei to come to the conference room," he instructed, turning back to his office. "Understood." Zhao Ting walked aside with her phone. Mr. Su, the head of the special effects company, Liu Yifei, arrived in the conference room after receiving Zhao Ting's call. "Please take a seat. Would you like something to drink?" Su gestured for him to sit. "I'll get it myself, Mr. Su," Liu Yifei replied, fetching 2 bottles of water and handing one to Su. "How is the development of the special effects company?" Su twisted open the cap and took a sip of water. "Mr. Su, we have recruited over 100 technical personnel at the special effects company. Most of the work we receive involves special effects shots for television dramas, along with some game rendering tasks. Everyone is highly motivated. However, The low demands for special effects in television dramas have somewhat dampened employee enthusiasm and technical progress. Li Liangyao elaborated on the current state of the company, and Susa nodded in response, outlining his plans. The special effect company would undergo a restructuring of its technicians, classifying them into 3 tiers, B and C. Low-demand orders would be assigned to Tier C, reasonably priced and higher-demand tasks to Tier B, and the most sophisticated effects to Tier A personnel. Mr. Su, that approach is excellent. It focuses efforts on significant tasks, Li Liangyao beamed, addressing Su Su. Su Su waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from flattery, as he believed that such a simple grouping was something Li Liangyao would undoubtedly comprehend. Let us address the crux of the matter. Are there any specific issues concerning our work? Mr. Su, our technology has reached an internationally advanced level, yet we have not secured any truly top-tier orders. Might it be possible to collaborate with other special effects companies to acquire some orders? As for the matter of orders, I will devise a solution. Chapter 45. I want it all. As Su Su returned to his office, he was met with the sight of Liu Yifei charging towards him with a fierce expression. What is the matter with you? Are you out of your mind? He inquired, wrapping his arms around her, yet she squirmed restlessly in his embrace. You embezzle my money. Get back, Liu Yifei exclaimed, pinching his ear. Surprised, Su Su glanced at the summary report on his desk, a document he had not concealed as it was his own. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Yifei had caught sight of it. Ahem, that was all legitimate expenditure, he defended himself. Are you still deceiving me? Were you only trying to swindle my money, or were you planning to deceive me entirely? Liu Yifei's gaze was piercing. How could I possibly deceive you? I sincerely wish to collaborate with you. Just look at how well I managed the production team. There wasn't a single hitch. All right, weren't we supposed to head home for dinner? Let us not keep Annie waiting. Su Su attempted to divert the topic. You scoundrel. All you think about is money. Liu Yifei's anger intensified as her hand reached for his waist. The system had even mentioned that he liked her at the age of 20, which seemed implausible. Ouch! Su Su exclaimed as she pinched him, though he had already anticipated her action. Holding his face, she demanded, I haven't pinched you yet. Tell me, do you want a person or do you want money? Raising his hand dramatically and clenching it, he declared with a fierce expression, I want it all. Then I might as well bite you. Liu Yifei lunged forward, and Su Su caught her in his arms, kissing her. From the very first moment I saw you on television, I had my eye on you, he said, pecking her rosy lips. Women, at times, are not concerned with the truth. They yearn merely to hear words that please them, even celestial beings like Liu Yifei. With Su Su's arms wrapped around her waist, she leaned against him, not needing to discern the veracity of his words. She simply sought to confirm his current feelings. Their bond had been forged largely through their shared performances. Suddenly, Liu Yifei snapped back to reality and freed herself from Su Su's embrace. Let us hurry home for dinner. Mom is waiting for us. You are truly incorrigible. Su Su's gaze burned with intensity, yet he managed to restrain himself. Liu Yifei glanced at him, her eyes quickly averting. Her cheeks flushed, appearing extraordinarily charming. It's your fault for being so bad. Let us hurry. She concealed her hands behind her back. With a wry smile, Su Su organized the documents on his desk. Don't forget your shawl. Liu Yifei gathered her discarded clothes into a bag and followed him downstairs, taking a car home. Mom, I'm back, she announced as she spotted Liu Xiaoli, who was engrossed in a book on the sofa. Liu Yifei dashed over, embracing her mother-esque neck. Su Su trailed behind, carrying Liu Yifei's clothes and switching into slippers. Initially, Liu Xiaoli paid little attention until she noticed the undergarments in Su Su's bag, realizing her daughter was wearing a man's clothing. Look at you. What do you look like? Go change your clothes. Liu Yifei suddenly recognized her outfit was indeed Su Su's and stuck out her tongue before rushing upstairs. Liu Xiaoli frowned at her daughter's retreating figure but quickly relaxed. Having anticipated this moment, it was merely a matter of time. Yet, she felt a twinge of jealousy. Her daughter was truly growing up, destined to become someone else's. Auntie, Sutse greeted Liu Yaoli. Seeing him brought a warmth to her heart, easing her discomfort. It was as if she had gained another son, one who seemed more considerate than her daughter. You don't need to be so formal. Just treat it like home, like Qian Qian does. Feel free to be casual. All right, auntie. I'll take these clothes to Qian. Su replied, heading upstairs to find Liu Yifei. As Liu Yifei changed her clothes, Lu Xiaoli instinctively thought to call out to Su but reconsidered, deciding to continue reading her book. Hey, I'm changing. Why did you come in? Get out. Liu Yifei instinctively covered her body, her face tinged with embarrassment. She had intended to change and come down, but the door was left unlocked. And Su had walked right in. Where did you put your clothes? He inquired, holding up the garments in his hand while his eyes lingered on her fair skin. Just leave them at the door. Hurry and get out. How fair. Su muttered under his breath as he turned away. Go away. Liu Yifei, flustered, threw a slipper at the closed door. Su shook his head, trying to dispel the delightful image from his mind. Moments later, Liu Yifei appeared downstairs in a light green fairy dress. With her mother absent, only Su remained, engrossed in her laptop. What a lecher! Liu Yifei huffed, crossing her arms as she stood beside him, glaring. Su turned his head to her, captivated by her pouting face adorned in the delicate green dress, which had a sheer quality yet remained opaque. Her fair arms and calves were exposed, and her slightly tousled hair exuded a youthful vibrancy. Oomph! Liu Yifei raised her chin, a smile breaking through, as if her beauty only found fulfillment in Su's presence. Since you're both here, I have something to discuss with you, Liu Xiaoli said as she approached Su and Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei instinctively seated herself before Su, wrapping her arms around his, facing her mother together. This gesture caused Liu Xiaoli's heart to ache, but she decided to ignore it. Wang Zhongjuan from Hawaii contacted me this morning, wanting to invite Qian to collaborate on a film. Mom, we don't lack scripts at the moment, Liu Yifei interjected, recalling Hawaii's previous dealings with them and not wishing to collaborate again. Su remained silent, eager to hear what Liu Xiaoli had to say. This time, Hawaii has a significant project in collaboration with Lionsgate, a Sino-American co-production, employing a Hollywood director and crew and planning to invite Jackie Chan and Jet Li. Liu Xiaoli recounted Wang Zhongjuan's words. Upon hearing that Hawaii intended to bring both Jackie Chan and Jet Li on board, Liu Yifei's eyes widened, and she turned to Su. Is there a script? Su inquired. The Kung Fu King film performed well at the box office, though it received mediocre reviews. For Liu Yifei, it holds some significance, though not substantial. Not yet. They said they would be collaborating with Jackie Chan and Jet Li's teams and writing the script with Hollywood screenwriters. Liu Xiaoli explained, acknowledging that Liu Yifei had yet to reach the stature of Jackie Chan or Jet Li. Su shrugged. A script is fundamental. Without it, you want to even know the general character arcs. If the character designs are too absurd, or if Hawaii goes mad and produces something like Lust, Caution. Su refrained from finishing his thought, aware of the notorious incidents surrounding the production of Lust, Caution. Forget about art. When it comes to real-life consequences, no one emerges unscathed. Liu Xiaoli nodded in agreement, recognizing Su's reasoning. Though she believed Hawaii would not resort to such extremes, one could never be too cautious. Their past conflicts with Hawaii were rooted in significant financial interests. If the script lacked clarity, it was plausible they might secretly hire a female stand-in for inappropriate scenes, leading to complications that would be difficult to resolve. Winning a lawsuit would be of little use. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the industry. I understand, Liu Xiaoli replied, though she felt a twinge of regret at missing out on such a grand project. Su's capabilities had earned her trust. Liu Yifei's current success was intertwined with his influence, and it seemed her future was no longer a concern for her. With this realization, Liu Xiaoli felt her spirits lift. I'll go prepare dinner. Is there anything special you both would like to eat? I want to eat the braised pork that Mom makes. Liu Yifei raised her hand, her metabolism allowing her to indulge without fear of gaining weight. Eat as you wish, but as an artist, how long has it been since you managed your figure? Once you become plump, let's see who will still fancy you. Liu Xiaoli cast a stern glance at Liu Yifei. Although her daughter had not changed much despite neglecting her figure, she attributed this to Liu Yifei's youth, believing that in a few years, if she continued to indulge, she would undoubtedly gain weight. I won't get fat. Even if I do, there will still be people who appreciate me, Liu Yifei retorted angrily, turning her head to gaze at Su. Su, however, paid her no mind and addressed Liu Xiaoli, saying, "Let us make braised pork, Andy. I'm quite eager to have some." "All right, just wait a moment," Liu Xiaoli replied as she nodded and headed to the kitchen. "What is this?" "You are my mother," Liu Yifei exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Chapter 46. The conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Will you still like me if I become fat? Liu Yifei, sitting beside Su Su, suddenly posed this question. "Being overweight will crush me." "I'll crush you? I could crush you right now." Liu Yifei flipped on his Su Su's lap, playfully grasping his neck. Concerned she might fall, Su Su placed one hand on her waist and the other on her thigh, making contact with her body. She had grown less sensitive to such interactions. After a bout of playful banter, Liu Yifei nestled against his chest. "Seriously?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Despite her innate ability to eat without gaining weight, she still wished to hear his thoughts. "Fat fairy? I can appreciate a little extra weight," he teased. "Fat fairy?" Liu Yifei paused, processing his words. "Remove your pig's trotters. You're the one who's fat." She swatted his hand away in mock annoyance. After dinner, Liu Xiaoli retired to her room early. Su Su watched a retreating figure before turning his gaze back to Liu Yifei. "Is Annie not going to intervene?" As Liu Yifei rambled on, Su Su's eyes gleamed with warmth. She shared that she had received a script for a drama titled Magical Phone, where she was to portray a character resembling a mobile phone named Silly Girl. "Oh, I recall that show. It's quite whimsical and humorous, produced by the Balian Lantern team. And it had impressive ratings." Su Su replied, his interest piqued. "Shall we visit the set tomorrow? I believe they are filming near Chang'an Street," Liu Yifei suggested suddenly. "Sure." He nodded, given that it was nearby. "I heard from Chang that the lead initially wanted you for the role and even emailed you, but you didn't reply." Su Su, listening to Liu Yifei, occasionally nodded, unaware that he had overlooked numerous invitations to act in television films, having deleted them without a glance. "Isn't it a pity not to play the master of the little fox?" Liu Yifei remarked suddenly. Su Tse paused, noticing her inquisitive gaze. "What is there to regret? I could write a script and have her play the lead. I can craft it however I wish." Chang would surely agree. He stroked his chin, pondering seriously. "No way." Liu Yifei sat up straight. "From now on, you must let me review all your scripts." "You're infringing on my freedom," Su Su protested. "You have no freedom. You only have Princess Qianqian," she declared dominantly. "By what authority do you restrict my freedom?" "I am your girlfriend," she replied cheekily. "Other girlfriends get to kiss, cuddle, and sleep together." Su Su pouted, feigning grievance. "Didn't you kiss me that day?" Liu Yifei retorted, then suddenly realized, "You tricked me." She became aware that it was getting late. Perhaps Su Su should be leaving soon. Why hadn't her mother ushered him out yet? "Oh no," she thought, attempting to rise, only to be pulled back by Su Su. Meeting his fiery gaze, she felt flustered. "At most, I'll let you touch me," she mumbled. Her face flushed. "Is that too generous for you?" Su Su whispered in her ear, his breath sending shivers down her spine. Liu Yifei washed her hands, instinctively smelling them, her face turning a deep crimson. Was this a loss or a gain? She lay on her bed, contemplating whether Su Su would visit her from the adjacent room and whether she should open the door. How wicked. "I'm going crazy," she thought, her mind swirling with thoughts, clinging to her blanket, twisting it into a knot, unaware of when sleep finally claimed her. This year, China's foreign exchange reserves surpassed 1 trillion for the first time, making it the world's second largest creditor nation in foreign exchange. The next morning, as Liu Xiaoli prepared breakfast, she discovered Su Su already seated in the living room, engrossed in the news. "So early, Su Su? Is Qianqian still asleep?" Liu Xiaoli assumed he had spent the night with her daughter. "No," Su Su replied, his attention still on the television, his mind occupied with other matters. "Qianqian loves to sleep in. Don't mind her," Liu Xiaoli explained. Su Su turned his gaze toward Liu Xiaoli, a realization dawning on him. She might be a bit tired. "Perhaps you should move in here. That villa isn't convenient for you to live alone. It's closer to the company, and I'll stay there for now, but will come here for meals when I can." Su Su did not agree to move in. "All right, you all can arrange your lives as you see fit. When Qianqian wakes up, have her give you a key to the house. The housekeeper can help you set up the essentials." Liu Xiaoli was starting to consider Su Su as family, showing concern for his well-being. No one has ever cared for me like this. I envy Qian for having such a thoughtful mother, Su thought, touched. From now on, we are all family. You and Qian are the same, Liu Xiaoli said with a smile, feeling content. Continue watching the news. I'll go make breakfast, she said cheerfully as she headed to the kitchen. Su watched Liu Xiaoli disappear into the kitchen, glancing upstairs. The little girl wants to challenge me. Let us see how she experiences the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. He continued watching the news, absorbing the current affairs, noting the strengthening cooperation between the two countries following Merkel's visit to China. Su, breakfast is ready. Please call Qian down to eat, Liu Xiaoli instructed him. Shouldn't we let her sleep a bit longer? Su asked, heading to the kitchen to assist Liu Xiaoli with breakfast. Indulging her like this isn't good. You should make her wake up with you from now on, Liu Xiaoli said, her expression darkening as she considered that only Su was lenient. If her mother were present, she would surely scold her daughter. No, we must manage her. She can't be so carefree. Go ahead and eat. I'll wake her, Liu Xiaoli said, removing her apron and wiping her hands, ready to ascend the stairs. I'll go, Annie, Su offered, placing down his items and heading upstairs first. Knock knock. Qian, get up for breakfast, Su called out, twisting the door handle, but it remained locked. She was clearly cautious with him. Qian, he called again. I'll be right there. Liu Yifei, having only just fallen asleep after a long night of restless thoughts, was groggily awakened by his voice. She shook off her drowsiness, hurried to the bathroom to freshen up, and dress quickly. Upon opening the door and seeing Su, she felt her face flush at the memory of the previous night. Auntie seems displeased. Be careful not to upset her, Su advised, gently fixing her tousled hair. Liu Yifei looked at him, puzzled, unsure of what had transpired. She dismissed it, thinking, after all, it was her mother. How could her mood affect her? Why are you only just getting up? Your hair is a mess. What are you thinking? Liu Xiaoli glared at her daughter, who walked down the stairs with Su, observing how properly he was dressed and how early he had risen to help with breakfast. Then she looked at her daughter, who was just now waking up, hair unkempt. Mom, what's wrong? Liu Yifei asked, bewildered by her mother's unfamiliar demeanor today. Chapter 47. Silly girl aunt, Cici is at home. It's nothing to worry about. Sutse advost. You can't always be like this at home. You're not a child anymore. When you have kids and become a mother, can you still act this way? Liu Yifei was taken aback. How did the conversation shift to having children and motherhood? She was only 19. Glancing at Su, she wondered if he had said something to her mother. But that seemed implausible. This was her mother, not Su's. And surely he couldn't sway her feelings against her own daughter. Mom, are you feeling unwell? Liu Yifei suddenly asked. You little brat, Liu Xiaoli exclaimed, searching for something to hit her with. Eat first, Aunt, Su quickly intervened. You can scold her, but you can't hit my girlfriend. Later, I'll deal with you. Sit down and eat, Liu Xiaoli said, not wanting to create a scene with Su present. What is this? Liu Yifei retorted, sulking in her seat, feeling utterly confused. Su served her some rice, placing it in front of her and handing her the chopsticks. Don't serve her. Let her do it herself, Liu Xiaoli insisted. I'm not eating, Liu Yifei declared, springing up from her seat and running upstairs. Cici, Su called after her retreating figure. Leave her be. Let me spoil her. You eat, Liu Xiaoli called to stop Su from chasing after Liu Yifei. Aunt, please don't be angry. I'll check on Cici, Su said as he went upstairs. Entering the bedroom, he found Liu Yifei lying on the bed, looking utterly wronged. Why? She whimpered, on the verge of tears, not understanding what had transpired. Your mother thought we slept together last night, and you woke up so late, not behaving like a proper little wife, Su explained. Liu Yifei felt a flush of embarrassment, but was even more bewildered. Why should sleeping with Su mean she had to act like a little wife? All right, your mother is just putting on a show for me. Don't be upset. Once we spend more time together, she won't care anymore, Su reassured her. Finally, Liu Yifei grasped that her mother was playing the role of the wicked mother-in-law. But why should she endure the indignities of a little wife at her own mother's hand? Was it you? She shot a glance at Su. What does that have to do with me? He shrugged. Come on, don't be upset. Let's go have breakfast, and then we can visit the set of Chong. Su encouraged, pulling her up. Reluctantly, Liu Yifei followed him downstairs. "Mom," she called out. This time, Liu Xiaoli remained silent, her attitude indicating she had said enough. She did not wish to reprimand her daughter further. "Aunt, we're going to visit the set of Chong Chong later," Su announced after a somewhat tense breakfast. "Go ahead, but be safe and remember to bring some fruits and drinks for the crew," Liu Xiaoli replied. "Of course, Aunt," Su acknowledged. He helped clear the table and tidy up the kitchen. "Cici, when you go out, please register with the villa management so it's easier for Su to stay here," Liu Xiaoli instructed Liu Yifei. "The villa key is merely a formality. The main issue is access to the villa area." "Got it." Liu Yifei exchanged a glance with Su, silently agreeing without objection. They registered at the villa management area, where staff members eyed Su curiously, pondering how he had secured such a stunning partner. Liu Yifei stole glances at Su during their walk. "What did you put in my mother's drink?" she asked, having pondered this all morning. She realized her mother was scolding her for Su's sake. Yet, she couldn't fathom why her mother would do this. She had always been protective of her and wary of men approaching her. "Don't overthink it. Just be nice to me, and I'll speak highly of you," Su said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Liu Yifei swatted his hand away in anger. "Do I need your endorsement?" Upon arriving at the set of Magical Phone, Su greeted the staff and explained their visit. Both Su and Liu Yifei were popular stars, and since their movie was still in theaters, everyone in the crew was aware of their connection with Su Chong. They were promptly ushered in, and the director was notified. Upon hearing about the visitor, Director Yu frowned initially, as filming in the capital was no trivial matter and he despised delays. However, learning that it was Su and Liu Yifei softened his demeanor, and he announced a break. The crew, unaware of the situation, settled down as the announcement was made. "Director Yu, I'm terribly sorry for interrupting your work," Su apologized, having done his research on the way there. "Well, it's a good time for a break. Welcome to our esteemed stars," Director Yu said politely. Accepting the cigarette, Su offered and engaging him in conversation. Liu Yifei greeted the director briefly before seeking out Su Chong. "Chong, Cici, what brings you here?" "I was wondering why the director suddenly called for a break," Su Chong exclaimed, delighted to see Liu Yifei. "Teacher Jiao, Teacher Chun, Teacher Xia." Liu Yifei greeted other main creatives she had met during her previous visit for Lotus Lantern. After conversing with the director for a while, Su made his way over. Su, you came too. I thought Cici was alone," Su Chong remarked, feeling familiar with him after collaborating on a film. "Not welcome? Should I leave?" Su gocht. "You're too welcome," Su Chong replied, knowing how difficult it was to get in touch with Su, who rarely accepted offers for public appearances or endorsements. "After our celebration for those years, I realize how important you both are to me in this industry," she mused. "Your look is quite striking," Su commented, observing Su Chong in her red leather ensemble. Su Chong blushed slightly, acknowledging that her character in this script was rather outrageous. Several actors approached Su Chong, eager to meet Su, who was almost like a director in stature. Director said coordinating the street closures in the capital is no easy feat. "Let's film first and gather for a get-together later," Su suggested with a smile. "Sounds good. Let us enjoy some beer tonight," Jiao Enjuan chimed in, almost making Su laugh. The crew resumed filming after the brief interlude, with Su and Liu Yifei watching the shooting from the director's area. From this vantage point, the scene was quite intriguing, especially with the show's fantastical and absurd content. Silly Girl. Chapter 48. The Divine Icefall as evening descended during the rush hour. The film crew wrapped up their work, and the lockdown on Chang'an Street was lifted. Su was taken aback. It was indeed impressive for a project under CCTV, as Chang'an Street had remained closed from 10 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. Originally, Su had intended to treat the creative team to dinner, but the affluent production team had arranged a lavish banquet instead. Liu Yifei and Su Chong engaged in intimate conversation, while Su found himself surrounded by the cast of Magical Phone. The director, hailing from Hong Kong, seemed indifferent to Su, having no immediate plans for filming. "Are you all right?" Liu Yifei inquired as they boarded the departing vehicle. "Just 2 bottles of beer," he replied. "Teacher Jiao might have indulged, but he didn't get you drunk." "Suheng is gaze drifted past Liu Ai Tosutse," Erlang Shun can certainly hold his liquor. He himself drank quite a bit. Su Su chuckled, noting that he was not well acquainted with the actors and thus had avoided being pressured into drinking. Where to? Should I drop Su Chong off? Su Tse. I'm not going back. We're heading to your villa. Chong Chong is staying with me tonight. I'll take her back to the crew tomorrow, Liu Yifei replied, still miffed at her mother. All right. Su Su paid little heed to it and signaled to the driver to follow Liu Yifei's directions. Meanwhile, he took out his phone to call Liu Xiaoli. Annie, Chan will be staying at my place tonight, Su Su informed her. I understand, but don't spoil her too much. Liu Xiaoli's voice came through the phone. Although the phone was not on speaker, the confined space of the car meant that Liu Yifei could hear her. Humph. Liu Yifei pouted. Su Chong, with a curious glint in her eyes, shifted her gaze between the two, having overheard Liu Xiaoli's words. Chan, have you had another falling out with Annie? She asked Liu Yifei. The last conflict between mother and daughter had occurred when Liu Yifei had secretly met Su Su while filming, and now it seemed another dispute had arisen, potentially involving Su Tse again. I have no mother, only a wicked stepmother, Liu Yifei retorted irritably. Huh? Su Chang's mind was filled with questions. How had her mother transformed into a stepmother? Liu Yifei, sharing her frustrations with her close friend, elaborated, her face etched with resentment. Oh, I see. Su Chong nodded in understanding, feeling envious of Liu Yifei rather than deeming Liu Xiaoli unreasonable. Having lost her own parents, Su Chang's independent nature allowed her to grasp Liu Xiaoli's intentions through Liu Yifei's narrative. Is your mother truly that terrible? Liu Yifei asked Su Chong. How could she be? I envy you. I would love to have someone who cares for me like that, Su Chong replied, glancing at Su So. Liu Xiaoli's acceptance of Su Su naturally implied guidance for her daughter, helping her adapt to her new role. As the two girls huddled together, they discussed the rationale behind Liu Xiaoli's actions. Liu Yifei, not lacking in intelligence but perhaps inexperienced in life, began to comprehend after Su Chang's explanation. She shot Su Su a sharp glance. Upon arriving at Su Su's villa, Liu Yifei slipped off her shoes and donned slippers, pulling Su Chong towards the bedroom. Su Su observed the shoes left behind, tidied them into the shoe cabinet, poured himself a glass of water, and switched on the television to watch a science program for a while. The broadcast featured researchers examining the mysterious divine ice that villagers had discovered. Numerous villagers had witnessed a block of blue ice descending from the sky, creating a significant crater in the farmland. Unfamiliar with blue ice, the villagers believed it to be divine ice fallen from the heavens, rumored to possess healing properties, and many had tasted it, claiming its flavor was peculiar. However, after thorough investigation, the researchers concluded it was merely fecal ice from a malfunctioning aircraft, corroborated by confirming a leak from a specific flight. Su Su chuckled at the revelation, then flipped through other channels but found nothing captivating. He retreated to his study and powered on his computer, ready to assign some work to the special effects company, his fingers flying across the keyboard. In the first-floor swimming pool, the two girls, clad in swimsuits, completed a lap, dried off, and reclined side by side for a chat. What's wrong? You seem a bit down, Liu Yifei observed, having noted Su Chang's furrowed brow since leaving the film set. It's just the issues with the entertainment company, Su Chong replied, her tone tinged with fatigue and resignation. What happened? Liu Yifei pressed. I've gained quite a bit of fame, especially after playing a significant role in your movie, and now there are more entertainment companies eager to sign me. However, some of them, Su Chan said, glancing at Liu Yifei, who had the privilege of familial protection. Are they threatening you? Liu Yifei's anger flared, despite her limited exposure to the industry's darker dealings. She had heard enough. Su Chong nodded. Unlike Liu Yifei, who had her mother to shield her, she had no such backing, and this disparity made her envious. She contemplated asking Liu Yifei if she could sign with her company, but hesitated, knowing the implications of Liu Yifei's connections. Noticing Su Hang's reluctance, Liu Yifei felt a surge of concern for her friend. She wished to support Su Chong, but was aware that there would be moments when she could not. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Why not sign with Su Su's company? Su Tse, which entertainment company has he joined? Su Chong asked, surprised, thinking he might have signed with another firm. He hasn't signed with anyone else. He registered his own entertainment company, dreaming of immortal realms, which is my record label. Liu Yifei clarified. The label that will release your album is Su's company? Su Chong was astonished, having never heard Liu Yifei mention it before. Yes, I helped him register it, and I'm his only artist, Liu Yifei confirmed. Will signing with him cause any trouble? Su Chong hesitated, aware of the complications she brought. Not all. If he dares to deal with Han Samping. I heard Su's teachers are quite protective. When Hua Yi slandered him, his teacher even asked if he needed help. Liu Yifei reassured her. Su Chong was taken aback. Accepting that Su had connections made her feel more at ease about the prospect of signing with him. The straightforwardness of his company seemed appealing, devoid of the murky dealings of the industry. If he's not afraid of the trouble I carry, then I might as well sign with his company, she concluded. I'll let Susa know, but I should warn you, he isn't keen on expanding the entertainment business, so resources may be limited. However, the contract can be more relaxed, akin to what you had before. That's fine, Su Chong replied with a smile. She had been contemplating signing with someone, and although any company would likely exploit her, partnering with Su could provide her with some protection while allowing him to benefit as well. She had no grand ambitions. Chapter 49. Contracting Su Chong and Liu Yifei spent the night together due to filming, and they rose early the next day. Lazy pig, don't linger in bed. Get up. Liu Yifei called out to Su. What time is it? Su glanced at his phone. It was not yet 5 o'clock. Liu Yifei knocked insistently at the door, leaving Su no choice but to rise. Before he even opened the door, Liu Yifei had already dashed away. Su Chong found amusement in watching Liu Yifei sit obediently at the dining table. Just have the driver take me back to the set. You don't need to get up. Why must you call him? My mother mentioned it yesterday. There must be a reason, so he has to get up today. Liu Yifei replied, harboring a hint of playful revenge. Once Su was washed up and came downstairs, he cast a side glance at the breakfast spread. Su-tse, Chong wishes to sign with your company. Is that permissible? Liu Yifei inquired directly at the table. Upon hearing this, Su looked up in confusion, realizing both were watching him intently. Chong has encountered some threats. Liu Yifei explained the situation to Su. Su frowned. The entertainment industry is rife with murky dealings, much like any other field, including the business sector. Signing is acceptable, but I cannot guarantee resources. Once you join, I can only assure you that no one will exert pressure on you. Resource limitations will still apply. Su's focus remained firmly on the internet realm. He was currently in a phase of accumulation, seeking funds, purchasing equipment, and recruiting personnel to prepare for the development of a virtual engine and AI. Qian told me that I just need to earn some money, act a bit, and live a stable life, Su Chong remarked, reflecting on her accidental entry into the entertainment industry, having not even chosen an art school in university. All right, you two discuss a contract. I'll review it to ensure there are no issues, Su consented. Signing Su Chong might offend other entertainment companies, but to Su, that was of little consequence. You don't need to see me off. I could go by myself. After finishing breakfast, Liu Yifei insisted on accompanying Su Chong to the set. I have nothing to do anyway. I might as well go with you to discuss the contract. Thus, Liu Yifei and Su Chong departed together. Su returned to his room for a brief nap before driving to the company. Zhao Ting, please summon Li Lianyao to come here. Understood, Su Fun. Zhao Ting nodded and made the call. Su Zong, you call for me? Li Lianyao, just starting his workday, responded to Zhao Ting's notification. Here is a script for an animated film. Take a look. You are to recruit an animation director and assemble an animation crew for the project. Su handed Li Lianyao the freshly printed script. Frozen, Li Lianyao opened the script, engrossed in the fairy tale adaptation. Su continued with his tasks, paying little mind to him. After Li Lianyao finished reading, he found the story quite intriguing while mentally pondering how to craft the special effects and present the visuals. However, he struggled to envision what the scenes described in the text should look like. My apologies, Su Zong. I was so absorbed, he finally returned to reality, realizing he was still in Su's office. Let us discuss any issues, Su prompted upon noticing Li Lianyao's return to focus. I lack a concept for the visuals depicted in the text, Li Lianyao candidly expressed. That is why I need you to recruit a director and art team to form the animation crew, Su replied. Oh, Li Lianyao said, dawning realization. Stop with the O's. I'll handle the crew's formation, while you focus on the technical aspects, Su clarified. Recognizing the need for both a crew and management personnel for the special effect department. Thinking of these technical experts, he recalled his senior brother Chang Hao. To advance the gaming department, they would also need to recruit a management talent. Su rubbed his forehead, given the current scale of the company. He could still manage directly, but as it expanded, the existing talent would be insufficient. After dismissing Liu Yifei, he reached out to a recruitment agency to seek management personnel for the company. In the afternoon, Liu Yifei arrived at the company. Here is the contract for Chang. Take a look, she said, beaming as she presented Su Chang's artist contract. With this contract drafted, Su Chang felt considerably lighter, and Liu Yifei was genuinely happy for her good friend. Su reviewed the contract Liu Yifei brought, scrutinizing its terms carefully. The agreement was quite lenient for both the company and Su Chang. The company bore no obligation to provide resources, while Su Chang retained considerable autonomy. In terms of benefits, if the company provided resources for scripts or variety shows, it would take a 30% cut. However, if Su Chang sourced these herself, the company would take nothing. The company would retain 10% of the earnings from any advertisements or endorsements Su Chang undertook. Does Su Chang agree? Sutse kvirid Liu Yifei. Though Su Chang had already signed, he felt it necessary to ask. If it were any other entertainment company, such terms would be exceedingly favorable for the artist. But Su's company offered no resource commitments to her. Aside from shielding her from the pressures of the industry, they would not intervene further. She termed it a protective fee, he noted, recognizing the rationale behind it. Nodding in agreement, Su understood that it was reasonable to collect some benefits for bearing the hostility from other entertainment firms. He signed a contract and affixed the company's seal. The contract was made in duplicate. Su retained one copy while instructing Liu Yifei to return the other to Su Chang. What's wrong? Liu Yifei's expression suddenly darkened. Concerned. Su approached her. Are you feeling unwell? Liu Yifei remained silent, prompting Su to glance at her abdomen. Is it that time of the month? Get away from me. Liu Yifei snapped, her tone harsh. Su frowned, puzzled by her sudden irritation. She shouldn't still be upset about being reprimanded by Liu Xiaoli the previous day. You were fine just a moment ago. Liu Yifei stared at the contract on the desk, suddenly filled with regret. System Task 2. You have signed your second female artist, Su Chang. She is beautiful and possesses extraordinary acting talent, greatly captivating you, leading you to decide to invest in a film for her. Liu Yifei glared at Su, her eyes ablaze with anger. What is wrong? Are you unwell? I can take you to the hospital. You should go to the hospital, you lecherous fool. I'll fight you. Liu Yifei lunged at him. What are you doing? Su frowned, grasping Liu Yifei's wrist, bewildered by her sudden fury. I'll bite you. Let go of me. Behave yourself. Su held her firmly, delivering a sharp slap to her rear. Liu Yifei finally quieted, her face etched with grievance, tears brimming in her eyes. What's going on? Theo me, Su Tse. Seeking to understand the situation. Are you planning to make a move on Su Chang? Liu Yifei finally posed a question. Su was taken aback, staring at the contract on the desk. Didn't you bring this? A thought struck him. He suddenly asked, You're not testing me, are you? You're truly unwell. Su snapped, pulling another contract from the drawer and tossing it at Liu Yifei. You handle it yourself. He returned to his desk, focusing on company matters and ignoring Liu Yifei. Chapter 50. Navigating emotions. Liu Yifei came to the realization that the Su in reality was not the lecherous middle-aged man depicted in the system. She felt a twinge of embarrassment for having wronged him. Regardless, the system could not compel her to fulfill its demands. She had tucked away Su Chang's contract. I'm sorry. Liu Yifei apologized, though a sense of grievance lingered in her heart. The system was rather oppressive. Su cast her a sidelong glance, disregarding her apology. Liu Xiaoli was right. It was merely indulgence. How could one entertain romance while causing petty disputes? If they were to marry, it would surely escalate beyond measure. He had initially intended to let her off the hook, but it seemed she had yet to grasp the depth of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamic. This evening, he resolved to ensure she received a bit more familial education. After work, Su returned to the villa alone, leaving Liu Yifei feeling even more grieved. She dashed to her bedroom, overwhelmed with sorrow, and collapsed onto her bed. Liu Xiaoli noticed her daughter's distressed expression and hurried to her side. Finding her in tears, her heart ached with compassion. She gently inquired, "What is wrong? Did you have a disagreement with Su So? Please, share what happened." Unable to disclose the intricacies of the system's events, Liu Yifei only mentioned the contract, which made her seem unreasonable. "If you don't speak up, even if you're right, it becomes your fault," Liu Xiaoli softly reassured her, patting her back. "Mom." Liu Yifei buried herself in her mother's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. She felt so wronged, but had no words to express it. "Let it out," Liu Xiaoli comforted, her heart heavy with empathy. Yet, she knew she must remain calm to soothe her daughter and uncover the truth of the situation. After a while, Liu Yifei's sobs subsided. "Can you tell Mom what transpired?" Liu Xiaoli prompted. "I assisted Su Chong in signing a contract with Su's entertainment company." Liu Yifei confessed without reservation. Liu Xiaoli frowned as she listened to the unfolding tale. The events within the system could not be articulated, and it all sounded like her daughter was merely stirring trouble. "You, my dear." Liu Xiaoli was at a loss for words. "I didn't mean to, I just asked casually, and he got angry." Liu Yifei admitted her fault, instinctively seeking an excuse. "It's not a major issue. I'll call Su over for dinner. You can apologize to him. Couples argue, but it's rarely serious. Tonight, be proactive. A good night's sleep will mend things," Liu Xiaoli said, tenderly stroking her daughter's hair, feeling a deep pang of concern. Her exceptional daughter, too, would experience moments of insecurity. However, she could not solely protect Liu Yifei. They would need to adapt to one another in their future life together. Once Liu Yifei's spirits began to lift, Liu Xiaoli took her hand and imparted wisdom about married life. "Love cannot withstand tests. Do not provoke him. If he truly has such intentions, and you catch him at it, you will either part ways or have to keep him under your thumb for life." Liu Yifei seemed to understand only partially, preoccupied with thoughts of whether Su would forgive her. "Auntie, school. I made your favorite braised pork. Come over for dinner." "Sure, Annie, I'll be there shortly," he replied, pondering whether Liu Xiaoli had educated Liu Yifei. After all, she was his daughter. Even if she reprimanded her, it was unlikely she would use harsh words. Su shut down his computer and drove to Liu Yifei's home. Upon arrival at the villa district, with his status registered, he did not require Liu Yifei to come out to greet him. He drove directly into the yard. Hearing the commotion, Liu Xiaoli opened the door and welcomed him in. Su, Chi is in the kitchen preparing a meal for you. You'll have to try her cooking later. I'm looking forward to it," Su replied with a smile, displaying no signs of anger. Seeing Su's demeanor, Liu Xiaoli felt reassured. "You sit and watch some television. I'll assist her in the kitchen." "Auntie, please relax. I'll help," Su insisted. Changing into slippers and heading into the kitchen, Liu Xiaoli recognized that Su was not truly upset. He probably just wanted to tease her daughter and chose not to intervene. However, she harbored concerns. Her daughter's emotions seemed entirely under his control, and it appeared he would have a tight grip on her moving forward. Should any issues arise that Liu Yifei ought not to know, it was likely she would remain oblivious. Liu Xiaoli sat on the sofa, her attention wandering as she watched television, torn between allowing her daughter to continue this relationship or intervening. Liu Yifei was evidently deeply invested. Persuading her to abandon Su would undoubtedly cause profound heartache. As Su entered the kitchen, Liu Yifei turned to see him and felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. "Did you make this?" she asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. "Let me taste," Su inquired, glancing at the prepared dishes. "Ah!" Liu Yifei's heart raced. All these dishes were prepared by her mother. Cautiously, she stole a glance at Su, finding his expression inscrutable. "I thought you would make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, didn't you?" she teased. "There were no tomatoes, so I made this instead," she replied, feeling guilty and defensive as she gestured towards the rice cooker. "Is the rice done?" "It should be ready now," she said, glancing at the time. Su remained silent, simply bringing the dishes outside. Liu Yifei was about to apologize when she realized he had already left, so she followed him to retrieve the utensils. "Auntie, dinner is ready," Su called out to Liu Xiaoli. The three of them sat down to a quiet meal. Lu Xiaoli observed the two. Su Su appeared calm, while her daughter kept her head down, eating rice sporadically, her mind elsewhere. Sutse. Chi-Chi has a youthful disposition and has been spoiled by me. She often speaks without a second thought, so please don't take it to heart. Su Su replied, glancing at Lu Xiaoli before shifting his gaze to Liu Yifei, who looked at him with a mix of anxiety and grievance. It's nothing, he remarked. Focusing on Liu Yifei, I thought she was just joking. All right, don't go home tonight. You two should have a good talk and clear the air, Lu Xiaoli suggested, refraining from lecturing them, recognizing that matters of the heart were best resolved by themselves. Okay, Enti, Sutse smiled, turning to Liu Yifei to serve her a piece of braised pork. Chi-Chi, don't just eat rice. Here's your favorite braised pork. Eat up. Oh, thank you, Liu Yifei said, a smile blooming on her face as she picked up the meat. Seeing her daughter's expression, Lu Xiaoli sighed inwardly, deciding to let things transpire without her interference. After dinner, Su Su and Liu Yifei cleared the table together while Lu Xiaoli retreated to the living room to watch television. As they emerged from the kitchen, Lu Xiaoli remarked without turning around, I'll watch some television. You two can head to your room to rest. All right, Andy, Su Su said, casting a cheerful glance at Liu Yifei. Chapter 51. Just a hug. No moving upon hearing her mother's words. Liu Yifei recalled the conversations they had earlier that afternoon, a look of turmoil crossing her face. The sight of Su Su's smile only intensified her inner turmoil. Is there something else? Lu Xiaoli, unaware of the exchange between the two, turned to glance back. Nothing. Qian is just helping me find a room, Su Su replied. What room? Qian, are you being silly again? Lu Xiaoli was oblivious to the fact that they had not yet shared a room, mistaking Liu Yifei's behavior for a childish tantrum. No, we're heading back now, Liu Yifei said, her anxiety propelling her up the stairs as if to evade Su Su. Annie, we'll go rest first. Su Su greeted Lu Xiaoli before ascending the stairs with a buoyant stride. Lu Xiaoli observed their retreating figures, sensing an oddity. It seemed they had just had a disagreement, perhaps still feeling a bit awkward, but she dismissed the notion. Liu Yifei dashed into her bedroom, shutting the door with a swift motion. She contemplated locking it, her hand hovering over the latch, yet she hesitated. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Su Su, causing a flush to bloom on Liu Yifei's cheeks. She stepped back, allowing him entry. You, Liu Yifei began, faltering. What's the matter? Not welcome. Su Su teased with a grin. Should I leave? No, Liu Yifei murmured softly. Noticing her tension, Su Su refrained from closing the distance, instead surveying the room's decor. The space was quite airy, adorned with youthful embellishments, including a poster of her name above the bed, featuring two figures standing opposite each other. As Liu Yifei watched Su Su examine her room, a sense of vulnerability washed over her, making her feel bashful, yet she did not protest. I'm sorry, Liu Yifei finally spoke. Su Su responded, turning to face her. The matter regarding Changchang's contract, I didn't mean to test you. Please don't be upset. She explained earnestly. She genuinely wished to assist Su Chang, but had not anticipated the system's demands. She had mistakenly equated the Su Su from the system with the real Su Su. I was already angry, Su Su remarked. Liu Yifei's heart tightened. You're a celestial goddess, yet lack confidence. Su Su approached her, gently caressing her face. Is she more beautiful than you? Changchang is also quite lovely, Liu Yifei replied. Is she taller than you? Liu Yifei shook her head. Is her acting superior to yours? That does not count, Liu Yifei said, a hint of embarrassment surfacing as she acknowledged that even the system praised Su Chang's talent. Can she sing as beautifully as you? Can she dance as gracefully as you? Listening to Su Su's words, Liu Yifei felt a glimmer of confidence. Observing the earnest expression on Liu Yifei's face, Su Su couldn't help but think she appeared somewhat foolish. A stark contrast to the girl he had first met. Indeed, love tends to render one a fool. I've yet to see you dance. Show me a little, he suggested. Dance? Liu Yifei met Su Su's fervent gaze and realized she had unwittingly fallen into his trap. Then I will join Auntie in watching television, Su Su declared, turning to leave. Don't move, Liu Yifei called out, her expression tinged with bitterness. If her mother learned that she had kicked Su Su out, she would surely be furious. Seeing Liu Yifei's silence, a smug smile crept onto Susu's face. "I'm going to take a shower," he announced, striding toward the bathroom. The bathroom was spacious, complete with a soaking tub. Susu began rinsing off. "Do you have any pajamas?" he called out from within. Liu Yifei gasped, covering her eyes. Surely, there could be no clothes of his in her room. "If there aren't any, I won't wear anything," he replied teasingly. "You can wear mine. There are some in the closet," Liu Yifei said, feeling a mix of shyness and anxiety at the thought of him using her belongings in the bathroom. Susu rummaged through the closet and found towels, robes, and pajamas. The sleepwear was slightly snug on him, so he simply wrapped a towel around his waist and emerged. Liu Yifei watched as he casually climbed onto her bed, pulling the covers over himself. She wanted to stop him, but was at a loss for words. "Still watching?" "It's all covered," Susu said, propping himself up on one elbow and noticing her dazed expression. "Who is watching? Aren't you going to take a shower? If not, Princess Qianqian must surely smell delightful." "You, lecher!" Liu Yifei's face flushed deeper as she stomped into the bathroom. As the sound of running water filled the air, Liu Yifei found herself lost in thought. Did she truly like him? Yes, she loved him. It was certain, not merely due to the system. It felt all too swift. After an extended period, she emerged in her pajamas, biting her lip as she approached the bed. "Just a hug, no movement. Come here." Susu's voice was gentle, observing her conflicted expression. Liu Yifei's gaze flickered. She was skeptical of his words. Carefully, she climbed onto the bed, and Susu lifted the covers, tucking her in while enveloping her in one arm. Liu Yifei felt tense, her body rigid. "Qianqian, trust me." Susu's soothing voice whispered in her ear. He sensed her inner conflict, perhaps believing the moment was not yet right. Though he was eager, he understood the need for patience. They had already shared a bed, and that day would not be far off. Feeling Suzu's embrace, she noted that he made no further advances, not even reaching beneath her sleepwear. Her body relaxed, tension ebbing away. Noticing Liu Yifei's response, Susu tightened his hold. "Let me hold you a bit closer." "I'm sorry." Liu Yifei's voice was barely audible. "There is no need to apologize. I love you and will protect you from harm, both physically and emotionally." Susu's words touched Liu Yifei, allowing her to finally let go and lean into him. "You really do smell delightful. I could almost bite you," he said, surprised by a sudden rush of affection just as he was about to act. "Don't move, okay?" When Liu Yifei returned from washing her hands, her cheeks were as red as ripe apples. "What's wrong?" she asked, noticing Susu gazing at the ceiling. "Not enough excitement," he replied with a hint of melancholy. "Give me some time, all right?" She nestled closer to him. The room fell into a comforting silence as Liu Xiaoli descended the stairs. She found Susu back on the sofa, watching the news, which featured a report on Abe's visit to China. "What would you like to eat, Susu?" Liu Xiaoli inquired. "Anything is fine," he replied absent-mindedly, engrossed in the news. With Abe's appointment, a swift shift in Japan's policy towards China was anticipated, potentially easing bilateral relations for about a year. Could they import some restricted equipment through Japan? He pondered, realizing he ought to consult someone. He wondered how negotiations were proceeding on Long Hao's end. Chapter 52. Celebration of your name. After the meal was prepared, Susu went to wake Liu Yifei. "You go down first. I will be there shortly," she replied, her gaze toward him softened. "And I want me to go down with you." Susu leaned against the door, arms crossed, watching her. "You should hurry. Otherwise, Mom will get anxious." Liu Yifei realized that Susu was eager to see her change her clothes. "Well, Annie will be anxious and might come up with a broom to chase me," she said, and Susu nodded in agreement. Liu Yifei's expression stiffened. It was her mother-in-law who was in charge now. With a huff, she wrapped herself in the blanket, got out of bed, opened the wardrobe, took out her underwear and outerwear, and then dove back under the covers. She tossed her pajamas aside and changed clothes beneath the blanket. "How boring." Susu pouted and stepped outside. Liu Yifei emerged with a victorious smile, dressed and ready, and went downstairs after washing up. "Still needing someone to call you to get up and taking so long, making others wait for you," her mother remarked as Liu Yifei sat down, feeling a bit downcast. "No, Annie, I wanted to eat with Qianqian and go out together," Susu retorted, throwing a challenging glance at Liu Yifei. She shot him a glare before starting her breakfast, eating an egg while Su Se helped her with some dishes. Oomph. Lu Xiaoli observed their reactions, concluding that the little conflict from yesterday had resolved, and she decided to leave them be. This small incident had brought them closer, and Liu Yifei's defenses were down in her room. That day, Su Se received a call from Han Samping. Su, the movie is coming down tomorrow. The domestic box office has reached 240 million. Are we having a celebration banquet? Han Samping inquired. Do we need to? I don't want to embarrass ourselves like at the premiere with no one showing up. Su was reluctant to hold a celebration. After all, a so-called celebration banquet was merely a networking event in the entertainment industry for which he had no need to engage. Spending money, effort, and time was merely to keep others busy. Haha, I fear many will line up to come. Just give it time, and China Film will handle it. Han Samping insisted eagerly. In the past 2 years, the film supported by China Film hardly made a profit, and with the overseas box office booming, especially in the Japanese market, the level of popularity was beyond belief. With the rare success of a profitable film, along with its renowned special effects and overseas performance, a grand celebration was a must. Let Han manage everything. I have no objections, Su replied, not wanting to be involved. As long as people showed up, that was enough for him. Only you would be this way. Han Samping chuckled, realizing how this young man had him figured out. If it were anyone else, they would have proactively contacted him to discuss arrangements and even offered to bear the expenses of the celebration, while this young man didn't bring it up at all. China Film would cover the expenses, deducting from their share. Han Samping was straightforward. Remember to request an invoice. Get lost, Su replied before hanging up, not taking it to heart. I heard many in the industry have mixed feelings about President Han. Only you dare to provoke his anger. He's truly a giant in the industry, Su commented. With a domestic box office of 240 million, as the distributor, he would receive 8 of the total box office, amounting to over 19 million. Additionally, having invested in the film, he would also receive 20 of the production profits, adding another 18 million. Combined, that's nearly 38 million, not counting the overseas box office profits, which had yet to officially release in Europe and America. Japanese audiences adored the film, leading to an extension of its screening, with current box office figures soaring to 7 billion yen. At the current exchange rate, that surpassed 500 million renminbi, even exceeding the domestic market's box office. South Korea also recorded 3 million viewers, roughly translating to 170 million renminbi, according to their box office calculations. Southeast Asia had a later release, but the early results were promising. Han Samping probably laughed himself awake in the middle of the night. I'm too poor. I can barely stretch a penny, Su remarked as he glanced at Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei couldn't muster a smile. She had just given Su over 10 million recently. I don't have any money left either, she replied, wearing a pained expression. The profits from the movies over the years hadn't even warmed her hands. Half was invested in your name, and the other half was given to Su. Any further expenditures came from her mother. The profits from her name would surely exceed 100 million. She had hoped to hold on to that, unaware that Su was already eyeing that sum. Regarding tax issues, her earnings in the country would be taxed domestically first, according to the Sino-US tax treaty. As long as she paid taxes domestically and held the tax payment certificate, there would be no need to pay taxes again in North America. News of the celebration banquet for your name spread throughout the entertainment circle, leaving many stars regretting their earlier decisions. They could have attended the premiere, but refrained due to the fear of being blacklisted by Hawaii. Now, for the celebration banquet, without an invitation, they likely wouldn't even be able to enter. China Film's approach was indeed grand. The banquet was held at the State Guest House, with the main creators of the film arriving early. Qian, Liu Yifei called out, having a somewhat indescribable feeling when she saw Su Chang after the incident. I missed you so much. Su Chang, ever affectionate, grasped Liu Yifei's hand. Boss, she greeted Su with a smile, feeling a sense of relief upon joining the company. Did you come on leave? Did director you allow it? Su noticed her in a delicate light blue gown, graceful and lovely. Su Chang's private demeanor was naturally quiet, only becoming lively around close friends, contrasting sharply with her on-screen persona. This was the opposite of Liu Yifei, whose film image was calm and gentle. yet she was lively and quick-witted in reality. The crew had a break for 2 days. The director and teacher Jiao would return that evening. Susan nodded and said to her, I discussed with Qian that at the celebration banquet, while all the major entertainment companies are present, we might as well announce you're joining our company. All right, as long as the boss and the boss lady decide, I, as a small employee, will comply, Su Chong replied, holding Liu Yifei's hand. I'm also an exploited small employee. They Haventy even settle my record label payments. Liu Yifei wore a slightly resentful expression. Su's company was indeed a money-eating machine. Sutse fin d'ignorance. That evening, director Xue Xiaolu arrived and welcomed the actors. On the red carpet, a stream of dazzling stars graced the event, as the success of your name drew them in like moths to a flame. Suche. Welcome everyone to the celebration banquet for your name. The film's success is a testament to the hard work of everyone in the crew and the support of our audience. Su addressed the crowd from the stage. Below, envious or jealous gazes were cast. A film that was profitable, acclaimed, with high ratings and widespread popularity, garnering fame overseas. Myself and Liu Yifei have co-founded Yumeng Xianyuan Entertainment Company, and we are fortunate to have our friend Su Chong sign with us. We look forward to friendly cooperation with all the esteemed predecessors and colleagues in the industry. Chapter 53. Social engagement upon hearing that Su Chong had signed with Yumeng Xianyuan. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their gazes swiftly turning towards Su Chong. The potential value of Su Chong as a talent was evident, with numerous entertainment companies vying for her attention. From last year to this, the two most prominent female stars were undoubtedly Su Chong and Liu Yifei, whose popularity eclipsed that of the 4 Dan actresses. This was an enticing opportunity, particularly as it seemed unguarded, inviting opportunistic advances from several companies eager to claim her. Little did they expect that Su would seize the moment. Those attuned to the industry were aware that Yumeng Xianyuan, which had produced a record for Liu Yifei, was a company registered by Su. However, they were surprised that Su Chong would choose to sign with his firm. They quickly came to terms with the situation, recognizing the profitability of 2 films and an album, which justified the expansion of an entertainment company. In a typical scenario, revenue from films and albums was modest. Substantial profits were derived from managing celebrity contracts and securing market financing for public offerings. Several executives from film companies frowned, realizing that if Su fully committed to developing his entertainment company and continued producing successful works, it could pose a genuine threat to their enterprises. While thoughts varied among the crowd, Han Samping maintained a cheerful demeanor, believing that the expansion of Su's company would foster a productive environment for creative output. Su ceded his position to Han Samping, who beamed as he recounted the achievements of Your Name, which had become the second highest-grossing film in domestic history, surpassed only by Hero. Internationally, particularly in Japan and South Korea, it had garnered an impressive $100 million, with additional markets in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Southeast Asia, and even Europe and America still awaiting release. Han Samping jubilantly shared this news, while the hosting team stood tall, even as the audience, though smiling outwardly, likely harbored resentment. The cups held by the 2 actresses of the 4 Dan trembled in their hands as they gazed at the girl who, at merely 19, had already achieved international success. The competition for overseas opportunities had become fiercely intense among them. Well, I shall refrain from further comments until the global market has concluded its run. Then I shall invite everyone to witness our triumph, Han Samping declared, planning to host another celebration once the worldwide box office results were finalized. As the crew of Your Name raised their ceremonial hammers adorned with red cords, a cascade of frigid figures was shattered, marking the official transition to the next segment of the celebration. Mr. Su, the young hero, it seems we are fated to meet under such circumstances, remarked the brothers Wang Zhonglei and Wang Zhongjuan as they approached Su with their glasses raised. Wang Zhonglei jested, "We are all respectable businessmen. When have we ever clashed?" Su lifted his glass and took a sip of red wine. Wang Zhonglei's expression soured instantly. Did this imply that their company, Huai, was unworthy of competition? Although the 2 films were no match for Su's capabilities, Huai remained an industry leader. Before Wang Zhonglei could speak, his elder brother Wang Zhongjuan interjected, "Mr. Sue is correct. We are all in the same business. Should you have a project in the future, I would be keen to collaborate. Personally, I have no objections, though sometimes the investors' opinions are paramount. We, the front-facing talents, hustle tirelessly yet may not hold the reins. Su chuckled, deftly deflecting the responsibility. Wang Zhongjuan glanced at Liu Yifei, surrounded by numerous starlets, then back at Su. In this circle, secrets were scarce. Everyone was aware that Liu had already been won over by this young man. Rumor had it that not only had he captured her heart, but he had also extracted considerable financial resources from her. Indeed, the failure of Night Banquet stemmed from Huai's lack of influence, leading to its unfortunate fate. Wang Zhongjuan followed Su's lead, attributing the blame for Night Banquet's failure elsewhere. The truth, after all, was inconsequential. Wang Zhonglei had already departed, while Wang Zhongjuan engaged in light conversation with Su, extending Huai's goodwill before moving on to mingle with other guests. Su smiled as he bid him farewell. They had exchanged many words, yet none were particularly meaningful. No sooner had Wang Zhongjuan left than the vice president of Guangxi approached. "Brother, I deeply regret my earlier decisions." Wang Changtian lamented as he clinked glasses with Su, downing his wine in one go. "I should have sought your investment sooner." His regret was palpable. When Su had faced difficulties with Huai, he had refrained from stepping in to assist. Later, when it came time for investment, Su had demurred, leading Wang Changtian to redirect his funds in a Hong Kong cinema. "Why would you say that?" "At the time, I had no certainty that the film would succeed. I was merely fortunate that no other good films were released during that period." "You seem to hold a grudge," Wang Changtian remarked, clearly dismissing Huai's Night Banquet. A hint of a smile crept onto his lips as he reflected that the Wang brothers should take this lesson to heart when he had expressed interest in investing. Wang Zhongjuan had swiftly turned him down without hesitation. "Let us not dwell on the past. Should you have a project next time, do remember your older brother." "That is truly uncertain. At present, I have no such plans," Su replied, holding a favorable view of Wang Changtian. However, following this film, he was not in need of immediate funds. Instead, he would focus on equipment issues, seeking to import advanced technology from abroad to commence his entrepreneurial venture. The elder brother understood, well, that filmmaking was not as simple as one might think. Wang Changtian, being an industry veteran, had primarily worked within television until now. The success or failure of a project remained a mystery until the film's release. Take The Promise, for instance. Who could have predicted its outcome before its debut? Everyone had believed it would surpass Hero, only to be met with audience disdain. Moreover, Night Banquet marked the first financial failure for director Fong, known for his prowess. Filmmaking is inherently a dance of investment, and with investment comes the specter of both triumph and downfall. After conversing with Su for a time, Wang Changtian noticed several individuals eyeing Su with interest, prompting him to take his leave. The vice president from Shanghai Film expressed hopes for future collaboration, while a manager from Emperor sought to acquire script. Following them were various mid-tier directors from the industry, yet no prominent directors were present. Su's script was irresistibly alluring, drawing the attention of directors and actors alike. "Congratulations, screenwriter Su," Ning Hao approached with a glass in hand. "Congratulations to you as well for your film's commercial success." Ning Hao Stone, set to release in June, had surpassed 30 million in box office earnings, slightly exceeding its previous success. At present, he was indeed a hot commodity among the new generation of directors. "Brother," Ning Hao began, hinting at Tung Huadao, but ultimately refraining from elaborating. This acquaintance, not deeply rooted, was rumored to be drowning his sorrows in drink. Tung, nonetheless, was undeniably talented. Having viewed his film, it lacked his unique flair, presumably unable to contend against the dominant Hong Kong production team. Tung Huadao had a strong background in romantic dramas. Yet his previous work Ghost in My Heart had made little impact, primarily due to the formidable presence of the current Hong Kong team. Collaborating with them required adherence to their stringent demands. Furthermore, with a leading man of celestial fame and a leading lady of unmatched prowess, it was improbable that he could assert his authority. It was evident what sort of dish could be served under such circumstances. "I hope he can find his way out." Ning Hao sighed, recalling the last celebration when they had basked in glory. Chapter 54. Su chance establishment General Su. I am Wang Baoqiang. As Su Su was about to find a quiet corner to sit, he noticed the earnest-faced Wang Baoqiang. Holding a glass of wine with a smile that seemed somewhat out of place, Wang appeared quite genuine. I know you, Su Sanduo, Su Su remarked, recalling how Wang Baoqiang had gained fame this year with the airing of Soldier Assault. He was surprised by Wang's courage to approach him for a greeting. While prominent celebrities in the circle had come to toast him and exchange pleasantries, lesser-known stars lacked the courage to do so. Hee, Wang Baoqiang chuckled innocently, exuding a sense of sincerity. Yet, Su Su understood that beneath this naive exterior lay a keen intellect. I hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with you on a film, Su Su said, clinking his glass with Wang's. Many of Wang's films had performed admirably at the box office. Seeking his cooperation for a project when funds were low seemed like a prudent idea. Thank you, General Su. Wang's eyes brightened with gratitude. You go about your business. I will bring you some local specialties from my hometown next time. Wang was not truly naive. Having received Su Su's assurance, he chose not to linger, aware of the many eyes upon them. Once he was alone, Su Su settled into a corner. At the celebration banquet, a throng of people surrounded the prominent figures of the entertainment industry. Directors and stars each had their own circles, leaving him, the protagonist, feeling somewhat isolated. You, why are you sitting on the sidelines again? Why not engage with a few more directors and stars? Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. Having just extricated himself from the crowd, he was surprised that Su Su showed no interest in seeking him out for conversation. Do not force yourself into a circle where you do not belong, Su Su thought, observing the gathering. In reality, if he made an effort, he could easily attract a crowd eager to engage in lively discussion. However, he deemed it unnecessary. The film industry was not a vast market, and in the next 2 decades, even at its peak, it would not exceed 1,000 billion in value. The future lay in the internet. As long as he succeeded, these people from the entertainment realm would be mere minor players. He was determined to achieve greater success than in his previous life. So there's no need to dwell on their flattery or envy. You seem to hold a rather arrogant disposition, not recognizing the significance of the entertainment industry. Collaboration is the norm. No one remains perpetually successful. Even the so-called infallible phone Kuzi faces setbacks, Han Samping mused, believing Su Su underestimated the industry. Su Su merely smiled without replying. Any plans? When will you shoot a new film? Han Samping inquired. Geniuses often exude pride, he thought. Perhaps this was the hallmark of brilliance. I have no new plans. It may be a considerable time before I embark on any filming, Su Su confessed candidly. Without plans, how can you sign Su Chong? Wouldn't that hinder her? Han Samping questioned, skeptical of Su Su's intentions. Last time at the celebration banquet, he had claimed to lack plans, only to turn around and submit your name for approval. Isn't that a threat to her safety? As a friend, we cannot simply ignore her, Han Samping retorted, voicing his concerns. Su Su remained silent, having heard about Su Chang's predicament, but he felt it was not his responsibility to intervene. Please send me the script when you have it. China Film will absolutely support you, Han Samping insisted, still unconvinced that Su Su would refrain from filmmaking. With over $1 billion in profits from her name, he doubted Su Su could resist such temptations. Even if he can, what about Liu Yifei? She is amassing a fortune. He added, by the way, the Film Bureau will invite directors for a meeting in a few days. You should prepare yourself, he informed Su Su. What does their invitation have to do with me? Su Su frowned. The Film Bureau, the official body of the entertainment industry, held little relevance for his future development, and he was not keen on participating. Even if you're not a director, you're the producer and screenwriter of 2 successful films. Your special effects company has garnered attention from the film reports, Han Samping pointed out. Understood, Su Su shrugged. They will likely call you in the next few days just to hear your thoughts on industry developments. There is no political agenda. Han Samping shared some insights before departing. Boss, Su Cheng approached Su Tse. Just call me by my name as before, Su Su corrected her. His company did not provide Su Chong with specific career assistance. He only aimed to shield her from pressure as a friend. All right, Su Chong replied with a smile. Why not engage more with them? Su Su asked, noting that gatherings like these were prime opportunities for stars to cultivate relationships. He failed excluded Su Cheng kindly confessed. The entertainment companies realized she had signed a contract and lost interest in her. Directors formed their own circles under the company's banner, and artists envied her fame. She found herself devoid of friends. My company cannot assist you much. Su observed her expression, which was calm, yet not particularly pleasant. Feel free to shoot if you have a script. If not, that is fine too. I have earned a considerable amount already. Compared to last year, Su Cheng's attitude seemed to have shifted. What are you discussing? Liu Yifei emerged from her social circle and joined Su and Su Chong, curious about their conversation. We were talking about the social scene, Su Chong replied, glancing around the venue. The three of them sat together, reminiscent of their previous celebration banquet, immersed yet detached from the circle. As the celebration drew to a close, Liu Yifei invited Su Chong to the villa where Su was staying. Chong, have you encountered anything strange? Liu Yifei asked as they lay in bed that night. What sort of strange things? Su Chong queried, puzzled. Just a voice in your head urging you to complete a certain task? Su Chong was taken aback, reaching out to touch Liu Yifei's forehead in concern. Qian, have you been under a lot of stress lately? Not all. Liu Yifei grasped Su Cheng's hand. Are you truly not hearing anything? Qian, have you made a fortune and caught old Fan's affliction? Tomorrow, we should consult teacher Zhao for some therapy. Su Chong pinched Liu Yifei's face, scrutinizing her for any signs of abnormality. What therapy? I'm speaking earnestly, Liu Yifei insisted, holding on to Su Cheng's hand. The more serious you are, the more I fear. Su Chong propped herself up against the headboard, studying Liu Yifei. Tell me, have you been burdened by something? Does your mother oppose your relationship with Su? Or is Su treating you poorly? If you want, I can accompany you to see a psychologist tomorrow. Hearing voices in your head suggests a mental issue. She looked at her dear friend with concern. Nothing is wrong. Let us drop it and go to sleep. Liu Yifei observed Su Cheng's reaction, realizing she might truly be unaware. Indeed, the system is only present within oneself. Su Chong should be oblivious. Liu Yifei turned off the light and pulled Su Chong under the covers. Their delicate bodies drew closer, and her hand instinctively moved toward Su Chong. Su Cheng's body jolted, nearly throwing off the covers in shock. Although she had often shared a bed with Liu Yifei, such behavior was unprecedented. I'm sorry, Chong. It was unintentional, Liu Yifei explained, having grown accustomed to sleeping with Su these past few days. Su Chong, flustered and annoyed, quickly deduced the reason for Liu Yifei's actions. Qian, you little vixen, how dare you touch me there? She looked at Liu Yifei in disbelief, shocked that her friend would act in such a manner. Chapter 55. I am not expecting it all. Has it happened? Will it hurt? No, not at all. Is it big? Isn't it frightening? Su Chong was exceedingly curious. Having witnessed such occurrences in videos but never in reality, she incessantly probed Liu Yifei for answers. Nothing happened at all, Liu Yifei stammered, her shyness palpable, unwilling to divulge any details. Like a curious child, Su Chong relentlessly pursued her friend for the truth. It was just using my hand. Nothing else occurred. Liu Yifei eventually confessed under Su Cheng's persistent inquiry. Wow, you're quite the celestial sister, engaging in such activities. Su Chong exclaimed in surprise. I'm a woman too. What is the difference? Eventually, I'll have to bear children, Liu Yifei remarked, not perceiving herself as distinct from others. Nevertheless, she felt a tinge of incredulity. While the notion of a man and woman marrying and engaging in intimacy seemed perfectly normal to Su Chong, a broad sentiment, the reality struck her differently. The fact that her friend, an ethereal being in the eyes of the public, was involved in such acts with her boyfriend was difficult for her to accept. Would she assist her boyfriend if she had one? The thought seemed implausible. As the night deepened, the two exchanged whispers, and when Su was mentioned, Liu Yifei seemed to have an endless stream of thoughts. Some sentiments she found too awkward to share with her mother were confided to Su Chong. As Su Chong listened to Liu Yifei's revelations, a more intricate image of Su formed in her mind. His serious demeanor dissipated, replaced by a charming figure with an appealing physique, one who could evoke laughter, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. The following morning, as Su Chong descended the stairs, she spotted Su preparing breakfast. Reminded of Liu Yifei's words, she gazed at his tall silhouette bustling about in the kitchen, feeling an inexplicable flush creep across her cheeks. Su-chan, you're up. Where is Qian? Su asked, noticing her vibrant attire of jeans and a white tank top. She asked, getting ready. Do you need any help? No, I've just made some porridge. It's ready, he replied. I'll set the table, Su-chan said, arranging the bowls and utensils as Su brought the porridge to the dining table. Breakfast is ready, and I've come just in time, Liu Yifei announced as she descended the stairs, noticing the neatly arranged table. Su served her porridge and handed her chopsticks and staple food, cautioning, be careful. It's hot. Su-chan watched Liu Yifei with a hint of envy, contemplating whether she should also seek a boyfriend. Are there suitable candidates? She pondered over male artists she had collaborated with, shaking her head to dismiss their images. Too young, too old. None were appropriate. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it. Solutions would present themselves in due time. After breakfast, Su departed for his internet company. Su-chan's film crew had a few days off, and she had arranged to go shopping for clothes with Liu Yifei. Given that she might frequently stay at Su's villa, she planned to purchase more clothing and daily necessities. Task completed. Your artist Liu Yifei has released her album for 3 months, achieving global sales of 13 million copies, reaching world platinum status, unlocking the intermediate vocal instructor level, and receiving the reward of vitality. While shopping for clothes with Su-chan, Liu Yifei suddenly heard the system's voice. She first glanced at Su-chan, who remained unresponsive, absorbed in her selections. The intermediate music instructor would impart more singing techniques, enabling her to learn swiftly in the learning space under their guidance, which greatly pleased Liu Yifei. Vitality enhances physical strength and mental vigor. After brief rest, one can recover energy and spirit swiftly. Liu Yifei felt a warm surge through her body, as if her stamina had been amplified, making her exceedingly happy. Qian, what are you smiling about? Are you thinking of your man? Su-chan remarked, glancing at Liu Yifei, who stood there beaming, appearing quite joyful. You're the one thinking about men. What is there to ponder? They're all filled with lustful thoughts, Liu Yifei retorted, rolling her eyes. After completing the album task, a new one emerged. System task. Your artist Liu Yifei has released a successful album. It is time for her to fulfill your personal needs sincerely. Middle-aged Su was utterly despicable, Liu Yifei thought, her teeth clenched as she regarded the task. It was a blatant display of hidden rules, utterly shameless. She vowed to keep a close watch on Su, ensuring he did not become that kind of person. Are you really thinking of him? Su-chan covered her mouth, and despite Liu Yifei's verbal disdain, it was evident the words struck a chord. Could love truly evoke such profound changes? Even a celestial being could transform into a petty woman, constantly preoccupied with thoughts of her man. Am I hindering you two from being together? No, let us not discuss him anymore. Let us hurry and shop for clothes. Liu Yifei temporarily cast Su from her mind and continued to browse with Su-chan. Observing the clothing Liu Yifei selected, Su-chan noticed numerous men's garments, contradicting Liu Yifei's earlier claims of disinterest. In the evening, when Su returned home, he found Liu Yifei and Su-chan amidst a sea of clothes they were organizing in the living room. So much? Have you two brought the entire mall back with you? He exclaimed. Not really, Liu Yifei replied, glancing at the pile. The mall sent 4 people to deliver these. Su felt a twitch of embarrassment. Surely, this filled an entire room. We even wear all this? Qian has bought some clothes for you too. Su-chan chimed in, lifting a white cotton hoodie Liu Yifei had chosen. Suce's embarrassment intensified. As a boss, he couldn't possibly wear such attire in public. Could he? Have you eaten yet? Seeing the hopeful look on Liu Yifei's face, Su swiftly changed the subject. Liu Yifei's anticipation vanished, replaced by a hint of disappointment. Not yet. Could you cook for us? She retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. Had Su-chan not been present, she would have insisted he try on the outfit for her. Feeling overwhelmed by the scattered clothes, Su fled to the kitchen. Cooking was out of the question. He ordered takeout and quietly retreated to his study. After dinner, as he attempted to slip away again, Liu Yifei called out, "Come help us take these to the bedroom." She instructed him to hang the organized clothes in the wardrobe. Su Su made multiple trips, filling the wardrobe to capacity. The shoe cabinet was equally brimming with various footwear. I'm exhausted, he sighed, collapsing on the sofa, feeling lethargic. Earlier, he had felt invigorated and energized, but now, merely assisting them with their clothes felt taxing. In contrast, the two girls remained animated, engrossed in their conversation about the fashionable garments. What do you mean? Liu Yifei noticed Su Su's sidelong glance and immediately grew displeased. Su Chong felt slighted, her day's labor seemingly dismissed, and shot a frustrated look at Su Su. If you don't believe me, I'll try it on for you, Liu Yifei declared, rising with a fierce glare directed at him. I'm not expecting anything at all. Chapter 56. I won't find any for you. Liu Yifei was exceedingly infuriated, perceiving that Su Su was mocking her choices in clothing and her sense of style. After a brief moment, she emerged, clad in a pink suit and matching pink trousers, exuding a somewhat plastic texture. She wore transparent sandals on her feet. How do I look? Liu Yifei twirled before Su Su, her face adorned with a confident smile. Sutse veiled a bead bretlas. Which store sold you that? I'll report them, he exclaimed. You. Liu Yifei retorted angrily. Just wait. She dashed back to her room. This time, however, her choice was better. Susan nodded in approval. She donned a black fitted blazer over a white shirt, paired with a professional short skirt and black stockings. Yet, her youthful face and demeanor lacked the allure of a seasoned professional. Chong Chong, come help me pick, Liu Yifei called out to Su Chong, who had been watching the spectacle. And together, they ventured to the fitting room. Emerging in a striking black evening gown, Su Chang's tall frame elevated the elegance of the attire, making her appear both graceful and appropriate. You're still a girl. Don't wear something so formal and old-fashioned, Susu remarked appreciatively, offering his opinion. You're the one who's old-fashioned, Liu Yifei retorted, dissatisfied with Susu's critique, and once again retreated to change. This time, she appeared in a white knitted dress. Its skirt slightly flared, cinched at the waist with a delicate belt that accentuated her slender figure, exuding both elegance and playfulness. How do I look? Liu Yifei twirled, the hem of her skirt fluttering lightly, adding to her vivacity. Susu's eyes sparkled. Her height and poise were complemented beautifully by the white dress, which truly highlighted her ethereal charm. Noticing the change in Susu's expression, Liu Yifei beamed, though she hadn't heard his verdict. Her understanding of him told her that he was captivated. On this occasion, she also brought Su Chang out, clad in a light blue sweatshirt and white jeans. Su Chang's attire accentuated her fair complexion, while the white denim showcased her long legs, presenting a youthful and vibrant appearance. Feeling a bit shy, Su Chang thought the outfit was quite ordinary. However, she felt compelled to comply with Liu Yifei's wishes. This outfit looks great on you, right? Liu Yifei declared proudly. Susu's appreciative gaze swept over both of them, nodding earnestly. This time, they truly looked stunning, with Susu's approval invigorating her spirit. Liu Yifei eagerly pulled Su Chang to continue trying on more outfits. After several attempts, Su Chang began to loosen up. As an actress, showcasing oneself was a fundamental skill. Even if their usual fashion sense was not remarkable, with a bit of heart, they could always create delightful styles. The two exchanged outfits, transitioning from youthful exuberance to sweet charm, sensual elegance, and sophisticated grace. Watching their transformations, Susu contemplated a game idea reminiscent of Warm Warm. Though he had never played it himself, it seemed quite successful. He pondered whether to develop a dress-up game, envisioning its potential profitability. He began to think about the gameplay and how to set it up, envisioning a background story. Yet he had never played a game of that nature and was uncertain about the typical narratives. What's on your mind? Liu Yifei waved her hand in front of Susu's face, bringing him back to reality. What's wrong? He inquired. I'm right in front of you, and you're lost in thought. Liu Yifei scolded, hands on her hips, visibly annoyed. She wore a striking red spaghetti strap gown, her bare skin radiant, with a slight slit revealing her long legs, presenting an alluring yet elegant appearance. Susu swallowed hard, glancing around to see that Su Chang was absent, and he took Liu Yifei's hand. Why don't you come to my room tonight? Liu Yifei stepped back. Who would want to go to your room? You're my girlfriend. You can't always sleep with others, Susu replied sternly. What do you mean by sleep with others? Chong and I are both women. We've shared a bed before, she countered. Susu held onto her hand tightly, pulling her into his embrace. Just as they exchanged a few words, they heard a commotion from the fitting room, prompting Liu Yifei to struggle free from Susu's hold. He released her, allowing her to catch her breath and adjust her outfit. The red gown was undeniably alluring. Seated there, her fair legs drew Susu's gaze. Suchana Merfith, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Liu Yifei beside Susu. She wore a sleeveless, shoulder-bearing cheongsam, its hem short enough to reveal half her thigh, accentuating her curvaceous figure and inviting attention to her snow-white legs. So sexy. Su Chang's cheongsam rivaled Liu Yifei's red dress in allure. Overwhelmed by the attention from both, she shyly used her fan to shield her face, having been too engrossed in changing outfits to notice Susu's presence. Feeling embarrassed, Su Chang quickly retreated to change again. Liu Yifei, realizing her mistake, glanced back at Susu, who feigned innocence while gazing at the ceiling. Such a scene was quite amusing. Suddenly, Liu Yifei's expression shifted. System Task 3. Your two artists are changing outfits before you, and you're filled with excitement. Reminiscent of the Hongda dance troupe, you decide to form a girl group, each with their unique characteristics. I'll kill you. Liu Yifei lunged at Susu, straddling his lap and grasping his neck. It's not my fault. I saw nothing. Susu quickly defended himself, assuming Liu Yifei was jealous due to Su Chang's alluring cheongsam. I won't find any for you. Liu Yifei glared at Susu, her voice laced with fury. The earlier task had already irked her, and this one aggravated her further. Forming a girl group with distinct characteristics? This lecherous man seemed enamored with every woman he encountered, wishing to establish a harem. What are you looking for? Susu questioned, perplexed. Looking for a big-head ghost, Liu Yifei retorted, delivering a few playful punches to his chest. That was not intentional. Su Chang interjected, having changed out of her sexy cheongsam and witnessing the playful tussle between Liu Yifei and Susu. It's not your fault. Liu Yifei sighed, releasing Susu from her grip. Initially, it was she who had urged Su Chang to try on outfits, and it was her idea to present the cheongsam, not anticipating that Su Chang would wear it. Let us go, she announced, taking Su Chang by the hand and leading her back to their room. I'm sorry, Qian. Su Chang felt remorseful, realizing that her choice to wear the seductive cheongsam had inadvertently caused a rift, forgetting that the judge of her appearance was Liu Yifei's boyfriend. Men were all lecherous, gazing at what was in front of them while coveting what lay beyond. Liu Yifei seethed with anger, with so many tasks assigned by the system. She was determined not to allow Susu to form a girl group. Chapter 57. Game Planning in the Office. Susu encountered a candidate recommended by a headhunting firm. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Yi Haoying. You must have reviewed my credentials. She was strikingly beautiful and possessed an impressive physique, exuding a certain charisma reminiscent of her name. May I ask, what prompted you to resign from your position at the Japanese company? Susu had scrutinized Yi Haoying's resume, and while her accomplishments were remarkable, having served as the executive vice president at a Japanese tech firm, as well as holding roles in public relations, human resources, and marketing, this very excellence made him hesitant to employ her. Workplace harassment, Yi Haoying stated candidly, meeting Susu's gaze unflinchingly. I've heard that you're friends with Liu Yifei. I presume workplace harassment is not an issue at Yumeng Group? She chuckled lightly, and Susu noticed the clarity in her eyes, devoid of any unpleasant demeanor. He responded with a smile, dismissing her jest lightly. You should be aware that if you join Yumeng, your responsibilities will pertain solely to the gaming division. In addition to the employment contract, you will also need to sign a confidentiality agreement and a non-compete clause. Susu outlined the conditions for joining Yumeng. His initial impression was to assign her to the special effects company, yet her impressive background left him with reservations. What about the salary and benefits? Yi Haoying seemed unfazed by the non-compete clause, engaging Susu earnestly in discussions about her remuneration. After a thorough negotiation, she signed 3 contracts. Welcome to the Yumeng family. Manager Yi, Susu said, extending his hand for a shake. Mr. Su, may I meet Miss Liu Yifei for a photo? Yi Haoying's first request after signing the contracts caught Su Su off guard. There will be opportunities. She visits the company frequently, he replied, gesturing toward the business license displayed on the wall, where only Liu Yifei's name was listed under the artist section. All right, Mr. Su, Yi Haoying nodded, a smile illuminating her face as she expressed her anticipation. Manager Yi, you will be overseeing Yumeng Shikong, the gaming company, which currently has 2 release titles, Angry Birds and Plants vs. Zombies. As they made their way to the gaming department, Su Su briefed her about its operations. The gaming company has generated some revenue. Part of it will be allocated for equipment purchases, and I plan to initiate 3 production teams to develop new games. I hope you can efficiently coordinate these efforts. Certainly, Mr. Su. After I familiarize myself, I will provide you with a detailed report, Yi Haoying replied, refraining from making grand promises. Mr. Su, junior brother. Cheng Hao greeted Su Su at the entrance of the gaming department, before casting a cursory glance at Yi Haoying, seemingly uninterested, and turning his attention to the folder in Su Su's hand. Where's the game plan you mentioned? Let me see it. Su Su was at a loss for words. Yi Haoying's beauty rivaled that of many stars in the entertainment industry. Otherwise, workplace harassment would not have been an issue. Cheng Hao's gaze felt akin to that of observing a piece of wood. Su Su worried whether his senior brother would ever find a partner. Please go ahead, Su Su urged. Manager Yi, this is my brother. He is quite straightforward. He offered a brief explanation to Yi Haoying, hoping to foster cooperation and avoid any misunderstandings. As a programmer, I understand. I prefer engaging with individuals like him. Yi Haoying smiled, undeterred by being overlooked. Su Su observed Yi Haoying's expression, feeling a peculiar sensation within. The trio entered the conference room of the gaming department, where Su Su laid out the project plan on the table. Warm girls. What is this? Cheng Hao was the first to pick up the proposal. He flipped through a few pages before hastily casting aside. It was a rudimentary plan, outlining production requirements and gameplay, but lacking substantial content. The main gameplay involved dressing up female characters and completing tasks to earn outfits or purchasing them directly from store. Who would play this? Cheng Hao deemed the concept utterly foolish. He glanced at Yi Haoying, who was holding a proposal titled My World, which offered little insight from its title alone. His gaze fell upon the last proposal on the table, 3 Kingdoms Kill, a card-based game. Cheng Hao frowned, noting the plethora of popular Japanese 3 Kingdoms games on the market, which dominated domestically. He examined the plan, detailing skills, gameplay, character requirements, and a skin system for the generals. It seemed richly diverse and engaging, leading him to believe it could be a successful game. He was satisfied with this proposal, convinced of its market potential, and scrutinized it closely. The plan comprehensively outlined the skills and settings for most generals, with some additional skills and settings requiring completion by the planning team. Cheng Hao began to contemplate the resources necessary for producing this game. Card games generally demanded less, but according to the plan, artistic investment would be significant, particularly regarding the skin system for the generals. Female generals would need to be beautiful and alluring, requiring A-grade resources for the base skin, while all subsequent skins would necessitate S-grade resources. Male generals, depending on the popularity, would range from D-grade to B-grade resources. In no time, he had envisioned the configurations needed for this game. It was not overly complex. As an online car battle game, its success hinged on continuous updates and effective game management. While the game appeared promising, Cheng Hao felt a sense of disappointment regarding Su Su's proposal, perceiving it as lacking in difficulty. He looked up at the plan in Yi Haoying's hands. Noticing Cheng Hao's scrutiny, Yi Haoying set down her plan, My World, an open-world pixel game. Based on the proposal and gameplay requirements, she contemplated what the game would look like upon completion. It seemed appealing, yet carried an air of unreality. After reviewing 3 Kingdoms Kill, she felt optimistic about its potential, believing that focus should be directed toward this project. As for Warm Girls, it intrigued her somewhat, but she echoed Cheng Hao's sentiments, who would leisurely dress virtual characters. During their walk, Su Su had mentioned forming 3 game teams to develop new projects, presumably these 3 games. Mr. Su, do you think this game has potential? She inquired, holding the Warm Girls proposal, expressing her reservations. Being new to her position, she was hesitant to outright dismiss her boss's plans. As Su Su pondered the matter, he turned his attention to Yi Haoying's inquiry. Gazing at the spirited Yi Haoying, a thought struck him. This was a proposal crafted by Yifei. I also find it lacking. Let's have the production team review it. If it doesn't work, we will discard it. I will reassess the proposal created by Miss Liu. Yi Haoying reopened the proposal. It was unprofessionally constructed, with background stories and task systems needing to be fleshed out, aside from the clothing dynamics representing various combat attributes that required elaboration. If this is indeed Liu Yifei's plan, it makes sense considering her lack of expertise. Mr. Su, I believe this game possesses its own merits and could find a place in the market. Perhaps we should invite Miss Liu to the gaming company for a thorough discussion, Yi Haoying suggested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Su Tse, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded, his mind racing with speculation. This woman's intentions seemed focused on Liu Yifei. Chapter 58. Is it profitable? Good, Cheng Hao exclaimed, striking the table with enthusiasm, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The open-world pixel game primarily focuses on construction, yet also incorporates combat elements. During the planning phase, Su Su drew inspiration from Minecraft, integrating various highlights from subsequent imitators, thereby enriching the gameplay experience. The planning did not mandate completion in one go, but rather prescribed a gradual addition of features through updates. Master Su, I shall take charge of this game, Cheng Hao declared, already contemplating the development process in his mind. This game presented a significantly greater technical complexity than Three Kingdoms Kill, and he found the planning quite appealing. You need to discuss this with Manager Yi. She will soon be the general manager of the game company. Let's make an announcement together. After half a year of development and the release of 2 games, the gaming department had expanded to over 100 employees. Su Su felt a sense of pride. It had only been a year since he arrived in the capital with a script to meet Liu Yifei, and he had already established several promising ventures. 3 companies had a combined market value exceeding 500 million, although none of them had yet manifested in the market, resulting in limited recognition of his efforts. Everyone, the success of Dreaming Time Space is attributable to your hard work. The company is gradually finding its footing, and Manager Yi will join you all in striving for our gaming dreams. Please welcome her. The crowd paused momentarily, their gazes turning towards Cheng Hao. The gaming department had always revolved around him, with employees primarily focused on Plants vs. Zombies. Welcome, Manager Yi, Cheng Hao applauded. He had no ulterior motives. His sole focus was on game development. Managing a game production team was manageable, but overseeing an entire game company was daunting. In fact, the current game company operated similarly to a department within 6FA Network, with many of the gaming department's operations being handled by 6FA Network itself. Complaints had already reached Su Su regarding financial and logistical matters, with finance and logistics personnel confronting Cheng Hao with reports. The company needed a professional manager, and Su Su had discussed this with him, offering his full support. With Cheng Hao's backing, Yi Haoying would gradually take over the game company, with finance, human resources, and logistics transitioning from 6FA Network over time. Returning to his office at 6FA Network, Su Su picked up the documents on his desk, starting with the financial report from his special effects company. A headache loomed, as the financials of the special effect company were also under 6FA Network's oversight. Moreover, the script he had provided for the animated film crew had yet to take shape, leaving him uncertain whether the individual he had invited would be willing to join. After reviewing the documents, he moved to the window, observing the bustling traffic below. The company was expanding rapidly, and with the increase in staff, the current apartment building seemed inadequate. A proper office building was in order. The thought only added to Su Su's headache. Money, money, money. Every step of the company's development required financial resources. While the 2 games from a game company had generated revenue, expenses loomed large, establishing independent servers, upgrading equipment, forming 3 new game production teams, and recruiting staff along with purchasing new devices. This was not the end. The future called for new games, larger-scale projects requiring advanced equipment and a larger workforce. Additionally, there was a need to recruit personnel to support the game's post-launch. The profits from the 2 games would merely suffice for their developmental needs. The special effect company would need to invest as well, without recruitment to maintain the status quo. They could only sustain the company by taking on domestic special effect projects. However, Possessing internationally advanced special effects technology without achieving notable results would be a disservice to the term advanced. Forming an animation crew required hiring new employees, and the special effects company needed more sophisticated equipment and stable servers. Each decision made by the company necessitated substantial financial investment. Even the revenue from your name might not be sufficient. Sixth Fay Network also required numerous personnel for website maintenance, video sections, story areas, and information hubs. Pursuing growth would be akin to a voracious money pit. The current methods for raising funds included financing, a straightforward approach. Some connections with Su's consortium existed, but financing at this point would be too costly. Another option was bank loans. Su had inquired about this, discovering that the special effects and game companies could secure loans against their technology, yet the maximum loan amount was merely 300 million, insufficient for their needs. He had sent Zhao Ting to pursue this, though it seemed a futile endeavor. The only seemingly cost-effective option was Liu Yifei, who possessed both wealth and allure, and more importantly, the potential to generate profit. However, it required him to take a leap of faith. Yesterday, Qian seemed upset. Su mused, stroking his chin. Although he was unsure of the reason, it was irrelevant. An apology was in order. The enchanting goddess was captivating, and with Su Chong also at the film set today, it was best to apologize now. He could only hope to embrace her fragrant presence later that evening. After mulling over financial matters and clearing his thoughts, Su began to embrace the idea of filmmaking. It appeared relatively lucrative. He settled back at his desk, opening online news to catch up on current events in the internet realm. The Old Horse and the Master of Express Delivery have strengthened their cooperation, reducing delivery fees from 12 yuan to 8 yuan. This marked the second reduction in delivery fees since the two companies had partnered last year, having previously lowered costs from 20 yuan to 12 yuan. Su's eyes lit up as he sought news from other shopping sites and found it. Double Q had partnered with Shintong Master, lowering delivery fees to 8 yuan per unit. Dog East, Eatsiu, and Amazon followed suit, resulting in fierce competition among the four major shopping websites. As all were in the entrepreneurial development phase, apart from Dog East, which had a tangible background, the other four were essentially competitors on the same track, vying for market share through various strategies, including internal subsidies, external advertising, and recruitment of sellers, all aimed at accelerating delivery capabilities and promoting online payment methods, thus creating numerous job opportunities. The online shopping market was expanding under their competition, with enticing discounts drawing in consumers. However, the battle among the five companies was becoming increasingly intense. Double Q is truly bringing the heat, Su thought, exhilarated by the promising news. While the shopping website represented a vast market, the current investment was substantial. Realistically, there would be opportunities to enter the market once it was fully developed, and entering at that point would mean capitalizing on an established system. With Double Q now entering the online shopping market, a significant portion of their cash flow would be diverted, consuming some of his focus. The rampant internet copycats would likely be delayed in emerging for another 2 years. Su continued to search for information on shopping websites, his spirits high as he concluded his workday. The Old Horse's big mouth had already begun to make waves. He wondered if their meeting would lead to any unexpected confrontations. Chapter 59. Apologies. Su drove back to the villa, only to find Liu Yifei absent. After several attempts to call her, which went unanswered, he decided to send her a bouquet of flowers and drove to her residence. Ding dong. Su pressed the doorbell. Lu Xiaoli came to open the door and was surprised to see him. Little Su, why are you ringing the doorbell at your own home? Auntie, where's Qian? Su stepped inside, one hand concealed behind his back, peering into the room for Liu Yifei. Lu Xiaoli noticed Su's slightly furtive demeanor and was suddenly struck by the fragrance of flowers. Catching sight of the bouquet he was hiding, a smile crept across her face. She's in the piano room. I just heard her playing. Thank you, Auntie. I'll go take a look. Su waved goodbye to Lu Xiaoli and ascended the stairs. Watching him leave, Lu Xiaoli felt a sense of satisfaction. Su genuinely cared for her daughter, managing his relationships well. Despite the friction with Hua Yi, he had not severed ties completely. She had observed the growth of his startup and the success of his films. As a mother familiar with sons of wealthy families, mercantile heirs, and talented scholars. She had yet to encounter such an exceptional young man, one who was more than worthy of her daughter. Upon reaching the upper floor, the sound of piano music wafted through the air, intermittent and somewhat disjointed, indicating the pianist's troubled state of mind. Su gently pushed open a door, revealing Liu Yifei seated at the piano, lost in thought, her fingers carelessly striking the keys. Lecher, dreaming of a harem? Not a chance. I want to let you find one, Liu Yifei mused, eyeing 3 unfinished tasks within her system. System Task 1. Your artist Liu Yifei has released a successful album. It is time for her to meet your personal demands sincerely. System Task 2. You have signed your second female artist, Su Chang, who is stunning and possesses remarkable acting talent. You are determined to invest in a film for her. System Task 3. Your 2 artists are changing outfits before you. Excitement surges within you as you contemplate forming a girl group, each member distinct in character. As she organized her thoughts, Liu Yifei felt overwhelmed by the multitude of side characters. Thus, she decided to simplify the girl group concept for now, letting the plot dictate its direction. The first task was something Liu Yifei could reluctantly accept, but the latter 2 were beyond her willingness. Qian, are you thinking of me? Su quietly approached Liu Yifei, hiding his hands behind his back. Liu Yifei was startled by his sudden appearance, noticing the sound he made through his nose. Oof. Though the system tasks were unrelated to Su, he, as the system's master, represented its essence to some extent. To translate this into reality, a 40-year-old tycoon with billions, running an entertainment company that signed beautiful young women, seemed nothing short of predatory and deserving of severe retribution. And that so-called girl group? He had actually seen it, which certainly painted him in a negative light. Qian, I was wrong, Su apologized. Liu Yifei's nostrils flared as she caught the scent of the flowers, a realization dawning upon her. She looked at Su with a glimmer of surprise. Su, with both hands hidden behind his back, emanated the fragrance from the bouquet he concealed. That mischievous boy. Ever since they had established their relationship, he had taken to touching her whenever they met. This time, with his hands hidden, she suspected he had something to reveal. While her eyes sparkled with delight, she maintained a serious facade, inquiring, "Where did you go wrong?" Su was momentarily taken aback. Where did I go wrong? How should I know? Was it wrong to watch Su Chang change outfits? He ventured, realizing that this seemed to be the only plausible issue. Yet he couldn't be entirely blamed. They had changed outfits in front of him, and he anticipated Su Chang's revealing Qipao. From now on, you must only think of me, with no other women in your heart. Yes, Su nodded. Having Liu Yifei was more than sufficient. What more could he desire than a celestial wife? You cannot glance at other women, nor should you even think about them. Those other women? I have no interest in them. None can compare to my Princess Qian's fair legs. As he spoke, he reached out, feeling the smoothness of her skin, igniting a wild yearning within him. Yet, the streets were filled with women flaunting their bare legs, making it impossible to ignore. You still dare to say? Liu Yifei swatted Su's hand away, glaring at him indignantly. I won't look. From now on, when I go out with Princess Qian, I'll close my eyes, and you can lead me. Liu Yifei's eyes narrowed with mirth as she exaggerated, knowing it was an impractical promise, yet it conveyed her intent. What else? She gazed expectantly at Su, her eyes drifting towards the bouquet behind him. What more? Su inquired, puzzled. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Oh, these are the flowers for Princess Qian, Su said, presenting the bouquet to Liu Yifei. Joy lit up her eyes. This was the first gift Su had ever given her. I forgive you. With that, she beamed, inhaling the floral scent, her gaze softening as she looked at Su. Qian is the kindest. Su seized the moment to sit beside her on the small piano bench, their bodies nearly touching. He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, planting a kiss on her cheek, resting his chin on her shoulder. Don't move, it tickles. His breath brushed against her neck, sending tingles through her, and she felt her cheeks flush. That mischievous boy always enjoyed being touchy-feely. Liu Yifei pushed his hand away, rising from the bench, bouquet in hand, and dashed out of the piano room to find a place to display the flowers Su had gifted her. A smile adorned her face, her joy unmistakable. Su watched her bustling about until she finally took the flowers to her bedroom, placing them prominently on her bedside table. She lay down, savoring the delicate fragrance wafting through the air. The following morning, after breakfast, Su rummaged through his limited wardrobe, which was even more meager at Liu Yifei's house. "Do you have something to attend to?" Liu Yifei inquired, observing Su comparing the scant few outfits he possessed. She had never seen him so formally dressed. "I have a meeting at the film bureau. It's all leaders, so I must appear respectful," Su explained. "The film bureau?" Liu Yifei's eyes widened in surprise, prompting her to seek further details. "I'm not sure. President Han said he wanted to discuss future industry developments. He likely called me because of his special effects company." "Mom." Liu Yifei decided to enlist her mother's help with his outfit, rushing downstairs. "What's the matter?" Liu Xiaoli, hearing her daughter's urgent call, hurried upstairs. "Mom, Su is going to the film bureau for a meeting. Help him choose an outfit." Her daughter's fiancé was meeting with leaders. This was indeed a significant matter, and Liu Xiaoli was eager to assist. The film bureau held immense authority over film production, review, distribution, and regulation, wielding considerable power in the entertainment industry. She examined Su's limited clothing options and felt a surge of irritation. "Qian, what on earth are you doing? You two have been together for so long, and you haven't thought to help Su buy some clothes?" Chapter 60. Meeting at the Film Bureau. "Mother, I have bought him clothes. They are all at the villa where he resides." Liu Yifei was displeased, having just purchased clothes for Su yesterday. "If there are clothes over there, why not leave some here? Shouldn't my wardrobe be filled with my own clothes?" Liu Yifei dared not retort, and instead took Su out to shop. "Let's take him to buy some." She stifled the urge to take him around the shopping mall. After selecting a few suitable outfits, he donned one of them and left. Upon arriving at the film bureau, Su was ushered into the conference room. He thought he had arrived quite early, but to his surprise, there were already several people present. "Mr. Su," Ning Hao greeted him, rising to acknowledge his presence. "Director Ning is here as well," Su noted, feeling a sense of familiarity as he approached. "Mr. Su, this is Senior Lu Chuan, and this is Senior Zhang Hui." He introduced them, realizing he had entered the circle of the Beijing Film Academy directing department. Speaking of which, Su had quite the connection with the academy, having collaborated with its directors on 2 films. Liu Yifei was also an actress from there, and the majority of the lighting, art, and crew members were alumni of the academy. Upon seeing Su, Teng Huadao's expression soured. "Everyone understands the situation with director Teng's film. Do not take it to heart." Su offered, extending his hand. Observing Su's hand, Teng Huadao's demeanor stiffened. In the conference room, the directors had formed several groups. From Ning Hao's explanation, Su gathered that they could broadly be categorized into Beijing Film Academy, Central Academy of Drama, and other mainland directors. This was akin to the differentiation between sect disciples and family disciples. There were no loose practitioners. At that moment, another individual entered, Xue Xiaolu. "Teacher Xue." Su stood to greet her. "If you keep calling me teacher, I will have to refer to you as Mr. Su," Xue Xiaolu jested. "Sister Xiaolu, you are now a world-renowned director. You are a globally recognized actor," Xue Xiaolu replied with a smile, genuinely surprised by the success of his name, not expecting such remarkable achievements overseas. Observing the conversation between Su and Xue Xiaolu, Teng Huadao felt increasingly uncomfortable. Originally, you should have been the one invited by the director of your name. He harbored resentment, both toward Huai and Xue Xiaolu, as well as Su. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xue Xiaolu turned to greet the seniors and juniors from the Beijing Film Academy. "What is the agenda for this meeting?" Su inquired from Ning Hao, seeking any insider information. "They say it's about industry development, but the specifics remain unclear," Ning Hao replied, shaking his head. "I heard you were working on a script?" Ning Hao queried. The success of his film Crazy Racing had drawn considerable attention from investors. It was rumored he had changed his phone number several times, yet some still managed to reach him. "I have no direction," Ning Hao confessed, frowning. "With Crazy Stone set to release in June, I began brainstorming a new script in August, yet I am still a loss." "What kind of script are you aiming to write? Do you have a goal in mind?" Su saved. "Perhaps a multi-thread narrative, but I am uncertain of the content," Ning Hao admitted. I've noticed that racing films have gained popularity abroad in recent years. Should we ride that wave? Racing? Ning Hao pondered, struggling to connect the dots. Would a film filled with thrilling collisions align with his comedic multi-thread narrative? Observing Ning Hao's expression, Susu surmised some of his thoughts, while others raced cars. We could race bicycles, incorporating various other elements. The two conversed quietly, with Susu providing an overview of crazy racing. Great, that's exactly the effect we need. Ning Hao responded, his surprise evident. You truly are a screenwriter capable of crafting two blockbuster scripts. Why don't you take the lead in writing? Let's put the script together, Ning Hao proposed, feeling a surge of excitement. All right, let me invest a share. Susu revealed his intentions. It was a film destined for success, and not investing would be a disservice to himself. Ning Hao composed himself. I have no objections, provided you can persuade the Beijing Film and Central Film Studios. Although Ning Hao had yet to finalize the script, both studios had already confirmed their investments. Securing a share of funding from these national entities would require Susu's prowess. Susu paused momentarily, contemplating the dynamics at play. Keep her distance from me, he said, shifting his chair slightly. Ning Hao chuckled, but internally he wrestled with the script Susu had mentioned, which was essentially complete with only details needing refinement. What did you discuss with Ning Hao? Xue Xiaolu inquired, pulling up a chair. Noticing Ning Hao's restlessness, she was curious about what Susu had said. A script. May I have a look? She asked. It doesn't quite align with your style. If you wish to see it, come to my company after the meeting, Susu replied. Xue Xiaolu nodded, her face beaming with interest. Ning Hao observed Xue Xiaolu's expression and grew anxious, hoping Susu wouldn't genuinely hand the script to someone else. During this time, several more people arrived. The major directors have arrived, someone announced. Susu looked up to see Feng Kuzi, Lao Mozi, Chindakai Jiangwan, and several prominent figures from the academy. Before anyone could approach them to greet, Han Samping, Director Ren of Shanghai Film, and leaders from the Film Bureau entered together. Everyone, please take a seat, the leader instructed, gesturing for silence. The meeting lacked name placards, and Susu felt distant from its relevance, choosing to sit at the back. In recent years, the domestic market has seen an influx of quality works, and the influence of the film market is expanding. We hope everyone can speak freely regarding market development, the leader articulated, outlining the current state of the domestic film industry. The Film Bureau's overarching message was to amplify the film's influence, particularly on an international scale. The major directors took turns speaking, reiterating the importance of significant productions, substantial investments, and granting directors greater authority. The leader listened intently, though he appeared less than satisfied. I believe the recent film your name was quite remarkable. It received favorable responses in East Asia and Southeast Asia, the leader remarked, sipping his tea leisurely. The room turned to look at Susu and Xue Xiaolu. Feng Kuzi's expression darkened upon seeing Susu. His film night banquet had been released concurrently with your name, only to suffer a dismal defeat, failing to make any waves in the overseas market. Rumors circulated that he could only produce comedies, as he was incapable of handling other genres. Although Susu was not a director, he was generally regarded as one within the industry, having ascended to prominence at the expense of Feng Kuzi. Chapter 61. Animation Director, does this young comrade have anything to say? The leader deftly steered the conversation towards Susu. Susu stood up. Hello, leader. Greetings to all the teachers here. There's no need to stand. This is merely a seminar. Let us engage in a casual dialogue. The leader waved his hand dismissively. Earlier, Chindakai had mentioned film classification, and someone nearly hurled a teacup at his face. I am merely a screenwriter and cannot speak to specifics. It is Director Xue's talent that shines through, Susu remarked, feeling somewhat at a loss. Film classification does not align with the realities of our nation. The rest is merely a matter of perspective. I assert that audiences enjoy mythological films, yet with the quality of fiction legend in genre, not even the true deities would attract an audience. Xue Xiaolu, under the attentive gaze of the crowd, appeared unfazed. With her background as a screenwriter, she emphasized the primacy of the script. The essence of cinema lies in its story. The actors, costumes, and even the special effects serve to enhance the narrative. To craft a remarkable film, one must first possess a compelling script. Well said. The leader initiated applause, and the others followed suit. Our country is not short of cinematic talent, with pragmatic directors like Shui and young comrades like Su advancing special effects technology to world-class standards. The leadership of the Film Bureau summarized the meeting, urging everyone to discover talent and foster our own film industry. The meeting stretched until noon, after which everyone dispersed without a meal. Su exited the Film Bureau, bewildered. Shui Xiaolu called after him, expressing her desire to review the script he mentioned. As they left, Ninghao rushed out but failed to spot Su. He exchanged a few words with his senior, missing his chance. How can I find an opportunity to view Su's script? What was the purpose of this meeting? By its conclusion, Su felt as though he had spoken on various topics, yet conveyed nothing substantial. We are merely peripheral. Once we depart, the real discussions will commence, Shui Xiaolu noted. Su nodded, refraining from probing further into this matter. Upon arriving at the company, he retrieved a script outline from the safe. Yesterday, he contemplated that investing in films could be quite beneficial. He had an intuition for which films would succeed, thus minimizing risk. This led him to draft an outline for a script, intending to discuss it with Ninghao at the earliest opportunity. Crazy racing? Shui Xiaolu inquired, glancing at Su. Indeed, it mimics Crazy Stone. I plan to propose it to him. After reviewing the outline, Shui Xiaolu recognized its potential, despite its incompleteness. It indeed presented a multi-threaded narrative, reminiscent of Crazy Stone. I cannot be certain, she remarked, setting the script aside. Is this the only script you have? Currently, yes, Su replied, putting the script away. Should you come across any suitable scripts, do not forget me, Shui Xiaolu said, her recent success in film making her acutely aware of the lessons learned from Tang Huatao. Rest assured, our collaboration has been quite pleasant, and I wish to avoid complications, she stated before taking a tour of Su's company and departing. As Su attended to documents, a thought struck him, prompting him to call a recruitment agency for details on Yi Haoying's departure from a Japanese technology firm. The reason cited was workplace harassment, which he found truthful but also suspicious. Could be commercial espionage. Cautiously, Su deemed it prudent to recruit a secretary to act as his informant. President Su, there's a young man named Yang Yu downstairs, claiming to have received your invitation. Zhao Ting reported, knocking on his door. Oh, please send him up, Su responded, his face lighting up at the news of Yang Yu's arrival. Zhao Ting employed, shortly leading a young man into the office. He had short hair and wore simple attire, a casual shirt and pants, giving off a relaxed vibe. Mr. Yang, this is our President Su, Zhao Ting introduced him. Hello, President Su, Yang Yu greeted somewhat shyly. Greetings. I hear you are creating your own animated works. Might I view them? Su inquired, intrigued by this future animation maestro. It's still a work in progress, Yang Yu replied, producing a USB drive. Not to worry. It should still convey some of your ideas. Su smiled encouragingly. He led Yang Yu to a computer, connected the USB drive, and began to play the content he had created. Blood red spiderwebs, cards, the earth, delusional politicians, war. Indeed a rough draft, lacking polish. You dream light and shadow wishes to invest in your project, Su informed him. Yang Yu hesitated. He had spent 2 years working on this piece at home. The project remains yours, credited to you, but the production company will be changed to you dream light and shadow. Furthermore, I extend an invitation for you to helm a formal animated film script. Su and Yang Yu engaged in extensive discussions about special effects technology and the future of animation. With foresight and unique insights, they shared a delightful conversation. Thank you for the generous invitation, President Su. I accept your offer to join, Yang Yu agreed excitedly. Su was thrilled to welcome such a talented individual, personally escorting him to the special effect company and presenting him with the script for Frozen. This is based on Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tale The Snow Queen. Yang Yu immediately recognized the source. Indeed, Su confirmed. The script is excellently adapted, with the English dialogue flowing seamlessly and beautifully. You will need to assemble an animation crew to produce this film. You may utilize the personnel from the special effects company, and if additional staff is necessary, feel free to recruit more. Rest assured, I will expedite the formation of the crew, Yang Yu replied, his voice tinged with excitement. Let us strive to showcase our work to the world, Su recalled the derision from industrial magic and aspired to release the film in North America soon. Returning home, Liu Yifei observed Su's beaming face, unable to conceal her amusement. Did something good happen at the film bureau meeting? Liu Xiaoli also expressed curiosity about the meeting's content. Not quite. Su clarified. The film bureau merely hosted a discussion with no substantive content, offering praise for my special effects company. What is you so pleased? Liu Yifei pondered, suspecting he might have been unfaithful. I recruited a talent today, a top-tier talent, Su replied, grinning with pride. Chapter 62. Discussing collaboration today. I encountered Ning Hao, who is currently in the midst of preparing for a new film. I contributed to a portion of the screenplay, and the anticipated returns from the investment should be substantial. During our meal, Su remarked to Liu Yifei, casting a sidelong glance at Liu Xiaoli. I'm short on funds. Liu Yifei shook her head, revealing that apart from the investment in your name, she had allocated all her remaining funds to Su. I still have a bit left, Liu Xiaoli interjected. With both of Su's scripts performing exceedingly well, he believed that the investment of over 10 million in your name would yield profits exceeding 100 million. He thought that a good screenplay would undoubtedly be profitable. Missing out would simply mean losing a golden opportunity for profit. Andy, are you looking to invest? Let Qian make the decision. You both can handle it. Liu Xiaoli said nonchalantly. For her, there was little distinction between her investment and her daughter S. Both were executed through the company S accounts. Liu Yifei, observing Su's expression, quickly grasped the situation. Surely, Su must have known about her financial status. This scoundrel was merely attempting to manipulate her mother into parting with her money. Her gaze towards Su was sharp as a knife, as if she wished to pierce him. A few days later, Han Samping's call reached Su's office. Xiao Su, that lad Ning Hao has been singing your praises for several days, claiming you possess an excellent screenplay. Han Samping's voice came through the phone, laced with a hint of jest. With a smile, Su responded, having anticipated this moment. Director Han, indeed, I have a screenplay, though it is still undergoing refinement. Since you express interest, I shall bring it over for your perusal and guidance. After hanging up, he organized his documents and printed out the script for Crazy Racing, having nearly perfected the details over the past few days. This meeting with Han Samping was not solely about discussing the screenplay. It was a strategic game of profit distribution. Within the offices of China Film, Han Samping sat in a spacious conference room, his gaze shifting between Su and Ning Hao, gesturing for them to enjoy their tea. I have reviewed the script, and it is indeed impressive. Multi-threaded narrative, densely packed humor, and substantial market potential, Han Samping remarked, placing his teacup down with a tone of approval. His impression of Su was that he excelled in writing romantic scripts. If the screenplay were not brought forth by Su, he would have assumed it was penned by Ning Hao, as the style was distinctly reminiscent of him. Name your price for the screenplay. China Film will not negotiate. Han Samping stated, looking fixedly at Su. Director Han, a script is akin to my child. What parent would sell their own offspring? Su replied with a bitter smile. Spare me the nonsense, Han Samping retorted, having collaborated with Su before and not falling for his tricks. Well, Director Han, Su said, feigning embarrassment, you know I am in a relationship with Qian. She insists on being involved in all my affairs, and I cannot make a decision on this script without her consent. Do you think I believe that? Han Samping maintained his unyielding demeanor. Aware of Su's cunning nature, Liu Xiaoli was fiercely protective of her daughter's suitors. Yet within a year of meeting Su, he was already residing in their home. Liu Yifei was merely 19 years old. Han Samping mused that if any young man dared to live in his house and share a room with his daughter, he would certainly break the intruder into pieces. Let us directly discuss the investment amount and profit sharing, Su proposed, abandoning further excuses. Han Samping nodded. I will offer you a 10% share. Goodbye, Su stated, preparing to leave with the script. Stop right there. Han Samping barked, as few dared to act recklessly on his turf. Taking a deep breath, he added, you need to name a price. 50%. Are you looking for trouble? Han Samping responded with irritation. There's also North Film. If you don't leave them something, they might come knocking on your door. Do you believe that? I can find a director to shoot it myself. Director Shui is quite fond of this screenplay, and Qian is willing to invest, Su Su replied nonchalantly. Don't be unreasonable. You know the situation with the script. Let us talk facts. Three-way split, Su Su declared. The screenplay for Crazy Racing contained sensitive content that would face scrutiny, and Su Su knew that without China Film's intervention, it would not pass review. All right. Han Sanping agreed decisively, producing several contracts and handing them to Su Su. Sign here. You plan to split from the beginning? Su Su was taken aback that the contracts were already prepared. Oof. Han Sanping shot him a disapproving look. In recent days, he had discussed several times with the backers and believed that a three-way split was the optimal solution. The film's investment budget is set at $10 million. Su Su would invest $3 million, along with the script, securing a 33% share. China Film and North Film would each invest $3,300,000, also obtaining 33%. Ning Hao would receive 1% in addition to his directorial fee. The actual funds for the film would be $9,600,000. After signing the contracts, Han Sanping set aside North Film's copy, stating, "The profit-sharing ratio is established, but I have one condition." "Go ahead." "You cannot interfere with the management of the crew," Han Sanping stated assertively. He had verified that Su Su had extracted considerable funds from the crew of your name. China Film and North Film would assign personnel to oversee the management alongside director Ning. Su Su furrowed his brow. He did not particularly care about crew management, as he was not in need of such small amounts of money at the moment. With several companies valued at nearly $5 billion, his financial shortfalls were in the tens of millions to hundreds of millions. He had no time to siphon funds from this small production. "Director Han, I can refrain from meddling in crew management, but I must appoint someone to oversee the finances," Su Su insisted. He could forego personal profit, but would not allow others to exploit the situation. He was well aware of the matters within the crew. This request aligned with the interests of both China Film and North Film, leaving no grounds for refusal. Han Sanping nodded. "Fine, you may arrange your own personnel for finances. Xiao Su, since you and Yifei are investing in the film, how about you both make cameo appearances? It would add some flair to the film." Su Su was taken aback and promptly shook his head. "Director Han, Yifei is not suited for this comedic role." Han Sanping waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely a cameo. Just making an appearance will suffice. She doesn't need to create humor. Director Ning can handle that. Right, Director Ning?" Ning Hao nodded in agreement. Su Su remained firm. "Director Han, it truly won't work. Liu Yifei's image does not align with the film's style. Forcing a cameo would detract from the overall effect. In a film characterized by ensemble black humor, having Liu Yifei participate would diminish its value. If Liu Yifei won't appear, surely you could take on a role?" Han Sanping insisted. Ning Hao, arrange a part for Su Su. This time, Han Sanping's demand was not to be questioned. Ning Hao hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "All right, Director Han, I will make the arrangements." Su Su did not object. Whether or not he would actually participate in a cameo would be decided later. Once the issues surrounding the screenplay were resolved, Han Sanping shared good news with Su Su. "The release date for your name in the European and American markets has been officially set for the 5th of next month. The distributor, New Line Cinema, is anticipated to have promotional requirements." "New Line? Didn't they go under?" Su Tse inquired. "Precisely because of their operational difficulties, they're offering a high price. They're asking for the least in terms of distribution profits. After the Southeast Asian release, the European and American markets will also commence," Su Su nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation for your name's performance in those regions. "By the way, your previous film, The Girl We Chased Together in Those Years, is looking to release in East Asia and Southeast Asia. You should have someone negotiate on your behalf." Han Sanping shared another piece of encouraging news. "Due to the phenomenal success of your name, both Liu Yifei and Su Su had garnered fame in East Asia and Southeast Asia, with many eagerly anticipating their first collaborative film. Directoran, could you assist me in negotiations?" Su Su, lacking the necessary resources and connections, decided to request help from China Film. "Of course." Han Sanping nodded. How could one possibly turn down an opportunity to share profits? Ning Hao expressed a hint of envy, saying, "Mr. Su, you are truly embracing internationalization." Su Su waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It is premature to speak of internationalization. two romantic films can at most influence neighboring countries. To secure a foothold in the global market is still a distant goal. The three engaged in a discussion about the evolution of cinema, casually conversing about the current market landscape. Chapter 63. Your Name once again captivates audiences after a brief period of being off the screens. Your Name has suddenly surged back into the entertainment headlines, gracing numerous media outlets. This time, it is not solely entertainment news coverage. Mainstream media has also reported on the film's remarkable achievements. Your Name has achieved a miraculous feat, amassing a staggering $900 million in box office revenues, igniting the domestic East Asian film market. Following its release in Japan and Southeast Asia, the film's total box office gross reached an impressive 1 billion RMB, astonishing the entertainment industry and even drawing the attention of financial media analyzing the film's success and profitability. South Korea contributed 200 million, Southeast Asia over 100 million, and Japan, despite an initial delay, contributed 700 million, tripling domestic market earnings. With the domestic market included, Your Name has exceeded a total box office of 12 billion. In this era, the domestic market still lags significantly behind that of Japan and South Korea. Liu Yifei has dazzled both East Asia and Southeast Asia, receiving an influx of endorsement invitations and commercial collaborations. This time, Liu Yifei is no longer merely a celestial beauty domestically. She is poised to dominate the aesthetic sensibilities of the entire Chinese cultural sphere. The rise of domestic films? Your Name has emerged as a phenomenon, with Su Su demonstrating through tangible results that a great film does not require a renowned director or massive investment. Emotionally resonant works can be embraced worldwide. This news nearly caused many esteemed directors to grind their teeth in frustration. The film screenings in East Asia and Southeast Asia concluded successfully with impressive box office results. Although it has left cinemas, the audience's fervor for the film remains unabated. Online discussions about the plot, character analyses, and behind-the-scenes snippets are proliferating. The behind-the-scenes footage released during the screenings has been widely circulated among fans, with the most popular being the video of Su Su and Liu Yifei embracing, as staff applauded. This truly represents the story's genuine conclusion. Netizens feel that the official ending of the film is too subdued. It should have included an embrace, a kiss, and perhaps the birth of a child. I have an uneasy feeling. Could the celestial beauty develop feelings for her co-star? The sensation of swapping bodies feels akin to self-conquest. Let's not speak of it. I shall pretend it never happened. Both films penned by screenwriter Su have been financed by Liu Yifei. At this moment, news broke that Your Name is set to premiere in Europe and America, generating excitement. Audiences in the Western market are filled with curiosity about this film from the East, particularly regarding the leading lady, Liu Yifei. Her several English songs have gained tremendous popularity in Europe and America, especially the hit Love Story. This song, embodying themes of struggle and liberated love, resonates deeply with contemporary Western culture, positioning Liu Yifei as a symbol of freedom. Although she is Asian, she is also a North American citizen, which enhances her appeal. Recently, her song Hall of Fame has surpassed even Love Story in popularity, providing inspiration and encouragement for many striving individuals, garnering praise, sharing, and covers from numerous sports icons. Many in the West have come to recognize this North American-born Chinese girl. Media outlets have begun speculating whether this film can achieve success in the Western market. Will the Eastern fantasy romance Your Name replicate its success in Asia? Can Liu Yifei's romantic film resonate with Western audiences? Will Su Su's screenwriting talent transcend cultural barriers? In response to the media coverage, Liu Yifei appears incredibly excited. She promptly calls Su Su, exclaiming, "Su Su, have you seen the news? Our film is set to premiere in Europe and America." Su Su responds with a smile, "Yes, we've been discussing it for quite a while, and finally, it's all settled. I'm on my way to your company." She is elated and eager to meet Su Su immediately to share her feelings. Upon entering the office, Liu Yifei, unable to contain her joy, rushes towards Su Su with open arms. Su Su quickly stands up, extending his arms as well. Before he can regain his balance, Liu Yifei leaps into his embrace, knocking him back into his office chair. Liu Yifei seizes the moment, kissing him passionately. After a lengthy kiss, they part, and Liu Yifei gazes at Su Su, her face radiant with delight, seemingly indifferent to his hand slipping under her clothing. Our film is set to premiere in Europe and America, she announces. The Western market represents the pinnacle of achievement for artists in this era, a realm everyone aspires to conquer. Geisha-themed projects, even shot in Japan, are eagerly pursued by many. Yet, others have yet to seize such opportunities. However, the tastes of the Western market differ significantly from those of Asia, and we must prepare ourselves mentally. Sutse, wishing not to dampen her spirits, nevertheless feels the need to guard against potential cultural dissonance that could lead to disappointment. I understand, but our film boasts exceptional quality, and the success in East Asia and Southeast Asia bodes well. The Western market cannot be too far behind. The achievements in the East Asian market bolster Liu Yifei's confidence. In truth, many entertainment companies share this sentiment, believing that if Southeast Asia achieves success, so too can the West. You will need to promote the film in Europe and America, Susu advises her, recognizing that Liu Yifei's current popularity is a significant asset for the film's release. Liu Yifei does not shy away from hard work. She is willing to endure the effort. Aren't you going? She inquires, realizing her oversight. I lack any notoriety, and there are matters at the company that require my attention. Just as they engage in conversation, the office phone rings. Liu Yifei, seated on Susu's lap, feels compelled to move aside, believing she should not eavesdrop on his calls. Susu, however, keeps his arm around her, gently patting her back as he answers the phone. Boss, Long Hao has returned. Should he report to the company now? Zhao Ting's voice comes through. Long Hao's situation is crucial, but she is aware that Liu Yifei is present, prompting her inquiry. Haven't come in. Upon hearing Long Hao's name, Susu's emotions fluctuate slightly. They had already discussed the matter last night, and the negotiations regarding the supercomputing components have yielded results. I'll take a moment in the lounge, Liu Yifei says, sensing the importance of the call and wishing not to disrupt Susu's work. There's no need, Susu insists, pulling her hand back. You should also be aware of company matters. How can you be Mrs. Su without knowing anything? Who want to be that? Liu Yifei huffs playfully, yet her demeanor radiates happiness. Can I listen? She asks again, uncertain of her understanding of company affairs and concerned about interrupting Susu's work. It's fine. Just keep it confidential. Susu reassures her, feeling it is essential for Liu Yifei to be informed about company matters, providing her with peace of mind. All right. Liu Yifei nods, her spirits lifted, gazing at Susu with tender affection. A knock at the office door interrupts them, and Susu invites the visitor in. Upon seeing Liu Yifei, Long Hao exchanges a questioning glance with Susu, unsure whether to disclose critical information in her presence. You should know Liu Yifei. She is our primary investor and the future mistress of the company. He introduces Liu Yifei to Long Hao, saying, "This is Long Hao, our company's leading public relations expert, responsible for external affairs." "Hello, Mr. Long," Liu Yifei nods in acknowledgement. "Good day, madam. You and the boss are truly a perfect match. When I first watched your initial film, I thought, aside from our boss, no one else could be worthy of you." Liu Yifei smiles at him, nodding in appreciation. Chapter 64. The booming box office in Europe and America. Mr. Su, the negotiations for the supercomputer components with STE Corporation have been finalized. They are brand new, yet without after-sales service, and the price can be 30% lower than the market rate. Susu furrowed his brow. The lack of after-sales support effectively equated to no guarantee of quality. Long Hao, observing Susu's expression, surmised his concerns. "Mr. Su, the other party is selling illegally. They are ostensibly selling scrap machines." Susu was already aware of the situation. The deputy director of STE was embezzling by ordering components under the guise of upgrading the company's supercomputers, only to sell them as scrap upon their arrival. The accounting reflected the scrap prices, while the remaining funds lined his own pockets. It was a routine operation for the logistics team. "Long Hao, splendid work this time. You shall receive 10% of the saved funds as your bonus." Susu patted Long Hao's shoulder, his tone imbued with appreciation. Regardless of the final outcome, Long Hao's efforts deserved recognition, and he must be rewarded accordingly. "Mr. Su, this is merely my duty," Long Hao humbly replied, a smile gracing his face. 10% would exceed $1 million. The supercomputer is the cornerstone of our future development. we are still missing several crucial components. Relations with Japan have improved, so please make another trip there. Long Hao nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will accomplish the task. A few days later, Liu Yifei was about to embark on her promotional journey in Europe and America. Accompanied by director Xue Xiaolu and a security team arranged by Su Su. Su Su came to the airport to see her off. You must prioritize your safety once you arrive. Wherever you go, do not stray from the bodyguard's sight. They will protect you throughout, Su Su said, gripping Liu Yifei's hand with a hint of concern. Don't worry, I will take care of myself. It's quite safe there, Liu Yifei replied. Glancing at the security team, 2 women and 6 men, 8 bodyguards in total, along with a nutritionist, stylist, and masseur. She had never experienced such a grand entourage. While she could feel Su Su's concern, she genuinely believed it was unnecessary. Europe and America were quite safe. Qian, remember to call me. Su Chong also came to see her off, speaking to Liu Yifei with a tone tinged with envy. She was also an important supporting character in your name, but lacked fame, so her presence would significantly aid in promotions. Liu Yifei nodded, casting a glance at Su Su and her mother before pulling Su Chong aside to whisper, keep an eye on Su Su for me, will you? You understand. Although Su Su was entirely focused on his startup, one could never be too cautious with women around. Su Chong was taken aback. Watch him. She glanced at Su Su and then back at Liu Yifei, incredulous. You're a celestial being, yet you fear that a man might be lured away? Even Nakashiro Mika's boyfriend can stray. There are plenty of opportunistic individuals in the industry looking for a chance to approach Su Su, Liu Yifei said, her tone laced with resentment. It was not only the lesser-known artists. After the European and American release of your name, the 4 leading ladies and the popular duo were all desperate to connect with Su Su. Even more infuriatingly, 2 of them had attempted to use her as a means to invite Su Su to dinner. You should visit the company more often. After all, he is still your boss. I have many engagements, Su Chong replied, as she was a significant supporting character in your name. With the film's success, her earnings would be substantial. Seizing the recent surge in popularity, she planned to take on more engagements to secure her future. You wouldn't let your best friend S-Man be whisked away, would you? Liu Yifei implored with a pitiful expression. All right, I'll try my best, Su Chong acquiesced. As Liu Yifei boarded her flight, Su Su turned to Su Chong. Where are you headed? Shall I give you a ride? No need. I have engagements in Lake City. My assistant will be here shortly. Su Chong waved her hand. Her flight also departing in the morning, and she planned to wait at the airport for her departure. Liu Yifei, clad in a flowing white gown, elegantly ascended the stage, microphone in hand, and delivered a powerful performance, capturing the attention of the media and fans, who eagerly raised their cameras to immortalize this stunning moment. Ms. Liu, what are your expectations for your name in the European and American markets? A reporter inquired after her performance. With a smile, Liu Yifei responded, this is a film brimming with love and hope. Regardless of cultural backgrounds, love and dreams resonate universally. I believe it will touch the hearts of every viewer. Her answer elicited a wave of applause from the audience. Certain media outlets pursued Liu Yifei, transporting her promotional video for the European and American markets back to domestic websites. Through the internet, Su Su witnessed the captivating Liu Yifei in action. While Liu Yifei busied herself with the film's promotions, the supercomputer equipment procured from overseas also arrived by sea in the country. Through connections and long-house negotiations, Su Su managed to acquire the restricted supercomputer components. During this period, Su Su busied himself with assembling the supercomputer, receiving daily calls from Liu Yifei, who would share her experiences in Europe and America, recounting the warm reception from her fans. Many fans in Europe and America treated her promotional events as concert performances. Time swiftly passed, and the film finally premiered. Domestic media awaited the box office results from the European and American premieres, while entertainment companies and celebrity artists closely monitored the film's release. Some artists with aspirations for international success watched as Liu Yifei traversed the developed markets of Europe and America over the past month, wishing they could take her place. It was not merely a good film. It featured outstanding music as well. Many sought to befriend Su Su, hoping to secure at least a song, even if a film collaboration remained elusive. On its first day in North America, the box office reached $36 million, equivalent to over 9 million yuan. For Chinese film, this was undoubtedly an impressive achievement. The European and American audiences' reviews of the film were predominantly positive, particularly praising its visuals and storyline. Your Name is a dual feast for the senses, perfectly melding Eastern delicacy with Western romance. The New York Times' Liu Yifei's performance added a unique charm to the film. She is a fairy from the East, seemingly possessing a magic that immerses one completely. Hollywood Reporter: The North American media lavished high praise upon this North American girl, attributing the film's success largely to her. Upon seeing these accolades, Su sighed in relief, knowing that the movie had triumphed in the European and American markets. Chinese cinema was regaining ground in Europe and America, with new heroes emerging. Domestic media fervently reported on Your Name, heralding it as another mainland film to achieve commercial success following Hero. The Eastern narrative galloped across the Western market, with genuine emotions transcending geographical boundaries. The film's success was synonymous with the success of its artists. We were on the cusp of welcoming an international star in Liu Yifei. As the male lead, Su was also meant to be quite prominent, yet the accolade for the film's triumph in Europe and America were predominantly directed towards Liu Yifei. Su remained unfazed. He had not engaged in any promotional activities himself. After the film's release, Liu Yifei continued her promotional efforts. This time, fans were no longer solely focused on her music. The film also became a focal point of their attention, leading them to inquire about the male lead, Su. He is an exceptionally talented individual. The screenplay, the film's score, and all the songs I performed were composed by him. Liu Yifei spoke with admiration for Su, stirring excitement among her fans. How talented! But why isn't he here? We want to see him. Fans expressed their curiosity. He has his own work to attend to. Angry Birds and Plants vs. Zombies are projects he has planned and produced. His creations are already familiar to you all. Liu Yifei seized the opportunity to mention these two popular games overseas. Curiosity about him intensified among European and American fans, who eagerly voiced their desire to invite Su to join them. Su did not make an appearance. He merely greeted his fans in Europe and America online. Many male artists gritted their teeth in frustration, as it was a Hollywood variety interview, and all the artists believed he was squandering a valuable opportunity. Chapter 65. Company exposed Plants vs. Zombies, a creative game from Huaxia that swept the European and American markets. The New York Times. Who would have imagined that this globally popular game originated from the hands of the Huaxia people? BBC. After its release in overseas markets, Plants vs. Zombies became an unprecedented sensation, swiftly capturing the hearts of European and American players. The innovative concept and gameplay of this game ensnared countless players. The game distinctly embodies elements of Eastern culture, leading many players in the West to mistakenly believe it was developed in Japan. Given that Huaxia games have scarcely made a mark in the West, whereas Japanese games have been competitive. Liu Yifei's interview unveiled the origin of the game, revealing it to be a creation of a Huaxia actor. European and American media were filled with astonishment and admiration for this revelation. Unbeknownst to many, Huaxia games have stealthily penetrated the Western market. During the creation of this game, Changhao incorporated numerous Eastern zombie elements, imbuing it with cultural significance. This news also reached domestic media, which, belatedly, expressed their surprise. While some were aware that Su owned a company, few paid attention to a startup that had only been established for a year. Many were oblivious to Su's role as the CEO of a startup, viewing him merely as a star screenwriter or Liu Yifei's assistant in managing the Sixth Fei network. Following this revelation, investigations into Su's background revealed that he owned 4 companies, all fully controlled by him. Su, from screenwriter to game producer, from actor to internet entrepreneur, each step he takes is nothing short of astonishing. Entertainment Weekly. When the media learned that Plants vs. Zombies had generated a profit of 300 million RMB in just 3 months overseas, coupled with the 150 million from Angry Birds, the figures were staggering. How long had his company been established? Just 6 months prior, the Sixth Fei network had been embroiled in a public feud between Su Chong and Liu Yifei. And back then, it was merely a small website. In a mere half year, profits had astonishingly soared to 450 million. Plants vs. Zombies exploded in popularity overseas, resulting in profits of 300 million. The Huaxia gaming industry is rising. Huaxia Daily. Susu's net worth has now surpassed 1 billion, making him one of the youngest billionaires in Huaxia. Financial Times. The seamless transition from screenwriter to game producer by Susu is nothing short of remarkable. Business Weekly. The media discovered that his 4 companies had originally attained a market value of 500 million. With the explosive success of Plants vs. Zombies and Angry Birds, the valuation of Susu's Dreamtime gaming company skyrocketed, propelling his worth to 1 billion. While valuation does not equate to cash, it nonetheless signifies substantial wealth. Upon this news breaking, it immediately attracted widespread attention from netizens. Many had only known Susu as the screenwriter of her name and those years we spent together, recognizing his talent in acting, songwriting, and music production. However, with the emergence of his startup, people realized that Susu had achieved remarkable success not only in film, but also in the realm of the internet. Talent transforms lives. Reflecting on the past year, Susu has authored 2 film scripts, composed 8 songs across 3 languages, created 3 instrumental pieces, and devised plans for 2 games. Alongside the development of his startup, the media conducted an in-depth analysis of Susu's success, asserting that it was not mere coincidence. Whether in film or gaming, Susu demonstrated exceptional creativity and market insight. His works have not only thrived in the domestic market, but have also shone brightly overseas, becoming significant representatives of Huaxia's cultural export. Liu Yifei was also mentioned by the media. As an investor in your name and those years we spent together, she has reaped substantial profits from these films, particularly from the revenue of your name, which has surpassed 100 million. Perhaps Liu Yifei's most successful investment is not these 2 films, but rather Susu himself. According to rumors, the capital for Susu's startup was entirely funded by Liu Yifei. The upper echelons of the entertainment industry are not unfamiliar with this news. The relationship between Susu and Liu Yifei is somewhat common knowledge. Susu has been living in Liu Yifei's home and has drawn considerable financial resources from her. Initially, many assumed Liu Yifei was infatuated, manipulated by Susu, ultimately losing both her romance and her finances. While Liu Xiaoli seemed short-sighted to allow her 19-year-old daughter to cohabit with Susu. However, it now appears that Susu is a potential powerhouse. An investment of several million yielding a genius man, who happens to be an orphan, is akin to acquiring a son-in-law for Liu Xiaoli. Liu Yifei has evidently unlocked the secret to wealth. She merely needs to cling to Susu's arm, and riches will flow abundantly. Entertainment headlines. Susu's entertainment company comprises 2 artists, Liu Yifei and Su Chong. Those in the know understand. Gossip Frontline. In a low-key manner, Susu has quietly developed his entrepreneurial ventures, a founder who never boasts. Financial media. Your name has already achieved remarkable success in the West, leading to heightened interest in Susu's wealth. Plants vs. Zombies is simply too engaging to put down. Following the media coverage of Susu, netizens began to comment, will there be a multiplayer version of Plants vs. Zombies? I thought the 6Fei network was just a small social website. I had no idea it was worth over 100 million. By the way, is the Fei's 6th Fei network Liu Yifei? What kind of relationship allows for such intimate collaboration between a man and a woman? Despite reluctance to accept it, the conclusion is becoming evident. Are they father and daughter? The parallels between Shen Jiai and Ku Jingting, Yi and Long, Liu Yifei, and Susu seem to suggest the most ideal connection. Am I still in time to be reborn? Imagining a life where Susu is my father and Liu Yifei is my mother is simply delightful. I should head to the rooftop and join the queue. One can finally sense the overwhelming dominance of exceptional talents. Many non-fans gaze enviously at Susu's entrepreneurial success. On this day, many female artists harbor feelings of envy and resentment towards Liu Yifei. Previously, they merely envied her for starring in great films and for her investments. Now, they detest her for monopolizing an extraordinary man. They exert every effort in the entertainment industry, securing endorsements, filming commercials, and participating in variety shows, but cannot reach Liu Yifei's heights. Nor can they match her earnings. She casually invests in a film that yields over 100 million, sings a few songs that gain popularity in the West, and her films perform exceptionally well overseas. Liu Yifei can now be regarded as an international star, and all of this is attributed to one man. Qin, have you called Su recently? After a day of promotions, Liu Xiaoli entered her daughter's room, ready for a chat. When I have time, I do call him. He's been busy assembling supercomputers and often misses my calls, Liu Yifei replied. Liu Xiaoli nodded. While at home, she could see that Su and her daughter's relationship was strong, despite her daughter's occasional minor tantrums. Liu Yifei was busy all day, while Liu Xiaoli had plenty of time. She kept an eye on both domestic and international media, as well as online comments and trends within the industry. Many female artists were eager to connect with Su through various means. Now, any artist with a hint of attractiveness had their eyes on him. She felt it was time to impart some life lessons to her daughter. Matters of the heart are beyond my mother's concern. However, when two individuals are entwined, they must learn to accommodate one another, taking into account each other's thoughts and feelings. Men often possess peculiar demands. As Liu Yifei listened to her mother's words, her face grew increasingly flushed. She had yet to take that final step with Su and found it difficult to confide in her mother. The notion was astonishing. She had never experienced such things before, and her mind expanded with the possibilities. She gasped in astonishment. Chapter 66. Good sisters Chang, where are you? Liu Yifei called Su Chang. Initially, she intended to reach out to Su, but when he didn't answer, she felt a pang of anxiety and an overwhelming urge to return home. Last night, her mother had not only discussed matters between men and women, but also shared many unsavory stories from within the industry. Previously, Liu Xiaoli had shielded her from much of this, and she had only scratched the surface of the reality that lay beneath. Now, she was astounded to discover a plethora of sordid events, some instigated by the artists themselves. If these artists were to employ such tactics on Su, would he refuse? Certainly not. Liu Yifei instinctively thought this, for the Su in the system appeared quite lecherous. Although this Su was not the one she knew, she dare not take the risk. Congratulations, international superstar Liu Yifei. Su Chang congratulated upon receiving the call from Liu Yifei. Just a bit of fame hardly qualifies as an international superstar, Liu Yifei retorted, unconvinced. Many people envy you. During my promotional events, numerous individuals inquire about your whereabouts. Recently, Su Chang had garnered considerable business engagements due to the success of your name, and as an important supporting character, she too had risen in recognition. She could have traveled abroad to join Liu Yifei for overseas promotions and expand her international fame. Yet, she felt that as a supporting character, her fame would remain limited, and it was more prudent to earn tangible money domestically. Every time she encountered artists at commercial events, regardless of gender, they treated her with politeness, often seeking news about Liu Yifei, while many were more interested in Su's whereabouts. Did they genuinely wish to know about her? Given the current circumstances, Liu Yifei knew without a doubt that those artists were far more eager to inquire about Su. Cici, you're truly clever. They all want Su's contact information, and I haven't given it to anyone. Chang, I asked you to keep an eye on Su, didn't you go? When she left, she had instructed Su Chang to watch over Su, yet Su Chang had been occupied with her commercial performances and hadn't visited even once. How am I supposed to keep an eye on him? Su Chang replied with a bitter smile. After all, he was her best friend's boyfriend. What right did she have to monitor Su? If others found out, they might assume she was coveting her best friend's partner. It was precisely because she was best friends with Liu Yifei that she had not seen Su even once since Liu Yifei's departure, having only called him once. Did they truly think she was indifferent to men? Su was already remarkable, and as Liu Yifei's close friend, she knew him better than most and was acutely aware of his exceptional qualities. He was not only talented, but also possessed a wonderful character. Though he had a touch of possessiveness, he was also considerate. Countless female artists in the industry harbored intentions to win him over. If Su were not Liu Yifei's boyfriend, she would have considered a pursuit herself. What flaw did Su Chang possess? Liu Yifei merely had a mother more than she did, She had a cousin too, and it wouldn't be unthinkable to offer Su Su some playful companionship. Enough of these ridiculous thoughts. Su Chong dismissed her scattered musings. In any case, to avoid suspicion, she refrained from visiting Su Su and could not assist Liu Yifei in watching over him. Chong Chong, Su Su is your boss. Shouldn't you meet him? Cici, do you truly not understand what I'm saying? Su Chong's frustration was palpable. Liu Yifei fell silent, sensing Su Chong's irritation. Soda, Chong Chong. I did not respect your feelings adequately. Liu Yifei apologized, realizing that perhaps due to the system, she had inadvertently overlooked Su Chang's perspective and misjudged her position. But this time, I genuinely need you to check in on him. We haven't been able to talk for 3 days. And each time it's the security guard who answers. Liu Yifei herself longed to return home. However, due to her predetermined schedule, she could not change her plans. If she abandoned her commitments midway, rumors of her being difficult to work with would tarnish her reputation, which was a minor concern compared to the potential impact on the release of your name. Promotions were not confined to a single locale. They spanned Europe, North America, and various regions, with each day presenting a different time zone and a mismatch with domestic hours, rendering it nearly impossible to communicate with Su Su. Occasionally, when Su Su's calls came through, she could be engaged in a program or on a flight, making it impossible to answer. By the time she called back, Su Su might have entered the supercomputing center, and their communication would be limited to text messages. She felt the need for a trustworthy individual by Su Su's side to relay accurate information to her. All right, Su Chang, supere sin head emotions. Chatted with Liu Yifei for a while, finally agreeing to check on Su Su. Huff, huff, huff. Cici, you truly don't regard me as a person. Boss. Su Chong did not feign compliance this time. The next morning, she appeared at Su Su's company. Chong Chong, what brings you here? Didn't you say you were at a commercial event? Su Su, busy organizing documents in the office, looked at Su Chong in surprise. She wore a loose, cream-colored sweatshirt paired with a frayed denim skirt and white canvas shoes, complemented by pure white mid-calf socks, exuding youthful vitality and radiating a bright smile. Boss, haven't you seen the news? You're the hottest celebrity in the entertainment industry right now. Many people want to connect with you, and I, as your employee, can hardly manage my own engagements. Su Su, momentarily taken aback, chuckled helplessly. The exposure of the company's situation had significantly impacted him. Numerous calls came in, inquiring about investments, collaborations, and even dinner invitations from industry peers. Yet, with his focus on assembling supercomputers, he had no time to entertain these distractions. Among these calls was one he could not refuse. An official from the Ministry of Culture wanted to meet with him today at noon, which was why he didn't go to the supercomputing center. Yoto apologistoyu, Sutse remarked. No need for apologies. I've gained immensely as well, receiving numerous business cards from major stars, directors, and influential figures. Su Chong pulled out a stack of business cards she had collected during this period. These are from those stars and bosses who requested you to receive them. She handed over a portion of the cards to Su Su, who glanced through a few before placing them in a drawer. Have a seat. Would you like something to drink? No, I do prefer to explore the company a bit. I haven't visited since signing. Su Chong refrained from lingering in Su Su's office to avoid sparking rumors among the staff, which would not bode well for either of them. Of course, just don't disrupt the employee's work. Su Su instructed his assistant to show her around. Until the end of the workday, Su Chong did not return to Su Su's office. After browsing through the company's website, she found an unoccupied workstation and assisted an employee with signing documents. Is it true that the boss single-handedly created Angry Birds? While signing, Su Chong learned much about Su Su's situation within the company. From its inception with the 6-Fei network, it had evolved into 4 companies within a year. She recalled how Liu Yifei had invited her to join the 6th-Fei network, and the entrance animation featured her transforming into a little fox. Though the current animation had been replaced by your name, her transformation into a little fox remained a prominent part of the site as history. Chapter 67. Support. The energy and spirit of the youth are indeed vibrant and full of life. In the office of the cultural department, Su Su encountered the department head. Director Huang stepped out from behind his desk and joined Su Su in the meeting area. Director Huang graciously praised him. Sitting opposite the director, Su Su took the tea poured by the secretary. Director Huang, a gentle middle-aged man of refined demeanor. Engaged in light conversation with Su Su. The game you developed is quite impressive. I played it for most of the night. And it contains many elements reminiscent of Hong Kong cinema zombies. From Director Huang's descriptions of each level, Su Su could discern that this leader had indeed played Plants vs. Zombies with genuine interest. Angry Birds is also entertaining, though it lacks cultural depth. Your film is splendid as well. It beautifully showcases our picturesque countryside, traditional culture, and urban development. They discussed games and films, with Director Huang occasionally posing questions to which Su Su responded earnestly. The evolution of gaming and film is not at odds with cultural development. Cultural dissemination necessitates the involvement of idealistic young individuals like yourselves, Director Huang emphasized. You flatter us. We merely create things we enjoy, Su Su quickly replied. This sentiment evoked a feeling akin to being armed with a rifle and 5 bullets, ready to charge ahead. Passion must be cultivated, and the cultural department will support you, Director Huang remarked with a smile. As Su Su left the cultural department, he felt somewhat dazed. Holding 2 certificates from key cultural support institutions, one for the entertainment company and one for the gaming company. Young individuals must be bold in their creative endeavors, daring to innovate and actively create. Energized, Su Su resolved to frame the certificates upon returning. With these 2 documents in hand, his future work would surely be much smoother. Boss, the driver is bringing the car around, came the voice of his assistant. Su Su composed himself and entered the vehicle, instructing to the company. Having obtained the licenses, it was time to earnestly engage in meaningful work. Senior Chung, the game development must embody cultural sophistication. Chung Hao appeared indifferent to the certificates and frowned at Su Su's demands. How can Minecraft reflect Huaxia culture? How can this open-world game incorporate Eastern elements? After reviewing Chung Hao's development plan, Su Su realized there was little he could suggest. Some habitual names were Eastern in nature, yet there seemed to be no additional elements to incorporate. Turning to Yi Haoying, he proposed, Manager Yi, the production of 3 Kingdoms Kill should consider the playability in international markets. Initially surprised by the certificates, Yi Haoying soon found herself grappling with the new requirements. The theme of the 3 Kingdoms is inherently rich in Eastern culture, but the profound historical context is difficult to convey abroad. It is likely that only Japan and Southeast Asia might grasp it. It appears quite challenging, she admitted. Excessive internationalization may dilute the essence of the 3 Kingdoms. We could produce 2 versions, a domestic one adhering to the original concept, and an international version that softens certain cultural attributes to enhance playability. We might draw upon the mechanics of party games, creating a tiered difficulty system, with cultural settings also reflecting a tiered approach. The 2 engage in a discussion about the international version of 3 Kingdoms Kill, necessitating a shift in gameplay. This transformed the game into something entirely new. Yi Haoying examined the collaboratively devised plan with Su Su and found herself at a loss, as it seemed to stray far from the original concept of 3 Kingdoms Kill. Let us call it Werewolf Kill, Su Su remarked, setting down his pen and rubbing his forehead. Furthermore, contemplate the internationalization of 3 Kingdoms Kill. Yi Haoying, feeling overwhelmed, had spent the entire day brainstorming but had yet to devise a new game concept. Just end me, she joked. Leaving the challenging task with Yi Haoying, Su Su disregarded her displeased expression as he exited the office. He realized that night had fallen and decided to stay at the company, having completely forgotten about Su Chong. Miss Su, the boss has gone to the supercomputing center. If it's urgent, I can notify security to help you reach him. During this period, Su Su had been busy assembling the supercomputer, often leaving his phone at security. He had only appeared at the company yesterday, due to the cultural department's notification. No need, I'm fine. After subtly inquiring about Su Su's well-being, Su Chong understood he had been quite occupied and deemed it unnecessary to seek him out. She found an empty meeting room and called Liu Yifei. Xiaoxia, he doesn't even need to be monitored. He has been so busy that I hardly see him. I see. Thank you, Chong, Liu Yifei replied, feeling relieved to hear news about Su Su from Su Chong. To help you, I've postponed several engagements. How will you repay me? Su Chong seized the opportunity for a favor. Come to Los Angeles in North America. I'll take you on the show. Su Chong felt tempted. a program in Hollywood. If she appeared on the show, she could return claiming international status. Much like how Geisha Zhang gained fame through a supporting role in Hollywood and returned as an international star. Forget it. I'd rather not embarrass myself. I'll wait until I'm the lead. She shook her head. She harbored no ambitions of becoming an international superstar, content with earning a decent living domestically. Opportunities will arise, Liu Yifei encouraged, sensing that Su Chang's ambition seemed less intense than last year, as if she had become more indifferent towards the entertainment industry. By the way, tomorrow I'm visiting Brother Cheng Long's film set. It's an international production. Are you really not coming? This visit was at the invitation of Cheng Long's team, serving to promote both her name and the upcoming Rush Hour 3. Recently, Cheng Long's team had been aware of the news surrounding Su, and their relationship was no secret, as they had previously competed during the release of their first films. This was a perfect opportunity to ease any tensions and potentially collaborate in the future. The Rush Hour crew, ISNT the second female, Li Zhang Jingxu, there was a fierce competition for that role back then. Cheng Long's films always spark competition among actresses during casting calls, with many flocking to Hong Kong, leading to several rumors and photographs surfacing. Yes, that's the film. It's a chance to see how a Hollywood blockbuster is made. Liu Yifei was also eager, but felt no envy. She was currently the leading actress in a popular film and was the one deserving admiration. After a lengthy conversation, they finally concluded the call. Chong, remind Su to eat on time and take care of himself, Liu Yifei urged at the end. Rest assured, my boss lady. The company won't let your man go hungry, Su Chong replied with a hint of annoyance. After hanging up, she sat in the meeting room, staring blankly at her phone. Xiaoxiao, what are your thoughts? Was it intentional or merely accidental? Chapter 68. The company is divided again in the supercomputing installation room. Sutse, Grieted Yi, Gengwen. He had purchased components for the supercomputer, but found himself unable to install them, thus seeking his mentor's assistance. With the dual support of funding and his status as an external disciple, the school dispatched a professional technical team. Are you done? In a designated smoking room, Ji Xianqian took a break to smoke, glancing at Su So. This student, whom he held in high regard, had paused his studies to embark on entrepreneurship. Although he had yet to implement his initial plan, he had nonetheless achieved some success. A year later, his worth had soared to $1 billion. Ji Xianqian was somewhat taken aback upon hearing the news. Just a casual chat to boost morale and offer encouragement would suffice. Before his mentor, Susu did not conceal his true feelings. Ji Xianqian, observing his proud student, immediately grasped the significance of the support policy they had received, which was immensely beneficial to him. Teacher, it seems they're using my equipment for practice. Through the glass window, Susa noticed the assembly team repeatedly disassembling and reassembling certain components. Although he could not decipher the specialized parts, their expressions revealed much. Such advanced equipment was not available domestically, so it was only natural for them to study it meticulously. If I weren't here overseeing them, they could dismantle the entire machine into its components, Ji Xianxian remarked, watching the busy technicians. This supercomputer belonged to his student, costing over $500 million, all financed through loans. He could not allow them to jeopardize it. Susu smiled wryly. In this era, supercomputers remained high-end equipment in the country, and professional assembly teams had little experience with them. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Once the funds circulate, I will certainly donate some research funding to the laboratory. No need for that. Your advancement in AI research is the best reward you can give me. Ji Xianxian waved his hand dismissively, extinguishing his cigarette and donning his dust-proof suit to re-enter the installation room. Mr. Su, Assistant Zhao called to inform you that Mr. Zhang Yiming, whom you invited, will be visiting this afternoon. Do you have time to meet? The security personnel from the supercomputing center came to inquire. Zhang Yiming? Suze momentarily failed disoriented, having been preoccupied with supercomputer matters and nearly forgetting this appointment. Reply to Assistant Zhao that I will return to the company this afternoon. After seeing the security personnel off, Susu turned to inform his teacher. Teacher, I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Go ahead. Ji Xianxian waved his hand, not looking up. If you're busy, there's no need to come back. I will keep an eye on things here. Understood, teacher. Susu nodded in acknowledgement. However, he remained apprehensive about the supercomputer, which he deemed critically important. After changing clothes and leaving the supercomputing center, Su Su returned to the company. Mr. Su, Mr. Zhang has arrived. Zhao Ting ushered Zhang Yiming into the reception room. Hello, Engineer Zhang. Su Su stood to greet him. Zhang Yiming, still serving as an architect at Kushuan, was currently facing challenges in his career. Mr. Su is even younger than I imagined. Zhang Yiming could hardly conceal his astonishment. At just 21, having been in business for a year, he had amassed $1 billion in worth. Such a combination of attributes was indeed surprising. Engineer Zhang isn't much older than I am. I've heard your technical skills are quite remarkable. Su Su gestured for him to take a seat. After Zhao Ting poured tea, she exited the meeting room. Let us enjoy some tea. The current internet landscape remains in a phase of rapid development, with the future market expanding and internet users continuing to proliferate. Both men, seasoned in the internet field, found common ground in discussions about technology and market development. Currently, the global internet is still in its nascent stages. The future market will become increasingly diverse. Su Su elaborated on market prospects. While Zhang Yiming agreed with the overarching direction, he believed that the future transformation of the internet would primarily manifest in the richness of gaming and the proliferation of service-oriented websites, lacking any fundamental breakthroughs. Su Tse smiled, remaining silent. Who could have predicted, in 2006, that the focus of internet development would shift towards mobile platforms? What suggestions do you have for the development of 6-Fei network? Su Su shifted the topic. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yiming responded, the functionality is too cumbersome. The Starry Sky module feels distinctly disconnected from other sections. He analyzed that while 6-Fei network could be considered a successful website, it harbored significant structural issues. The real name social feature, Starry Sky, possessed a complete interactive system and could operate independently. Conversely, many functional overlaps existed between the website's other areas and Starry Sky. If I'm not mistaken, 6-Fei network is likely to undergo a split in the future, he speculated, having done his homework prior to the meeting. Zhang Yiming's keen insight impressed Su Su, who nodded in appreciation. I wonder if you would be interested in managing this company? What? Zhang Yiming's pupils dilated slightly, unsure if Su Su was joking. He had assumed that Su Su was attempting to recruit him for a technical position. Certainly not. I need time to consider. Zhang Yiming inhaled deeply, fully aware that merely splitting off Starry Sky would result in a company valued over $100 million. With a heavy heart, Zhang Yiming departed, but just 3 days later, he returned. Mr. Su. He had reviewed the contract and signed his name. Mr. Zhang, let me familiarize you with the company environment. Su Su personally guided him through the office spaces of 6-Fei network. Mr. Su, the environment is overly cramped. Upon reviewing the working conditions at 6-Fei network, Zhang Yiming offered his first suggestion. The special effects and gaming companies will be relocating, Su Su replied. Both are profitable and have their own management. They do not wish to remain in this small building. Zhang Yiming nodded, choosing not to respond further, as he needed to understand the company better. Let us hold a welcome party in the evening. Assistant Zhao will arrange a buffet for all employees. Su Su instructed. At the welcome banquet, Su Su introduced Zhang Yiming to the heads of various departments, helping him swiftly establish management connections. Mr. Su, why is the logistics of the special effects company still managed from here? The following day, Zhang Yiming entered work mode, familiarizing himself with the company's operations and transitioning responsibilities from Su Su. You should coordinate directly with Yang Yu from the special effects company regarding this matter, Su Su explained. During his more laissez-faire management period, he had tolerated some interdepartmental overlap, but now that Zhang Yiming had taken charge, such entanglements needed clarification. Zhang Yiming was quite concerned about this. 6-Fei network was already financially strained and shouldn't bear the logistical expenses of a sister company, which was evidently unreasonable. Soon, Zhang Yiming discovered that the gaming department was also financially linked to 6-Fei network. After negotiating with both departments, he successfully severed ties, ensuring the independence of all three companies. Mr. Su, shouldn't the website change its name? Now well acquainted with the various aspects of the company, Zhang Yiming approached Su Su. The name 6-Fei network is quite limiting for the website's development. The name need not be altered. Let us proceed with the division again. Sixth Fey Network will only retain the discussion forum. Susa pondered before responding. Originally a personal website for Liu Yifei. Removing the other sections would revert it to its original state. Zhang Yiming nodded, and the two began to strategize on the company's division. Chapter 69. Anticipation of reunion. After a thorough discussion with Zhang Yiming, the company underwent a restructuring to establish Dreaming Starry Sky, which now encompasses 3 subsidiaries. The original Starry segment has been renamed Starry Weibo. The video segment has been rebranded as Dolly Video Site, and the narrative segment is now known as Tomato Novels. Zhang Yiming expressed skepticism regarding the data section, suggesting it be merged directly into the novel site, but Su Su disagreed, opting to assign it to the Sixth Fey Network under his management. Mr. Zhang, the responsibilities of Dreaming Starry Sky are now entrusted to you, Su Su declared. Having completed the company's reorganization alongside Zhang Yiming, Su Su formally handed over the development of the company to him. From this point onward, he merely needed to steer the overall direction of the company's growth. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Zhang Yiming responded earnestly. Despite being only 2 years Su Su's junior, he felt a profound sense of duty in this significant role. The contract he signed promised him shares upon the completion of his term, fueling his ambition. With a fervent spirit and well-laid strategies as a foundation, he pondered the possibility of challenging the dual Q in the future. At their pinnacle, Su Su harbored confidence in Zhang Yiming, who had previously tasted success and shared moments of camaraderie over drinks. Zhang Yiming personally saw Su Su off from the company, watching him depart in a vehicle. He gazed upon the somewhat dilapidated building, feeling no disdain in his heart. He believed that before long, he too would be able to move on from this place, just as the special effects and gaming companies had done, to more prestigious offices. In the car, Su Su contemplated the upcoming arrangements. Assistant Zhao, please compile the list of employees who will be relocating with us and collaborate with Mr. Zhang to finalize the website updates, Su Su instructed. Understood, Mr. Su, replied his assistant, Zhao Ting, who would continue to assist him in managing the Sixth Fey Network. Following the company's split, employees responsible for maintaining the discussion and data sections would also transition with Su Su to the supercomputing building, which would serve as the future epicenter of their operations. Reflecting on the past, he recalled arriving at this old apartment with $1 million he had embezzled from the production of those years. And now, 3 enterprises worth over $1 billion had emerged from it. A letter to the users of the Sixth Fey Network 3 days later. Zhang Yiming and the technical team completed adjustments to the website's architecture and sent an internal message to users announcing the split. Is Starry now an independent company? Users were astonished, but quickly realized that the functionality remained largely unchanged. They simply no longer needed to access the Sixth Fey Network to log into Starry. It was about time. As a fan of Liu Yifei, it was always bothersome to have to go through the Sixth Fey Network to access Starry, which is known to be her personal site, expressed one user. Many who were not fans of Liu Yifei had tolerated this arrangement, as Starry was the only high-quality star site available on the Sixth Fey Network. The independence of Starry delighted numerous Star fans. And what are the video and story segments that have also been separated? I love Tomato Novels. Now that it has officially formed a company, will it see significant development? Queried another user. What about the data section? I enjoy it here. Its resources are far more rigorous than those on other sites, another chimed in. The Sixth Fey Network persisted, retaining only the discussion and data sections, restoring the purity it originally possessed. Why the split? Wasn't it better to have all major segments together? Users expressed a plethora of opinions and suggestions regarding the website's division. Some were joyous, others melancholic, and some opposed the separation altogether. The media remained focused on the heated discussion surrounding Su Su's rising prominence, as the company split revealed a billion-dollar internet enterprise. Tech News highlighted the current user count and engagement of Starry Weibo and its potential future trajectory. The newly appointed president of Dreaming Starry Sky, Zhang Yiming, a young technical prodigy, was featured in WealthNet, which analyzed his resume and exceptional technical prowess. In Europe, Liu Yifei completed her final promotional activities. The film's release was already halfway through, raking in daily box office earnings of around €20,000. Don't leave. Angel, please stay. Fans understood that this was Liu Yifei's last event in Europe and America before her return to China. I am honored to have garnered so much affection from everyone. I hope we can all strive to be our best selves. Allow me to sing another song for you. As the music for Hall of Fame filled the air, the globally popular song prompted a resounding sing-along from the audience. Moved by the enthusiastic faces in the crowd, Liu Yifei felt tears welling up. I will return, bringing new works, she promised the audience, bowing as a gesture of commitment. Waving goodbye, she walked toward the backstage, feeling a tinge of reluctance, but knowing she had someone dear awaiting her. Xiaoli, Liu Yifei's mother, watched her with concern. Mom, I'm Fiend. Liu Yifei smiled as her mother wiped away her tears. All your engagements are concluded now. Make sure to rest well, her mother advised. Mom, have you booked the return tickets? Liu Yifei inquired about her most pressing concern. For tomorrow morning, it's the earliest available, Xiaoli replied, gazing at her determined daughter with a hint of sympathy. I understand, Mom. The thought of reuniting with Su brought a smile to Liu Yifei's face. She climbed into the car, returning to the hotel for a well-deserved rest, determined to rejuvenate for her journey back. Observing her daughter asleep, Xiaoli stepped out of the room. Glancing at the clock. In London, it was 8 in the evening. Back home, it was 4 in the morning. After waiting for 2 hours, she decided to call Su. Hello, Auntie. Su drowsily answered the phone, glancing at the time. It was 6 in the morning. I'm sorry to disturb your sleep, Xiaoli said with a slight frown, as Su typically rose early at this hour. The supercomputing center is a bit hectic. I stayed up late last night. Did something happen with Qian? Su asked, propping himself against the headboard. Qian's schedule has concluded, and she will return to Beijing tomorrow, arriving around 10 in the evening. Xiaoli informed him. Please send me her flight details, Annie. I will be there to pick her up, Su replied, pleasantly surprised, having missed Liu Yifei during their time apart. After ending the call, Su swiftly got out of bed, contemplating whether to reach out to his mentor. Teacher, I have some matters to attend to today, so I won't be coming in, he communicated. Understood. There's no need to come in. I've got things covered here at the supercomputing center, Ji Xianxian assured him. Thank you, teacher, Su expressed gratitude, aware that the installation and debugging of the supercomputer was not a task to be completed in haste. The progress had only reached halfway after nearly a month. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Su noticed his stubble was rough, his hair disheveled, and dark circles under his eyes. He realized he shouldn't have stayed up late working with the supercomputing center team. He tidied himself up, aiming to restore his charming appearance. Chapter 70. Picking up Liu Yifei as night fell. Su arrived at the airport, clutching a large bouquet of roses. Sitting in the car, he glanced at the time. In half an hour, Liu Yifei would be landing. Su Chong observed the expectant Su and the flowers resting beside him, letting out a sigh. Taking a deep breath, she set aside her worries, her mood lightening as a smile graced her face. Boss, Miss Liu's flight has landed. She will be disembarking shortly, Zhao Ting reported to Su, having gathered information at the airport. After the company's restructuring, Zhao Ting's role shifted from focusing on the company to assisting Su with personal matters and liaising with various businesses. All right, let us go, Su replied to Su Chong, picking up the flowers and heading towards the VIP passage. You go ahead. I will wait in the car, Su Chong said, confident that Liu Yifei would be pleasantly surprised by Su's presence. Su nodded, making his way to the VIP passage, eagerly anticipating his reunion with Liu Yifei. Su's presence caught the attention of onlookers. He was somewhat of a celebrity, especially since his wealth had recently been revealed, making him quite the topic of discussion. Holding the bouquet, people speculated that he must be there to greet someone, and some had already begun making phone calls. In the airport corridor, a group appeared, 2 women and 4 men in security uniforms, along with several accompanying staff members, creating a team of over a dozen. Liu Yifei was shielded in the center. As they spotted Su, instinctively, they turned to look at Liu Yifei, gradually parting to make way. Engaged in conversation with her mother, Liu Yifei sensed the shift in the crowd, lifted her head, and saw Su standing in the corridor, holding a vibrant bouquet of red roses. Su-ce, Liu Yifei exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she dropped her suitcase and rushed towards him. Su opened his arms, embracing the rushing Liu Yifei and twirling her around. The staff and security encircled the two, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Liu Yifei held Su Tse tightly. During her nearly 2-month promotional tour, she missed him dearly. Their phone calls were sporadic, sometimes going days without connecting. "What brings you here?" Liu Yifei released Su Tse, gazing up at his face, noticing the dark circles under his eyes as she reached out to touch them. "I've been counting down the days until your return," Su said, presenting the roses before her. "They're beautiful." Liu Yifei beamed, thrilled. This was the second time Su had gifted her flowers. "Not as beautiful as you," Su replied. Liu Yifei tilted her head to look at him, inhaling the floral fragrance, unable to conceal the smile on her lips. Suddenly, she tugged on Su's collar with considerable force, pulling him down to her as she tilted her face up to kiss him. Her red lips pressed against his, and her hand, still holding the flowers, found its way around his neck. "Auntie, someone is taking pictures." Liu Yifei's assistant noticed someone holding a camera, aimed in their direction, with more people approaching from a distance. "It's a reporter." The security personnel instinctively reached for their waists, only to remember they had returned to the country. Liu Xiaoli did not speak immediately. Instead, she nudged her assistant and bodyguard, exposing the kissing Su and Liu Yifei to the cameras. "Chi, the reporters are here. If we don't leave now, we'll be swarmed." Liu Xiaoli finally spoke, noticing the excited expressions of the journalists. "Let's head back." Su loosened his embrace around Liu Yifei, glancing at the evident gaps between the crowd. He graciously wrapped his arm around her waist, holding her tightly as she attempted to break free. Aware of the reporters capturing their every moment, Liu Yifei felt a rush of urgency. Yet, seeing Su's smiling face reassured her as she leaned against him, her heart racing, a sweet smile gracing her features. "Mr. Su, Miss Liu, are you in a relationship?" A reporter shouted, rushing toward them. The couple did not respond, swiftly making their way out. "Are you going to announce your relationship? When did you get together?" The reporters continued their barrage of questions, undeterred by the lack of answers, their excitement palpable as their cameras clicked away. The scene of flowers, embraces, and kisses at the airport was destined to be tomorrow's headline, sure to create a stir in the entertainment industry. "Chi, you're back. I missed you so much." Su Chong greeted her as she entered the car. "Chong." Liu Yifei felt a moment of awkwardness as she embraced Su Chong. "Let us go. I've arranged a welcome dinner for you." Su instructed the driver to start the car. After the dinner concluded, Su granted Liu Yifei's assistant and staff a break, leaving half of the security team behind. Upon returning to the villa, Liu Yifei kicked off her shoes, clutching the flowers, and pulled Su into the room. Liu Xiaoli watched their retreating figures in silence, then opened her computer to browse the latest news online. At present, the internet was proving to be faster than newspapers and television in reporting breaking news. Su and Liu Yifei rumored to be in a relationship. Liu Yifei has returned to the country, greeted by Su with roses, and the two shared a passionate kiss at the airport before departing together. Photographs of the couple kissing surfaced online, showcasing a series of continuous actions that could not be staged or faked. The comments section exploded, but Liu Xiaoli paid little attention to the online discourse, satisfied with the news's viral spread. She stood, stretching her limbs and revealing her graceful figure, glancing upstairs. Returning to her room, she filled the bathtub with water, finally able to enjoy a well-deserved rest. She was concerned about her daughter's overseas itinerary and kept a close watch on Su's developments. Su had indeed flourished under her daughter's investment. He could not afford to be outmaneuvered. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Yifei had enlisted Su Chong to keep an eye on Su. If she were to find out, she would likely be furious with her daughter. Liu Yifei pulled Su into the bedroom, setting down the flowers before leaping into his arms, kissing him fervently. "Suja embranjet herveist, regiprojeting herkis." Breathless, she looked up at Su, her eyes shimmering with affection. "You have dark circles under your eyes," Liu Yifei remarked, tenderly caressing his face. From their phone conversations and Su Chang's descriptions, she was aware of the workload Su had been managing. "A couple of days of rest will do the trick. I'm in great shape, strong as an ox. Just 4 or 5 hours of sleep is sufficient for me." Su replied, marveling at his own vitality, a stark contrast to his previous life. He regarded this resilience as a benefit of his rebirth. "Indeed, you look robust," Liu Yifei mused, tracing her fingers over Su Su's physique, neither overly muscular nor frail, but comfortably strong. Reflecting on her own health, bolstered by systematic rewards, she felt revitalized. The ailments from her filming days had all healed, and her stamina proved resilient. A month of consecutive promotions had not worn her down. In their intimate embrace, they exchanged affection and longings, as Su Su listened to Liu Yifei recount amusing anecdotes from her promotional journey. As the night deepened, past midnight, Liu Yifei suddenly suggested, "Let us take a shower." Her cheeks flushed. "All right, let us rest early," Su Su replied, oblivious to her embarrassment, thinking she was merely tired. Chapter 71. New blood stains the dust at Yumen. Without giving it much thought, Su Su finished his bath, donned his pajamas, and returned to bed. Liu Yifei, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly entered the bathroom with her head lowered. Why is she still blushing? It's not as if this is our first encounter. Perhaps the 2 months apart have made us feel distant. Listening to the sound of running water, Su Su found himself fantasizing about the moment he could join her in the shower. He believed that if he were to enter now, his desires would be fulfilled. Yet he preferred a gradual approach that would not be resisted. Liu Yifei emerged, wrapped in a towel. Upon seeing Su Su glance over, her face turned crimson as she swiftly dashed to the bed and buried herself under the covers. Su Su, a bit taken aback, attributed her reaction to his choice of pajamas that may not have pleased her. Suddenly, a warm body pressed against him, and he realized the towel had vanished. "Chan-chan?" Su Su felt a cool hand sliding down his chest, causing him to shudder. A soft sound reached his ears in the darkness, igniting a fire within his heart. Review completed. Do not release. Su Su disregarded his own abundant energy, acknowledging that he had indulged too frequently. Observing the fatigued beauty beside him, he felt a pang of guilt and looked at her with affection. "Let me rest for a moment, all right?" Liu Yifei murmured sleepily, her voice endearing. She had thought her stamina was impressive, but little did she know she was no match for Su Su. The system's reward were deceiving, and she pondered this as she drifted into slumber. "Sleep now. I will hold you." Su Su embraced her, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Throughout the night, chaos reigned online, as countless fans of Liu Yifei flooded the internet with posts. "I oppose this union." Some raised their banners, seeking like-minded individuals to decry the romance of the celestial sister. They stormed into Su Su's Weibo, commenting, "Brother Su Su, Liu Yifei is unworthy of you. Look at me. Pay attention to me." The opposition was not limited to male fans. The fan base Su Su had amassed during this time was formidable, comprising a substantial number of young girls whose fighting spirit rivaled that of Liu Yifei's male admirers. Su Su's Weibo starlight was overwhelmed, and Liu Yifei's was not faring much better. Even Zhang Yiming, who had been asleep, was awakened by a call from the duty staff. Upon learning of the situation, he found it absurd. His boss's romantic entanglement had caused a storm on their website. He quickly decided to mobilize servers to withstand the influx of user traffic, borrowing resources from brother companies if necessary. He contacted Yi Haoying and Yang Yu to alleviate the pressure. As for the comments under Su Su and Liu Yifei's starlight, he attempted to reach Su Su but could not get through. They should have been together long ago, a match made in heaven. Not all fans were averse. CP fans encouraged one another, celebrating the long-anticipated confirmation of their relationship. It seemed that acceptance was not out of reach. Rational netizens analyzed the situation. 2 handsome individuals collaborating on 2 films, both exceptionally talented. Online media circulated the news, assessing the impact of their union. Traditional media, observing the online frenzy, grew anxious, lamenting the potential sales loss if such news broke in the newspapers. At this moment, they resented the rapid dissemination of information online. In the eye of the storm, Su Su and Liu Yifei had just concluded their intimate encounter and had fallen asleep in each other's arms. As dawn broke, Su Su awoke to find Liu Yifei still deeply asleep. Checking the time, he noted it was already 8 in the morning and proceeded to wash up before heading downstairs. Annie, Su Su greeted upon seeing Liu Xiaoli watching television in the living room. He felt slightly guilty after teasing her daughter the previous night. "Xiao Su, There's no need for such formality among family, Liu Xiaoli reassured him. What would you like to eat? Mother will make it for you. Anything is fine, Annie. Su Su replied, feeling relieved at having addressed her as mother for the first time, alleviating his psychological burden. All right, I shall prepare breakfast for you, she said, already having some ready-made food. Since neither Su Su nor Liu Yifei had risen yet, she decided against waking them, choosing to prepare a fresh meal instead. As for the leftover food, Liu Xiaoli resolved that her son would not eat it, opting for a new batch instead. Her spirits were high, and her movements became light and brisk. Su Su offered to help, but was gently pushed back by her, instructed to wait on the sofa. He opened his computer to catch up on the news, the most significant headline being his relationship with Liu Yifei. He paid little mind to the online discourse, dismissing the opposing voices. Within the circle, Su Chong was the first to express her blessings on Weibo, resulting in a flood of comments from Su Su and Liu Yifei's fans celebrating their union. Su Su logged onto the 6th Fei network, where the discussion board was rife with division. Apart from the devoted fans of both parties, there were CP fans, rational supporters, and those merely seeking entertainment, all clashing in a chaotic frenzy. Zhao Ting, please restrict the discussion area to limit comments regarding Liu Yifei and me, ensuring it doesn't affect other users, Su Su instructed, sensing a deliberate attempt to stir trouble. Understood, Mr. Su. I will inform Hu Guo to take action immediately. Su Su also directed Zhang Yiming to manage the public relations incident in a manner most beneficial to the company. Xiao Su, come for breakfast, Liu Xiaoli called. Having prepared the meal, go ahead and eat. I'll bring some food back to the room for Qianqian. She has been lazing about too much and has become spoiled, Liu Xiaoli remarked, unaware of her daughter's situation. Noticing Su Su had been up for quite some time, while Liu Yifei still lingered in bed, she felt a twinge of irritation. Mom, there's no need to call her. I'll take care of it, Su Su quickly replied. Indulging her, are we? He mused as he brought the food to his daughter. He felt pleased, yet conflicted. They were not yet married, so such indulgence should be mutual. Mom, about her situation. Just let it be. I will look after her, Su Su stammered, his face reddening as he tried to divert Liu Xiaoli's attention away from Liu Yifei. Seeing Su Su's embarrassed expression, Liu Xiaoli, as a person with experience, began to understand. It made sense. They hadn't seen each other in such a long time. And considering how late they returned last night, it was likely they had been occupied until the early hours. Very well, I want to intervene. Just don't spoil her too much. Liu Xiaoli maintained her composure, addressing Su Su. Try this. Taste this dish your mother made. The fact that her daughter was still in bed didn't matter as long as her son enjoyed the meal. All right. Thank you, mother, Su Su nodded, feeling a mix of pressure and warmth. The sensation of being cared for and looked after was something he had nearly forgotten. Will the revelation of your relationship with Qianqian cause any issues? Liu Xiaoli wondered, feeling a pang of regret over her actions from the previous night as she observed Su Su's dutiful nature. I'm fine. The impact on Qianqian will be more significant. Su Su replied, not capitalizing on his celebrity status, avoiding endorsements or publicity stunts, and remaining unconcerned about the potential fallout from their romance being exposed. Liu Yifei is different. Most of her fans are attracted by her looks, and this time, she might lose a considerable number of followers, with some potentially turning against her, Liu Xiaoli stated confidently. Su Su lifted his gaze to Liu Xiaoli, noticing her unwavering confidence as she focused on her meal, remaining silent. He pondered the need to find Liu Yifei a reliable manager. Chapter 72. Slipping away, Mom. I've finished eating. I'm going to check if Cici is awake. Under the fervent gaze of Liu Xiaoli, Su Su felt a tightening sensation at the nape of his neck. Go ahead. If there's anything, tell your mother, Liu Xiaoli said with a smile. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Liu Xiaoli's enthusiastic concern, Su Su made a hasty retreat. He pushed open the bedroom door to find Liu Yifei still asleep, her face bearing the fatigue of a night filled with wild dreams. Her brows furrowed as if trapped in a nightmare. He removed his shoes and lay down beside her. Perhaps sensing his proximity, she sniffled, seeking comfort in the scent, and nestled against Su Su's chest, her brow unfurling in tranquility. In recent days, Su Su had been quite preoccupied with numerous matters, and had not felt such relaxation in a long while. he too succumbed to slumber. Time slipped away, and he felt an itch in his nose, instinctively rubbing it. Yet the irritation persisted. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing directly at Liu Yifei, her eyes closed in serene repose. They were positioned closely, her hair not too long, and his fingers still entangled in her locks. In an instant, Su comprehended the situation. "Little girl, how mischievous you are. Let me teach you a lesson." He pinched Liu Yifei's nose, and unable to contain herself, she opened her mouth, allowing him to seize the opportunity to kiss her, his body leaning over her as his hands began to roam. Ugh! Liu Yifei could no longer maintain her pretense, her eyes widening as she grasped Su's hand. "Susu, that hurts." She looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Feeling fatigued and unwell, she was reluctant to move. Even the slightest touch from Su caused her discomfort. Su's actions halted abruptly. "You're in pain, yet still causing trouble?" He sought to justify his desires while remaining atop Liu Yifei. "Not all, it's just that my hair won't cooperate," she denied, waking him intentionally. "Are you hungry? Shall I bring you something to eat?" Su, not wishing to engage in a debate over the matter, glanced at the clock. It was already 11 in the morning, and he asked her with concern. "I am a bit hungry, but I don't feel like eating," Liu Yifei admitted, uncertain of her own condition as her appetite had never been robust. "It's lunchtime. I'll prepare something for us to share," Su declared, lifting the covers and getting out of bed. Before long, he returned with a bowl of congee. "Here, white rice porridge. I heard of a little scoundrel who managed to deceive a wealthy young lady with just a bowl of porridge. I wonder if my bowl can woo a goddess. What wealthy young lady would be so foolish as to be swayed by a mere bowl of porridge?" Liu Yifei, now dressed in loose clothing, remarked, not wanting to appear as an invalid dependent on Su's care despite feeling unwell. "Is it delicious?" Suze inquired. "Delicious," Liu Yifei said, licking her lips, her eyes sparkling in agreement with Su. "Goddess, would you come away with me?" Su gazed at her expectantly. "I cannot." Liu Yifei shook her head. "I do not fancy the yellow-haired ruffians. I seek a handsome, accomplished, and talented billionaire." "Then it's over. Billionaires prefer young maidens. And you've already become a young matron." As soon as Su finished speaking, Liu Yifei smacked him. "You've been granted a chance to reorganize your words. If a billionaire wishes to keep a goddess, would you grant him that opportunity?" Another slap landed on Su's back. Gazing into Liu Yifei's fiery eyes, Su earnestly said, "My dear Cece, when will you marry me?" "I'll consider it," Liu Yifei replied, her expression serious, as she raised a finger to lift Su's chin. "You're somewhat decent-looking, possess a bit of talent, and your worth is barely acceptable." As she spoke, a smile broke across her face. "Since you find me lacking, I shall inquire whether Yaya, sure, and the newly mentioned Zhou would take me in." Su feigned a hurt expression. "Who are Yaya and sure? And who is this Zhou you just mentioned?" Liu Yifei instantly flared up. Last time, Su had mentioned the names Yaya and sure, and she had yet to locate them. Now another name had appeared. "I don't know. I'm still searching," Su replied, noting that they were newcomers in the entertainment industry, mere obscurities that Liu Yifei had never heard of. "These individuals must exist. Do not make me find them," Liu Yifei hissed, her sensitivity heightened by the system's influence regarding the women Su mentioned. "I merely spoke names at random. Who could possibly rival your beauty?" Amidst playful bickering, the two enjoyed each other's company in the villa throughout the day. Liu Yifei did not inquire about the news of their relationship being exposed, nor did Su divulge it. By 6 in the evening, Liu Yifei yawned. After an extended period of traveling across Europe, her biological clock had become utterly disoriented. "Shall we sleep?" Su asked her. "Don't disturb me. Let me rest well," Liu Yifei replied, her expression wary, slightly regretting the previous night's actions. "Rest assured," Su offered her a reassuring glance. "Ah, I accidentally slipped in," he mumbled sheepishly, caught in Liu Yifei's predatory gaze. "Mr. Su, madam," Zhao Ting greeted as she spotted Su and Liu Yifei entering the office. Having spent 3 days at home, Liu Yifei could no longer endure it and pleaded with Su to take her to the new office address of the 6 Fei network. "Hello, Assistant Zhao." Liu Yifei beamed, unable to hide her delight at Zhao Ting's greeting. "Is there a work-related issue?" Su inquired. There are several work reports that need your attention. The special effects company and the gaming company have a collaboration, and both parties wish for your presence to mediate. Mr. Han from Zhongying mentioned he couldn't reach you and asked me to tell you to return his call. Director Ning's film crew has finished preparations and will commence shooting the day after tomorrow. They wish to invite you to the opening ceremony. Zhao Ting swiftly relayed the matters needing Su Su's attention. Cici, do you wish to attend the opening ceremony of the racing film? Su Su first sought Liu Yifei's opinion. The one with a 3 million investment? Liu Yifei asked. Yes, the one we co-invested with Zhongying and Beiying. Directed by Ning Hao, with a script written by me. Go ahead. I'm still an investor, Liu Yifei nodded. Recognizing that her presence at a project she invested in would garner significant attention for the film. Assistant Zhao, please inform Director Ning that I will attend with Cici the day after tomorrow. Additionally, ascertain if Yang Yu and Yi Haoying have any issues requiring my mediation. If so, have them come to my office this afternoon. Understood, Mr. Su. I will handle it immediately, Zhao Ting replied before departing Su Su's office. Su Su seated himself in his office chair, picking up the reports on his desk to review the important decisions, cash flows, and loan applications from several companies. He skimmed through them swiftly, finding no significant issues. Opening his computer, he glanced at Liu Yifei, who was absorbed in studying some calligraphy. He logged into several emails to check the contents, pertaining to the finances of various companies and concealed materials sent by the Secretary's department. After reviewing them, he found no issues and promptly deleted them all. Chapter 73. Taking Liu Yifei to meet the teacher after the restructuring of the companies. Each had its own leader, leaving few matters for Su to personally handle. President Han, Su returned a call to Han Samping. Finally, you answered. I thought you had vanished for over a month. Han Samping's voice echoed through the phone, tinged with dissatisfaction. The company is busy, often shrouded in secrecy. Did you need something? Su inquired, seeking the purpose of Han Samping's call. I have a project I would like you to participate in. I'm quite occupied with the company's reform and the installation of the supercomputer, which requires my constant coordination. Someone proposed a film about the founding of the nation, but the script team is yet to be confirmed. Su abruptly stood, nearly exclaiming the founding of a republic. Liu Yifei glanced over, thinking he faced a significant issue, her brows furrowing in concern. President Han, regarding the Red Cause, I feel a moral obligation, yet my inexperience may hinder my ability to grasp such a weighty task. If it's this film, I am willing to participate, though there are other concerns. The script cannot originate from me, as much of the material remains classified and has never been publicly disclosed. After a moment of silence, Han Samping replied, you could assist as a co-writer, offering some insights. Such a critical task would not be entrusted solely to Su. He merely sought Su's opinions to achieve commercial success. If the film's box office flopped or resulted in ridicule akin to the promise, he might find himself exiled to guard an isolated island. The project was still in its early stages, and Han Samping shared his thoughts with Su over the phone. Su acquiesced, feeling fortunate for the unexpected opportunity. President Han, I have 2 artists at my disposal, ready to assist without any compensation. As the discussion concluded, Su sought roles for Liu Yifei and Su Chong. All right, I'll remember that, Han Samping replied with a smile, appreciating Su's agreeable nature this time. Liu Yifei and Su Chong, both popular stars, would greatly benefit the project. Liu Yifei approached Su after the call ended, curiosity piqued by his dramatic reaction. What happened? Han Samping is considering making a movie, but no project has been formally established yet, so you need not worry. Come, I'll take you to meet my teacher. Su stood up. Liu Yifei gasped, realizing Su's teacher was akin to a senior figure for him. I'm not prepared at all. Perhaps another time? What preparation is necessary? Just your presence will suffice. Come on, he asked downstairs. Su did not allow her to protest, taking her hand and leading her to the elevator. Please remove your electronic devices. At the entrance of the supercomputer center, Su handed his phone to the security office, indicating Liu Yifei should do the same. Okay, Liu Yifei complied, observing the stringent security measures and understanding why Su had been unresponsive to her calls. Teacher. Su greeted Ji Xiangxian in the lounge. Hello, teacher. Liu Yifei quickly followed suit, her demeanor a mix of shyness and nervousness. Teacher, this is my girlfriend, Qianqian. He introduced Liu Yifei to Ji Xiangqian. I remember, when you first entered school, you spoke of pursuing the fairy sister. Who would have thought you actually succeeded? Ji Xiangqian assessed Liu Yifei, acknowledging her beauty, which had evidently captivated his student. That was merely an excuse to ward off others' advances. Su Su's expression stiffened. At that time, he had only been an admirer of Liu Yifei's appearance, never having had the chance to meet her. Liu Yifei, delighted, tilted her head at Su Su, her eyes sparkling with amusement, realizing he had been interested in her from the start. Su Su has no family. I am his elder. He's a good child. If he dares to mistreat you, do come to me. I have some influence and can help you teach him a lesson, Ji Xiangqian assured Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei's expression faltered, unsure of how to respond. She lowered her head. Thank you, teacher. He wouldn't bully me. Me? Bully anyone? Su Su interjected, pulling Liu Yifei close to comfort her. Ji Xiangqian regarded the pair, noticing Liu Yifei's increasing tension. I want to say more. You should attend to your other work. The school has sent over 30 new students. You need not come here for the supercomputer to spare yourself the heartache. Ji Xiangqian dismissed them. While he held reservations about Liu Yifei, he respected Su Su's choice and chose not to interfere. Teacher, Su Su's expression twitched, feeling as though he were in a classroom. I'll keep an eye on them. They want to misbehave. Fine. As long as it doesn't delay the project, I want to comment further. Harem Institute of Technology is my greatest asset. Every senior involved in a project could one day be my backing. Goodbye, teacher. Liu Yifei waved at Ji Xiangqian. Throughout their journey back to the office, her mood soured. The teacher doesn't like me, she expressed to Su Su, a hint of despondency in her tone. The teacher merely has a distaste for those of lower intelligence, Su Su reassured, wrapping his arm around her waist. Liu Yifei looked at him, her gaze somewhat icy. The teacher comes from a different era. He appreciates those who are industrious. Even if the Four Dan and Shuang Bing were to court me, he would spare them a glance. You still think of the Four Dan and Shuang Bing? Liu Yifei, previously troubled, seized upon Su Su's words, twisting his ear playfully. Please, they collectively wooed compared to my Qianqian princess. Each one wished to date me, but I never gave them a chance. Su Su pleaded for mercy. Liu Yifei snorted, sensing Su Su's honesty. She knew many female artists in the entertainment industry sought opportunities to connect with him, yet he had rebuffed them all. Still, she felt a twinge of discontent, leaning against Su Su. With no family of his own, his teacher represented his only elder. The fact that this elder disapproved of her and had warned her stung Liu Yifei's heart. Enough of this gloom. The teacher is simply protective of me. Much like a mother's love for her child, Su Su encouraged her to relax. Have you forgotten? During the filming of those years, your mother always glared at me, seemingly wishing to stab me. Had murder been legal, I'd have been slain by your mother the day I kissed you. Liu Yifei recalled her mother's initial attitude towards Su Su, realizing it mirrored his description. That is not true. My mother treats you better than she does me now. Liu Yifei's mood lightened considerably, yet thoughts of how her mother had been more affectionate towards Su Su than her own child returned, deepening her sadness. Chapter 74. Is it appealing? Everyone adores me, so there's nothing I can do about it, sighed Su Su, raising his hands in resignation. Liu Yifei, noticing the mischievous glint in Su Su's eyes, playfully reached for his waist. Ouch! He exclaimed in fury. If you dare pinch me, just watch how I retaliate. Their garments became increasingly disheveled. Let go of me, let go! She screamed as Su Su hoisted her into the lounge. Cocooned in a blanket, she wept softly, her gaze towards Su Su filled with a mix of longing and vulnerability, her year of refined acting skills on full display. Seeing you like this only heightens my excitement. Su Su lunged toward her. After her shower, Liu Yifei emerged clad in a white knit top and a floral pleated skirt, her hair damp and cascading, her face adorned with a touch of allure. Noticing Su Su's unwavering stare, she twirled around, asking, "Is it beautiful?" "Indeed, it's so captivating that I can hardly bear to look away," Su Su affirmed, nodding as he reached out, only to be swatted away by Liu Yifei. In a matter of days, she had discerned her own limits, striving to allow Su Su to indulge at the peak of their delight, leaving no chance for further pursuits. "All right, you have work this afternoon. Don't exhaust yourself," she stated, considering Su Su's well-being, and before he could retort, she dashed out of the lounge. "Don't leave. Let us battle until dawn." Su Su protested, feeling indignant, his vigor unspent, as he followed Liu Yifei back to the office. Liu Yifei settled onto the sofa with a book, and Su Su approached her. "What?" she said, her cheeks flushed as she playfully hit his arm with the book. "Is my hand acceptable?" he inquired. "No, keep your distance. Your presence irks me," she retorted. "I wish you would just. You can go to hell." The ceiling of the lounge was truly unappealing, as Liu Yifei pulled the blanket over her head, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts, mortified by the situation. After lunch, Yang Yu and Yi Haoying arrived together. "Mr. Su, what matters require my direct intervention?" Su Su regarded them. Following the split, the collaboration between the two companies necessitated accounting. The gaming company placed orders while the effects company produced them, and Su Su believed there was nothing requiring his mediation. "Mr. Su, the gaming company owes over 7 million in effects fees and has yet to settle. They still wish to utilize the A-grade resources from the effects company," Yang Yu began, explaining that the effects company was financially strained post-relocation and still developing animation plans. "The gaming company seeks to exploit us without compensation," he added, expressing discontent with the effects department. During the division, it was agreed that all accounts would be settled and no debts would remain. Su Su responded, perplexed. Previously, under unified management, resource sharing posed no issues. Yet after the split, each side had its own leadership, and Su Su had withdrawn from management, necessitating the partition of accounts and resources. Due to the entanglement, Su Su decisively cut through the chaos, dismissing some overlapping accounts without delving deeper. Yet, both companies clung to their grievances. "Mr. Su, a single animation team requires numerous personnel. We aim to outsource part of the work, yet they demand effects resources without payment." Yang Yu expressed dissatisfaction with Yi Haoying. "Enough. The accounts were to be cleared entirely. No one owes anyone anything," Su Su interjected. The servers established under his directive belonged to the gaming company, with the effects company entitled to low-cost rentals, and any resources used by the gaming company would be compensated at a discounted rate. "Mr. Su, our staffing is insufficient. We wish to reduce external orders and focus our efforts," Yang Yu stated. "If you lack manpower, hire more. I'll allocate 50 million for you," Su Su replied, cutting off Yi Haoying's impending lament. Yi Haoying, feeling frustrated, sat down, pondering who wouldn't he want excess funds for the company. "Is there anything else unresolved?" Su Tse inquired, to which both shook their heads. "Boss, the animated short for Big Watermelon is complete. How should we proceed with its release?" Yang Yu asked. This project, crafted over a year, was enhanced significantly by the effects company within just a few months, yielding exceptional quality far superior to the original. Su Su had long envisioned leveraging this short for profit. Not substantial, but enough to bolster reputation. Such an outstanding anti-war animation would be hard for any festival to ignore. They would have no choice but to award it. "Excellent, Mr. Su, I will handle it promptly," Yang Yu nodded, understanding the importance of awards in enhancing visibility and attracting talent. With no further matters, he stood to take his leave. After Yang Yu departed, Su Tse Tan to Ye Faoing. "Mr. Su, here is the planning document for the international version of Three Kingdoms Kill. Additionally, you requested modifications for Werewolf to incorporate elements from Plants vs. Zombies, renaming it Ghost Catcher, with the traitor transformed into a ghost possessing a human body, alongside zombies, Taoists, and warriors." Su Su examined the revised Werewolf, noting its distinct Chinese characteristics, and found the alterations satisfactory. This game had the potential to gain popularity overseas, justifying the licensing. Conversely, the international version of Three Kingdoms Kill was rather conventional and lacked standout features. The complexity of the skills, deeply rooted in the intricacies of the Chinese language, posed a challenge for foreign audiences. Altering the skills would diminish the game's essence. Focus on promoting Ghost Catcher and Minecraft, Su Su advised, recognizing these games as the most likely candidates for global success. "Understood, Mr. Su. I will ensure follow-through, Yi Haoying acknowledged, aligning with the gaming company's conclusion to introduce Eastern-themed resources to promote Chinese architectural culture. By the way, I need you to allocate some personnel from the gaming department to assist me in developing several mini-games, Susa said, presenting a game plan. The split from Six Fei Network should not diminish their ability to generate self-sustaining revenue. They couldn't rely solely on Su Su for funding. Yi Haoying, however, was fixated on something behind Su Su, her face lighting up with astonishment. Fairy Sister. Chapter 75. Mother, I have returned. As Su Su turned around, he caught sight of Liu Yifei emerging from a lounge. I hope I'm not interrupting your work, Liu Yifei inquired, noticing Su Su engaged in conversation with the employees in the office. Not at all, Miss Liu. I'm an admirer of yours. Yi Haoying stood up, taking a few steps forward with an outstretched hand, her eyes gleaming with excitement. At last, she had the chance to meet Liu Yifei. Her diligent efforts in Su Su's company truly paying off. Hello, thank you for your support, Liu Yifei replied, extending her hand to shake Yi Haoying's, who was dressed impeccably. Miss Liu, I absolutely adore your work. Your portrayal of the celestial sister is deeply resonant, and Shun Jiai reminds me of my desk mate. Your name evokes memories of someone significant that I may have forgotten, Yi Haoying expressed, clasping Liu Yifei's hands with both of hers, enthusiastically recounting Liu Yifei's accomplishments. Liu Yifei, feeling her hand held by another woman, did not overthink the gesture. She merely appreciated the warmth of her fan's enthusiasm. Though she remained unaware of Yi Haoying's true identity, she glanced towards Su Su. Furrowing his brow, Su Su stepped forward, gently separating Yi Haoying from Liu Yifei and pulling Liu Yifei closer. This is our game company's general manager, Miss Yi Haoying. Hello, Manager Yi. Please take a seat. You too. Yi Haoying maintained her gaze on Liu Yifei, her face adorned with a smile. As you discuss work, I hope I'm not a bother here, Liu Yifei said, brushing her hair back, feeling slightly overwhelmed by Yi Haoying's eager attention. Yi Haoying, recalling the game planning discussions, turned her attention back to Su Su, uncertain if she could disclose the details to Liu Yifei. Take a look at this project proposal, Su Su said, presenting the game plan without concern for Liu Yifei's awareness of it. Happy Farm. Examining the proposal laid out by Su Su, Yi Haoying noted the game's simplicity in design and playstyle, pondering whether such a straightforward game truly had an audience. Manager Yi, how long until this game is completed? Initially poised to express doubt, Yi Haoying caught Liu Yifei's gaze and immediately reassured. It will be finished in no more than a month. We'll look forward to your good news then, Su Su replied, sensing something amiss in Yi Haoying's demeanor. Rest assured, Su Su, Yi Haoying replied, her eyes shifting back to Liu Yifei. Miss Liu, may I take a picture with you? Of course, Liu Yifei felt no reason to decline. Su Su, could you please help me take a photo? She retrieved her camera from her bag and handed it to Su Su, positioning herself beside Liu Yifei with her hand resting on her waist. Su Su felt an odd sensation, a hint of discomfort, as he quickly captured the moment. Manager Yi, you should head back. Qian has an engagement. We should dine together next time. What a pity. Miss Liu, let us connect as friends, Yi Haoying added, sending a friend request to Liu Yifei before departing. That Manager Yi is quite peculiar, Liu Yifei remarked, sensing that Yi Haoying was likely a devoted fan. You should wash your hands, Susa said, his expression grave as he patted Liu Yifei where Yi Haoying had embraced her. Are you jealous? Liu Yifei asked, surprised, her face lighting up with joy. You're not truly envious of a woman, are you? The thought that her beloved was envious delighted her heart. Do you wish to be reprimanded? Go wash your hands. With a playful tongue out, Liu Yifei giggled and dashed to the restroom. Su retrieved his phone, dialing the headhunting firm once more to inquire about Yi Haoying's background. Upon her return, Liu Yifei noticed Su's troubled expression. You're not to meet her alone anymore, Su stated, feeling regret for not clarifying matters earlier. He contemplated whether to dismiss Yi Haoying from her position. Why are you still upset? She is just a woman. Is it really necessary to take it so seriously? Liu Yifei countered, recalling her playful nights spent with Chong Chong. Su shot her a disapproving glance. It's not the same. Her mindset is troubling. Just avoid any private interactions with her. Fine. Sensing his mood, she deduced something unsettling, shivering slightly, goosebumps rising on her skin. Upon glancing at her hands, she felt a chill and hurried back to the restroom. Though she and Su Chong often teased each other, their intentions had never crossed those boundaries. After the company split, Su Su found himself with ample leisure, returning to the villa with Liu Yifei early in the afternoon. "Mother, I have returned." Upon opening the door, Liu Yifei was about to speak when Su Su's exclamation interrupted, a pleasant feeling enveloping her. She turned to Su Su, her expression sour. "So early?" Hearing the commotion, Lu Xiaoli descended from upstairs, observing the two. "Qian, why are you so lazy? Why do you still rely on Su to fetch your clothes?" "Fetching my jacket wouldn't tire him," Liu Yifei retorted, displeased as she changed into slippers and dashed into the living room, feeling like her mother was siding with Su against her. Su placed Liu Yifei's discarded shoes in the shoe cabinet and hung her clothes in the wardrobe. When he emerged, he found Lu Xiaoli and Liu Yifei engaged in conversation. "I'm heading upstairs." The two turned momentarily to acknowledge him before resuming their chat. "Qian, you must not retain that spoiled demeanor. He is your boyfriend, not a servant. You need to consider his feelings as well." "Should I really consider his feelings? You have no idea how much trouble he can be." "Never mind, you wouldn't understand." Liu Yifei observed her mother's expression, finding it difficult to voice her true thoughts. "Mother, Su's teacher disapproves of me." She leaned against Lu Xiaoli's shoulder, recalling her encounter with Su's teacher earlier that day. Ji Xiangqian's dislike was evident, and he had even warned her. "Tell me about it." Lu Xiaoli frowned, feeling indignant that her daughter, so accomplished, was deemed unworthy. While Su was indeed exceptional, a standout among his peers, he seemed perfectly matched with her daughter. Though Lu Xiaoli had scolded her daughter regarding Su on occasion, she never felt her daughter fell short of him. Liu Yifei recounted her encounter with Su's teacher to her mother, including Su's insights. Indeed, Lu Xiaoli nodded. His teacher has a biased perspective, viewing Su as brilliant and talented, believing no one is worthy of his companionship. Do not take it too personally. He is merely Su's teacher and cannot dictate his choices. As long as your relationship with Su remains strong, he will have no say in matters of the heart. While Liu Yifei understood the reasoning, she still yearned for the acknowledgement and blessing of Su's teacher. Su's teacher, and we are from different worlds. Gaining his approval is no easy feat. Perhaps you should ask Su for advice, Lu Xiaoli offered, feeling unable to assist her daughter further. Chapter 76. Meeting Ning Hao at Xiamen Airport. As Su and Liu Yifei emerged, they spotted Su Chang. "Thank you for coming to pick me up," Liu Yifei said, grasping Su Chang's hand. "Who could have imagined that I would end up in Xiamen, just like you? You really had to chase after me," Su Chang replied, half-jokingly. Since returning, Liu Yifei had indeed been somewhat evasive, choosing to vacation in Xiamen. Little did she know that Su and Liu Yifei would also be there for the film's launch ceremony. "Let us get in the car," Su suggested, glancing around as he noticed curious eyes drifting their way. All three of them were renowned actors, surrounded by staff, easily drawing attention. The trio departed the airport and headed towards the hotel. "Chang, you finally decided to take a break, coming all the way to Xiamen for a holiday," Liu Yifei remarked. "I'm not foolish. Your name has performed splendidly in the European and American markets. Once the film concludes and the total box office is revealed, my appearance fees will see a significant increase." With her workload already substantial, the success of your name had opened numerous doors for her. Yet she had refrained from confirming any projects, opting to wait until after your name wrapped up for potentially better negotiations. "Now you can finally rest and spend some quality time with me. Do you still need company? Isn't your leading man with you? I'd rather not have him around. He's rather troublesome." "Oh, in what way troublesome?" Su Chang asked, her curiosity piqued. Liu Yifei leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "I want to tell you." Their playful banter revealed their intimacy. The vehicle glided smoothly to the hotel, where Ning Hao awaited to greet them. "Mr. Su, I hope the journey was pleasant," Ning Hao said politely. Su's status had evolved since their last encounter. "Director Ning, you are too kind," Su replied, shaking Ning Hao's hand as he surveyed the others behind him. Only Huang Bo looked familiar. The rest were meeting Su Su for the first time, yet he recognized them. As Su Su acknowledged their presence, they greeted him warmly. Mr. Su, every time we meet, it is truly inspiring. Huang Bo, being somewhat familiar with Su Su, continued. That only means we haven't seen each other enough. Su Su chuckled as he shook Huang Bo's hand, who proceeded to introduce the others to him. Ning Hao also exchanged pleasantries with Liu Yifei and Su Chong as they entered the hotel. Liu Yifei and Su Chong were led by staff to their assigned rooms, while Su Su, Ning Hao, and Huang Bo proceeded to the conference room, the rest dispersing. Director Ning, have the actors been finalized yet? Su Su inquired, noting the discrepancy between the number of actors present and those outlined in the script. The actor for the role of Li Fala, teacher Jiu Kong, is occupied with another commitment and will not attend the launch press conference. The actor for the drug lord role, Rong Gu, will be arriving later tonight. Ning Hao explained the preparations and casting arrangements, giving Su Su a general overview of the crew situation. Mr. Su, initially, President Han requested I arrange a role for you. I've reserved the character of De Chong, a successful figure with a standout presence. Recalling the script, Su Su quickly identified the character. The role played by Su Guangtou, the graveyard owner? Precisely, Mr. Su. This character has a distinct highlight, plus he has a female assistant. Perhaps Su Chong or Liu Yifei could make a cameo. Ning Hao felt that having stars involved would greatly benefit the production. Not a chance, Su Su decisively refused. He had no intention of taking on that role, especially not with President Han to answer to. Ning Hao, still hoping to persuade Su Su, suggested, if it's difficult to explain, why not just let it go? You should think about selecting an actor instead. Waving dismissively, Su Su replied, I'm not concerned about that. Ning Hao, observing Su Tse's demeanor, realized his attempts were futile. As for Su Guangtou, I've collaborated with him previously. He had someone in mind already, and his inquiry was merely a test to see if Su Su might agree. The trio continued discussing script-related matters, with Ning Hao sharing numerous insights with Su Su. Su Su listened attentively, believing that as the director, Ning Hao should have full creative control over the filming process. Mr. Su, your film Your Name has nearly reached $70 million in the European and American box office, which is truly enviable. The conversation turned to Your Name, eliciting expressions of admiration from both Ning Hao and Huang Bo. They pondered when they might create a film of such caliber. Ning Hao felt a pang of jealousy, reflecting on how Xue Xiaolu, once merely a literature teacher, was now an esteemed international director due to Su Su's selection for a film that achieved remarkable overseas success. Had I known, I would have nominated myself sooner. It's all a matter of luck, Su Su responded habitually, having received congratulations too often to take such comments to heart. I too desire such fortune, Ning Hao remarked, acknowledging that everyone in their circle aspired to such luck. Liu Yifei had opened the European and American markets with a single film, leaving many in the industry envious, especially when legends like Cheng Long and Li Lianjie had toiled tirelessly for their recognition. Mr. Su has just arrived and must be fatigued from the journey. Please take a moment to rest while Director Ning has prepared a welcome banquet. Huang Bo interjected, noticing Su Su's disinterest in discussing Your Name. Yes, indeed, Mr. Su. Please take some time to recuperate, Ning Hao added, tapping his forehead in realization. No need to escort me, Su Su replied as Ning Hao and Huang Bo accompanied him to the elevator. Watching Su Su ascend, they exchanged glances. Our boss is indeed different. He doesn't even seem to relish flattery. You're the one who is laying it on thick. It's merely his good temperament that prevents him from rebuffing you, Huang Bo remarked as he made his way to his room. I owe you my gratitude. Ning Hao realized where the problem lay and hurried after Huang Bo, throwing an arm around his shoulder. He genuinely believed that the success of Your Name was primarily due to luck. After all, Xue Xiaolu had become an international director due to chance, and as the box office continued to rise, this notion began to encompass the entire film. He expressed his envy, wishing for such fortune. Had Su Su been as petty as Chun De Kai, one wrong word could have led to his downfall. As Su Su rode the elevator to the upper floors, he brushed off Ning Hao's comments, suspecting that many directors shared similar sentiments. Furthermore, the crew had shown him considerable respect, assigning him and Liu Yifei to the finest room on the top floor. Upon reaching his door, he did not push it open, but instead rang the bell. Who is outside? Please check, he instructed. When artists stay in hotels, they must be especially vigilant about unexpected knocking. Any number of scenarios could unfold outside. Liu Yifei, Su Chong, and their assistant, Sister Nan, had just finished unpacking their luggage when they heard the doorbell. Sister Nan approached, checking the monitor and spotting Su Su. "It's Mr. Su," she announced as she opened the door. "Thank you, Sister Nan," Su Su acknowledged, glancing past her to Liu Yifei and the others. "Mr. Su, you should stay next door. Chong and I, along with Sister Nan, are in this room. It will be easier for us to chat tonight," Liu Yifei suggested, concerned that Su Su might overwork himself, given his tendency to engage in lengthy conversations at night. "We have plenty of time to chat. I can return later," Su Su replied, not wanting to occupy an empty room alone, despite having a girlfriend. "Oh, I must talk with Chong until the candles burn low. You must leave. I've already chosen a room for you," Liu Yifei insisted, pushing him out and guiding him next door. Chapter 77. The midnight knock that evening, after the welcome dinner. Liu Yifei indeed did not allow Su Su to enter her room. He retreated next door to sleep alone. Uncertain of the hour, a knock echoed through the silence, and Su Su leapt from his bed in delight. I knew she couldn't bear to leave me alone. Just as he reached for the door, he noticed that the figure on the screen was not Liu Yifei. Calming himself, Su Su observed the situation outside through the surveillance monitor. A woman clad in a white, revealing slip dress, adorned with lace that barely concealed her form, her long legs encased in black stockings and accentuated by crystal high heels. She lifted her gaze to the camera, her face exquisitely made up, offering a smile that showcased her striking beauty. Who could this be? Sutse bonded, finding her face somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall where he had seen her before. He retrieved his phone, capturing a photo and sending it to Liu Yifei with a message. "Are you bored?" Engaged in conversation with Su Chong. Liu Yifei was startled by the sound of her phone. "Ah," she exclaimed, glancing at the picture in disbelief. "What's wrong?" Su Chong quickly sat up, inquiring about the commotion. "A woman is knocking on Su Su's door. That little vixen. I swear I'll make him regret it," Liu Yifei fumed, angered that on her first day, someone was attempting to disrupt her relationship. "Wait, Qian, don't act impulsively," Su Chong interjected, grasping Liu Yifei to restrain her. "Don't hold me back. How dare anyone on my man?" Liu Yifei seethed, her physical strength surpassing Su Chong's, who struggled to contain her. "You can't go. Nanjia, come quickly and help hold Qian back." The commotion stirred their assistants and bodyguards, who rushed over to ascertain the situation. Though uncertain of the events, Nanjia chose to first soothe Liu Yifei, asking her what had transpired. "A little harlot is knocking on Su Su's door," Liu Yifei replied, her anger palpable. Nanjia and Su Chong worked together to calm her. "Don't do anything rash. Wang Xia, go out and send her away," Nanjia instructed Liu Yifei's bodyguard. Wang Xia nodded and stepped outside. "Grab her. Don't let her escape. I want to tear her face apart." Liu Yifei was consumed by rage. "Don't create chaos. What have you seen? Do you want tomorrow's headlines to read Su caught with a mistress? Nanya admonis head lodly." "Exactly, Qian. She is just a minor celebrity. We have plenty of ways to deal with her without confronting her directly. Besides, Su didn't even open the door," Su Chong added, their words bringing Liu Yifei back to a semblance of calm, though her fury lingered. "Send me the photo. I'll handle it. No matter who she is. She will never have the opportunity to thrive in the entertainment industry," Nanjia asserted, sensing Liu Yifei's stabilization and reaching for her phone. "Nanjia, she is gone." Wang Xia returned to inform them, adding, dressed rather provocatively, "Understood. Go check if anyone took photos. Once you confirm there is no issue, ask Su if he wants to come over." "Qian, don't be upset. Many famous stars have faced similar situations, especially considering Su's stature and wealth." Suchankin Soul Liu Yifei. "Look at that photo. In such a scandalous outfit, I'm tempted to see what's beneath. It's astonishing that Su managed not to open the door and instead sent you the picture, proving he has you in his heart." Liu Yifei remained irate, questioning why other women were so fixated on her man. "Why don't you go over? It's better than worrying all night about someone else's interest in him," Su Chong suggested, believing that Su could soothe Liu Yifei's anger. "I want to go," she huffed, crossing her arms and sulking on the couch. After Wang Xia finished checking the corridor, she knocked on Su Su's door, but he did not respond. He observed through the monitor as the woman was coldly escorted away by Wang Xia, deducing that Liu Yifei was likely fuming. He figured that approaching her now would only result in her venting her frustration upon him. Inform Jia to book a different hotel for tomorrow. This hotel only had 4 suites on the top floor, occupied solely by them. Su Su's room had been booked at Liu Yifei's request, and the woman's ability to find Su suggested a breach of privacy by hotel staff. Ning Hao ensured the staff and artists maintained vigilance regarding safety. Su concluded, knowing he could not intervene personally, for being one of the parties involved would only exacerbate media scrutiny. The truth would be irrelevant. The public would only speculate about the wealthy Su and his romantic entanglements. Mr. Su, the hotel is quite secure. There are no issues, Ning Hao assured him over the phone. Huang Bo, who was drinking with Ning Hao, sensed something was amiss and took the phone. Mr. Su, has something happened? Nothing serious. Just someone knocked on the door. Be cautious when opening. Avoid being captured on camera. After hanging up, Huang Bo maintained a serious demeanor. It's not a big deal. Mr. Su is worrying too much. Let us continue drinking. Ning Hao raised his glass, embodying the lofty spirit of an artistic creator. This is serious. Get the outreach team here immediately, Huang Bo insisted, rapping the table. He regarded Ning Hao with disbelief. The warning was about safety, yet it seemed he was merely being asked to resolve the matter. Quickly, contact their assistants to gather information and assess the situation, then strategize on how to address it, Huang Bo decisively stated. The outreach team soon arrived, and the trio dispersed to gather details, unraveling the events that had transpired. Bian Xiao, a third-rate actress, will certainly face repercussions from Liu Yifei. We need not concern ourselves with her. Our focus must be on handling the situation with the hotel. Ning Hao communicated with the hotel manager. The following morning, Su sensed a presence beside him, instinctively clutching the blanket as he turned away, opening his eyes. Qian, you startle me so early in the morning, Su declared upon noticing the fuming Liu Yifei. I wish you would be scared to death. Then no one will be interested in you, she shot back. Aren't you supposed to be mourning? As Su tossed aside the blanket and changed out of his pajamas, Liu Yifei caught sight of his mourning state, her face flushing slightly. Her tone softened. Who said I would be mourning? I plan to spend my life with Chong. Hearing their exchange, Su Chong, who had followed along to prevent any quarrel, rolled her eyes, sensing the situation would not escalate, and stepped back outside. Who would want to be with you for life? You've already been with another man. I haven't even tasted that experience yet, Liu Yifei retorted. Chapter 78. The solution after breakfast. Su was invited by Ning Hao to the conference room. Mr. Su, this is manager Fu Qianwan from the hotel. Ning Hao had already discussed the incident from last night with the hotel and introduced the two. Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I caused you, Manager Fu Qianwan said, extending his hand and bowing slightly in apology. Your hotel is indeed prosperous, and I'm sure business is thriving, Su replied, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. The hotel manager seemed to treat him as an artist, perhaps to alleviate the situation. Let us sit down and discuss, Su suggested, taking the lead by sitting in the main seat, asserting a somewhat excessive dominance. Fu Qianwan awkwardly withdrew his hand, his gaze on Su now serious. Sensing the complexity of the matter at hand, Mr. Su, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. The staff involved has been dismissed, and the surveillance cameras on the top floor have been turned off. I brought the storage disk used for last night's surveillance, Fu Qianwan said, placing a box on the conference table. Su merely glanced at it, remaining silent. On behalf of Su Liar's Hotel, I offer you my heartfelt apologies. Your expenses at our hotel will be waived, and we would also like to present you with a gold card. Hosting an artist is highly beneficial for a hotel, especially given Su's status as a tech company owner. Thus, offering a gold card seemed a fair deal. Su was indifferent to the conditions presented by Fu Qianwan, almost amused by the notion that he would care about such monetary compensation. If he had opened the door last night and been filmed, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and the company could face repercussions. Having just publicly announced his relationship with Liu Yifei, Such a scandal could also affect her. If hotel staff could leak details about his room, what was to stop them from releasing footage of him entering and exiting Liu Yifei's and Su Chang's rooms? A man and two women spending an extended time together in one room. What would people assume? Once such footage surfaced, it could spell the end of their careers. Did Fu Qianwan really believe a gold card could resolve this? Mr. Su, are there any aspects of our hotel service that you believe require improvement? Your feedback is welcome. Fu Qianwan probed, uncertain of Su's thoughts. The corporate culture at your hotel is commendable. The service is humane, and the surveillance is adequately arranged. I presume incidents of theft should not occur. Fu Qianwan's expression shifted as he contemplated, then confessed, to be honest, Mr. Su. There was a theft at the hotel last night. Theft? Ning Hao, seated beside them, looked puzzled. Wasn't there an issue regarding someone knocking on Su's door and the hotel leaking guest information? How did this escalate to theft? Had they not done their due diligence beforehand? How serious is it? Su inquired, casting a calm glance at Ning Hao. It was an internal employee who colluded with an outsider, and the amount involved is substantial, Fu Qianwan cautiously disclosed. Only internal staff? That doesn't seem to amount to much. Your hotel is quite large. Surely, you wouldn't want to make things difficult for them? Su suggested. There was indeed an accomplice from outside, Fu Qianwan clarified. They worked in tandem, and the total sum is significant. Have you contacted the authorities? Su feigned surprise. Fu Qianwan was taken aback by Su's stern demeanor. Once we gather sufficient evidence, we will report it. Understood. I shall refrain from prying into your company's affairs further. We are all law-abiding citizens, and your company should address this matter with the intent of rectifying the situation while ensuring appropriate consequences for those at fault, Su said, rising to extend his hand. Indeed, Mr. Su. Justice must be served equally for all, Fu Qianwan replied, shaking Su's hand as he escorted him out. Is that all settled? Ning Hao asked, observing Su's retreating figure. What about the information leak? After bidding farewell to the two, Fu Qianwan returned to the conference room, closing the door as he took out his phone. Boss, he spoke respectfully. Is it resolved? A robust voice emanated from the phone. It's complicated. They're demanding 3 years for all involved, including that woman. Such a ruthless heart at a young age. The voice on the other end fell silent, contemplating the ramifications of a seemingly small incident that could entangle multiple families across generations. One must be ruthless to amass over $1 billion in a year. Proceed, as he suggested, and also grant each of the two actresses he supports a gold card, the voice concluded. Mr. Su, you ought to demand some benefits. You cannot let them off so easily. Ning Hao caught up with Su, feeling that Su was being overly lenient, especially without accepting the offered gold card. One must allow for mercy, Su responded lightly. Mr. Su, you are too kind-hearted. Ning Hao shook his head. The hotel is at fault. You should claim your due. Ning Dao, the launch conference is today. Prepare for it and ensure there are no mishaps. I have been busy since a few days ago. There will be no mistakes. Ning Hao assured him, parting ways with Su. Upon returning to his room, Su found Liu Yifei sitting on the sofa, hugging her knees and lost in thought. He sat beside her and wrapped an arm around her. Is my little princess still upset? Liu Yifei tilted her head to look at Su, reaching out to touch his face. Why are you so handsome? If I weren't somewhat handsome, how could I have attracted you? Su replied, kissing her hand gently. I wouldn't be so superficial, Liu Yifei protested, rolling her eyes at him. If you weren't so beautiful, I wouldn't have noticed you, Su teased, lifting her chin to gaze into her lovely face before leaning down to kiss her. You're still mad at me. Liu Yifei turned her head, evading his kiss. I'm not angry with you. I'm merely saying you should have confidence in your beauty. Who would stray with such a charming girlfriend? You, Liu Yifei exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation as she glared at him. You'll find fault with me for being too fat, too old, or lacking in acting skills, she lamented, recalling the future Su's criticisms. Fat? Where? Let me check, Su declared, lifting her shirt, his hands moving playfully, believing that with a girlfriend, actions speak louder than words. Let go of me. I'm truly angry now, she said, her clothes disheveled as Su's hands were swift and persistent. Will you cease being angry if I let go? Su asked, pulling his hands out and lifting her onto his lap. Liu Yifei nestled against him in silence for a moment. Do you only like my face? If I were disfigured, would you still love me? She gazed into his eyes. Su was speechless, reflecting on how insecure a woman must be to harbor such doubts. I adore not only your face, but also your other attributes. Shall I ask if I would still love you if those were compromised? Feeling a flicker of irritation, he squeezed her gently, and Liu Yifei, sensing his mood, looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Do you enjoy squishing them? She inquired, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she made no effort to stop him. I simply enjoy the sensation. I have no intention of damaging them. I'm not a pervert. Isn't that a bit perverse? Su dismissed her concerns, relishing the playful moment. Chapter 79. Unwed and expecting at the launch event, Su and Liu Yifei arrived in a welcoming vehicle. As the car door swung open, Su stepped out first. The incessant clicking of cameras resonating as reporters swarmed the entrance. Mr. Su, have you confirmed your relationship with Liu Yifei? A journalist called out, straining against the security barrier. Su glanced around, opting not to respond. He moved to the other side of the car, where Liu Yifei stood, her face tilted upwards, radiant with a captivating smile. She extended her hand to accept his. Miss Liu, are you and Mr. Su dating? Is it true that you're with him for his wealth? The barrage of questions continued, some crossing a line. With a cold glance back at the reporters, Su, aware of the public setting, gently pulled Liu Yifei into his embrace and proceeded toward the venue. Behind them, the rapid flashes of cameras captured their silent exchange, conveying more than words ever could. The absence of clarification would surely give rise to speculation among the media. Mr. Su, Miss Yifei, Huang Bai greeted them with a wave as he spotted the couple. Other artists, upon seeing Su and Liu Yifei, approached to offer their greetings. Hello, everyone, Su acknowledged with a nod. Mr. Han has arrived too? Su was surprised to see Han Samping, not expecting his presence at the launch. This was indeed a prestigious project for China Film. After several unsuccessful investments, the pressure was mounting. Had it not been for Su's Film Your Name, he wouldn't have dared to attend the event. The success of that film, coupled with the continuity of a new script style and the guidance of director Ning Hao, made this project invaluable. He needed to demonstrate commitment during filming to avoid any potential sabotage. As they settled into a corner away from the crowd, Han Samping broached the topic of an upcoming film. I'll be inviting a few screenwriters soon. You should join. He outlined the project's progress and the purpose of inviting Su, who was merely a supporting screenwriter, to provide feedback. Sure, Su nodded. He would not shy away from an opportunity to contribute to a worthy project. Are you not considering writing another script? Han Samping inquired, eager to invest in Su's work again. Not at the moment, Su replied, shaking his head. With the company's management strategies in place and the supercomputer not yet operational, he anticipated a period of leisure ahead. Noticing Su's lack of enthusiasm, Han Samping's gaze drifted to Liu Yifei, who was engaged in conversation with Su Chang. Yifei has just gained fame overseas. Shouldn't you help her secure her position? He suggested. With only Hero breaking through internationally, she currently lacks a solid standing abroad. Su turned his attention back to Liu Yifei. Her idol was Audrey Hepburn, and she aspired to achieve significant success in the film industry. Presently, Only Your Name had gained international acclaim for her, and she would need 2 to 3 high-grossing films with positive reviews to solidify her reputation. At this juncture, a narrative film might not suffice. A spectacular blockbuster would be required to elevate her status. Han Samping, observing Su's contemplation, quietly sipped his tea. The strategy seemed clear. The focus should be on Liu Yifei, and he ought to find time to discuss matters with Liu Xiaoli. In a while, when Jiang Wen's Curse of the Golden Flower premieres, will you be attending? Han Samping mentioned another significant event in the film industry. Not familiar with them. I likely won't receive an invitation, Su replied, shaking his head. The film only had a minor allure, and he found little interest in spectacle. I'll speak to Wei Ping and have him send you an invitation, Han Samping insisted. Given Su's status as the screenwriter of Your Name, many in the entertainment industry were eager to connect with him. Let us skip it, Su declined. He preferred not to engage. He had no vested interests in that circle, nor was there any potential for collaboration. Han Samping frowned, pondering for a moment before asking, "Are you not optimistic about this film?" As a distributor, he understood the film's box office success directly impacted China Film's revenue, and nearly every domestic release revolved around their influence. "It should be maybe, possibly, quite good," Susu replied nonchalantly. Han Samping found himself speechless, recalling the film's plot. Having already viewed the film, he noted that while the storyline was somewhat chaotic, the visuals were stunning. "Old Mao, the film cannot fail, if it does. I shudder to think of the repercussions for the domestic market," he mused silently. The industry had already suffered consecutive failures with The Promise, The Banquet, and Curse of the Golden Flower. Susu remained silent, contentedly sipping his tea, unburdened by any concerns. "Mr. Han, Mr. Su, it's about to begin," Ning Hao approached, inviting the two to join the media for interviews alongside the cast. "Director Ning, is this film a sequel to Crazy Stone?" a reporter inquired. "This is a story of the same genre and theme," Ning Hao replied, calmly elucidating the film. "Mr. Han, what prompted your decision to invest in this film?" another journalist asked. "An exceptional director, a brilliant screenwriter, and outstanding actors. I had no reason not to invest," Han Samping answered. "Mr. Su, as the screenwriter, are you and Liu Yifei officially together?" The question caught Su completely off guard. "You are quite the reporter," he remarked, studying the young journalist. "I'm fortunate that Yifei has agreed to give our relationship a chance." As he mentioned Liu Yifei, a smile graced his lips, his gaze drifting to her. He framed their connection as his pursuit of her. The reporters captured the moment, jotting down Su's words. Su relentlessly pursued Liu Yifei, who, under pressure, agreed to be with him. All the reporters were documenting. Though the wording varied, the essence remained consistent. "I genuinely admire him and wish to be his girlfriend," Liu Yifei responded, clarifying the ambiguity surrounding their initial courtship. They had not engaged in the typical exploratory phase of a relationship. Their bond naturally developed after filming Your Name. Upon hearing Liu Yifei's declaration, the reporters were ecstatic. Liu Yifei professes her love for Su, eager to be his girlfriend, revealing their relationship amidst speculation of marriage or pregnancy. "Miss Liu, could you elaborate on your cohabitation?" a journalist eagerly probed. "Today is the launch of Crazy Racer. Let us focus on the actors," Susu interjected, clapping his hands to halt the relentless inquiries. The reporters hastily noted, Susu evades discussions about their relationship, suggesting he may not be inclined to take responsibility for Liu Yifei's unborn child. As some journalists turned their attention to the film's cast, others persisted in questioning Susu and Liu Yifei. The launch event finally concluded, yet the news of Liu Yifei's unwed pregnancy had already spread across the internet. Chapter 80, a cameo in film Qin Shi, You Are Pregnant. Liu Xiaoli's voice rang in Liu Yifei's ear, brimming with excitement. "What are you saying, Mom?" Liu Yifei exclaimed, astonished at the unexpected call from her mother. "The media reports," Liu Xiaoli continued. "There are claims that you are already expecting. The media always spouts nonsense. There is no truth to it," Liu Yifei replied, utterly speechless. "You should take some time to visit the hospital for a checkup. If it turns out to be true, you can have the baby, and I will help you take care of it," Liu Xiaoli said regretfully before hanging up. Liu Yifei couldn't help but laugh and cry at the absurdity of it all, sharing the contents of the call with Su. As Su browsed online, he too stumbled upon the news of Liu Yifei's supposed pregnancy. "Liu Yifei is expecting?" The bold and black letters combined with a slender, elongated question mark made it difficult for hasty readers to discern any discrepancies. Liu Yifei had already been in the limelight, especially after returning from abroad and openly displaying affection with Su, which had previously stirred up a media frenzy. Now, any response from the couple would ignite yet another wave of sensational speculation. Su tossed aside his notebook and embraced Liu Yifei. "Let me check your belly to see if there's a little baby in there." "Don't be silly." After the press conference concluded, Han Samping departed promptly, burdened with work and eager to return to his studies on Curse of the Golden Flower, wishing to avoid any further embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su and his companions lingered in Xiamen for a few leisurely days. "Mr. Su, why not make a cameo?" Ning Hao was unwilling to let Su slip away. Their star power was simply too formidable. Even a brief appearance could elevate the film's popularity. He approached the hotel to extend an invitation. Arrange a scene that won't disrupt the main storyline, Liu Yifei agreed. Given her investment in the film, she was happy to lend her presence to boost its appeal. I brought the script, Ning Hao stated, having already envisioned Su Su in a specific role. Mr. Su, you will play the racer who, after falling, unexpectedly claims victory in a cycling competition. Yifei, you will portray the award presenter, giving him a kiss after the ceremony, while Gung Hao watches in jealousy. Su Chong would also make a cameo as a female reporter, initially interviewing Gung Hao before announcing Su Su's victory and shifting her attention to him. Ning Hao unapologetically secured roles for the trio. Liu Yifei perused the script, convinced that the inclusion of the three characters would not hinder the narrative's progression, and handed the script to Su Su for his review. The shooting is scheduled for noon tomorrow. Your scenes will all be in the same segment, so it will be wrapped up quickly, Ning Hao assured them. What about me? Su Chong interjected, lifting her head to scrutinize the trio. Neither Su Su nor Liu Yifei had consulted her opinion before assigning her a cameo role. The following noon, the three arrived on the set of Crazy Racing. Hello, Teacher Ma, Teacher Wang, everyone is here, Su Su greeted as he entered the set, where the primary cast awaited. Upon hearing that an international star would be participating, everyone was eager to learn from him. Huang Bo, alongside Liu Yifei and Su Chong, exchanged pleasantries with Su Su. My Qin Chi relies on her looks, Bo Ge. You can't imitate that, Su Su remarked, but as he finished, he felt a menacing glare from behind. Umph. Liu Yifei strode past him, her eyes fierce. Come on. Su Chong, we're leaving this place. Hey, you better make it up to him when you get back, Huang Bo chuckled. Su Su was at a loss for words, oblivious to Liu Yifei's proximity. The crew quickly set the scene, and Su Su changed into his cycling outfit. Stepping out, he shivered slightly. November in Xiamen was not warm, and the thin racing attire felt chilly. Mr. Su, you look great in that outfit, Huang Bo remarked, admiring Su Su's athletic build, which exuded strength. The makeup artist gazed at Su Su with admiration, captivated by his handsome features and muscular physique. Liu Yifei and Su Chong changed into their costumes as well and noticed Su Su. Wow, he looks so stylish. That chest. Those arms, there's a sense of safety just by looking at him, Su Chong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. She nudged Liu Yifei. Have you touched all those muscles? How do they feel? I would like to know for myself, Liu Yifei retorted, still miffed at Su Su for implying she relied solely on her looks when her acting skills were commendable. As she contemplated how to outshine Su Su with her performance during filming, Su Chong remarked, I would be interested, but I fear you too might not agree. Liu Yifei often spoke of Su Su, sharing descriptions of his physique. Is he really that impressive? She mused internally. Ugh, it's all Liu Yifei's fault for tainting my thoughts. She redirected her gaze to Liu Yifei and nudged her again. Aren't you going to check? Your man is about to be swarmed by admirers. Liu Yifei glanced up to see several girls surrounding Su Su. Let's go, she urged, pulling Su Chong along. Darling, do you still need makeup? Liu Yifei's voice was sweet, and as she spoke, her face flushed, radiating beauty. Su Su was momentarily taken aback, his expression brightening as he dodged the other women and approached Liu Yifei. What did you just call me? Nothing, she replied, brushing her hair behind her ear. Wife, I didn't catch that. Su Su gently grasped Liu Yifei's hand. With so many people watching? She exclaimed, freeing herself and moving towards Su Chong. Su Chong, bemused, had anticipated witnessing Liu Yifei reprimanding the other women, but instead, she found herself witnessing a display of affection. As the filming commenced, Su Su mounted his bicycle and began to ride along the secured route. Cut! The director's voice rang out. Mr. Su, please watch your speed. Huang Bo can't keep up. You should ride slightly slower than him, Ning Hao instructed. Bo Ge, put in some effort. Su Su called out, glancing at Huang Bo in the distance. I am pedaling as hard as I can. You are the one who is too strong. Huang Bo gasped, astonished by Su Su's athleticism. One more time. Mr. Su, please control your speed, Ning Hao reminded him. As filming resumed, Su Su maintained his speed while also conveying a vigorous pedaling motion. Be careful not to fall, Ning Hao cautioned. Spotting the cue card, Su Su swerved his bicycle, causing it to skid out from under him, and he tumbled, rolling several times. Quick, check on Mr. Su. Make sure he is unharmed, Ning Hao called out, and a flurry of crew members rushed towards him. Mr. Su, are you all right? They all inquired, concern etched on their faces. Su smiled at their worried expressions. I'm fine, really. The speed was manageable, and there were mats on the ground. Let us continue filming and aim to finish this segment by noon. Mr. Su is so dedicated. No wonder he is successful. The crew praised him, showering him with compliments. Su simply smiled, understanding their sentiments without revealing the truth. Chapter 81. You two might be siblings, all right. Everyone disperse and prepare to continue filming. Ning Hao came over to usher everyone away. Is everything all right, Mr. Su? Ning Hao inquired of Su. No problem. Let us proceed, Su replied, not one to be overly sensitive. The pace had already been slow, and the thick magic mats on the ground did not help. Next, let us film a scene where you roll over and sit up, expressing your reluctance. The shooting went smoothly, with everyone cooperating harmoniously. However, there was excessive concern. After each shot, someone would pass water and towels. In the next scene, the referee announced that Su had fallen but crossed the finish line first, thus claiming the gold medal. As Su Chong was interviewing Gung Hao, she turned and rushed towards Su, her youthful vigor shining through as she gazed at him with admiration. As Su ascended the podium, the gold medal presenter was Liu Yifei, who draped the medal around Su's neck and even bestowed a warm kiss upon him. Huang Bai looked on with genuine envy. After several shots, he truly felt the disparity in status. Although he was the protagonist in this segment, all the crew and onlookers were focused on Su, offering him concern and warmth, a treatment he, as the lead, did not receive. I must have a day like this, he thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Cut! Ning Hao called out, excellent. The shot was fantastic. Huang Bai's emotions were on point. Mr. Su Chong, Yifei, you're done for today. Let us have a wrap party tonight. Huang Bai suggested. Just 3 extras. Let us not trouble everyone. Su declined, finding the compliments and social niceties meaningless. Mr. Su, here are your red envelopes. Ning Hao said, handing 3 envelopes to the trio. Thank you, Director Ning. They expressed their gratitude. Working for no pay, but receiving a red envelope was a different matter entirely. After bidding farewell to the crew, Su cheerfully opened the envelope and began counting the cash, a gesture mirrored by Su Chong. 1,000 yuan, not bad, Su nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction from earning money through labor. A little profit, Su Chong grinned like a sly fox, placing her earnings into her bag. You two combined have assets exceeding 1 billion, yet you're so happy over a red envelope of 1,000. Liu Yifei was perplexed, unable to comprehend their joy. You wouldn't understand, both Su and Su Chong replied almost in unison. Liu Yifei observed their striking resemblance and suddenly recalled their similar reactions while listening to Fireflies and You. Her gaze shifted back and forth between them. Could there be a secret between them that she was unaware of? With their striking beauty and extraordinary talent, could they possibly be siblings? Qian, didn't you just say our combined assets amount to 1 billion? Su Chong suddenly realized Liu Yifei had mentioned something along those lines. Is there a mistake? Liu Yifei looked back, noting that Su's company was valued at over 1 billion, and with Su Chong included, it certainly exceeded that figure. Wouldn't our average assets be around 5 to 600 million? Su Chong calculated using her fingers. Indeed, Liu Yifei nodded. Su Tse, did you hear what Qian just said? When can I expect 500 million in assets? Su Chong playfully patted Su on the shoulder. Which part of me is worth anything? Go ahead and take it, Su suggested, patting his chest. I have no money, but I do have my life. Qian, what do you think? Su Chong looked at Liu Yifei, originally joking, yet her expression was one of serious contemplation. I think you two look quite alike. Have you considered checking your family trees? Liu Yifei mused, stroking her chin, deep in thought. That's impossible, they both replied simultaneously. Su Chong and Su exchanged a serious glance. Perhaps they did share some resemblance. Impossible. I was born in Chongqing and don't even share the surname Su. There's a vast difference between me and Su. Su Chong shook her head, secretly wishing for an older brother, so no one could bully her again. Su nodded, recalling his own childhood. His father had few relatives. Why not check? It would hurt, right? Su Chong nudged Liu Yifei playfully. What kind of nosy attitude is that? Su Chong teased. I have to see for myself. Don't move, Liu Yifei said. swiftly reaching out to pluck a strand of hair from both Su Su and Su Chang's heads. In a playful spirit, she was all too familiar with their backgrounds. Su Chang was born in Chongqing and raised in the capital, making it impossible for their parents to have crossed paths. If I am his sister, then you must be my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, shouldn't you prepare a meeting gift? She jested, laughing at the sudden whimsy of the idea. If it turns out to be true, I'll prepare a grand red envelope for you. I'm heading back to the capital tomorrow, so I can't accompany you around Xiamen, Su Chang said after playfully tussling with Liu Yifei. We're also returning to the capital tomorrow. Let us go together, Liu Yifei exclaimed, pleasantly surprised, having planned to inform Su Chang of their departure that night. Ah, Su Chang exclaimed in disbelief as she looked at the two, feeling exasperated. How could they not escape this? It seemed like they were being relentlessly fed dog food, and she truly wanted Liu Yifei to witness the antics of her close friend. Mursu Miss Liu Miss. Upon returning to the hotel, Fu Qianwan awaited them in the lobby. Hello, Manager Fu, Su Su greeted him. Due to mismanagement at our hotel, criminal activities occurred, leading to an unpleasant experience for the three of you. The case has since been resolved, and the criminal gang has been apprehended. Fu Qianwan came to inform Su Su of the outcome. Evidence against the perpetrators had been secured, including the illegal exploitation of citizen information and the theft of public and private property, leading to substantial consequences awaiting judgment. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Su. Here are 3 gold cards as a token of goodwill. Liu Yifei and Su Chang looked over at Su Su simultaneously, who nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your kind gesture, Manager Fu. They accepted the gold cards he offered. I won't keep you any longer. I wish you all a pleasant life. With the gold cards distributed, Fu Qianwan felt a significant weight lift off his shoulders, bringing this matter to a close. This one asked for you. Su Chang took her gold card. The Su Liars Hotel was an international chain, and the gold card required $1 million to be loaded onto it. But it wasn't simply a matter of recharging $1 million to receive a card. Take it, it's free, so why not? Su Su flipped the gold card in his hand and passed it to Liu Yifei. She placed both her gold card and Su Su's into her bag. Only then did Su Chang tuck her gold card in her own bag, feeling pleased with a small fortune, realizing it was quite easy to earn money alongside Su Su. Especially with the gold card from Su Liars Hotel that money simply could not buy. That evening, Liu Yifei, Su Chang, and their assistants organized the clothes, shoes, and bags they had purchased during their time together. With their departure set for the next day, they needed to pack everything up that night. Su Su looked at the 5 large bags, somewhat exasperated. With so many clothes at home, many of which Liu Yifei had never worn, why buy so much more now? What else with that look? Have we not just purchased a few items? Liu Yifei retorted, displeased by Su Su's disdainful gaze. I must have sand in my eyes. Could you blow it out for me? Su Su squinted at Liu Yifei. I'll give you a slap to straighten you out, Liu Yifei shot back, knowing he was clearly lying. Chang, your sister-in-law doesn't even care about me. Can you help me out? I can help you with a few punches. Su Chang raised her fist to show Su Su. Chapter 82. Global box office, do you regard me as a person? Su Chang watched as Su Su and Liu Yifei, who had just been bickering, now embraced each other affectionately. She rose from her seat and left the room to rest in the adjacent space. The following day, the group boarded a flight back to the capital. Mom, I'm back. Are you home? Liu Yifei pushed open the villa door, searching for Liu Xiaoli. It seems Mom isn't home. Turning around, she noticed Su Su tidying her discarded shoes. Why not call her? I'll change and head to China Film. I want to be home for lunch. During the flight, someone had snapped a photo of her and posted it online, and as soon as she landed, Han Sanping had called to extend an invitation. You go ahead and handle your business, Liu Yifei said as she saw Su Su off at the door and pulled out her phone to call her mother. You still remember to call me? I thought you had forgotten you have a mother. Liu Xiaoli's voice came through the phone, tinged with a hint of reproach. Mom, I didn't want to disturb your rest, Liu Yifei replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. After spending half a month with Su Su, it seemed she had only called her mother once. I'll be staying in Wuhan for a few days. You two take care of yourselves at home. After the call ended, Liu Yifei stuck out her tongue, realizing it was all Su Su's charm that had caused her to forget her mother. Upon arriving at China Film, Su Su was ushered into Han Sanping's office by his secretary. What kind of tea would you like? Han Sanping inquired. Anything will do, Su Su replied, knowing that any tea served in Han Samping's office would be of high quality. The secretary returned shortly with the tea. The revenue share for your name from the domestic market has come through. The payment will be made in the next few days, Han Samping informed Su Su, delivering good news first. That's wonderful. I'm eagerly awaiting the funds, Su Su admitted, as he was in dire need of money. Despite several companies having secured loans, the gap in development funds remained significant. The domestic revenue from your name, including Su Su and Liu Yifei's shares, was estimated to be over 60 million. The international revenues from South Korea would likely come in sooner, while those from Japan and Southeast Asia were expected to take until the new year. Su Tse nodded. It was normal for international settlements to take longer, and the swift domestic revenue was undoubtedly due to Han Samping's efforts. The film those years was set to release in Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia after the new year, with DVD sales to follow. Moreover, the rights for those years were sought by the opposite shore in South Vietnam. While Japan was interested in the animation rights for your name, it was likely they would approach Su Su's company for negotiations. Another piece of good news brightened Su Su's eyes. Those years could potentially yield another profit, and the remake rights were also sellable. As for Japan's animation rights, he deemed it unnecessary since the film was so popular there. They would surely want to produce it themselves to reap the benefits. Japan had contributed the most to the film's global box office. Your name was set to conclude its run in the European and American markets in 2 or 3 days, having surpassed 15 billion in global box office revenue. Han Samping was eager to hold another celebration banquet. The film brought in 100 million for China Film. We've recouped the investments lost over the past few years in one go, he said. Such success prompted Han Samping to desire another celebration banquet to showcase China Film's achievements to the outside world. Su Su, however, was less enthusiastic about hosting. If he were part of a typical film company, he would be eager to celebrate, displaying their accomplishments and showcasing their strength to bolster investor confidence. Su Tse, however, was merely half-heartedly involved in the entertainment industry. His profits stemmed from his works, and he had no need for such superficial displays. Seeing Su Su's expression, Han Samping guessed his thoughts. During the last celebration, Su Su had shown little interest. You might not need it, but Yifei does. She has become an international star thanks to this film and needs a banquet to invite industry peers to solidify her status. Don't worry. We at China Film will take care of the banquet. All you have to do is show up, Han Samping stated generously, having earned over 100 million. Organizing a celebration was certainly within reach. Su Su nodded, suddenly feeling as though he had acquired a vulnerability. Was family truly a weakness? It was a novel sensation. As an orphan, he had always perceived himself as devoid of weaknesses, making decisions with unwavering resolve and a strong desire for control. Yet, Liu Yifei's presence had already influenced his decisions several times, revealing to him what it was like to have family. After discussing Su Su's matters, Han Samping turned to the challenges faced by their film. The theme had been established, and characters were based on historical figures. However, crafting the screenplay posed a significant challenge. It needed to adhere to historical accuracy while also being engaging and responsive to market demands. They had enlisted 4 prominent screenwriters and a dozen modern history experts to assist, with Su Su being one of them. Han Samping valued Su Su's market acumen. Both those years in her name were commendable scripts, yet they were not considered top tier within the industry. Numerous individuals had scrutinized Su Su's 2 films. The script for those years was deemed average, while your name was classified as excellent, which made their success somewhat surprising. The crux lay in a market strategy. Su Su always managed to pinpoint the critical flashpoints and target the right audience. Han Samping invited Su Su to be nominally one of the assisting screenwriters, but in reality, he would serve as an overseer. After conversing with Han Samping, Su Su understood his role. There was no need to vie for this project. Merely participating would suffice. At noon, Han Samping treated Su Su to a working meal at China Film, which was far superior to what private enterprises offered. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei at the villa felt a tad bored. With her mother absent, Su Su occupied with work, and Su Chong seemingly uninterested in playing with her after their recent parting. She opened her computer and logged in her fan site to see what her followers were up to curious if the Su alliance had borne any fruit. After news of her relationship with Su was released, the backlash from fans online was quite intense. Some accused Su of being involved with multiple women, urging the fairy sister to open her eyes. Fans compiled a list of actresses who were rumored to be close to Su, fabricating stories in hopes of causing a rift between Liu Yifei and Su. Fairy sister, the scoundrel Su 1T, take responsibility for the child in your womb. If you give birth, I'll raise it. The line between whether Liu Yifei was supporting Su or vice versa was blurred. Some analyzed the timeline of their acquaintance and financial exchanges, clearly indicating that Liu Yifei had initially provided Su with funds. Liu Yifei smiled at the amusing comments. She occasionally scrolled through the discussions. After a while, she stumbled upon a comment section for one of her albums, where every song received rave reviews. Clearly a cheerful melody, yet it evokes a sense of sorrow and regret. Why must we grow up? Suddenly, amidst the sea of praise, she came across some heart-wrenching comments about a seemingly joyful song. There are many fireflies illuminating the way home, Dad, Mom, and me. The night lingers. Where are you? Liu Yifei felt a tug at her heart, suddenly reminded of Su and Su Chang. Fireflies, fathers, and mothers. It seemed they had none of those. Chapter 83. The Pollution of the Eyes. Su, you're back. As Su opened the door, Liu Yifei, who had been waiting, hurried over upon hearing the sound. She assisted him with his coat and shoes. Do you have something to discuss? Su observed the attentive Liu Yifei. She was not typically a lazy person, yet her care for him seemed unusually considerate. Raised in a life of privilege, she had developed some traits of a young lady. Have you eaten? What would you like? I can order for you. Liu Yifei intended to mention cooking for him, but realizing her skills were limited to scrambled eggs with tomatoes, she opted to order from a restaurant instead. Are you all right? Where's your mother? Did she scold you again? I can explain to her. Sutse gently touched Liu Yi's throat. He had a fondness for her. She was already remarkable and did not need to alter her character for him. My mother has gone to my grandmother's house. Liu Yifei's eyes reflected concern as she pulled Su onto the sofa and began to massage his shoulders. She was aware that Su was an orphan. He had lost his parents in an accident when he was just 10. Though unfortunate, she could not fully grasp the depth of that misfortune. Seeing many comments about the sorrow evoked by night fireflies and you, reminiscing about parents and the care of childhood, she finally understood why Su would weep while listening to that music. Su lifted his gaze, observing Liu Yifei kneeling before him, massaging his shoulders. Her expression seemed peculiar, unsettling him slightly. Is there something bothering you? Su inquired. Nothing much, I just missed you. Liu Yifei felt a pang of sympathy for Su and refrained from disclosing her reasons, fearing it might evoke painful memories for him. Please don't act this way. It makes me uneasy. I prefer your rebellious demeanor. Su grasped Liu Yifei's hands, pulling her closer. Who is being rebellious? Liu Yifei found herself leaning over, resting her chin on Su's shoulder, gazing dreamily at his profile. Su turned his head, captivated by her beauty, so near, lost in thought. He pouted, wishing to kiss her, but found himself unable to reach. Liu Yifei noticed this and chuckled, leaning in to peck his lips. He embraced Liu Yifei, drawing her onto his lap. Is something troubling you? Speak up. Perhaps I can help you resolve it. There's nothing wrong. Liu Yifei felt touched by Su's concern, wrapping her arms around his neck and gazing earnestly into his eyes. I just want to love you more. Love me? Which kind of love? Su found it increasingly difficult to comprehend Liu Yifei's words. They lived together, shared the same bed, having done everything a couple could. He felt their bond was already profoundly strong. Are you implying you wish to love me here? Su's eyes suddenly sparkled. That might not be wise. Leaving marks could be troublesome. How about we go to the villa in Hadian? We could enjoy ourselves freely. No, you lecherous man. Why is your mind always filled with such thoughts? Liu Yifei quickly shook her head, attempting to deter Su's inappropriate ideas. Our mutual affection signifies a lifelong commitment. How can that be a bad thing? I do not wish to spend money frivolously. And you still wish to spend? Are you considering keeping a few? Liu Yifei shot a fierce glare at Su. With you by my side, who would desire those superficial women? Su, seeing Liu Yifei's intent to speak further, silenced her with a kiss. Such matters, whether contemplated or unconsidered, are often difficult to articulate. After a lengthy moment, Su Su finally released her. Liu Yifei gasped for air, glaring at Su Su. Who is it that constantly mentions Chong Chong, Yaya, Shi, and Xiao Xianchen? I've already located Shi and Xiao Xianchen. Should I bring them over for you to play with? What nonsense! I merely mentioned them casually. Su Su, upon noticing the warning glint in Liu Yifei's eyes, quickly denied it. Is Shi the one who just changed her stage name? The dancer from the academy? That old hag Nan still refers to her as little Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei liberated herself from Su Su's embrace, displaying photos and information from her phone for his perusal. And Xiao Xianchen, is it this one? I heard about her from Ning Hao. Liu Yifei produced another photo. During their conversation, Ning Hao had mentioned how Crazy Stone catapulted him to fame, with many offering substantial sums to have him shoot music videos, and he succumbed to temptation. Your taste is indeed discerning. Shi, Xiao Xianchen, and Chong Chong are all stunning beauties. How did you come to know them? Who is Yaya? Liu Yifei glared at Su Su. Pure coincidence. It is entirely my fault for carelessly uttering those names. Spare me the excuses. There must be someone named Yaya. Just you wait. I will find her and see if she doesn't tea-bite you. Liu Yifei, baring her teeth, thought all men were the same, greedy and untrustworthy, their minds filled with impure thoughts. With Su Su's busy schedule, how could he have clandestinely met so many beautiful women? She resolved to keep a closer eye on him. Oh, I do not wish to meet them either. So many women have been sending me emails, even photographs of themselves unclothed. Each time I open my inbox, it feels like an assault on my senses. Unable to explain, Su Su decided to escalate the matter, believing that if the number of women increased, Liu Yifei would be more envious than she could handle. What? Those shameless hussies. Give me your email so I could take a look. Liu Yifei, now even angrier, demanded Su Su's account password, retrieving her notebook to log in. The more she scrolled, the angrier she became. While those leaving their numbers could be deemed acceptable, the ones sending nude photos were merely the tip of the iceberg. Some even sent videos, showcasing their bodies in full view. Shameless hussies. Liu Yifei seethed, glaring at Su Su. Do these women possess no sense of decency? Su Su shrugged. I have not contacted them. I have not even logged into that account. Why not deactivate that account? She inquired coldly. Having this account serves as a trash bin. It does not interfere with my work email. Otherwise, they would discover my professional email and inundate it with such garbage. As Su Su clicked the mouse, a video began to play, revealing a familiar female artist who had engaged in such activities before gaining fame. Did Shi and Yaya send you anything? Liu Yifei questioned him. Not at all. Those were all recommended by people within the industry. She was furious. There were hardly any decent people in the industry. So why should they recommend beautiful artists to Su Su? She secretly hoped that the women Su Su mentioned had also sent him such photos and videos. That way, he would surely not find any interest in them. Let me see just how low these women can stoop. Liu Yifei continued to sift through the emails. How come there are men too? She exclaimed, startled, tossing the mouse aside. Censorship is necessary. It must be halted, for it is an affront to the eyes. At Liu Yifei's gasp, Su Su, now curious, clicked to view, his expression immediately darkening. There were numerous emails from male artists, most of which were quite ordinary, primarily detailing their acting experiences, height, weight, skills, and their willingness to endure hardships in any role. However, he was taken aback by the provocative photos sent by an artist from across the strait. I can't bear to look. Close it quickly. You're never to open this again. Liu Yifei commanded Su Su to exit the account, appalled by the bizarre individuals in the entertainment industry. Previously, her mother had shielded her. Even when she learned about certain aspects of the industry, it was merely surface knowledge. Little did she expect to encounter such peculiarities. Chapter 84. Why Did You Hit Me? The film Your Name has achieved remarkable success in the European and American markets, grossing $400 million, with a total worldwide box office reaching 15 billion yuan, thus breaking the record for domestic films. The film, which premiered in Europe and America, has concluded its run with a box office of $65 million, securing the top position among domestic films. Starring Liu Yifei, Your Name has amassed a staggering 15 billion yuan in box office revenue, establishing her as the leading actress in the domestic film industry. Overnight, Your Name once again dominated the trending charts across various media platforms, with news about the film flooding both online and traditional media. The cast members are frequently mentioned, and Liu Yifei's name has become a staple in media reports. Upon waking to this news, industry insiders expressed their frustration. How many times must this be repeated? A single film igniting such fervor has been reported extensively, with a total box office of 15 billion. It stands as the highest-grossing domestic film in history and has also triumphed in the overseas market. Some online commentators calculated the film's financials, revealing an investment of 40 million, which resulted in a staggering total revenue of 15 billion. As the largest investor, Liu Yifei, holding a 50% share, stands to gain over 2.5 billion yuan. Su, with a 30% stake, will earn around 1.5 billion, while China Film, despite being the least invested, will still reap profits exceeding 1 billion yuan. Envy has spread beyond the artist to the heads of film companies, all of whom are aware that Liu Yifei invested only around 16 million. In just over half a year, she has reaped a 15-fold return, a veritable windfall. Such returns, if realized in their own companies, could leverage significant investments. These executives, well-versed in the film's production intricacies, know that the touted 40 million investment only saw about 28 million actually received. It is rumored that a significant portion of this money was misappropriated by Su. The greatest beneficiary remains Liu Yifei, who, without any burdens, has been completely managed by Su, only needing to provide the funds. With such an investment and enormous returns, who could fail to feel envy? The executives, their eyes gleaming with greed at the profit-sharing, harbor feelings of jealousy towards Liu Yifei. China Film announced a global box office celebration for Your Name. Upon receiving the news, those in the industry expressed their intent to attend, with many who did not receive invitations seeking ways to join. Meanwhile, Fondness, upon seeing the news, felt angered. Each time Your Name becomes a sensation, Teng Huatao's Heart of the Ghost and Fondness's own night banquet are dragged out for scrutiny. Teng Huatao, whose foundation was already weak, faced little backlash from the criticism, but Night Banquet is different. With significant investment, renowned directors, and famous actors, it was marketed for international film festivals, selling overseas distribution rights, and promoting its overseas market potential. Yet the domestic box office suffered greatly, and the overseas market failed to generate any excitement. The media has seized upon their earlier boasts, holding them accountable. Director Fong, why bother taking it to heart? It's merely one setback, Wang Zhongjuan consoled him. He had indeed underestimated this film, and his impulsive decision to change its release date may have cost Night Banquet several million in potential revenue. However, this is of little consequence now. Even with a few million more, it would still result in a loss. Perhaps it would be wise to forge a connection with Su, as film investments and artist participation are crucial for Hawaii. He contemplated the implications of Su's information. Seeking investment is challenging. Aside from the conflicts with Hawaii, even typical investments are difficult, as it is rumored that China Film suffered losses in investing in Your Name. Su's entertainment company only features Liu Yifei and Su Chan, and securing opportunities for artists to participate in his films could prove beneficial. Among the industry, artists are analyzing Su, eager to collaborate on his next project. Female artists feel particularly disheartened, as Liu Yifei is Su's girlfriend, making it challenging to surpass her for roles. Male artists share similar sentiments, as the leading role is taken by Su himself, which feels like a waste of resources. The director community is the most active, eager to direct Su's films, fully aware that they would merely be tools, following his directives without question. The notion of unspoken rules is also on the table. Congratulations, Mr. Su. Early in the morning, while Su was embracing Liu Yifei in slumber, his phone rang. Answering, he heard Ning Hao's congratulatory voice. After a brief explanation, Su learned of the film's total box office results. Mr. Su, see you at the celebration banquet. Just as he hung up, another call came through. Are you still asleep? Han Samping's voice resonated through the phone. Su looked down at Liu Yifei, who was playfully drawing circles on his chest, and reciprocated the gesture. I got up ages ago. I even went for a run. Han Samping reminded him about the celebration banquet scheduled for the 26th, urging him not to forget to attend. Su Su, lacking enthusiasm for mingling with industry peers, took heed of Han Samping's reminder, ensuring he wouldn't miss it due to work commitments. Understood, he replied. Listening to Han Samping detail the esteemed guests expected to attend this time, even more prominent than before. While he acknowledged the information, he remained largely indifferent. As soon as he hung up, Liu Yifei's phone rang as well. "CC, our film's total box office is 15 billion. How incredible! It's the highest in domestic film history." Su Chang's voice excitedly came through. As a significant supporting actress, her role was pivotal, and the film's success greatly impacted her career. "I just found out. Let's see who dares to call me a mere pretty face now." Before the film, she was often criticized for lacking talent, merely being a decorative figure. After starring in those years, she had gained some acting recognition, yet the industry dismissed her, attributing her success to her image. With your name, she can boast both skill and achievements, filling her with pride. While on the phone with Su Chang, Liu Yifei suddenly felt Su's playful actions, causing her cheeks to flush. With a swift motion, she playfully slapped Su twice, threw off the covers, and dashed out of the bedroom, clutching her clothes. "What was that noise?" "Cece, what are you doing?" Su Chang inquired, confused. After the playful slaps, Liu Yifei's breath quickened. "Are you two doing something scandalous?" "Cece, you're quite the deviant, answering my call while I'm subjected to this." No. He was being mischievous, and I ran away," she explained, flustered. Su, intending to chase after Liu Yifei, was interrupted by his ringing phone again. "Mom, is there something urgent so early?" It was Liu Xiaoli's call. "The film's total box office is out, and many TV stations want you and Cece to appear on their programs. I agreed to a few for Cece. Do you want to join? Is it really necessary for me?" Su was reluctant. Programs like Happy Camp could help maintain relationships, paving the way for future promotional collaborations. Liu Xiaoli suggested several well-regarded shows. After pondering, Su found the rationale compelling. "Let us select a few reputable ones. I'll join Cece." Once arrangements were finalized, he would inform them. After discussing work, Liu Xiaoli expressed concern for Su and Liu Yifei's relationship. "Don't spoil her too much. If she oversteps, just discipline her." "Oh, Cece is already wonderful. I'm more concerned for her well-being," Su replied. "All right, if she doesn't listen to you, just let me know. I'll help you deal with her." Looking at his phone, Su smiled, realizing that indeed, a child with a mother is a treasure. "Why did you hit me?" Liu Yifei glared at Su, covering her backside. "My mother instructed me to do it." Su rubbed his hands together, a smile gracing his face. Liu Yifei was momentarily stunned. Then, realizing the implication, her voice filled with indignation. "That is my mother." Chapter 85. Missing you. Liu Yifei glared at Su, transforming her sorrow and anger into a voracious appetite as she bit into a bun, as if she intended to devour him whole. She felt highly indignant after being struck twice without reason. "Don't follow me," she commanded. After finishing her breakfast, Liu Yifei ascended the stairs, with Su trailing behind her, unable to shake him off. She proceeded directly to the training room, unleashing her fury upon the sandbag with precise and powerful kicks. Her gaze was sharp, darting menacingly towards Su, dressed in a fitted tank top and shorts. Her calves showcased impressive muscle definition. Each kick she delivered to the sandbag was both fierce and graceful. Su had never anticipated such strength from her legs. "Care to give it a try?" she challenged, demonstrating a punching stance with her hands. "Come here and strike. I'd gladly serve as your human punching bag." Su patted his chest. "I truly wish to knock you out." Liu Yifei's anger intensified at Su's nonchalant demeanor, despite her irritation towards the man she cherished. She couldn't bring herself to inflict harm upon him. "Just leave already. Seeing you irritates me." She pushed Su out of the training room and shut the door, returning to her outlet of frustration against the sandbag. Bad mother, forgetting her daughter after gaining a son-in-law. "I'll be at the company. If you miss me, come find me there," Su remarked before departing. "Who would miss you? Hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you." Liu Yifei's voice echoed from within the training room. Su paid little heed to her words, knowing that such playful disputes would not tarnish their relationship. He surmised she would likely visit him at the company later in the afternoon. At the office, Zhao Ting reported on the recent work progress. The Six Fei network currently only featured a forum for discussions, requiring minimal maintenance from staff. The resources section was gradually expanding, but ensuring the authenticity of the information demanded extensive cross-verification, consuming considerable human and material resources, leading to slow progress. Su General, you were looking for me? Hu Guo entered the office, a veteran of the Sixth Fei network, having been among the first recruits. I noticed that many users are posting questions in the discussion area. Seeking answers, I propose we create a dedicated QA community, allowing users to pose questions and others to respond, with answers rated as useful or not by fellow users. Responses deemed unhelpful will be hidden. As Su explained the functionality and operational rules of this feature, Hu Guo listened intently, his eyes brightening. Boss, I understand. I'll begin development immediately. It should be operational within 2 months. Hu Guo envisioned the feature in his mind. Creating it was not overly complex. But maintenance would be key, an area where the Six Fei network already excelled. Very well. I'm not often present here, so you must take on this responsibility. In due time, I shall increase your workload, Su said with a smile. Rest assured, boss, I will oversee everything at the Six Fei network, Hu Guo promised, his excitement palpable as he exited Su's office. Hello, Assistant Zhao. He greeted Zhao Ting enthusiastically at the door. Zhao Ting nodded, bemused, wondering what had made him so animated. Had the boss promised him something? She speculated, but chose not to delve deeper, focusing on her own tasks. Straightening her attire, she knocked and entered Su's office. Su General, here's the game test code submitted by Manager Yi. Please review it at your convenience and provide suggestions. I will take a look, Su replied, placing the game test code before him. How are preparations for the person I asked you to arrange beside Yi Haoying coming along? According to your specifications, I found 3 young and handsome male university students to serve as her secretaries. She selected the relatively slender and attractive one. Zhao Ting informed him. Excellent. Keep a close watch. Ensure she doesn't create any more trouble. Understood, Su General. I will remain vigilant. Zhao Ting was aware of Yi Haoying's peculiarities and felt a mix of curiosity and unease, especially considering this individual dared to pry into the boss's private matters. You're free to go now, Su instructed Zhao Ting, who exited as he opened his computer to review reports sent by several colleagues, which presented no significant issues. Logging into the gaming platform with the test code, he discovered the game titled Happy Farm, remarkably quick to produce in just half a month. Su mused as he examined the game's visuals. Could it be that Liu Yifei's presence during task assignments influenced Yi Haoying? After trying out the game, he noted that while the basic functionalities were present, the plant variety was inadequate, and the visual quality lacked vibrancy and liveliness, suggesting a need for more cartoonish representations. Hello, Su General. The time frame was too brief. We've only completed the gameplay aspects. The artistic elements and flora are still under development. The game production team promptly replied to Su's feedback. All right, everyone, keep pushing forward. Once the game is complete, I'll treat you all to dinner and distribute bonuses. Su encouraged the team, affirming their efforts. With the companies on track, he anticipated that within 2 to 3 years, they could evolve into a premier internet technology firm. The supercomputing project would require additional time, granting Su some leisure in the meantime. Having ventured into entrepreneurship in 2 lifetimes, he had entered the previous one late. Starting from AI and rising to prominence over several years, achieving a company valuation in the billions. This time, he had entered early, lacking the necessary hardware and software technologies to launch AI research directly, thus focusing on developing peripheral technologies instead. The most significant difference in this lifetime seemed to be Liu Yifei. She had honed her acting skills and had not signed with Sony from Japan. Did his presence set off a butterfly effect? In his past life, they had no intersections, and after achieving success, he had contemplated meeting his youthful idol, though by then she had already become a star. Before he could make contact, he was reborn. In this life, she had become his confidant, sharing the intimacy of nightly embraces, a thrilling experience. As thoughts of Liu Yifei crossed his mind, a A smile unconsciously graced Su Su's face. In this lifetime, he savored the sweetness of love. In his previous life, he had remained single, wholly absorbed in technology. After graduating and embarking on his entrepreneurial journey, youth faded, leaving him devoid of fantasies, growing indifferent towards relationships, and encased in emotional cement, leading to a solitary existence at 40. The celestial sister remained a cherished ideal in his heart, perhaps a symbol of hope for his lonely soul. What are you smiling about, you mischievous one? Are you contemplating something unsavory? Liu Yifei's voice suddenly pursued his thoughts. After training alone at the villa for the morning, boredom had set in. Practicing her singing would cause her to lose focus, and with her anger directed at Su Su, she decided to confront him at the company. Upon learning from Zhao Ting that Su Su was alone in the office, she entered, striding confidently towards his desk, unnoticed by him. He sat in his chair, deep in thought, with a glimmer in his eyes and a mischievous smile that suggested he was up to no good. I was just thinking of you, Su Su said, startled into awareness upon seeing Liu Yifei, and he opened his arms. Humph, you're definitely up to no good, Liu Yifei retorted, defiantly tilting her head, exposing her fair neck, deliberately dismissing Su Su's embrace. She refused to succumb to his affection, knowing his hands would wander. I wanted to surprise you, but if you're not interested, then forget it. Chapter 86. Ideas for a new script, what surprise? Liu Yifei inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at Su Su. Give me a kiss, a hug, and lift me up, and I shall tell you. Disgusting. She crossed her arms and took a step back. Do you really not want to? Su Su feigned innocence. I was just thinking of writing a script. I'll call Shir and Yaya to see who is willing to share a kiss, a cuddle, and a nap with me. He brandished his phone, but Liu Yifei swiftly advanced, snatching it away. Upon glancing at the screen, she realized it was locked. She had been deceived. You lecherous scoundrel. You shall only write me a script. She pocketed his phone and stood before him, chin held high, eyes closed as if preparing for a heroic sacrifice. Go ahead. Touch me, and then be quick to write. Su Su wrapped his arms around her, teasingly saying, even the goddess accepts unspoken rules. Come here for a kiss. At his words, Liu Yifei abruptly extricated herself from his embrace, delivering a playful punch to his chest. I'll show you what unspoken rules are, you rascal. I'll beat you to a pulp. Spare me. I won't dare again. Su Su pleaded, grasping her hands. After a playful scuffle, which concluded with Su Su's surrender, Liu Yifei ultimately found herself seated on his lap, leaning against his chest. Su Su held her waist, gently caressing her slender leg, her skin soft and delicate, betraying none of the morning's earlier tumult. Are you truly going to write a script? She found herself unperturbed by his explorations. It was a good sign that her man showed interest in her body. If he were to lose interest, then she would indeed have cause for concern. Indeed, I am crafting a grand script to help you make waves in Hollywood, solidifying your popularity and status. Though Su Su himself was indifferent to Hollywood, he recognized it as a sacred ground within the global entertainment realm, where nearly every artist aspired to conquer. Upon hearing this, Liu Yifei's eyes sparkled with delight, her gaze towards Su Su brimming with affection. Thank you. She wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in for a kiss. Let's head to the lounge. Liu Yifei's cheeks flushed crimson. The desk is quite suitable, spacious and wide, Su Su remarked, holding her back. Let me go first. I need to lock the door. As Su Su tidied the desk, wiping away water stains, the lounge door swung open. Liu Yifei emerged in a fresh outfit, a fitted black collar cotton shirt and snug black trousers that accentuated her graceful figure. Observing Su Su's movements and recalling their earlier playfulness, her cheeks warmed. His mischievous thoughts were rather abundant. She shot him a playful glare, ignoring him as she settled onto the nearby sofa. Su Su admired Liu Yifei's enchanting silhouette, her long legs captivating him. It was all in good fun, but too much play could be detrimental to one's health. Once he cleared the desk, he opened his computer and began to type. With Liu Yifei as the lead in his film, he contemplated and commenced drafting an outline. He would first select an appropriate film to establish the tone before localizing the adaptation. The rhythmic tapping of keys filled the office, and Liu Yifei glanced over. Captivated by Su Su's focused demeanor, occasionally lost in thought. My man is truly handsome. She refrained from interrupting, silently watching him with a smile gracing her lips. As dusk fell and the lights flickered on, Susu was momentarily blinded, realizing it was already evening. He noticed Liu Yifei sitting quietly on the sofa, engrossed in a book, the passage of time seemingly unperturbed by her presence. Qian, Susu approached her. Liu Yifei looked up, momentarily dazed, before regaining her composure. Have you finished? Seeing the calm in her eyes, Susu reached out to caress her cheek. Aren't you curious about what I've written? It must be absolutely splendid. I can't wait, she remarked, wrapping her arms around his. Let's go home. Susu paused, taken aback by her radiant smile, feeling a longing for a home life. All right, home it is. He chuckled. He retrieved Liu Yifei's pink coat from the lounge and draped it over her shoulders, arranging her hair before they exited the office together. If it's not tasty, let us not have it, Liu Yifei said, casting an embarrassed glance at the dishes on the table. She had initially hesitated to cook, but today, Susu insisted on tasting her culinary creations. This is delicious. The tomato scrambled eggs are quite nice, Susu remarked, savoring a piece of egg, its sweet and sour flavor just right. It might not be gourmet, but it was precisely what he craved. Hearing Susu's praise, Liu Yifei beamed, her gaze softening as she thought of learning a few recipes from her mother to prepare for him upon her return. After dinner, they nestled together, watching the news. Reports were buzzing about the friendship and investment cooperation between China and Germany. Suddenly, Liu Yifei's phone rang. Susu answered it. It was a call from Liu Xiaoli. Hello, Mom. Liu Yifei's expression remained neutral as Susu took the call, but her composure shattered when she overheard him casually addressing her mother. What gave you the right to say that so casually? She couldn't help but nudge him with her elbow. Ouch, Sutsei exclaimed. What's wrong? Liu Xiaoli, who had just started speaking, inquired. Nothing, Qian accidentally bumped into me, Susu clarified, only to be met with Liu Yifei's fierce glare. Such carelessness. She is too reckless. You ought to discipline her instead of indulging her so much, Liu Xiaoli chastised, her words igniting Liu Yifei's anger further. Was she not her mother? Had she forgotten how fiercely she had once protected her? It's all right, Mom. I'm strong. Her bump didn't hurt at all, Susu said, amused by Liu Yifei's fiery expression. Give her a couple of slaps to teach her a lesson, Liu Xiaoli suggested. Hearing the playful banter between the two, Susu diverted the conversation. Mom, did you call with something in mind? Oh, I've arranged for you both to participate in a recording for the main camp show. Do you have time today, after tomorrow? We're available, Susu replied. He had no prior engagements, and neither did Liu Yifei. I'll book the tickets for you tomorrow. You both should come over, Liu Xiaoli instructed, detailing a few arrangements for their upcoming flight. Before the call ended, Liu Yifei lunged at Susu. You rascal, trying to sow discord between me and my mother. I'll have it out with you. No. Your mother is far too wise to be swayed by me. It's just that you've been disobedient. She thinks you need to be taught a lesson. On the other end of the line, Liu Xiaoli shook her head at the playful squabbling. Recognizing her daughter was thoroughly smitten, Susu had her wrapped around his finger. This was how their lives would unfold. Chapter 87. Unambiguous affection. The airplane descended in Hunan, where the television station had arranged for staff to receive Liu Yifei. Welcome, Yifei. Teacher how kind of you to come personally, Liu Yifei exclaimed, surprised by Hejiong's warm smile despite his small stature. I've been eagerly anticipating the arrival of an international superstar for our program, Hejiong joked, shaking her hand before turning to Susu. Hello, Mr. Su. While the television station was not particularly focused on Susu's presence, the production team regarded it with great significance, hence Hejiong's personal appearance at the airport. Susu shook his hand, observing people in the distance glancing their way. Let us get in the car. It's not convenient to chat here. Nodding, Hejiong escorted them to the vehicle, and the convoy departed from the airport. Congratulations on the resounding success of your film. The film's triumph is also due to teacher He's contributions. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to promote it on your program. Liu Yifei expressed her gratitude. When your name first premiered, it faced stiff competition from a banquet, and expectations were low due to a lack of traditional promotional resources. Our appearance on the show was possible thanks to teacher He's support. Ultimately, the quality of your film speaks volumes. We merely added a touch of brilliance, He Jiong responded, his smile broadening as he regarded Liu Yifei. Her remarkable achievements, coupled with her humility and gratitude towards those who helped her, even in mere words, were refreshing. He had witnessed too many individuals change once they achieved success. Regardless, I must thank teacher He. In a few days, we will hold a celebration banquet, and you must be there. Liu Yifei presented He Jiong with an invitation card. I will definitely attend, He Jiong assured, taking the embossed invitation and tucking it away. During the ride, He Jiong and Liu Yifei chatted casually, sharing amusing anecdotes from program recordings while subtly advising her on how to shine in the show. We will start recording tomorrow. You can rest at the hotel or explore Changsha a bit. I'll treat you to some local delicacies tonight. Upon arrival at the hotel, He Jiong spoke with the front desk before bidding farewell to the two. All right, teacher He, just inform us of any arrangements directly, where you can communicate with Sister Nan, Liu Yifei suggested. With Liu Xiaoli absent and Su Su present, she felt secure about her itinerary, leaving trivial matters to her assistant, Sister Nan. Teacher, he is quite meticulous, Liu Yifei remarked once they checked in. His affability and sharp responsiveness are remarkable, Su Su nodded, then turned to her. Qianqian is no slouch either. Liu Yifei exhibited quick-wittedness and adeptness in managing relationships, a commendable trait for someone who had been sheltered throughout her youth. She merely lacked life experience. Of course, Liu Yifei proudly lifted her chin, confident in her own brilliance. She felt comfortable showing a playful side in front of Su Su, a stark contrast to her demeanor with outsiders. Changchang and Sister Xiaolu will join us tomorrow for the program recordings. Changchang's schedule is packed these days. Liu Yifei leaned against Su Su, discussing the cast's recent activities. The supporting actors were equally busy, as the resources for significant roles had seen a rise beyond expectations. They had no desire to explore the hotel, as they were unfamiliar with Changsha, and their high profiles made outings inconvenient. Quietly conversing together was equally delightful. In the evening, He Jiong invited them for dinner and introduced the hosting team of the show. Mr. Su Yifei, please take a look at the script. If you find anything unsuitable, we can make revisions. He Jiong handed over the script, emphasizing the need for a thematic approach and some interview-style topics for the games. Su Su perused the script, noting that the sections involving him were considerably restrained. Focus primarily on Qianqian and reduce my appearances. After reviewing, he returned his portion of the script. I'm fine with it, Liu Yifei said, finding no fault with her script, which consisted of several games and showcased her prominently. She was merely curious about how the actual recording would unfold. All right, I'll have the editors draft a new version, He Jiong nodded, having anticipated Su Su's request. Aside from a few interviews during the period of special effects publicity, Su Su had declined numerous variety show invitations, and his participation in this program was largely due to Liu Yifei. Mr. Su, when will you begin filming your new movie? Do you think I could play a role, perhaps as a villain? I may not be as beautiful as Yifei, but I could manage, Sienna interjected, her tone exaggerated as she shifted her gaze between Su Su and Liu Yifei. You have a decent image, but casting decisions rest with the director, Su Su replied, his impression of her somewhat less favorable, yet he maintained cordiality. I'll ask director Xue Xiaolu tomorrow, Sienna nodded, seemingly pleased with Su Su's response. Mr. Su already has a script? He Jiong inquired, taken aback by the revelation. Su Su's expression remained neutral, yet he noticed the spark of excitement in Liu Yifei's eyes. Just some ideas. I haven't started writing yet, Su Su replied, brushing his forehead. Once a script is completed and submitted for review, it becomes public knowledge, rendering deceit unnecessary. What genre is it? Still a love story? He Jiong, his curiosity piqued, could not help but ask about Su Su's screenplay. Western fantasy, still in the conceptual stage. Su Su briefly explained. Can we announce this on the show? He Jiong promptly inquired. Recognizing that revealing Su Su's new project would generate significant buzz and viewership for the program, Su Su pondered for a moment, considering it a means to build anticipation for his new script. He glanced at Liu Yifei and said, let Qianqian share on the show. Is the female lead, once again, Yifei? Sienna and Wu Xen, as women, gazed enviously at Liu Yifei. The script remained unfinished. Yet the leading lady had already been determined. Such circumstances were enviable. Liu Yifei gazed tenderly at Su Su, a smile gracing her lips. Mr. Su must be tailoring this role for Yifei. You should all seek a husband as talented as him, He Jiong interjected, discussing how to record the program without it appearing abrupt. Sienna, Hai Tao, and the others expressed their eagerness, wishing to participate in Su Su's work. But He Jiong maintained control of the conversation, not allowing them the opportunity to speak. After the dinner, Su Su returned to his room, followed closely by Liu Yifei. Su Su, she called out. Yes. Su Su looked at her, puzzled. What is it? I adore you, she confessed, enveloping him in an embrace. Previously, she had only heard of female artists feeling envy towards her. At the dinner table, Sienna and Wu Xian's envious gazes were palpable, making her acutely aware of how cherished she truly was. How much do you love me? Su Su asked, gazing into her expressive eyes, filled with affection. Immensely, immensely. Please don't move around, she replied earnestly. I'm so tired standing. Let us go to bed. I can hold you for as long as you wish tonight. Su Su's fingers wove through her hair, marveling at its silky texture. Though short, it was a delightful sensation. Tonight, she seemed particularly clingy, insisting they shower together while forbidding any unwarranted touches. Lying in bed, Liu Yifei held Su Su, feeling his warm breath against her, struggling to suppress her own desires, knowing it must be difficult for him as well. Her heart burned with passion. Acutely aware of the love Su Su was willing to demonstrate by restraining himself for her sake. Chapter 88. Dramatic character setup. Welcome, everyone, to Happy Camp. Who is tonight's guest? The prelude of dislocated time and space begins to play, followed by a pure and melodious voice. Liu Yifei's silhouette flickers in the background. As the song concludes, a thunderous applause erupts. He Jiong promptly invites, let's welcome Su Su, Liu Yifei, Xue Xiaolu, and Su Chong. Su Tse, who has never participated in a variety show, finds himself quite intrigued. However, post-recording, he feels a sense of emptiness. The audience views a polished edit. Yet the reality is that a single joke may require numerous retakes to achieve the desired effect. To Su Su, the traces of performance are glaringly evident, akin to filming a television drama. The entire recording session spanned 4 hours, and even Su Su, who participated the least, felt a tinge of fatigue. The repetition of actions became wearisome, leaving him mentally drained. Su Su, have you written a new script? Xue Xiaolu inquired, having learned of this news during the show. Seeking confirmation from Su Su before the recording concluded. Su Su nodded, I'm still in the conceptual phase, I just have an outline. You must show it to me once it's finished, Xue Xiaolu said eagerly. A film that has taken the world by storm, grossing $15 billion at the box office. Now places her in the same predicament as Liu Yifei, how to maintain her standing in the industry. During this period, she contemplated writing a script herself, but found herself falling short of her own standards. Numerous companies had invited her to join their entertainment firms, presenting various scripts. Yet none met her approval. She firmly believed that to surpass herself or secure her position, Su Su's script was essential. All right, Lulu, Su Su assented. Their collaboration on your name had been quite pleasant, as long as Xue Xiaolu did not behave erratically like Teng Huatao. Su Su had no reservations about continuing to work with her. Rest assured, aside from filming, I will not concern myself with anything else. She was aware of the happenings within the directing circle, where many directors expressed their willingness to be mere tools for Su Su. Thank you for your hard work. Su Su, the program director said as the recording concluded, extending his hand for a handshake. Director Luo, you're being too polite. It is the behind-the-scenes staff who truly endure the labor, Su Su replied. We have air conditioning and fans, along with staff to assist us. It is hardly arduous. The staff members who approached for autographs smiled upon hearing Su Su's words. After Su Su, Liu Yifei, and the others signed for the backstage crew, they departed the studio in the company of He Jiong and his team. Shall we dine together? Su Su proposed. Xue Xiaolu and Su Chong expressed no objections. What genre is your new script, Su Su? At the dining table, Xue Xiaolu could not help but inquire. It is a Western fantasy tale, adapted from children's literature. Su Su explained the direction of his writing, sharing the original story with Xue Xiaolu. She noted the story's title, determined to read it thoroughly upon returning home. Qian Qian, have you read the script? Su Chang, seated beside Liu Yifei, asked her about its content. Not yet. He has only completed the outline. I am refraining from looking until the entire script is finished. Liu Yifei responded, savoring the dish that Su Su had passed to her. Chang, don't you tire from all those engagements? Of course I do, but there is money to be made. Each day, a few more gigs translate to hundreds of thousands in income. Such opportunities are rare. Currently, Su Chang's popularity is soaring, resulting in numerous engagements and generous compensation. However, once her popularity wanes, the pay will diminish accordingly, and the opportunities will dwindle. You are perpetually airborne, with scarcely a moment to land. How taxing. Liu Yifei expressed her concern for Su Chang's relentless schedule. She had only experienced such exhaustion during her promotional tours, motivated by the desire for her work to succeed. For the mere sake of earning money, she felt it unnecessary to endure such strain. In comparison to the money I earn, what I do is hardly arduous. Su Chang remarked, casting a glance at Liu Yifei, leaving many thoughts unspoken. Their lives existed on different planes, revealing disparate societal perspectives. Having debuted as a child star, Su Chang's upbringing had been relatively fortunate, yet she had witnessed individuals who rose at dawn in pursuit of work. She had also starred in several television productions that reflected the harsh realities of life, capturing the struggles of families and the emotional toll exacted. She had encountered many issues in reality, realizing that money could resolve a multitude of problems. It was the lack of it that rendered many lives chaotic. As a boarder at her aunt's house, she was particularly sensitive to her circumstances. Every ounce of care she received stemmed from her ability to earn, reinforcing her understanding that money was her greatest reliance. Will you continue to attend engagements? Yes, after dinner, I will head to the airport. Tonight, I fly to Zhuhai. Why endure such hardship? Liu Yifei gently stroked Su Chang's hair, feeling a pang of compassion. What hardship? I sleep in first class. It's not as if I'm flapping my own wings to fly. Su Chang chuckled. If you think I'm struggling, help me ask Su Su for a significant role. That remains uncertain. What will you offer me in return? Liu Yifei lifted her head. Before solidifying her relationship with Su Su, she had been coerced by Su Chang several times, agreeing to numerous conditions. This time, she intended to reclaim what she had lost. Should I discover something delectable? I will inform you first, Su Chang declared. And what else? The most entertaining experiences will be yours first. The finest garments will be yours to wear. And any handsome men I encounter will have their photographs sent to you. Su Chang enumerated with her fingers. That is entirely unnecessary. Liu Yifei promptly halted her. Stealing a glance at Su Su, she noticed him engrossed in conversation with Xue Xiaolu about the script, casting Su Chang a sidelong glance. You may keep the handsome men to yourself. No need to send me their photographs. That is not permissible. You send me pictures of Su Su, and if I see a dashing gentleman, I must share his image with you. Su Chang replied with utmost seriousness. When have I inundated you with pictures? Liu Yifei retorted, recalling that it was Su Chang who had introduced her to such videos. Both of you, enjoy your meal. What is all this commotion? Su Su interjected suddenly, causing them to sit up straight. You truly are the best of friends. Even during a meal, you can create such a ruckus. Xue Xiaolu laughed at the pair. Do not underestimate Yifei. She indeed embodies the character in the script. She scrutinized Liu Yifei, feeling that, from an Eastern perspective, suitable candidates were few and far between. Su Su, please expedite the completion of the script. I also need to familiarize myself with the new technology you mentioned, Xue Xiaolu addressed him. During their discussion about the script, Su Su had expressed his desire to explore the latest 3D filmmaking techniques, an area she felt the need to investigate further. Certainly, I shall endeavor to finalize the script promptly and devise a budget plan, Su Su affirmed. Employing 3D technology would significantly elevate the filming's complexity and expenses. Liu Yifei and Su Chang observed the conversation, curious about the nature of the script. Chapter 89. That little rascal tricked me again the next day before dawn. Su Su's phone rang incessantly. Liu Yifei, disturbed by the noise, turned away from Su Su, pulling the blanket over her head. Glancing at his phone, Susa noted it was a call from Han Samping, promptly switching off the device. He nestled closer to Liu Yifei, slipping his arm beneath her and gently caressing her, before drifting back to sleep. Before long, Liu Yifei's phone began to ring as well. She opened her eyes, only to find it was still Han Samping. Sighing in resignation, she threw off the covers, donned a robe, and made her way to the living room. Mr. Han, is it really that early? It's only 8. Stop with the small talk. Send me the script so I can review it. Han Samping's voice crackled through the phone. It was early morning, and upon starting his workday, he had learned that Liu Yifei and Su had mentioned writing a script during a program recording. Frustrated by Su's failure to answer, he had reached out immediately. Su was at a loss. It seemed secrets were impossible to keep in the entertainment industry. I just had an idea. I haven't even structured the outline yet. Send me the script title. We at China Film are interested. We just made over $1 billion from your name, so we must invest in this project too. Many companies are calling me. The shares are insufficient. Can we discuss this next time? After finishing his words, Su held the phone at arm's length. Oh man, they're encroaching on our territory. Tell them to come to me directly. Han Samping slammed his desk in frustration. All right, Mr. Han, your assertiveness is commendable. Su flattered him. Once the call ended, Su shook off his drowsiness, powered on his phone, and began to respond to the numerous missed calls. Director Ren, I apologize. Film investment? I'm not in charge. You, as a representative of Shanghai Film, should be more aware of China Film circumstances. What is your intention? To rob me in broad daylight? I'm merely a screenwriter. The script is incomplete. I could hardly hold a gun to anyone's head. I intended to participate in a few variety shows, but they've all been halted. I'll pay him a visit. Is there no law left? Mr. Wong of Light Media, I sincerely apologize. I was busy last night and missed your call this morning. You want to invest in my script? I'm just a screenwriter. Mr. Wong of Hawaii, I'm merely a screenwriter. I can't make decisions. You should discuss this with Mr. Han. Calls from various prominent companies flooded in. Su chuckled, directing their inquiries to Han Samping. If you want to invest, first deal with the challenges ahead. He powered down both phones, opened the bedroom door, and lifted the covers. Liu Yifei lay there, unadorned. He shed his robe and pounced on her. Just as Han Samping hung up with Su, he sensed something was amiss, as though he had been deceived. Before he could comprehend the situation, his phone rang again. What do you want, you rascal? Is the policy given to you for highway robbery? You're being excessively greedy. Shanghai Film already receives less support than China Film, and we bear a grudge against that. In a heated exchange, they argued back and forth. Fine, so China Film is the legitimate spouse, while we at Shanghai Film are the concubines, right? I'll sue you. As soon as the call with Shanghai Film ended, the phones from Beijing Film and Xi'an Film began to ring, followed by several calls from private film companies. That little rascal tricked me again. Han Samping cursed Su, blaming him for the predicament. To this day, he was still oblivious to the script's content, the intended shoot, the investment amount, or even the title of the script. Stop it. I'm starving. Let me go. At 10 in the morning, Liu Yifei pushed Su's hands away, glaring at the marks on her body before rushing to the bathroom to wash up. Do you want me to feed you? Su followed her to the bathroom, watching as water droplets cascaded down her fair skin. Feed you to the wolves. She shot him a disdainful look. After Liu Yifei finished rinsing off, Su used a towel to dry her off, then quickly showered himself, changing clothes before heading to the kitchen for breakfast. Why is my phone off? Liu Yifei, towel drying her hair, patted over, holding her phone. I suggest you keep it switched off today. Su opened the dishes sent by Nanjia, all meat dishes. He admired Liu Yifei's slender figure, pondering how she could indulge in such delectable food without gaining weight. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Liu Yifei accepted Su's suggestion and kept her phone off. Noticing his gaze, she shot him a glare, sensing his thoughts were not innocent. My lovely wife, I could gaze upon you endlessly. I wish to behold you for a lifetime. Stop being foolish, Liu Yifei scolded, though a smile betrayed her annoyance from the morning's antics. This is delightful. Nanjia has put in a lot of effort. Liu Yifei, now the true gourmet, savored the flavors with keen appreciation. It's a pity there's no specialty from Changsha. Su, enjoying the meal, agreed. What specialty? Curious. Liu Yifei inquired further. Susu cleared his throat, adopting a melodious tone. Anyone who has been to Changsha knows its famed stinky tofu, a must-try when visiting. If you go to Wuhan without tasting it, it's as if you never came. Liu Yifei widened her eyes, innocent curiosity gleaming. Is it really that famous? Huh. It's clear you lack experience in the lower social strata. Susu lightly tapped her forehead with his chopsticks. In the past, I survived on scholarships, and the street food was the most exquisite I had ever tasted. Susu reminisced about his former life, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. That seems so far away now. Take me to try it. Liu Yifei suddenly expressed interest, eager to uncover Susu's past. Unfortunately, Susu rarely spoke of it, leaving her in the dark about his previous life. While filming, she would occasionally sneak bites of street food without letting her mother know, as her mother deemed it unhealthy. What are you thinking? Did you suffer through hardships? No matter how tasty, can it compare to these dishes? Susu poked her forehead, teasingly. I just want to taste it. If you can eat it, why can't I? Liu Yifei pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. In the following days, Liu Xiaoli helped Liu Yifei secure several variety show appearances. Having experienced the recording process, Susu lost interest in participating in any further shows. Are you not coming with me? Susu prepared to return to the capital without accompanying Liu Yifei to the variety show. Liu Yifei hesitated, feeling reluctant to part ways. We could explore new experiences together. She leaned against Susu's back, her voice low and tempting. Susu felt his resolve falter, his gaze lingering on her. I must return to write the script. How about unlocking some experiences before you leave? Suzu embraced her. Get lost. Chapter 90. Do you still desire great revival? Upon his return to the capital, Susu was promptly sought out by Han Samping. The esteemed Han had graced his humble abode, illuminating the otherwise ordinary space. Observing Susu's office, which was larger than his own, Han exclaimed, Do you have any idea how I've been faring these past few days? Colleagues from brother units have pointed fingers and berated me. Private companies have taken jabs at me. Superiors have summoned me for reprimands. His face darkened as he pounded the table, startling Zhao Ting, who had come in to serve tea, prompting her to glance nervously at Susu. If I may say, Han, you ought to retort. If it comes to it, we could withdraw from investing in the film and not endure such indignities. Susu received the tea from Zhao Ting and gestured for her to leave, personally pouring tea for Han Samping. You rascal. Han was momentarily at a loss for words. His initial intent to vent was thwarted by Susu's astute remark. Were it not for the investment in Susu's film, he would not have tolerated such provocation. Let's not indulge in trivialities. Show me the script. Han, recognizing Susu's cunning nature, opted to address the matter at hand directly. Susu stood and retrieved the outline of the script, which Han perused swiftly. Is this all? I mentioned I only recently conceived an idea. The outline is still under development and the content unwritten. Are you confident in adapting a children's story? The outline seems rather kitsch, reminiscent of the Western trope of heroes battling dragons, albeit with a gender swap. Han, unfamiliar with similar scripts, felt uncertain. I, too, am merely experimenting. I cannot claim certainty. Susu replied, fully aware that financial losses were commonplace in filmmaking. That is true, Han nodded. What is the selling point? The storyline appears simplistic, and the premise lacks novelty. It is a visual spectacle, fairy tale dreams, female growth, oppression, freedom, and empowerment, all aimed at a predominantly female market. Susu elaborated on the script's themes and market intentions. The burgeoning LGBT in America could certainly provide a boost, and during promotions, a catchy slogan would surely incite fervent support from that demographic. Substantial investment. Han's eyes gleamed. He relished the prospect. What is the budget? Susu held up 2 fingers. 200 million. Han nodded, recognizing this as indeed a significant investment, as only a handful of domestic projects exceeded this figure. China Film will invest 100 million. Han declared decisively, having just earned a similar sum, and felt confident in the investment. Let us start with 100 million. There is room for negotiation. 100 million RMB? Suzu inquired. Yes, Han affirmed, then raised his gaze to him. What do you mean? Is it not RMB? Dollar? Susu stated. A sharp intake of breath escaped Han. That figure was staggering, equivalent to 1,400 million RMB at current exchange rates. Are you serious? He asked. This is a preliminary budget. It is not yet finalized. The estimate is on the higher side. We will not need all of it, but we cannot underestimate costs either. The principal cast salaries will constitute a significant expenditure, along with other ancillary costs. 200 million is merely a FAAD, realistically. We need at least $50 million in liquid assets. After deducting the actor's remuneration, an actual production cost of $100 million seems reasonable. Of course, the quoted amount would remain at $200 million, encompassing Liu Yifei's fees, Su Su's writing costs, and production expenses, all while utilizing his own special effects company. Han fell silent, lighting a cigarette, his gaze unfocused. 700 million. How audacious. He glanced at Su Su, contemplating how his own worth seemed to barely surpass that amount. Yet here he was, daring to invest such a sum in a single film. Speak of the expenditure direction, Han prompted. The film necessitates a majority of special effects shots. Live action is unfeasible for small animals, necessitating motion capture technology. Additionally, I plan to employ 3D technology for filming, releasing 3 versions upon debut: Max 3D, Standard 3D, and regular 2D. 3D technology? As a filmmaker, Han was aware of the applications of 3D technology, which had initially been utilized in horror and adult films for their immersive atmosphere. The sensation of being present in the scene is unparalleled by traditional cinema. Hollywood had also frequently released 3D films in recent years. The previous year, a 3D film had achieved remarkable box office success, reigniting the popularity of 3D cinema. At the Showist exhibition last year, countless filmmakers and theater managers promoted 3D cinemas, rallying behind the technology, with figures like Cameron, Spielberg, and Jeffrey championing its advancement. This year, news of large-format cinema renovations in Europe and America had emerged, utilizing 3D technology. By the time production concluded, the transformation in the Western market should yield considerable results, making it an appealing prospect for theaters eager to recoup losses. However, 3D technology does not come cheaply. Why should we not wait for the Americans to test the waters of the 3D market first? Han hesitated, feeling that being at the forefront of technology was fraught with risk. If we wait for the Americans to lead, what does that say about our own development? Do we not aspire to surpass them and achieve great revival? Su Su shot Han a sidelong glance. The theaters are ready. The Americans are actively renovating. The technology is accessible. The script is based on a Western story that has proven successful in the market. We simply need to invest in its production, stamp it with a mark of Chinese craftsmanship, and sell it back to the West. Su Su recalled the derision he faced from the industrial luminaries, vowing to serve Western cuisine to foreigners on tables crafted in the West, all while profiting from the endeavor. Han felt a twinge of embarrassment, not expecting to be schooled by a younger man, yet he recognized that ideals often clash with reality. Su Su's project was not merely a romantic script. It was an adaptation of a Western children's story, employing untested cutting-edge 3D technology, requiring vast investment, with Liu Yifei as the lead, inundated with various advantages. Under Su Su's scrutinizing gaze, Han grew increasingly restless. With such a substantial investment, I must report to my superiors. As Han descended the building's stairs, he glanced back at the imposing structure, reflecting on the audacity of youth. What emboldened them to forge ahead of the Americans? Upon entering his car, he suddenly realized that this young rascal had revealed nothing, leaving him to shield against potential fallout, only to discover later that the script was a potential pitfall. Su Su watched Han's vehicle disappear into the distance, contemplating the opportunity presented. Should the endeavor fail, he would not bear responsibility. The American market was undergoing an intensive transformation. The technology was readily available for investment, and the script was a global box office contender. The only risk lay in the fact that this film would be produced by Chinese hands, with an Eastern visage as its star. If one were unwilling to accept even this modicum of risk, then perhaps they should refrain from action altogether. No one embarks on an endeavor with absolute certainty of success. Even the likes of Xiao Ma Ge, with a market value of 3 million, faced moments when he struggled to sell 100,000 RMB. He must have felt a profound sense of frustration in those times. Other film companies have been stymied by China Film's hesitance, while Su Su found himself at leisure, able to meticulously refine the film's details. This film's monumental success, however, was not without its shortcomings. The lead actress selected from the auditions was rather unappealing. Even less so than the supporting cast, Western audiences displayed reluctance to embrace such a protagonist. Throughout the production, the over-reliance on special effects rendered many scenes, which could have utilized motion capture, reliant solely on CGI. Filming concluded in just 40 days, with other details enriched solely by special effects, resulting in a disjointed portrayal by the actors and a muddied conveyance of the narrative's essence. Su Su was determined to circumvent these issues and continue his creative process. Chapter 91. Investment interest. The news of Su Su's new screenplay circulated from the higher echelons of the company to the artists, many of whom were eager to seize the opportunity. They sought connections to reach Su Su, hoping even for a chance to audition. Su Su maintained a certain distance from the entertainment industry, and few could contact him directly. Many resorted to calling those who had previously collaborated with him. Director Xue Xiaolu's phone rang incessantly, while Liu Yifei dared not turn on her own, and Liu Xiaoli's device grew warm from constant notifications. Some even resorted to calling Teng Huatao. Director Teng, won't you try to negotiate? How infuriating. Teng Huatao cursed over the phone. Did he not wish to? He currently lacked even the opportunity to call Su Su himself. The chaos of the entertainment world did not invade Su Su's office. He focused on refining the screenplay, understanding the technologies and equipment required, and drafting a budget. Unable to reach Su Su or acquire details about the screenplay, the anticipation for your name's celebratory banquet grew, with those lacking invitations devising ways to attend. On the day of the celebration, Liu Yifei concluded her variety show recording a day early and returned to the capital. Dressed in a resplendent beige gown, she shone brightly among the multitude of attendees, many of whom she could not claim to know, and even fewer were familiar to Su Su. He Jiong held the microphone, introducing the achievements of your name and the core creative team. Let us welcome our leading man and woman, Su Su and Liu Yifei. Congratulations to Mr. Su for breaking box office records. As Su Su and Liu Yifei took the stage, a chorus of congratulations enveloped them, each face around them adorned with smiles. Su Su waved to the crowd as he ascended the stage alongside Liu Yifei. Your name shattered the global box office record for domestic films, amassing $1.5 billion, marking yet another pinnacle for Chinese cinema. Now, let us invite General Han from China Film to say a few words. Han Sanping wore an unmistakable smile. The film had been a remarkable investment, yielding both political gains and financial profits, not to mention prestige. Thank you all for attending this celebration for your name hosted by China Film. This film represents the hard work of all involved and is a microcosm of Chinese cinema, demonstrating to the world that we too can tell compelling cinematic stories. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Let us break new ground for Chinese cinema and strive for greater heights, Han Sanping concluded. A long cart was wheeled in, displaying the astonishingly large figure. The artists, directors, and company executives in attendance found the number cold and glaring. Jealousy simmered. $1.5 billion was a lifetime's worth of accolades. Han Sanping stood in the center, flanked by Su Su and Xue Xiaolu, and they raised a ceremonial hammer, the sound echoing as the ice shattered. Staff members rushed to clean up the remnants, and the banquet portion officially commenced. Mr. Su, congratulations. Your film has reached the pinnacle of Chinese cinema. Wang from Light Media approached with a glass in hand. You're too kind. The film's quality is largely due to director Xue's oversight, Su Su replied, clinking glasses with him. Mr. Su is too modest. Your name had been thoroughly analyzed by major companies, and the events during its production were well understood, with the entire crew operating under Su Su's direction. While directors played a crucial role, they were merely one part of the greater mechanism. Many companies noted that Su Su's filming style bore resemblance to Hollywood. Chinese cinema follows a director-centric model, where directors wield significant influence within a crew. Even smaller directors possess considerable authority over their projects. In contrast, Hollywood operates on a producer-centric model, where only a select few renowned directors have absolute power. There have been instances where internationally acclaimed directors ignored producers' directives and were subsequently dismissed from their projects. Mr. Su, congratulations. Representatives from Hawaii and Bona also approached with glasses raised. The conversation meandered through topics of film and the international market. As we anticipate, Mr. Su, we hope you will lead us into the global market. They gazed expectantly at Su, having witnessed Han Sanping's inability to negotiate successfully. Everyone was astute enough to realize that Han Sanping had been sent out as a scapegoat. Your name had ensnared him once, and only Su would dare to do so again. Esteemed seniors, you must understand that I lack the decision-making authority for such projects. Su instinctively deflected. Mr. Su, please do not jest. The crowd regarded him with understanding of his working style. Su pondered for a moment before responding. This is a significant investment. He extended 2 fingers, but before he could articulate the exact figure, Wong from Hawaii interjected, 20 million? A smile graced his lips. At the current exchange rate, that amounted to approximately 140 million, a sum Hawaii had invested before. The expressions of several executives brightened at the prospect, calculating potential returns and share allocations. 200 million, Su stated, revealing the budget. Gasps echoed among the group. 1.4 billion. Not only has this never occurred domestically, but such a sum also constitutes a substantial investment in Hollywood. Expressions shifted, a hint of uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Wong from Hawaii was the first to withdraw. His relationship with Su had always been tenuous, and they were concurrently engaged in their own major project, Kung Fu King, which had already taken shape, with the Double J team committed and discussions underway with a Hollywood crew. Bona and Emperor also lost interest. They favored Su's proven track record of high box office returns on modest budgets, rather than gambling with such a vast investment. Your name had only just achieved $1.5 billion at the box office. Who would be willing to invest $1.4 billion for the next film? Wong from Light Media and Rin from Shanghai Film also hesitated. Mr. Su, might there be any requirements regarding talent? Hawaii's artists are at your disposal. Wang Zhongjuan quickly shifted his approach. With an investment of $1.4 billion, even if the film fails, it would still represent a lucrative opportunity for the artists. Emperor also boasted a wealth of experienced filmmakers. The consensus among several entertainment companies shifted from investment to promoting their own artists. With the screenplays still incomplete and character profiles not fully developed, the direction for actor